This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 116 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Supreme Unity's target was obviously his goons, the Moons. However, as soon as the summon arrived, 5 Feathers and Undead Phoenix intensified their war. Time Eater is sealed, and the manpower available is in a semi-shambles state, leaving only Shu Run, the Earth Emperor. He was the only one without any excuses to refuse the summon. With these reinforcements, Supreme Unity was able to take a breather. However, Mithria succeeded in her attempt to occupy and reduce his political power. Supreme Unity's loss was too great in this fight. Wang Wei analyzed the information. These overlords must have secretly taken this opportunity to weaken Taoism. I reckon they even secretly killed many monks as well. This war concerns not only the fate of the world, but also the reshuffle of power. Everyone is waiting for the new era, and everyone wants to dominate it. Buddhism and Taoism already have an overwhelming lead, so these overlords have already started taking measures to weaken them. While Wang Wei was deep in thought, his communication talisman trembled. He activated it and saw a picture, a head with a look of fear, anger, and regret. He recognized this person, the leader of the hidden Moon Sun sect. First Sunday, Wang Wei did not hesitate to contact his ancestor. He's dead? Yep, just as I promised. Is he dead, or true death? Yin Hai convinced. How did you do it? Many swordsmen in the Sword League path owe me karma. Zanhai et lai. I see. Wang Wei nodded. Was there anything weird about him? Besides having a Paragon artifact as protection, there were no anomalies. Wang Wei frowned, thinking whether he had missed something. Well, forget him for now. How are things on your side? The unsealing process will not take as long as I thought. It should be done in about 2 weeks. That's good to hear. The two chatted briefly before ending the conversation. 5 Feathers and Undead Phoenix's current confrontation is not enough as an excuse to reject the summon. So these two should prepare for a direct confrontation, Wang Wei analyzed. The issue is whether they will fake it and wait until they are both ready for the real fight or directly fight to the death. Wang Wei's analysis favored the latter. These people genuinely hated each other, so even if they tried to fake it, their animosity would leak out during the confrontation, turning the fake scenario into a genuine one. So, he waited while ordering his people to protect as many mortals as possible and keeping watch on Time Eater. Wang Wei's prediction became true when a battle started between these two 5 days later. He had his answer from their killing intent and the killing blow these two were using. So, he calmly observed that battle. Undead Phoenix is not as mad as the previous fight. His mode of fighting is relatively reserved. He must have a trump card he's waiting to use at the right moment. Meanwhile, 5 Feather is using this fight to control her strength. Speaking of which, her karma has also drastically increased, but I haven't heard of any plague-like curse in the world. Damn it, has this woman been secretly killing mortals? He contacted Red Mask, asking her if she had received any news. She answered that 5 Feathers had hired many curse masters, but hadn't received any results yet. Find how she has so much negative karma, Wang Wei ordered. Red Max was efficient, and she soon had the answer. Many mortals were in isolated dimensions and realms in the Eternal Ascension world, and 5 Feathers' target was these people. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. I should have guessed animals like her only respond to painful threats. I won't make the same mistake twice. He continued observing this war, and Wang Wei frowned as he noticed something else. These temporal fluctuations. Is this woman mad? Wang Wei thought. No, she's not mad, but can't control her power. Good. Wang Wei immediately closed her eyes to sense these fluctuations. West of the Time Eater's territory, Heavenly Serpent Empress domain. A beautiful woman with luscious purple hair with black tips sat on a throne. She wore an all-white and tight robe that revealed her ample figure. Her beauty could be described as devilish. That's how alluring she was. If Sun Junyao was the epitome of beauty, This woman was the closest to the epitome of sexiness. A man sat on her lap, kissing her while muttering sweet words. "Oh, Wu Jing, you always have a way with words," the heavenly serpent empress said. "Who made his majesty so alluring?" Wu Jing replied. "I know, right?" She replied. "You can say my charm is a—" The heavenly serpent empress suddenly stopped before looking at the shadow that appeared in the room. "You must have a reason for interrupting me." "Your Majesty, we have found the target," said a woman's voice. "Are you sure?" The heavenly serpent empress asked. "It won't be like last time with a bunch of abundant remains?" "I have checked personally." "Good," the empress replied. "Do you want me to mobilize the troops?" "No, I want to do it myself to ensure that nothing happens," heavenly serpent empress replied. She glanced at Wu Jing. "I have work to do. Wait for my return, and we can continue where we left off." The empress suddenly thought of something. "Tell Di Liang to wait with you." Wu Jing's smile abated considerably after hearing these words. "Does he need to be there? Can it be the two of us? Can you handle me alone?" Heavenly Serpent Empress asked. "All right, I'll call him." The empress patted his ass before standing up. She received the information from the agent. "So, that's where you little rats have been hiding? No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere," she muttered before focusing on the agent. "How did you find them?" These people's hiding spots were excellent. So the empress wanted to know how his agents found them. She had lived long enough to know when to be careful against plots and schemes. "They were gritty, Your Highness," the agent responded. "They sent people into the twin sons' border, probably to find the blood of the two sons, and that's how we found them." "The two sons' blood? That makes sense," the heavenly serpent empress nodded. She no longer hesitated and teleported away. She did not play around and broke through their world's barrier with force and strength. The empress found herself in a world full of devils. Yes, not devil cultivators, but authentic devils. She was not surprised by this outcome and started her killing. Her hair moved under her control, killing anyone in sight. This was a one-sided massacre, and these devils could not even fight back. "Find you, descendants of the primogenitor devil," the heavenly serpent empress said excitedly. She finally released all her power, capturing these people as fast as possible. These devils had a peak Empyrean and several Paragon artifacts, but they were useless before the empress. "I can finally put my plan into motion," she thought before leaving this place. The empress was in a good mood when she returned home. She went directly to have some fun with Wu Jing and Di Liang, but these two were not enough for her excited mood, so she summoned more of her harem. Today was a day worth celebrating and indulging. Chapter 1385. Someone finally acted. Five Feathers suddenly stopped her onslaught of attacks. She looked at her opponent with disdain before mocking him. "What happened to all that hatred and rage? Are you even trying to kill me?" "I don't need to try," Undead Phoenix replied. "What do you mean?" "I've realized that there is no need to worry about your death," he explained. "With how you're behaving and the terrifying nature of that curse, you will die eventually without the cure. So, why must I become the variable that helps you escape the curse? I only need to survive long enough, lay back, and watch you slowly march to your doom." Five Feathers' face twisted in anger. The latter was correct. Her curse and the body of sin were a ticking time bomb, and without the cure, it was only a matter of time before she died from their powers. In other words, the one in a hurry was her, not Undead Phoenix. "Your plan hinged on staying alive," Five Feathers rebutted. "And I'll make sure to hand you your ticket to the underworld." She attacked, and she was ever fiercer this time around. This prideful phoenix had one objective: kill this bastard and end the fate between them. Unfortunately, Undead Phoenix remained calm and composed. His primary mode of fighting was more defensive and reserved, not giving Five Feather a chance at even injuring him. "You coward!" Five Feathers yelled. "Are you a man? How can you fight in such a cowardly manner?" Undead Phoenix's lips twitched, but his tactic remained the same. Five Feathers grew more frustrated with this battle. Although she was confident in her newfound strength, the difference between them was not significant enough for her to kill him swiftly, and the situation worsened because he fought. "Do you want to know a little secret?" Five Feathers said with a cruel sneer. "You should know by now that I never loved you, but did you know I've always loved your best friend by Songxian?" He was such a kind and handsome man with a heart of gold. It was sad he had to live all his life in your shadows. A terrifying killing intent flashed in undead Phoenix's eyes. However, such a reaction only made Five Feathers smirk before she continued. I tried confessing my love, but he was too loyal. I even tried to compromise him, but he insisted on his loyalty. That's why I had to kill him. Although I loved him, I couldn't allow him to mess up my plans for you. UWH, undead Phoenix roared before launching toward her. He acted like a madman, trying to kill her without any consequences. However, Five Feathers only giggled joyously. That's more like it. She fought back vigorously, trying to use this opportunity to find a flaw and capture him. Calm down, yelled a voice inside undead Phoenix's head, but he was not listening. We are not ready yet, and you're going to ruin the plan. Unfortunately, this message might have also been sent to the endless void. Damn it, I should have expected this idiot to cause trouble, muttered the voice, not caring whether undead Phoenix heard him. In that case, let's change things. The battle intensified as these two mad titans clashed, almost losing their sanity. The destruction they caused could be imagined, but no one cared. In this vast world, population and territory were never lacking. At the peak of these people's battles, something unexpected suddenly occurred. A golden light suddenly flew out of undead Phoenix's body and turned into ropes that bound the two of them. Five Feathers sensed something and tried to evade, but the golden rope was attracted to the sins on her body like metal to a magnet, making it impossible to avoid. She immediately tried to break it off, but it was useless. This rope would be bound to her as long as she had such a vast amount of karmic sins. She could use brute force to destroy it, but that process would take time, and she felt that the schemer would not give her this chance. This power, the golden body of merit, Five Feathers analyzed. Wong Wei, is it you? No, this aura is different. It's something I've seen before, Kong. We've met so many times, but it took you so long to recognize me. Is this how little I mean to you? Or has your sanity degraded to such a level? What is the meaning of this? I also would like to know, Undead Phoenix added. Why am I also captured? What do you think? On peut qu'on répondait. So, you betrayed me, Undead Phoenix replied calmly. But do you think I wasn't prepared for this possibility? Emperor Kong looked at him. You have literally killed all the talented people under your watch and destroyed valuable knowledge. Do you really think you could have done something that could escape my watch? Besides your powerful strength and resources, you have nothing. Emperor Kong shook his head. The moment Undead Phoenix agreed to work with him, he was doomed to die. It's a shame the plan had to start early, Emperor Kong sighed. According to his original plan, Undead Phoenix was supposed to continue the fight long enough for him to secretly establish a no-life array. After betraying him, Emperor Kong would have successfully killed two paragons at once. But now, he had to be satisfied with eliminating one of their lives. Undead Phoenix panicked a little after hearing these words and activated his backup. But as expected, nothing failed. The formation that was the core of their plan remained intact. Emperor Kong ignored him and activated the genuine formation. An enormous amount of grievances gathered above their heads before rapidly condensing into a blade. Emperor Kong was the person who cleaned up the grievances of the world after making a deal with the moons. His actions significantly prolonged their reign by preventing the grievances from slowly eroding their key luck dragon. However, today he used the same grievance to kill two of these moons. No, Five Feathers yelled. She had just gained some control over this curse, and death would only aggravate her situation. She pushed her 5 elements and minor karma, Tao, to the limit, trying to break the golden rope. Sadly, the nature of that rope was the antithesis of sinful people like her. Not to mention that Emperor Kong convinced Undead Phoenix to boost its power further to ensure it lasted long enough to bind someone of Five Feathers' power. Your first, Emperor Kong said, looking at Undead Phoenix. The golden rope contained the latter's power. So Kong knew it would not last long against Undead Phoenix. He waved his hand, and the dark purple sword descended on this man with the utmost swiftness. All resistances were futile. These moons have committed too many atrocities, and the world's grievances were a manifestation of the people, both mortals and cultivators' dissatisfaction with them. Emperor Kong's way of killing them is almost poetic, embodying the ultimate form of karma. Crack! A sound of breakage echoed in the sky, shifting Emperor Kong's focus. Five Feathers' desperate measure was almost successful. Emperor Kong did not waste any more time and killed her. As he watched her body dissipate, Kong had a sense of completion, a moment of a circle coming around, to be specific. He wondered where this absurd feeling originated from until he thought about it more deeply. So, everything was connected, and come back around, he thought. He used the world's grievances to boost his career and prolong these people's reign. However, Heavenly Tao never punished him for his actions. Kong always wondered why their academy's luck never suffered. His actions should have brought him some karmic connection to the moons that affected his and the academy's luck. Now he understood. Heavenly Tao's plan all along was for him to pay back his actions by eliminating these people using the very thing that prolonged their aid. En plus conseguir. Today's event was further proof that Wang Wei's analysis about the future was correct. Emperor Kong looked in the Academy's direction. He sensed the tremendous amount of luck and destiny that he had just acquired. He nodded in satisfaction before looking in the distance. He had feared that someone else would come to intervene in his plan and was prepared. Luckily, all the people who could help were either busy or too selfish to come. No, I need to lay low for a while, Emperor Kong thought. After today's events, many eyes will be on him. His academy was not one of the overlords or an ancient top paragon lineage. As such, many people will be interested in the luck and destiny he has just acquired. Wang Wei opened his eyes, his pupils shining with brilliant light. He had successfully analyzed those fluctuations, and now he shifted his focus to the war's outcome. Although he was in deep meditation, he still understood what was happening in this fight. Chapter 1386 Old Friends Visit. Should I take this opportunity to kill her? Wang Wei thought. Five Feathers was currently vulnerable, and this was indeed the best time. However, Wang Wei shook his head. Many eyes are on her, and since supreme unity is shown, he doesn't want these people to die completely. He might use extreme means to save her. The best move is to wait until Monk makes his move. All eyes will be on him, and I can use this opportunity to eliminate her. By then, if Monk's plans go smoothly, 2 of these bastards will die in a short period. Wang Wei agreed with this plan. However, before that, he felt he might need to warn someone. He contacted Red Mask before teleporting away. Five Feathers opened her eyes in a secret room in her palace. An intense pain assaulted her senses and her soul. The curse marks spread through every part of her body. Sins, I need sins, Five Feathers thought. She gritted her teeth before opening her space ring and taking out the reserved sins she stored for such a situation. She swiftly absorbed it like a man lost in a desert for days without water. It's not enough, she thought. Five Feathers immediately contacted her shadow. Do we have any more mortal worlds? The shadow was quiet. Well, Five Feathers snapped. No, Your Majesty, you've used all of them. Go find a few as fast as possible. As you wish. The 10 minutes spent waiting was hell for Five Feathers. This damn curse wanted her to suffer before she died. She wanted to curse and kill that damn Jimin and Wang Wei for making her suffer so much. What took you so long? Five Feathers said with a sharp look, but the shadow could only lower her head. Many secret dimensions worlds were hidden by Heavenly Tao instead of powerful cultivators. That's why some random secret realm from an ancient era could suddenly appear out of nowhere. These mortal dimensions are a backup protection for mortals, meaning they were a high priority for safely hiding them. The fact they found so many of them so quickly was a miracle. I'm sorry for the delay, but moving the dimension to the palace will take a few minutes, the shadow explained. That's too long. I'll go there myself. Five Feathers teleported away, immediately entering this new world. Her red eyes glanced at this vast, prosperous land ruled by 33 mortal dynasties. She did not care for these ants. Their purpose was only to alleviate her pain. She did not care that she was about to massacre trillions of individuals. Swish! Before she could act, a bright red flame encapsulated Five Feathers' body, and she started screaming and moaning in pain. Countless grieving souls rushed out of her body and floated above her head. They laughed at her before entering her body again, but each time, the pain intensified. "I warned you, didn't I?" said a cold voice. "Did you think I was bluffing? Please make it stop." "I've realized your current state is like a mad animal," Wang Wei sneered. "Without a painful lesson, you won't remember. You won't behave. So it's teaching time." For the next hour, Wang Wei utilized his pain innate talent to its full effect as he punished Five Feathers for her action. "I think you'll remember my words now." Five Feathers swallowed a handful of pills before slowly flying away. She immediately summoned her subordinates, and the first thing she did was eradicate her shadow. She does not care how Wang Wei knew her whereabouts, but only the fact he did, and she suffered for it. "How far has my plague curse been developed?" Five Feathers asked coldly. The pain she just suffered superseded the curse, allowing her to adapt quickly. However, she could feel this curse was raising the intensity to meet her new pain threshold. Five Feather knew she would not survive long if she had to live with that pain for the rest of her life. Everyone was quiet, too afraid to answer. But when they sensed she was about to explode, someone finally answered. "We have just started, Your Majesty. It seems I have to kill a few of these bastards to light a fire under them." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you can't." "What did you say?" "The contract we signed with these curse masters is ironclad." The crease on Five Feathers' forehead increased as she remembered her promise to these people. "Hire more of them and tell them I will double the rewards if they finish early. Igriagis. Also, start hunting devil cultivators," Five Feathers ordered. She figured she could alleviate her situation by taking their karmic sins. Lastly, offer 10 Paragon artifacts as a reward for Emperor Kong's head, and 2 for any of his disciples. These ministers looked at each other. This pierce was indeed tempting, especially in the current situation where strength matters more than cultivation. Unfortunately, their lord has refused to pay an assassination contract more than once, meaning few people will even trust her words this time. However, they did not say anything and just nodded. Wang Wei had just received the news about Emperor Kong's bounty, but he did not care. The world had entered a semi-peaceful state. The two wars were still ongoing, but with some minor differences. The two sun vessels fought in this world's version of a void battlefield. Meanwhile, Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix were recuperating from their terrible loss. He knew these two would not stop trying to kill each other, but they were now on guard of other people taking advantage of their confrontation. Such a balanced state should remain as such for a while, so Wang Wei was waiting while training the mortals. They were still the crux of this catastrophe, and their prosperity was the key to their survival. Wang Wei thought this peace would last for a while, but an old contact talisman from the lower dimension activated. He pondered deeply before accepting the call, and they met at his chosen location. "Raph, how have you been?" Wang Wei asked, looking at her. She was at the peak of the great emperor realm, which was not surprising. Although she was talented and had merit from the lower dimension, without a powerful enough faction, breaking the Empyrean barrier as swiftly as some of the others is challenging. "I need your help." "So direct, I see," Wang Wei replied. "You promised my master to take care of me, right?" "I'm pretty sure I have accomplished what I promised him in the lower dimension," Wang Wei replied with his lips twitching. "Have you?" Wrath asked, looking him in the eyes. "Fine. Tell me what is so important." "My master's few remaining descendants were captured by a woman named Madame Lu. I need your help to save them." "Madame Lu? Where have I heard this name before?" Wang Wei muttered. "She's the real controller of the Sunshine Pavilion. She has another name, the Heavenly Serpent Empress." "That's right," Wang Wei nodded. "He has dealt with many spy agencies, and the Sunshine Pavilion is one of them. However, he also knew little about them, except Madame Shun was the mistress, but the real power was someone else called Madame Lu." "Why did she take them?" Wang Wei asked. "More importantly, why are you still involved with these people? They are my master's last remaining descendants." "How can I not? You've done so much for your Neo-Devils, but aren't you worried about the consequences of associating with them? Most people do not care about the devil race, but your master's descendants are something else. They're the last proof of his existence, so I must save them, Wrath said stubbornly. You are the last proof of his existence, not them, Wang Wei countered. However, what he saw as a response was a pair of willful eyes. All right, I'll look into it, but make no promises. But Wang Wei raised his hand to stop her. I have a lot on my plate currently, and if it is as my intuition is telling me, your affairs will not be simple. In that case, you'll have to wait. But waiting means decreasing their chances of survival. Then, let's hope my intuition is wrong, Wang Wei replied. He ended the conversation by dissipating his projection. He asked Red Mask for all their information about the Sunshine Pavilion and Madame Lu. The information was not much, but was enough for Wang Wei to know she had a reputation for being lustful and extremely powerful. Some people even proclaimed her as the most powerful Empyrean. However, one of the Fate Shadow Guard's notes about her information caught his attention. It said it was suspected she was someone from an old era, possibly the Golden, or even further. Someone from that era that is still alive? Did she not participate in the ultimate taboo? She probably stayed and destroyed her cultivation during the cleanup. Wang Wei had only one way to check this information, so he went to see his ancestor. Chapter 1387, The Quitters. Wang Wei activated the communication array. And Yin Hai's beautiful but stern face showed on the other side. Boy, I'm still busy with your affairs, and your constant call won't speed up things. I'm not here about that. Then, why are you contacting me? I want to know about someone called Madame Lu. Who? Madame Lu, also known as the Heavenly Serpent Empress. She's the behind-the-scenes person of the Sunshine Pavilion. The name Sunshine Pavilion rings a bell, but not the others. Hold on, let me check. Yanhai disappeared while Wang Wei spent the next few seconds thinking about scandalous scenarios in which his ancestor learned about the Sunshine Pavilion. He doubted they were true, but it was fun to sully her name in his mind. Of course, even if the world were to collapse, he would never reveal to anyone what devious thing his mind was cooking. Yanhai's face appeared, holding a scroll. She read it for a few seconds before a realization dawned on her. Oh, it's Lu Chuntao, or the Boulder Serpent Empress. Has she changed her name again? You know her? Yes, she's from my era. Zanhai not that? Are you going to deal with her? You should be extra careful. As a matter of fact, I recommend you don't in your current state. She's that formidable? Wang Wei asked. Can you tell me more? I don't really know much since my interactions with her were far and few. Is that so? I figured she would be in your woman's support group, Wang Wei stated. We invited her, but she was a loner and refused, Yanhai explained. I see. Wang Wei nodded. What else can you tell me? She's very cunning, Yanhai explained. Her rise started after successfully stealing the bloodline of a primordial earth serpent, a one-of-a-kind primordial chaos life form, under the watch of both the demon and the innate demon god race. After that, her reputation was mostly because of her beauty and lustful nature. Wang Wei nodded. The information he knew did mention how Madame Lu liked to collect handsome men into her harem. She then showed her power during the Paragon Heaven battle, becoming one of the final 33 winners. Afterward, no one paid true attention to her until the ultimate taboo. So, she did participate? Wang Wei asked. Yes, so why is she still alive? Can't you let me finish? Yanhai stared at him. Sorry, he swiftly apologized. Yanhai calmed down before continuing. She is one of the quitters. Wang Wei did not ask, and waited for her to explain. My memory is vague, but a few things remain vivid, Yanhai continued. The taboo was this endless world divided into 3 areas: outer, middle, and inner. Each area contained countless ruins, each containing some information about transcendence. However, there were 2 types of ruins: free ruins and trial ruins. Trial ruins contained rewards and way more information. But as the name suggested, the participants needed to pass a trial to access the information. During that trial, Lu Chuntao revealed the strength of Primal despite the world always believing she was only a peak paragon. Wang Wei frowned. Has she always been hiding her strength? Or did she have an opportunity during the taboo? No one knows truly, but my intuition told me it was the former, Yanhai replied. A cunning woman indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Primals are the equivalent of nuclear deterrents in the cultivation world. So, that means it is in the ruling faction's best interest to know who is won. It is not a simple matter to hide one cultivation before experts of the same level, and anyone who has succeeded and done so for an extended period can be labeled as competent. So, what does it mean to be a quitter? Wang Wei asked. After passing a trial, everyone had 3 choices: random reward, ticket of exit, and accumulated points. The rewards were random, but the weakest level was Tier 12. And as you can imagine, a few more primals were born from those rewards. The exit ticket is self-explanatory. No one could leave that place without one. However, the deeper the area, the more tickets were required to leave. While we were in the middle area, Lu Chuntao gathered enough tickets and left early. She left? Why? Is it because it was getting too dangerous? Not necessarily. Wang Wei waited for her to explain, but no sounds came out of her mouth for a few seconds. What other possibilities are there? If she found an incomplete method. Incomplete method? Isn't that the same as, those two? No, it's not the same. Yanhai shook her head. Their methods are flawed, meaning there are some restrictions and the probability of success is low. Incomplete methods mean the creator was in the right direction, but they never even succeeded. So, incomplete methods cannot be cultivated and must be perfected? That's right. So, she found an incomplete method, left early, and started to repair it. She even destroyed her cultivation during those two's cleanup, so she would not have to enter limbo, Wang Wei summarized. I think I know why she captured the primordiator devil's descendant. She did? Why? Yanhai asked. Don't you remember what happened to the primordiator after his death? Him? Or are you insinuating that his transcendent artifact fell in Lu Chuntao's hands? Most likely, Wang Wei nodded. She needed his blood to control the artifact, and it might also be the source of the transcendent method that she fixed. Brother Qin once theorized that Heavenly Tao took the artifact to use as a fortunate encounter for someone worthy, but your explanation is also possible, Yanhai commented. In fact, the more I think deeply about this woman, the more suspicions that I have, Wang Wei continued. How did she survive under these two people's watch? I'm sure they were both interested in her method, but here she is alive and well. The artifact could explain how she hid from them. In that case, why did she destroy her cultivation? Wang Wei continued. The artifact should allow her to keep her strength while remaining in hiding. It's possible that she did not want a target in her back since these two would feel uneasy with such a powerful paragon in their corners. But based on what I know of her so far, she doesn't seem the kind of person to back down because of such challenge. You overlooked another possibility. She did not know how to use the weapon to hide before, Yanhai added. Even after having it for so long, that artifact was a weapon of killing, not for hiding. So, you can imagine the knowledge required to use it for other things. I see, Wang Wei said with shining eyes. She had no choice but to destroy her cultivation and get them off her back. However, while these two were reaching higher levels, she used the knowledge she had acquired from the taboo to better understand and utilize the artifact. That's probably the closest truth we can deduce without knowing exactly what happened, Yanhai nodded. However, my suspicions about her cultivation have increased instead of abated, Wang Wei added. It's been so long, so it's possible for her to return to her peak secretly and hide it with the artifact. At the very least, she has returned to the Paragon realm. I guess Wrath will be disappointed, Wang Wei sighed. He knew of his intuition, so he was not surprised by this outcome. However, he shook his head and regained focus. He still had questions about the ultimate taboo. Ancestor, what about the other quitters? Wang Wei asked. Lu Chuntao cannot be the only one, right? They were hunted, she replied. By the two sons? Only a tiny portion of them, Yanhai explained. Then who? Many cultivators did not have the ball to enter the taboo and waited outside, Yanhai elaborated. They hunted these quitters to take their rewards or methods. So, There are people who did not participate in the events with methods. That's good to know. The number is not as high as you think. Only the middle area rewarded incomplete methods, and few people could get their hands on one and get enough tickets to escape. Those capable people will not be killed easily, and that's not to mention no one can pry the information from their souls. You mean? There is a powerful restriction on this knowledge, so unless they open their mouth and willingly reveal it, no one can get it from their mind or souls, Yin Hai said. Wang Wei nodded. Grand Tao did its best to prevent these incomplete or flawed methods from spreading far and wide. What about the accumulated points you mentioned? We pass trials, accumulate points until the inner area where we should have been able to exchange for a perfect method. Should? Wang Wei asked, quite curious. Chapter 1388, 2,500 Years, unedited chapter. Yin Hai showed a look of anger and frustration after hearing these words. That trial was bullshit. Although I don't remember much, I still remember it was nothing but bullshit. Calm down, ancestor, Wang Wei swiftly said. You don't understand. Yin Hai said with gritted teeth. After countless trials and tribulations, we finally reached the deepest part of the inner area and were given a choice. Accept the flawed method or pass that bullshit trial to get a perfect method. But there was no perfect method. All the best talents and greatest minds of the chaos universe participated in the trial, and only 5 people survived. On top of that, we all failed. It was nothing but bullshit. Grand Tao did not want anyone with a perfect method, so he made that impossible trial. Wang Wei was embarrassed as he realized he may have triggered some bad memories for her. Luckily, she did not remember exactly what happened during that trial, or her reaction might have been more severe. You're right, ancestor, but there is nothing we can do now besides letting go, Wang Wei persuaded her. Yin Hai's chest rose up and down as she controlled her breathing to calm down. She snorted coldly to herself, her eyes displaying a sharp and intense killing intent that only she knew was the target. Is there anything else? No, Wang Wei replied. Although he had a few more questions, he did not dare ask. Yin Hai ended the communication, and Wang Wei finally breathed in relief. He took a moment to regain his composure before meeting Wrath again. I'm sorry, but I can't help you, Wang Wei said directly. Why? Wrath asked, and Wang Wei explained everything, including Lu Chuntao's past and his deduction. Maybe you're wrong, Wrath argued. After all, these are nothing but speculations. Even if that's true, I'm not willing to take the risk, at least, not now, Wang Wei replied calmly. By the time you're ready, it will be too late. Wang Wei shrugged at these words. Wang Wei, okay. Don't say anything that will ruin our relationship. Wang Wei stopped her. Don't forget your mission to your people. You should focus on surviving this catastrophe and become stronger in the upcoming era. That's the only way you'll be able to protect the neo-demons. Wang Wei's words were sincere, and he hoped she would listen to him. Wrath stared at him before closing her eyes, exhaling deeply to calm down. You're extremely talented and have inherited the destiny of the devil race, meaning your future is very bright. However, you need time to grow and maybe even protection, so I recommend you join a faction. Wang Wei continued. Including your sect? Wrath asked, looking directly in the eyes. Yes, including mine, Wang Wei nodded. This is not the lower dimension, so you don't have to live with a chip on your shoulder. What the devil race has done was so long ago that few people care. And the ones who do remember do not care since they consider you guys losers. The only thing that may cause you problems is your identity as your master's disciple. But once people know Lu Chuntao has that artifact, no one will care about that. I see. Wrath nodded before turning around, preparing to leave. Wait, is there anything else? Wang Wei frowned as he looked at her. Don't do stupid like trying to exchange the news about Lu Chuntao in exchange for rescuing these descendants. I want. Wang Wei sighed before snapping his finger. Chains materialized and caught Wrath before she could react. What is the meaning of this? Your eyes betrayed you, Wang Wei said. I don't understand what you're saying. Do you know how much is on my plate? Wang Wei complained. The last thing I need is for you to complicate the situation by making Lu Chuntao into an active chess player. The Heavenly Serpent Empress was still lying low-key and hiding in the shadows, which was beneficial to Wang Wei. So, the last thing he wanted was for Wrath's action to make her more active, maybe even turning her into his enemy. "Are you going to kill me?" Wrath asked calmly, now that the truth was revealed. She accepted her fate. "No, but it'll seal you," Wang Wei replied. He waved his hand, and she turned into a marble. Wang Wei sighed. He did many things for the devil race, and fulfilled his promise to the primogenitor. But what has he gotten in return? Wang Wei was now sure that someone, most likely Heavenly Book, had stolen his fortunate encounter that contained that transcendent artifact. "Why is my life so hard?" Wang Wei complained before dissipating. Time passed, and a month passed by. Wang Wei was cultivating his flesh puppets in the blood pool. Then, he summoned Dulgun to check on Monk's progress. "How long do you think it will take?" "Do you know what we're doing?" Dulgun asked. "I have some ideas," Wang Wei replied. "The records said your clan was one of the most vengeful, and there is a reason for that." Dulgun nodded. "The process takes time and requires a great price, so don't expect anything in the next few hundred years." "That's really short," Wang Wei nodded approvingly. What he feared was that Monk would take too long. How confident is he? Monk has just acquired his current strength, so Wang Wei was worried about him. "No need to worry. By the time the ceremony starts, he'll be a full-fledged warrior with plenty of experience," Dulgun reassured. "Is he going to inherit one of his ancestors' memory?" Wang Wei asked. "That's right," she nodded. "I'm more reassured now. But that won't affect his personality, will it?" "I don't think so. You don't sound too reassured." "He's doing things too fast," Dulgun admitted, hence her worries. "However, this is the path he chose, so I'll support him." "I see," Wang Wei nodded. "Don't forget to remind me when it starts." "No problem," Dulgun agreed. "Oh, one more thing. I've successfully separated 20 of the Heaven Wills from the Blood Dragon Shadow." "You did an excellent job," Wang Wei praised. Typically, this news would be something to celebrate. But things like Heaven Will are useless in the current era situation. "I would offer you a reward, but you understand." "It's fine," Dulgun replied generously. In just a flash, 2,500 years passed. The world was still in chaos as the two major wars continued. The two suns' vessels have disappeared, fighting in the void battlefield and out of sight. Meanwhile, Taoism could barely hold on with support from the Earth Emperor. Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers have had two direct confrontations in the past 2 millennials, but anyone could tell they were testing ground rather than genuine battles. "So, those two are ready to fight to the death?" "That's right," Red Mask reported. Five Feathers' curse has increased drastically after she finished the Heart-Soul Plague 200 years ago, and Undead Phoenix has lost too many people in such a short period. He cannot allow her to grow any more powerful. How the hell did she succeed so fast? And why is this plague so potent? Wang Wei asked. It was okay if she developed a plague that could affect non-immortal cultivators, but the latest news said this plague could even kill immortal sovereigns and Dao monarchs. "That's why I'm here," Red Mask reported after a brief silence. "Did something happen?" Wang Wei asked with a frown. "Sajipure Flame disappeared." "What do you mean he disappeared?" "It appeared the person we captured was a well-made clone, and I couldn't even tell the difference." "You're telling me this now?" Wang Wei asked with a harsh tone. "That's because the clone suddenly disappeared less than a month ago," Red Mask reported. "I wanted to recapture or find more information before reporting. Report these kinds of things to me as soon as possible, understood?" "Yes, sir." Wang Wei massaged his temple as he pondered. "Are you saying the Five Feathers Plague is the same as Pure Flame?" "Not the same, but based on it." "Did he give it to her himself? Did they do it voluntarily? Or is he someone else's pawn?" "Something fishy is going on, but I can't wrap my head around it," Wang Wei muttered. "How dangerous is this plague?" "Preliminary analysis is that we should be able to cure it, but it takes time," Red Mask responded truthfully. "Time we may not have," Wang Wei rebutted. As expected, after a short peace, everything was rapidly going to shit. According to the original plan, we should have had our people participate in the creation so we could have a cure at hand to prevent it from going out of control. "How is that going?" "I apologize, but something went wrong." Of course it did, Wang Wei complained. What exactly? None of our people participated in the final steps of its creation. Red Mask reported. We know that only 5 feathers and 1 other individual know the final formula, but we don't even know who that is. Chapter 1389, the larger implications. Wang Wei contemplated his next move. 5 feathers must die, but he also cannot allow her plague to get out of control. Try to find the other person who knows the formula. Additionally, have the curse master study a sample, just in case. I understand, Red Mask nodded. Anything else? Wang Wei asked. We received news of signs of instability in the Great Chu dynasty. You said you received it? Yes, from Lady Sun Junyao. I see. Continue. There are signs that someone is trying to overthrow the Earth Emperor, Red Mask stated. Who? All signs point to the Empress. Her? But that doesn't sound like her personality, Wang Wei added as he remembered the knowledge he had about Shu Run and his dynasty. When his clone was scheming against his downfall, he considered many possibilities, including using his family. That's right, Red Mask nodded. The information stated that someone may be behind the scenes, and the Empress is just a discarded pawn. Are they trying to force Shu Run and the Third Prince to fight? Wang Wei analyzed. But this tactic is too obvious and shouldn't work, unless we are missing a crucial detail. He stopped as he suddenly remembered something. Did we ever find out why Shu Ren tolerated the Third Prince? Sadly, no. Wang Wei nodded before looking in the distance. Everyone can feel it, he said. A pivotal moment is approaching, and Shu Run is one of the only open variables left that can intervene and change things. We can't allow this, so let's give him something to do. Lord, what do you need me to do? Don't worry. They'll take care of it, Wang Wei added. By the way, how much of our information do we still rely on foreign agencies to acquire? Currently, more than 22 of our most valuable information comes from foreign agencies, with Lady Zunyo's being our primary source, Red Mask reported. 15? It's lower than I anticipated. Wang Wei nodded. The last time he asked was before his 10,000 yuan epic retreat, and the number was as high as 36. I will do my best to reduce that number, Red Mask promised. I never doubted you. Wang Wei nodded before dismissing her. He closed his eyes to check on the mortals. The war has devastated the overall population, but the vastness of the world and the fact that many people actively protected mortals prevented the problem from reaching a higher level. However, Wang Wei knew these wars were just the beginning. Since Supreme Unity's goal is to wipe out the mortal population, the bastard won't stop at anything before accomplishing his goal. Wang Wei strongly believes that Supreme Unity never planned to allow any of the moons to die so soon. If not for Methria and Wang Wei's intervention, he would have eased the relationship between 5 Feathers and Undead Phoenix after their battle had killed enough mortals. He may still try this, Wang Wei analyzed. The good news for him is that the mortals have already built the Law Soul and a prototype of a Law Weapon, meaning their civilization has reached Tier 7. Additionally, my theory was correct, Wang Wei thought. One of the mortals proposed a mad theory on how to control law in a large area. The Rune community treated his paper as the words of a madman, but Wang Wei saw the idea prototype of a law domain, which is something saints, Tier 8, can control in the origin cultivation system. I wonder whether Heavenly Tao realized it may have opened Pandora's box by allowing a mortal civilization that reaches Tier 9, Wang Wei analyzed. This decision may appear as if it was a sudden choice to pass this catastrophe. But Wang Wei was a visionary and could see the ramifications. For example, battles between 2 chaos worlds. Once 2 worlds fight, the true factor that decides victory is the top powerhouses. If one world has more primal or more paragons, their chances of winning a war are drastically higher. However, now, there was another possibility. In the future, the Eternal Ascension world can choose another way of winning. They can send the mortal civilizations to eradicate all the enemy's mortals and cultivators below Tier 10. Everyone knows the weaker cultivators are the backbone of any world, especially during war. They're the group that will eventually grow into emperors, empyreans, paragons, and primals. But what if that base is annihilated? In such a war, the Eternal Ascension world can just take its time and allow the damage acquired by its opponent to stack, since it can no longer train new soldiers and powerhouses. The way war is fought will forever be changed, Wang Wei analyzed. Such drastic change is not something Heavenly Tao can decide on its own. So has Grand Tao allowed it? It makes sense. Grand Tao's only purpose is to guide the growth of the world. Mortal civilization's advantage was not only its war potential, but the fact it drastically increased the talent pool of the cultivation system. The mortals in the Rune civilization are what comics in Wang Wei's past life usually referred to as peak humans. Their bodies, souls, and bloodlines have reached the limit of humanity, making them easier to cultivate once they are detected to have talents. The enlightened humans who have gained early access to spiritual power and can carve runes have great talents for spirit cultivation and professions. So, even if they don't have cultivation talent, their descendants are likelier to have such talents. If every chaos world had a mortal civilization, the chaos universe would receive a boom of prosperity, Wang Wei analyzed. With the advent of the Transcendent Era, such a boon might be necessary to ensure this new era is as prosperous as possible. However, are things so simple? Wang Wei can say for sure that 99 of worlds will reject the notion of giving such power to mortals. Non-immortal cultivators will never allow these ants to have the power to hurt them, and immortal cultivators already believe they are a different species from non-immortals, let alone mortals. Most of these people will not care about the overall benefit to their worlds or cultivation civilizations, since there was no direct benefit for them. Finally, there is also the fear that mortal civilization might reach the level of immortal. Although the possibility is relatively small, it is still possible. Such a fear is enough to stop most of these powerhouses. A few might succeed in spreading it in their areas, but the entire chaos world can't follow. Unless their worlds also faced a catastrophe, Wang Wei thought. Or they are invaded and see the benefit of this civilization. Wang Wei could predict Grand Tao's method. Even if he did not start the Third Origin War as expected, the upcoming Transcendent Era will be a time of war and strife throughout the chaos universe. Transcendents also need resources, and unlike paragons, one chaos world is not enough for even a single of them. In other words, the act of plundering will become routine. In fact, my analysis is just the bare surface, Wang Wei thought. The mortal civilization or the rune civilization is a perfect blend of science and technology and cultivation civilization, made accessible to mortals. In some ways, Grand Tao has used me as a pawn to assimilate the science and technology civilization of Earth or the prehistoric world. Wang Wei sighed. According to my predictions, Ying Zheng and I were not the only ones who reincarnated transmigrated from Earth. So the others may also be pawns to assimilate other ideas or concepts from Earth. Wang Wei squinted. I probably was not the first one. Whether it's Buddhism or even the barbarian clan based on Mongolian, they were all probably created by Grand Tao after assimilating certain aspects of Earth. In other words, Earth is a source of inspiration for Grand Tao, just like it is to me, Wang Wei analyzed. I always assumed that Earth or the prehistoric world was protected, hence why Grand Tao never targeted it. While this may be true, there's also the possibility that Grand Tao values it more. That's why it never put its entire focus on targeting it. But one day, once Earth is no longer valuable, I fear what is to come is a full-on destruction campaign. Wait, no, there's another possibility. Why did I theorize I was a fate seed even back on Earth? It made no sense for someone from Earth to be chosen for the fate cardinal position until now. Grand Tao wanted someone to take and execute these ideas from Earth, thus contributing to the chaos universe's prosperity. That's why I was one of the fate seeds. Damn it, how deep is this conspiracy? How much of my life was planned by that bastard? Wang Wei felt a rage overcoming him. His very existence was probably due to Grand Tao using its limited power inside the prehistoric world. The cracks that swallowed him were probably not an accident, but an inevitable. even a test to determine whether he was the final fate seed. Chapter 1390, Shu Ren's bright future. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. No, things are not as bad as I think, Wang Wei told himself. The moment I started my path to devour these purple orbs, I should have embarked on a path of breaking my fate. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to reassure himself. He had a logical analysis to arrive at this conclusion, and the answer was obvious: Hong Jun. No matter how subtle and brilliant Grand Dao's plan was, Hong Jun was a transcendent and should have detected some hints. There is no way Hong Jun would have helped me if he had any suspicions that I was a fate seed, Wang Wei analyzed. So, what most likely happened was the other fate seeds were taken into the void, and Grand Dao's test was for them to survive for a period before taking them to reincarnation. However, I broke the mold of the test by surviving and turning into this soul monster. This caught Hong Jun's attention, and he watched over. He was planning something himself and thought I may become a variable, so he invested a little protection and luck blessing. Wang Wei's eyes shine with golden brilliance. I should not be too excited. I may have exceeded Grand Dao's test, but that did not change the fact I was branded with the Fate Seed title. In fact, my excellence meant I was the best choice for the job. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He needed to eliminate his status as a Fate Seed. I wanted to wait until I was about to achieve half-step transcendence before asking Grand Dao, but it seems this must be done before becoming a paragon. Additionally, I must prepare in case Grand Dao breaks the rule and refuses to tell me. If there is one lesson Wang Wei learned from previous experience, is that he cannot rely on these powerful entities to be competent or keep their word. So, he needed a backup plan in case things went wrong. Wang Wei stopped theorizing and focused on the task at hand, checking on these mortals. He waved his hand, and a piece of information manifested in his palm. The rune body is finished, and it's usable to cultivators. This method should reduce the intensity of the war, but I cannot reveal it yet in case Supreme Unity makes countermeasures. He nodded in satisfaction before checking one last time. Most of these mortals were not training in mock battles in the Void Illusion realm to prepare for the upcoming war. Good, Wang Wei nodded. They are developing faster than I anticipated. He looked in the distance while muttering. Monk is ready, so all that's left is to distract Shu Ren. Great Chu Dynasty. 33 Nether Hell. Shu Ren sat on a black throne with souls and bones as an aesthetic. His eyes were closed as he checked the situation of this dimension, and the smile on the corner of his mouth showed what kind of mood he was in. Can this work? Shu Ren thought. His Nether Hell rapidly reached the finished stage after using 5 feathers method. Of course, another great contributor was these wars that allowed him to gather trillions upon trillions of souls. As long as I complete it and sacrifice his Nether Hell to the underworld, they should give me the Earth Emperor position, Shu Ren thought excitedly. And even if that doesn't work, my action should be enough to become a Yama King. Shu Ren's smile deepened as he thought about his bright future. Shu Ren was not stupid and knew what a bleak future awaited him. His key luck was rapidly decreasing, and a sense of doom loomed over him. Shu Ren knew that even if he survived this catastrophe, 2 fates awaited him, being Supreme Unity's pawn or the Human Emperor's pawn. However, this would be my way out, he analyzed. Either the Earth Emperor or the Yama King positions are enough to survive this catastrophe and escape my fate as a pawn. And that's not mentioning the benefits of strength. Although Shu Ren acted arrogant on the outside, he knew he had long reached the limit of his talent. Even with the world's resources, he could no longer make much progress. However, the destiny of the Earth Emperor or Yama King was enough for him to become a peak paragon, maybe even a primal. And this may not be my limit, Shu Ren thought with shining eyes. Previously, he knew his limit, so he never considered achieving such levels, but now, a seed called ambition was growing inside his heart. I need to calm down, Shu Ren reminded himself. The Nether Hell was close to completion, but not there yet. But the question is how to perfect it. Do I need to understand Samsara Dao? No, I came so far without it. Maybe I can use more people with Earth Dao. Or I could use the more extreme way, fuse enough souls into the place, and force it to evolve naturally. These two approaches have merits, and they can be used simultaneously. The souls required would be astronomical, but luckily, this world lacks nothing but souls, Shu Ren thought. However, he always felt there were better ways, but he couldn't think of it. Forget it. Maybe it will come to me later on. Shu Ren teleported away, returning to his throne in Great Chu. He did not summon his ministers, but only contacted his shadow. Report. Yes, Lord, the shadow knelt on one knee. Two major things. Starting with this. He took out a scroll, and with a wave, the paper flew before Shu Ren. He immediately sneered after reading it. Taoism asked him to participate in this war directly, and this time, they were no longer playing around as they directly threatened him. Shu Ren wrote an edict ordering his military director to increase troops and resources to reinforce Taoism. He also asked his ambassador to use any excuse to explain his absence. The issue of soul gathering should be dealt with now, Shu Ren thought, hiding the smile on his face. What's next? The shadow handed him an information talisman. The Empress has committed treason? Shu Ren asked. It seems that some people treat me as stupid. Lord, do you want me to investigate? No need. The shadow looked at him confusingly. It's time for me to deal with my unfilial third son. Shu Ren replied calmly, and they just handed me the perfect reason. Shu Ren sneered. His son has been safe for so long for two interconnected reasons. The bastard allied himself with the Great Qin dynasty and successfully schemed to take control of a significant part of his 33 nether hell. But now that the thing was about to be complete and Shu Ren saw the hope of escaping his fate, it was time to destroy that annoying pest. His third son has always portrayed himself as filial to his mother, making her the best direction to deal with him. Swish! Shu Ren frowned as he looked at the shadowy figure in the room that appeared out of nowhere. You better have a good reason to interrupt my meeting. Lord, there's an emergency. What is it? Imperial consort Shu has fallen into a coma. What? Shu Ren stood up. His body instinctively released a terrifying aura. What do you mean by this? However, he did not wait for an answer before teleporting to the flawless Phoenix Palace. He saw Shu lying in bed with countless maids around her, most of whom were trembling. What happened here? No one answered him, which riled up Shu Ren even more. He was about to kill someone when the handmaid reacted fast enough by kneeling on the floor. Your Majesty, forgive us. We don't know what happened. The lady was eating her meals when she fell ill. Did someone poison her? I don't think so. I tested the food, even drunk it myself. The head maid swiftly replied. I found no poison. Shu Ren had calmed down somewhat, as his divine sense did not detect anything wrong with the food on the table. You better hope this has nothing to do with you, he warned, not hiding his killing intent. Shu Ren ne ready to check her current situation. Your Majesty, the primary shadow, suddenly appeared before him. Let me do it. This is not the time for your nonsense. In times like these, it's best to be careful, the shadow continued. Get out of the way before I kill you, Shu Ren snapped. Your Majesty, I insist, the shadow replied, his eyes firmer than ever in his life. He was prepared to die, but he could not allow his Majesty to be the one investigating this woman. A scythe manifested behind Shu Ren, ready to annihilate this disobedient subordinate. However, the look in the shadow's eyes made him stop. Yes, this is not the time to act on emotions. He exhaled to calm down before canceling his technique. Go ahead, he ordered. Chapter 1391 Shu's Fate the Shadow took a deep breath before slowly walking over Shu's body. He carefully extended his divine sense, scanning every part of her body. Usually, such an intimate act would be considered a violation of a person's privacy. As a subordinate of the emperor, he should never know the body of an imperial consort so vividly unless he was a doctor. However, the situation was different, and since it involved the emperor's body, the shadow had to cross the line. Well? Shu Ren asked after seeing the shadow frown and not uttering a word. Her existence is collapsing, the shadow replied. What? Such a severe injury? Shu Ren asked. The anger he had previously controlled immediately resurfaced. So, someone did get to her? I'm afraid not, the shadow explained. What are you saying? The shadow was quiet. Now you want to be quiet? Shu Run roared, releasing his killing intent to the shadow again, making him kneel on the ground. Explain what you discovered. The Imperial Consort is a failed experiment, after all. The foundation of her existence is the concept of perfection, and since she was not appropriately made, it is not collapsing. Shuren clenched his hands after hearing this. He had forgotten about this fact. Most perfection experiments do not last long, and the few successful ones usually require the subjects to cultivate to a high enough level to make up for their flaws. Shu had no cultivation and could live for so long because Shuren fed her many immortal pills. The worst part is that she cannot cultivate herself in the current situation. Do you have any solutions? Shuren asked. For now, we can only return her to... The shadow stops as he remembers the Emperor destroyed the dimension Shu was found in case something was wrong with it. The worst part is it was the shadow's suggestion. We can only temporarily seal her to prevent the collapse. Maybe the scholars will have a method. Shuren calmed down before walking to her. He finally checked himself, and without hesitation, he tried to inject some of his powers into her body. However, his actions seemed to accelerate the process as a quarter of Shu's hair suddenly turned white. Shuren immediately stopped his actions. Summon the dynasty's brightest mind. I need an answer before the sun rises. Shuren ordered, his gaze not leaving her side. One more thing. The news cannot leave this hall. As you wish, the shadow nodded before summoning a sword. After massacring all the maids present, he summoned these scholars and enlightened beings. Under the threat of death, these scholars gave Shuren two solutions. He sat on his throne, contemplating their words. The first solution was unusable since Shuren knew he would lose Shu if he dared show her before Supreme Unity. If he asked Taoism for help, the best scenario was that they would use her to control him, and he would still lose her in the end. Are you sure we don't have any resources for Perfection Dao? Shuren asked his Minister of Finance, who was in charge of the dynasty's treasury. His Majesty, as I said, these things are rare, and we don't have any at hand. But I remember we had a few crystals that contained some essence of perfection. You gifted them to Sun Junyao, the minister replied. Her? Shuren's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, her. As long as I get my hands on her and refine her blood and soul, I should be able to perfect Shu and save her life. Shuren looked at the shadow. It's your job to find her as soon as possible, no matter the price we have to pay. Your Majesty, our chances of finding that woman are not high, especially in such a short window. It's your job to make the impossible possible. Shuren snapped. I will do my best, but I suggest we focus on finding the remains of other people experimenting on perfection. Such an approach has a higher chance of success. Do both, Shuren ordered with a slightly raised voice. He then turned to another team in the meeting. How long will the seal last? The team looked at each other before the leader was forced to step forward and explain. If we are lucky, about 200 years. So little? How can you guys be so useless? Pardon us, Your Majesty, but we have no knowledge about perfection, and this is the best we can do. The leader, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and yellow dress, swiftly answered. He wanted to tell His Majesty that his previous actions drastically shortened the Imperial Consort's time, but he did not dare. Shuren grunted. You said if we were lucky, what about if we're not? Less than 30 years. Are you serious? Shuren asked, almost losing control. 30 years might be long for mortals, but for being on his level, it cannot even be compared to seconds. No, time is too short. We need better solutions. Shuren looked at these scholars, releasing his killing intent. They immediately knelt on the ground while yelling, Your Majesty, we have tried our best. It's not enough, Shuren replied coldly. Give me solutions or die. We have no more solutions. However, Shuren ignored them while slowly increasing the pressure. To say the tension in the room was palpable is an understatement. Finally, one scholar desperately yelled, We can try to let her cultivate. Stop speaking nonsense, the others yelled. This might be the only choice, the scholar argued. The others wanted to kill this bastard, since his words could get all of them killed. Bastard? How is that a solution? No one in this world can cultivate, so unless you've suddenly surpassed the two suns, shut the hell up. We can ask Taoism for an exception. And you think they will agree? They might. Bastard. You're going to get us killed. Big Nose Chun. If I die, I will curse all 18 generations of your ancestors. You. Silence. Shu Rein Yith. He pondered briefly. Taoism has been asking for cooperation, so he might ask them for this favor in return. The issue is hiding Shu Shu under their watch while using this favor. This might work, Shu Ren muttered. Your Majesty, it won't work, said another scholar. What do you mean? We considered this possibility. Even theorizing using a battle technique that temporarily increases her fleshly body to stabilize the situation, the scholar explained, and Shu Ren nodded. He knew the lock's cultivation restrictions had a flaw involving boosting techniques or battle skills. However, the result of our calculations was that such an approach would accelerate the imperial consort's existence. In fact, any attempts to heal her that do not involve perfection will only bring her harm. Shu Ren's face contorted out of sheer anger. He looked at Big Nose Chun. So you lied to me? Big Nose Chun stuttered. He only said these words to buy them enough time to survive today's events. At worst, he could take this opportunity to escape. Big Nose Chun tried his hardest to find an explanation, but Shu Ren did not give him a chance. His body exploded into a blood pool, splurging the throne room. A few bold people with enough status blocked the blood with an invisible shield, but most people did not dare move and allowed their bodies to be stained. Shu Ren slouched on his throne while massaging his temple. Everyone disperse and do what you're supposed to do. He realized killing these scholars wouldn't change his current predicament, so he could only wait for news from a shadow. Shu Ren never left Shu Shu's side, waiting for news. A few weeks later, the shadow sent news they had found something, but it was a trial. Sadly, no one could get the information it contained without passing the trial. Shu Ren did not want to waste time, so he tried to use his overwhelming strength to take it forcefully, but the thing self-destructed, almost injuring him. After that, he had to be patient. The scholars reviewed the history, trying to find any information about ancient cultivators interested in the path of perfection. Sadly, Time Eater did an excellent job erasing most of history, making Shu Ren regret not keeping more records. He considered getting the information from these ancient lineages, but he dared not invade their sect without backing from the others. Shu Ren's luck seems to have run out as Shu Shu's collapse accelerated, meaning he did not even have 200 years. 15 years passed, and just as she was about to die and Shu Ren was about to become mad, Shadow brought him good news. What good news? Hurry and hand it over, Shu Ren said, as soon as he teleported to their meeting room. However, the Shadow hesitated. What is it? Is there something wrong with what you found? It seems too coincidental, the Shadow replied. Chapter 1392, Double Strike Attack. What are you talking about? Shu Ren asked, not hiding his impatience. Your Majesty, all I'm saying is to consider why we suddenly discovered this thing at the last minute while you're desperate. I don't have time for your nonsense. Hand it over. Your Majesty. Shu Ren waved his hand, and the Shadow rushed to him without any resistance. The Earth Emperor held him by the neck, his eyes red with intense, killing intent. You've tried my patience long enough. So, while I still have the last bit of respect for all your years of service, do as I say before I massacre you and everyone you love. I understand. The Shadow handed him a talisman, and Shu Ren immediately received the information. The talisman painted a generic story. A paragon once became obsessed with the concept of perfection and dabbled in the subject. The result was a flawed product, but like a cliché romance novel, the creator fell in love with its creation. However, the creation also experienced the same fate as Shu Shu, so the creator created a technique called the life extension art. He linked his existence to hers, allowing his life to sustain hers. This method allowed him to prolong her life long enough to search for a better or permanent cure. Shuren looked at this talisman and understood the shadow's hesitation. The life extension art can save Shu Shu, but it's at the cost of his life. The good news is that this technique is not advanced enough, meaning that Shu Run can use one of his longevity resources to pay the price of his death. However, if he does not find a solution, he might kill himself to save her. So, he hesitated briefly on whether to use this method. No, I must save her, he concluded in less than 10 seconds. He had never met a woman like Shu Shu, a woman who truly gets him. Not to mention, he was close to achieving his goal, and he needed an empress to rule by his side. He did not care much about his current dynasty empress or all his other concubines, since his relationship with these people was primarily transactional. Only Shu Shu was the true love of his life. Shu Ren disappeared, leaving the shadow, who seemed to want to say something. He took Shu Shu to a private room and immediately executed the life extension art. The world entered a time of quiet for another 20 years. However, everyone was waiting for the climax of the current conflict. Wang Wei floated in the air in his secret dimension, with the word worry clearly written on his face. The current report about the spread of the curse plague was far from good. The Fate Shadow Guard, or any agency he contacted, has not found the person responsible for the curse's formula. The only good news is that the overlords and other ancient lineages realized this curse might be a problem, so they worked together to barricade Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers territory. No one or nothing can leave these areas without being captured and check for any plagues. It really feels like I'm playing with fire, Wang Wei grunted. He started regretting giving Five Feathers that suggestion. In the past few years, he gathered all the resources he had to gather many lineages together to study that plague as soon as possible. They have made rapid progress, but according to the current schedule, there won't be any results for a few Yuan epochs unless something unexpected occurs. Wang Wei wanted to complain. He had prepared for a situation of the plague getting out of control, but he never accounted for Sage Pure Flame as a variable. When he made his plans, Sage Pure Flame was a neutralized opponent and no longer a threat or chess player. But no, something had to happen. As it finally started, the two lovebirds started fighting and were not messing around this time. It had only been a few seconds, and Undead Phoenix had already received a few minor injuries. Her strength should be up to 95, but it's unstable, Wang Wei analyzed. The potency of Five Feathers' attack fluctuated from 92 to 95, and sometimes 95.999. The battle quickly intensified, with Five Feathers slowly increasing her advantage. It looked like she was about to win, but the madness from all the sins means it's easier to find her flaw and counterattack, Wang Wei analyzed. However, Undead Phoenix's mindset is also not the best. He felt angry and aggrieved that her strength had surpassed hers after everything they'd experienced. His pride and ego cannot accept this fact. Five Feathers summoned a colossal dark phoenix that burned with the power of flame and negative karma. This was a big attack, prepared to either end this fight immediately or do as much damage as possible. Undead Phoenix reacted swiftly, finally controlling his emotions in the face of death. He discovered one of his opponent's flaws and targeted it. He invaded her soul, trying to use her madness against her. Unfortunately for him, this was a trap. Five Feathers was not as mad as she appeared, so she laid the trap for him, and he walked out. As soon as he invaded her sea of consciousness, he received a counterattack in the form of an invasion by ghosts and grieving souls, making Undead Phoenix fall into a terrifying illusion. Under normal circumstances, Undead Phoenix's understanding and application of the soul should be leagues above his opponent. But Five Feathers relied on sheer brute force. She bombarded him with enough souls and grievances that even Undead Phoenix could not respond in time. Everyone thought they were about to witness the first climax of this war as they watched that dark phoenix envelop Undead Phoenix. However, something unexpected occurred at the last minute. Sounds of chantings and drums echoed between heaven and earth, followed by a projection of a temple. Then, Undead Phoenix disappeared. Most people were confused, but only a few knowledgeable people recognized that temple. They all had one thing on their minds: the vendetta ceremony. These people understood that someone else was brave enough to take a piece of the pie, and it seems they might have taken a significant chunk. Good, Wang Wei muttered. Monk has finally taken action, and Shu Run is distracted. It's time to move. He wasted no time before summoning the meat puppets he would use. Wang Wei did not put his soul into the thing due to the risk of the next course of action. Instead, he created a pseudo-soul that was the amalgam of many of his spirit particles. There were many restrictions on using this body in such a manner, but he only cared that he could use Paragon tier strength and that it was safe. Wang Wei then closed his eyes to control the body remotely. His new body then entered the river of time. Wang Wei was already on guard, expecting an assassination attempt. However, nothing occurred. Really? Nothing? He sneered. Others might be unable to detect that chrono fluctuation, but I would never believe Time Eater didn't. So, why didn't he take this opportunity to stop or confront me? Is he trying to appear as if the seal was effective? Wang Wei's sneer increased. He might believe Time Eater had no other ways to intervene in the world's affairs, but not in the river of time. Your absence reveals more than your presence. Wang Wei took note of this before focusing on the river before him. He suddenly sensed a gaze full of animosity that made his blood boil. But it was soon replaced by a more soothing one. Okay, Methria, you didn't let me down this time. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a rune. It was 5 feathers time mark. During her battle, this mad woman forgot to hide her time mark, allowing Wang Wei's chrono spirit to detect it. Now, he had isolated her timeline to prepare for the next step. He jumped into the river, turning into a humongous fish swimming against the river torrents. Wang Wei sensed great resistance the more he swam, but that was to be expected. The older someone is, the harder it is to kill them from the river of time. Additionally, he was not a true paragon, thus limiting his abilities. Luckily, one of the core training focuses his wife ensured he had enough knowledge about was in this regard. So, Wang Wei used some of the things he had learned from her. His fish body grew wings before flying into the sky and landing in the water. Wu Hong warned him not to fly directly to his destination while navigating the river of time, unless he's a primal paragon, but he could use this method to make traveling easier. Soon, Wang Wei reached his destination and entered the Eternal Ascension world. His gaze soon caught a young 5 feathers talking flirtatiously to someone. Chapter 1393, The Secrets of the Infinite Trichiliocosm, unedited chapter. The person 5 feathers was flirting with was probably not Undead Phoenix, given how uncomfortable the latter appeared. Is that the best friend? Wang Wei thought. He shook his head, not caring about such detail. This period should be close to when she took Undead Phoenix's talent, Wang Wei analyzed. 5 feathers was currently in the middle stages of the Empyrean realm, meaning she should have felt the shackle of her talent and wanted a way out. I thought I would have landed when she was close to becoming a paragon, Wang Wei thought. The weaker 5 feathers was, the easier it was for him to accomplish his goal. However, the fact that he missed his descending mark by such a large margin indicates his poor navigation skill in the river of time. Well, that can't be helped, Wang Wei reassured himself. He was a poor imitation of a paragon, which limited many of his abilities. So, he decided not to be too harsh on himself. He also warned himself to become a paragon as soon as possible. Let's not waste time, Wang Wei thought before acting. He pointed at the young 5 feathers, but suddenly stopped as he sensed something. His chrono spirit detected an anomaly in the river of time. Did she finally discover something and wanted to stop it? Someone was rapidly approaching this timeline, and Wang Wei realized it was 5 feathers' chrono spirit. Since it was her timeline, her ability to mobilize protection was much faster than Wang Wei's. Unfortunately, it's too late. With one thought, the young 5 feathers dissipated to the horror of the uncomfortable young man. Wang Wei heard the unwilling roar of the chrono spirit, but he did not care. His mind focused on the repercussions of 5 feathers' death. This woman is someone who has a significant effect in the Eternal Ascension world's timeline, meaning the death of her past life should have created butterfly effects with devastating causes. But, from what I know, when I return, she will die. But the effects of her past self dying won't matter in the slightest. The young Five Feathers' death should have drastically altered the timeline. For example, she would no longer be one of the 8 moons, thus fundamentally an entire era of the Eternal Ascension world. I know this is the purpose of isolating her time mark, but how does this really work? Wang Wei thought as he closed his eyes, trying to understand what was happening. He had many theories, and the one he favored the most was cause and effect. The cause of Five Feathers' death should have catastrophic effects, changing an entire era. However, by isolating her time marks, the effects were altered to her future self dying without affecting anything else. So, that's how it is, Wang Wei muttered as he figured it out. His theory was correct, but also wrong. This process involved cause and effect, but Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao did not directly overwrite causality to make these deaths make sense. Instead, it is an underlying program of the River of Time. Instead, the effects of the death of young Five Feathers were divided into 2. The first part, which involved changing an entire era and countless lives, was transferred by creating another timeline. Then, the second part, which involved the death of her future self, was transferred to the primordial timeline. In simple terms, another timeline bore the drastic effects, while the primordial timeline was responsible for a minor part. A brilliant design, Wang Wei praised as this epiphany increased his understanding of Time Tao and the River of Time. Was this grand Taoist design, or something else it borrowed from Earth? Wang Wei had his reasons for his doubts. A multiverse is defined as countless universes with lives and different rules, societies, cultures, etc. That also means that the composition of the chaos universe with countless chaos worlds is a form of the multiverse. Since the chaos universe was already a multiverse, why was there a need for the infinite trichiliocosm with parallel timelines? This idea is something that is more common in Earth science fiction than in a typical cultivation novel. As soon as Wang Wei asked this question, he had an answer. The existence of the infinite trichiliocosm has made this chaos universe exponentially larger than a regular chaos universe. And large size means more population, which also translates to more talents and, more importantly, more possibilities for growth and evolution. While there are many benefits to such a vast world, there should also be a major flaw: control, he analyzed. The chaos universe itself was already too large, and adding countless more timelines was a recipe for trouble when trying to control such a grand area. No matter how powerful Grand Tao is, it's only pseudo-omniscient and omnipotent, and such a large world can easily give birth to unknown or uncontrollable variables, especially since Grand Tao has to operate under certain specific rules. The separation of the primordial timeline and the rest was probably Grand Tao's solution at keeping the highest form of control, Wang Wei analyzed. However, this fact also showed that countless secrets and horrors exist in the infinite trichiliocosm. Wang Wei looked forward to his exploration of the endless timelines. However, he understood that his current strength was far from enough. He regained his focus, and another thought popped into his mind. This epiphany is enough to increase my cultivation by a little. So, can I cultivate in this place? The answer was immediate. No. He had already sensed the rejection of this era, and his intuition warned him of danger if he stayed here for any longer. Wang Wei did not waste time and returned to his time node, but he did not immediately descend to the Eternal Ascension world. Instead, he wanted to see if he could find a loophole in the lock and cultivate directly in the River of Time. Sadly, someone soon proved to him this was not possible. As soon as Wang Wei sat cross-legged, an illusory creature with an illusory body that emanated a potent chrono-energy appeared in the distance. The creature looked at him with incredible vitriol before rushing toward him. Wang Wei recognized the time wraiths and prepared for battle, but a golden light appeared and destroyed the creature. It can't be, Wang Wei muttered. Yes, Supreme Unity has controlled a few wraiths to patrol our branch of the River of Time. A soothing voice entered his mind. He's very thorough, Wang Wei replied with gritted teeth. Indeed, but forget that for now. You can't stay here. I don't need long, Wang Wei swiftly said. I just need to summon my main body, and will return after regaining his previous cultivation. Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Mithria asked. Although I have the advantage over him here, don't forget, this place doesn't belong to me. Wang Wei frowned as he remembered the River of Time was the jurisdiction of the Cardinals. Mithria might be powerful, but she's just a slightly bigger ant before these people. And if he thought about this logically, the Cardinals are just the surface danger of this place. He was sure many other transcendents were exploring this place, and who knows whether he would encounter one. No, with his terrible luck, he would definitely meet one. I understand, Wang Wei nodded. However, he did not return home. Precisely, this body did not. It was already on the verge of collapse, so Wang Wei accelerated the process. He also actively abandoned the spirit particles he invested in this body. Although he was confident Supreme Unity could not do anything to it in Mithria's domain, he did not want to risk it. Wang Wei opened his eyes in the secret dimension and quickly sealed his epiphany in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Then, the first sight that caught his eye was the sky, turning red, followed by a grand celebration of heaven and earth. A massive amount of invisible luck and destiny rushed into his body. Tim, my key luck dragon just turned transparent? His white key luck dragon had a part of its tail that slowly became illusory. Is this what transcendent luck looks like? Interesting. Wang Wei was interested in this sudden change in his luck, especially since he always had the ability to turn his luck completely black. Such a deep mystery about luck destiny might give him inspiration or another epiphany about luck Dao. However, this was not the time for that. The world already knew about Five Feathers' downfall, meaning the next part of this event was the plunder of her palace and territory. Wang Wei had already mobilized his people, so he needed to get there before others could react and get the most benefit. Wang Wei took over another body and rushed over. The entry to the Five Feathers Palace was easier than Blood Dragon's because the people inside hadn't reacted to her sudden death. Without activating any protective formation, Wang Wei and his team barged in and started killing everyone they saw while taking treasures. However, the rest of the world also reacted faster than when the Blood Dragon died and quickly began their plunder. Chapter 1394, The Vendetta Ceremony. Undead Phoenix looked around him. He was now in an endless white space, with illusory temples floating above his head and a constant drumming sound. Where am I? Welcome to the Vendetta Ceremony, Monk said as he appeared before him, wearing nothing but pants. Usually, warriors participating in this ceremony would wear full armor, but he opted for this simple and rudimentary approach. It's you, Undead Phoenix. What have you done? I'm sure you've heard of our ceremony. Isn't that one of the reasons the Earth Emperor tried so hard to find excuses to pursue us? I'm sure you discussed this, and probably Time Eater instigated it in the first place. Undead Phoenix was quiet since Monk was correct. The barbarian race was long deemed too much of a threat because of many of their weird ceremonies, so Time Eater tasked them to deal with them. Ultimately, the Earth Emperor accepted the task as he thought they would make a great addition to his dynasty. Do you think you could defeat me? Undead Phoenix sneered. Even with my injuries, you're still no match for me. No need to worry about that, Monk replied. Do you know the prize for using the Vendetta Ceremony? 20 of our clan's luck, Monk replied without giving him a chance to answer. That's why we rarely use it unless we have a true vendetta or facing a life and death foe. However, people do not know that if we sacrifice an additional 10 in the ceremony, we can lower the enemy's cultivation to the same as their challengers. Although this does not apply to primal paragons, the effects are still wonderful. Undead Phoenix's face turned ugly. Could he defeat Monk while in the same cultivation realm? He was not confident in himself. What? Feeling unconfident? Monk mocked. I thought your hobby was to play and torture geniuses. Could it be that you can only bully people weaker than you? You. Wang Wei once said something about you that I remember to this day. He said you either die as a hero or live long enough to become the villain. These words perfectly summarize your life story, doesn't it? Regardless, it is still sad. Are you looking down on me? Undead Phoenix asked with gritted teeth. Of course I am, Monk replied. A genius like you should have had a bright future. In fact, it's obvious you're, in the current situation, out of your own doing. My own doing? If not that bitch. That's not what I mean, Monk cut him off. Some people might blame you for not seeing her true self, but I understand that love is blind. I believe most people who genuinely love someone could experience the same fate as you. Your failure was not falling in love or giving your heart to the wrong person. Your failure was how you reacted afterward. Despite a severe foundation, you did the impossible and became a paragon. Couldn't you have just killed her and taken back what she stole from you? By then, she would have just become one of the many catastrophes you overcame in your long and prosperous cultivation journey. Do you think I didn't try? Undead Phoenix snapped back. By the time I had the strength, she was already the darling of the Phoenix clan, fully under their wings. When they realized she was a fraud, they still protected her as long as she never left her clan. What about your time in the Moon Council? The Suns prevented infighting, and Time Eater encouraged balancing each other. Undead Phoenix justified himself. All I'm hearing are excuses, Monk replied. You had plenty of opportunities during your time at the Moon Council, especially in the early period when the Suns were still experiencing their transformation. With a little bit of caution, you could have killed her swiftly and run away. However, the damage she did to you was more than physical. You became cautious and timid, always waiting for the right time to strike, but that time never came. Then, the power of the Moon Council further corroded your fighting spirit to the point of almost destroying your hatred for her. The next step was simple to deduce. You started abusing geniuses as a replacement for her and to deal with the disgust you have for yourself for what you become. Ultimately, your downfall was because you never overcame the mental strains 5 feathers left on you. Undead Phoenix looked at him with ferocious eyes. If he had the power to kill with his eyes, Monk would have died by now after experiencing all the torture known to the world. Remember this, the Barbarian King said. This is your last chance to leave a positive footnote in history. Although it will only be accompanied by my legend, you can still make your death glorious. And depending on how brilliant my story becomes, history will have something positive to say about you as the first paragon I slaughtered. Undead Phoenix took a deep breath to calm down. Do you have to do this? If you die, your clan will lose 30 of their luck. Such a blow in such a chaotic time is enough to wipe them off. Your words cannot affect me mentally, Monk replied calmly. He had enough confidence in his victory, and the reward was all of Undead Phoenix's luck and destiny. Yes, dying in this ceremony is true death, and no longevity resources can help. But we have reached this point, and you're still trying to weasel your way out of it, Monk said. It is not happening. Remember what I said? This is your last chance. Burn your last glory and return to the genius you once were. And give me a legendary battle for the history books. Monk's eyes turned red, and his body released a similar aura. However, it was not his previous aura of intimidation and kingly atmosphere. His aura was more barbaric, savage, and cruel. It was like he was another person, like he was the embodiment of the god of war. Wang Wei arrived before a broken door and immediately frowned. Wang Qi and Dulgun flew over, and their expression already told him what had happened. It's gone? He asked. Yes, someone already got to it, Wang Qi nodded. 2 people. To be exact, Dulgun added. They fought briefly before separating. It's a shame we couldn't get the treasure, but I got my hands on 5 Federer's person space, so that's more than enough, Wang Wei nodded. Let's reunite with the others before separating. Switch. Red mass projection appeared in the room. What's the result? Someone invaded their orb while we were taking the information, she reported. We fought, and our guard could only keep half. Red Mask did not hide her annoyance at the Lord. If not for his order to not show up with her actual body, they would not have suffered such humiliation. Do you know who they were? All the assailants were women and had a unique aura, so they were either from Lady Sun Junyao or Sunshine Pavilion, but I'm betting on the latter, since these people refused our offers to share the information. Wang Wei frowned. Forget them for now. Since you arrived first, you should have gotten the information I wanted, right? It wasn't there, Red Mask reported. The first thing our agent did was to use divination to find the location of the plague formula. But no matter what technique we used, the answer was negative. I didn't want to leave any stone unturned. So I searched manually, but there is a high chance that Five Feathers never recorded the plague curse formula. In other words, I still have to clean up the mess left behind. Well, technically speaking, the mess I created, Wang Wei groaned. There's some good news, Wang Qi added. We've captured several professionals, including many curse masters who worked on the plague. That is better than nothing, Wang Wei nodded. He had his people participate in the creation, so he understood most of the plague except for the last formula that made it so deadly. All right, everyone can disperse. Remember to move the coordinates of your mortal civilization base. The last thing we need now is for them to be discovered by anyone. Yes, sir. One more thing. If nothing unexpected occurs, Undead Phoenix should also be dead. There is no need to participate in the plunder. Wang Qi was briefly silent before saying, I'll relay your orders. Thank you, Dulgun bowed. We're allies, aren't we? Don't worry. The barbarian clan always treats its friend with the utmost sincerity. Wang Wei waved his hand before leaving. He, of course, covered his track. Back at his sanctum, he summoned the most remarkable find of this plundering. A green ring with designs of tree barks. A ring made from the main branch of a life source tree. It should have fallen from Five Feathers' hand as she disappeared, Wang Wei commented. This ring was a third-level longevity ring, meaning he now had an extra life. Although this ring was probably useless before transcendent entities, its existence allowed him to be bolder in many of his operations. Chapter 1395, A Genius Last Farewell. Wang Wei did not immediately put the ring on. Instead, he activated the slight, remaining obsession he discovered attached to it. It's you, screeched a female voice. Are you so afraid of death? Wang Wei asked while looking at this obsession of Five Feathers that lingered on. It's your fault. It's everyone's fault, she continued. I was so close to killing him and proving to the world I did the right thing to prove I was better than him. Why did you have to intervene? So, her obsession is about Undead Phoenix's death. That's good news, Wang Wei thought. He had a team researching the power of obsession from the Grand Misgang Lord, but he never actively participated due to his busy schedule. As such, he was not too confident in dealing with Five Feathers' obsession, even if it was a minor one. It's ironic how tragic your and Undead Phoenix's life was, but you haven't even realized it. Wang Wei shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think what happened between you two was an accident? Wang Wei sneered, and Five Feathers looked at him incredulously. We live in a world where everybody is a pawn of someone else, Wang Wei continued. Undead Phoenix was the most talented loose cultivator of his time, and people even called him a primal seed. However, who would most likely benefit if he were to become a primal paragon one day? The Limitless Exchange Hall, Five Feathers replied with an ugly expression. The minimum requirement for an overlord is the two primals, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a cultivator, Wang Wei explained. The Origin Seal Continent's second primal is a magnificent puppet, and the Limitless Exchange Hall discovered a formation that could boost a peak primal to that level. However, the appearance of Undead Phoenix brought them hope to become a true overlord and not the weakest. But he wasn't a member of the Limitless Exchange Hall, Five Feathers argued. He knew Undead Phoenix had rejected their offers more than once. Wasn't he? Wang Wei rebutted. Most of his resources originated from them, and he had a teacher relationship with some of the top paragons and even met their primal once. All signs indicate that once Undead Phoenix experiences something that shows him the value of having a powerful lineage backing him, he will run to the Limitless Exchange Hall without hesitation. Everyone knew this, so how could the other overlord allow their competitor to become more powerful? That's not enough to prove what you're saying. Five Feathers argued with an ugly expression. All right, let me ask you something else. Wang Wei continued with a playful smirk. You were once a paragon. Do you think the technique you used to take his talent was something ordinary? Five Feathers' pale body almost collapsed after hearing these words. Anything that can help someone become a paragon is valuable beyond words can explain. Yet, someone like you with above-average luck got his hands on something so rare, and I'm guessing it was pretty easy, too. Five Feathers was silent. In fact, if you think about it enough, there are even more layers to this, Wang Wei said. After you become a paragon, the demon race did not even notice that you had reached the limit of your potential and treated you like a heaven chosen by pouring countless resources into you. Tell me, what kind of method can fool one of the overlords? Five Feathers felt her world collapsing. My theory is that your role as a pawn was even bigger than just destroying the limitless exchange hall's future, Wang Wei added. That cultivation method was probably meant to turn you into a cultivation cauldron. After being nourished by the demon race's resources, the person behind the scenes would have appeared and absorbed your cultivation, probably to reinforce their foundation and increase their chances of becoming a primal. Wang Wei sighed. It was a brilliant move. I wonder who was behind it. My first instinct is to say my ancestor, but I also know there are many brilliant minds in the overlords, and it could have been any of them. No, you're talking nonsense, Five Feathers denied. If you were telling the truth, why did no one come to collect their cauldron? Because you were lucky, Wang Wei responded. The person was probably busy with the Second Origin War, and they died in the ultimate taboo immediately afterward. While in limbo, the world changed drastically, and you became one of the moons, thus escaping your fate. No, it can't be. My theory is verifiable, Wang Wei casually said. You should have kept a copy of the technique, right? I only need to understand it, and it'll know whether you were turned into a cauldron or not. Five Feathers was quiet. She did not utter another word, but returned to the ring. So, collapsing an obsession's worldview and spirit can affect them. Duly noted. Wang Wei thought. He was telling the truth, but that did not stop him from gathering more information on obsession. He summarized what happened and sent it to the study team. He then focused on other things. He first discarded the body he was using before returning his soul to his original body. Wang Wei feared an attack from the obsession, so he stayed in that body in case he needed to fight back. He prepared the next one he would use from the blood pool before focusing on something else, the plague curse. He waved his hand to summon two captured cultivators, a woman and a man. The curse attached itself to their immortal mansion and inner worlds, slowly destroying them from the source of their power, Wang Wei analyzed. He pointed to these people and destroyed their cultivation level. He then isolated the curse in their soul to a small area before cutting it off. Lastly, Wang Wei injected life energy into their bodies to keep them safe. The decaying aura of these subjects rapidly dissipated, but that was only for a few seconds. The curse returned, Wang Wei observed, not surprised. Their main problem was this issue. The curse always returns less than a few seconds after being dealt with. Is the problem their existence? Wang Wei thought. He raised his palm to condense his perfect aura before forcefully fusing it into the subjects' bodies. Such a rough approach has basically killed these two. But this was not Wang Wei's priority right now. A perfect existence means no curse should be able to affect them. But Wang Wei waited, and as expected, after a few minutes, their cursed status returned. It is as the report said, the curse has a potent source. And without understanding what it is or directly removing it, the curse will continue to replicate and spread, Wang Wei grunted. He realized he needed to find Sage Pure Flame as soon as possible, or the world might indeed be doomed. There is one good news from this small experiment, Wang Wei thought. He discovered that a perfection aura could delay the curse's return. So, in the worst-case scenario, he could work with Sun Junyao to create a delay pill, buying them enough time to find a proper cure. It's not a good thing to be this passive, so let's get ahead of the problem, Wang Wei thought. He took his communication talisman and contacted Sun Junyao. He told her about this news and asked her to work with a few pill refiners and curse masters to create this delay pill. He promised her all the support she needed, and she agreed. Afterward, Wang Wei headed to the demon race to see the Star Sage. He wanted to use her expertise to find Sage Pure Flame. He had already tasked the Fate Shadow Guard, the overlords, and other participating lineages to search for him, but Wang Wei did not want to wait. Vendetta Ceremony. Monk's body released a terrifying blood aura that twisted the surroundings. He held a red spear and looked at Undead Phoenix, who was kneeling. Well, that was disappointing. Undead Phoenix did not answer. Instead, his gaze seemed distracted as he looked in the distance. He felt a little while ago, his life's most terrible karma thread was gone. He understood what this meant. 5 Feathers was dead. He had been waiting for this day for so long, but now that it had happened, he did not know how to feel. Relieved? Yes, since that cruel woman was finally gone. Anger? Yes, too, since he wanted to be the one to do it himself. Undead Phoenix also felt empty. His hatred had been the primary driving force in his life, and now that it was gone, he felt desolate. He realized that his hatred had turned him into... That barbarian was right, Undead Phoenix thought. My life was a failure. Undead Phoenix had a moment of clarity as he reviewed his life from an objective point of view. He was once the most talented loose cultivator in the world and had a bright future. But after losing his talent, everything went wrong. He made bad decisions after another, slowly turning him into a monster. There is no point in regretting now, Undead Phoenix thought. The past was the past, and he could not make amends or change it. He slowly stood up while looking at Monk. You were right. About? About everything, Undead Phoenix continued. I became what I am today because of my choices. It's good that you understand, but it's too late. You're right, but not entirely. Oh, you were also right about my death, Undead Phoenix added. Since this will be my last battle, it must be memorable. Monk squinted before grinning. I finally see the spirit of a heaven chosen from your eyes. Death is the ultimate clarity, isn't it? Undead Phoenix responded before raising his right hand to condense a white flame. His eyes moistened as he was lost in his memories. His original Tao was life flame, but he abandoned it for vengeance. White Phoenix mode. The white flame enveloped Undead Phoenix, turning to phoenix wings and a white crown. His aura, no longer eerie and cold like the embrace of death, was beautiful and full of hope, like the embodiment of life and creation. You said the world will remember me more fondly after this battle? As long as you can show the demeanor of a true genius in your final moments, Monk nodded. This also hinges on the fact you will grow to the point of having a true impact on the cultivation world. I'm confident. Good. I hope you're not just boasting. Chapter 1396, The Great Wisdom Sutra. Monk stood above the dead Undead Phoenix. No, White Phoenix, with blood and burn marks all over his body. He had a grin, but the bloodthirsty aura emanating from his body made him more savage than satisfied. You were a worthy opponent, Monk said. After entering the White Phoenix mode, White Phoenix embodied the word immortal. No matter how many severe injuries Monk placed on him, White Phoenix would heal from and continue fighting. He then used his terrifying regenerative power to learn during this fight, thus increasing his battle experience. White Phoenix showed he was a true genius at the very end of his life. He absorbed Monk's skills and experience like a sponge to use against him. Sadly, he woke up too late. A white light descended on Monk, healing his injuries and bringing clarity to his eyes. The influence on my personality was much higher than I anticipated. To prepare for this battle, he absorbed the experience of one of his ancestors, but while the latter was a battle genius, he was also a madman who cultivated the Tao of war and slaughter. His madness is still lingering in the back of my mind, Monk thought, realizing the effect might become lasting if he did nothing. He exhaled before looking in the distance. The good news is the Paragon Slayer title and all the luck and destiny of White Phoenix, Monk thought. He disappeared from this place, appearing outside. Young Khan saluted, an elderly man with strong muscles, but way shorter than Monk. How'd everything go? Monk asked. Our people are now looting his palace. Did anyone intervene? Yes, but we have dealt with it. Any losses? Only minor ones. Monk nodded before thinking of something. Did Wang Wei intervene? No. Lady Dulgun sent information that he would not participate, and so far, he has kept his word. That's good to hear, Monk nodded. Their alliance has been proceeding well so far, and he did wish for something like this to end or affect it in any way possible. Send me all the Buddhist books and artifacts we have in store, Monk ordered. However, the elderly man immediately became on guard after hearing his words. Monk noticed and understood the latter's reaction. The barbarian race had its own religion or spiritual practice that involved worshiping nature and ancestral spirits. However, their clan was more exclusive at some point and included Buddhism and Taoism gods in their fold. However, during Buddhism's catastrophe, where Maitreya went pseudo-mad, and the power of faith influenced all monks, the Buddhist barbarians started a coup and almost conquered the clan. Since then, the barbarian race has forbidden the spread and use of any other religions in their practice. However, due to Maitreya's power and presence, the clan has lowered the restrictions over the years, allowing the study and understanding of Buddhism. However, practicing Buddhism is still taboo. The barbarian clan was composed of countless tribes. Although united, they also compete with each other. The position of Great Khan is the leader of all the tribes with immense power. Monk was the next Great Khan of their clan, meaning their future leader. The last thing they would want was for him to have a deep relationship with Buddhism. The effects of the memories are more severe than I anticipated. Monk explained, and Buddhism is the fastest way to restrain or eliminate the effect. Their clan had ways to deal with the problem, but that would require a ceremony that takes time and effort. Monk understood the emergency nature of the current situation, so he wanted to be back in peak condition as soon as possible. As you wish, nodded the elderly man. Monk did not return to his tribe, but teleported to the war god temple. This was the source of his memories, which contained some measures to suppress the effect. He received what he asked for and immediately dived into the content. Not surprisingly, Monk found a mind purification mantra and used it along with a few artifacts. However, he was unsatisfied with the speed and continued reading more scripture to improve this mantra. Monk suddenly paused. A few thousand yuan epochs ago, before this era became chaotic, he had an inspiration for an idea that could change his life. He believed the idea was what he needed to close the gap between himself and Wang Wei. However, that idea always eluded him like a turtle trying to catch a rabbit. It's coming again, Monk thought, feeling the same sensation. However, the result was similar. He could not grasp it. He exhaled to calm down before looking around him, especially the scriptures. Monk squinted before muttering. Buddhism focuses on developing the mind and wisdom. Wisdom? A bright light flashed in his eyes. Yes, the biggest difference between me and him is intelligence and wisdom. In that case, why can't I create a cultivation that would grant me the wisdom of a Tao overlord? Monk immediately acted on this wild whim. He summoned his pagoda artifact, since its ability was to help in creating skills and techniques. Whether a Tao overlord's brain or soul is the source of their wisdom, I can create a method to modify my body. Monk frowned as he felt this was not enough. This shallow method cannot describe a Tao lord or overlord's wisdom. Wang Wei once said that his kind is not hindered by any cognitive limitations in their mind, allowing them to think outside of the box and see or make connections that even the most brilliant mind could not. So, this technique, at a higher level, must allow me to break my cognitive biases and limitations. Monk analyzed. The young Khan grunted softly. His idea was feasible on paper, but executing it was more complicated than he thought. With the barbarian's knowledge and Buddhism's wisdom Tao, he was confident in creating the first levels of this technique. However, he was unsure when it came to removing his cognitive limits. Cognitive limits involve the power of fate. It should be a way for the river of fate to control cultivators better, Monk analyzed with a frown. I can also deduce that the Supreme Outlaw Trial is the final hurdle for Tao overlords to completely free their mind from this shackle. In other words, the final level of this technique would be to pass the Supreme Outlaw Trial. Although this path is rough, it's something, Monk reassured himself. He would not give up on this idea, especially since he already had a name for this technique, the Great Wisdom Sutra. At the worst, he'll ask for Wang Wei's help and even offer him a handsome reward. If that doesn't work, he'll just wait for a weak Tao overlord and capture them as a test subject. Monk felt confident and immediately started. He still focused on cleansing his mind, but also took time to create a better outline for this technique. So, even you can't find him? Wang Wei said. Something is blocking the truth around him. Star Sage Fan Sui answered truthfully. Can you tell if it was him? Wang Wei asked while pointing at the sun. It's hard to tell, Fan Sui replied. Previous attempts at getting information about him would result in absolutely no information or a terrible backlash. However, this attempt on Sage Pure Flame revealed too much without revealing much. This means it could have been him doing it on purpose, or the method he used is too weak because he used power from his vessel instead of his main body, Wang Wei summarized. It could also be another power, Fan Sui added. Although I am confident in my abilities, I'm not arrogant enough to say nothing can be hidden from me. Indeed, Wang Wei sighed. The two suddenly sensed something and looked at the vision between heaven and earth. Another moon has fallen, Fan Sui said with squinted eyes. It seems Monk has succeeded, Wang Wei commented. The end of this era is approaching, Fan Sui uttered. Will the next era be the era of transcendence? Not if Time Eater has something to say about it. Is his plan enough to delay the upcoming era? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Delay? There is a high chance he would destroy it entirely. Wang Wei's expression became severe. He always knew Time Eater was a threat, but his deduction was the latter's plan, which involved him achieving higher realms. He believed Time Eater was planning a big move to give him the strength of half or pseudo-transcendent. With such power, he can survive until the next era and maybe even rise to power. However, Fan Sui told him the latter's threat was not just due to personal strength, but something that could affect the entire Eternal Ascension world in the next era. I should have taken him more seriously after Mithria's warning, Wang Wei grunted. However, even if he knew the truth, he could do nothing. He was already occupied with the current situation, so where did he have the time to deal with Time Eater? The latter has been hiding and planning for so long that even Mithria couldn't tell his final goal. All right, let's deal with one problem at a time. Wang Wei reassured himself. Supreme Unity was already a hard bone on his throat, and the last thing he should do was distract himself with Time Eater. Chapter 1397, The Inevitable Catastrophe, unedited chapter. Although Wang Wei felt this should not be his burden to bear, this did not mean he would leave it alone. I need someone to monitor him and deal with the possible complications. He pondered briefly and came up with a plan. Sage, do you mind if I use your name to spread this news? Wang Wei asked. Wang Wei knew the overlords and other top lineages were more likely to believe and take this trouble seriously if it came from her instead of him. That's why I'm revealing it to you, Sage Fan Sui calmly replied. Thank you. No problem. But what will you do with Sage Pure Flame? She asked. I can only lure him out the old-fashioned way, Wang Wei replied. I wish your plan success, Sage Fan Sui nodded. One last thing, Wang Wei said. Did Yi Dafu return to the demon race? I can't sense his karmic line. The naughty monkey? He's in punishment. Wang Wei's lips twitched. What did he do? Should you know? Me? What does it have to do with me? Wang Wei asked. Aren't you the one who put these ideas into his mind? Idea? Wait, he didn't really try to remove his name from the Book of Life and Death, right? That's right, Fan Sui nodded. As soon as he became an Empyrean, he sneaked into the underworld, searching for the so-called Book of Life and Death, trying to remove his name. We had to pay many resources for the Yama Kings to release him. In fact, that little monkey is lucky. Otherwise, he might have been stuck in the underworld once the lock appeared. Wang Wei frowned after hearing these words. He never paid attention to the little trick he did to the Monkey King, but now he realizes that his small actions might have bigger implications. Is Idafu somehow related to Sun Wukong? But how? Inheriting his spirit? Or something else? Names have power. And there is no better proof of this saying than the fact that the Mithria of the Eternal Ascension world has the same name as the Mithria Bodhisattva on Earth. Wang Wei has always wondered what the connection between these two was. And the best explanation he came up with was that she inherited the spirit of the Bodhisattva. Now, he started to believe the same for Yi Dafu. The question I need answers to is how can they influence the chaos universe, given how isolated the prehistoric world is? Wang Wei analyzed. Did Grandao allow it? Or is there a more profound truth I don't know about? It seems there were no bigger machinations behind your actions, Fan Sui stated after seeing his reaction. I'm afraid I might have been a pawn too. Wang Wei sighed. He did not believe it was a coincidence that he accidentally altered Yi Dafu's fate to be similar to Sun Wukong back on Earth. I understand. Fan Sui nodded her head. One of the fundamental truths of the cultivation world is that everybody is a pawn of someone. The higher the cultivation, the more agency a cultivator has, but that also means they are more valuable pawns. I must leave, Wang Wei announced. But I must say one last thing. If my guess about Yi Dafu is correct, no punishment will easily curb his wild personality, and he probably won't stop until he takes his name away from that book. Additionally, he might have a deep fate with Buddhism. Fan Sui pondered briefly before thanking him. This information will allow the demon race to prepare for Yi Dafu's destiny and how to better train or raise him. Without it, they could have lost him after putting in countless efforts and resources. Wang Wei disappeared, heading directly to the Origin Seal continent to see his ancestor. I need to see Ancestor Qiyuan. Now you don't even say hello, Yin Hai said with a frown, making Wang Wei sigh. Ancestor, time is of the essence, and I have much on my plate. So I apologize if I don't have the time or energy for our usual banters. Yin Hai looked at him before snorting coldly. She waved her hand to activate countless formations to isolate the area before summoning a token before activating it. A small black hole appeared in the room, and a few seconds later, a deep voice came from the other side. Third sister, did something else happen? The kid wants to see Big Brother. It seems urgent, Yin Hai responded. Is that so? Give me a few seconds. A few seconds later, the black hole trembled before an illusory body appeared, showing a handsome man. The man immediately smiled at Wang Wei before reaching to hug him. If it isn't the Wang clan's Kylan's son, Qiyuan said. How have you been? Stress and losing hair. Wang Wei replied as he returned the hug. I can't do anything about your stress, but I know an excellent hair growth recipe. I guarantee Wu Hong will compliment you once the treatment is done. Wang Wei was speechless. But what I want is for you to reduce my stress. I'm dead. What can I do? Qiyuan replied casually. I'm kidding. Tell me what is on your mind. However, Wang Wei was suddenly on alert at this ancestor. He felt that this was the kind of state of mind Qiyuan was currently in. He was retiring as the clan and sect's brain or wise leader and handing all the burden and trouble to him. The future is worrying, Wang Wei thought. If Qiyuan decides to retire and leave all the work to him, his life will be too busy. No, I can't let this bastard enjoy life while I do everything. Wang Wei immediately made plans on how he will interact with his ancestors in the future. This is what I just learned from Sage Fan Sui, Wang Wei said before explaining the situation with Time Eater. So, you want us to keep a watch over him? Qiyuan asked. It would be better if you could eliminate him, and please don't give the excuse you're dead. Qiyuan glanced at him, wondering whether this kid had followed his plan. He did not dwell on this for long, as Qiyuan started to observe the world. He raised his hand to summon some of the Tao opening sect's luck to boost his powers. Big Brother, Zanhai Wun Donghui, Mithria blessed us with her power, so we can now hide from him, and even interfere a little, Qiyuan reassured as he continued his observation. He observed for a few minutes before speaking again. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. What did you see? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Time Eater's catastrophe is inevitable. Are you serious? Heavenly Tao still wants to be the destiny center of the chaos universe. And this catastrophe is to make up for what it lacked, Qiyuan revealed. Wait, are you saying Heavenly Tao is the chess player behind Time Eater? Wang Wei asked incredulously. One of the players, Qiyuan corrected. By now, Time Eater should have gone rogue and become someone else's pawn. Wang Wei grunted softly, caressing his temple. What more can you reveal about this catastrophe? The plan, all along, was to use this catastrophe to reshuffle power in the world before the Transcendence era, Kiyun continued. In other words, this catastrophe was for all the overlords and top lineages. You guys have ruled the world for an era, so it made sense it would want to remove some of you, Wang Wei commented. Yes, not all of us can become transcendent factions in the next era, Kiyun nodded. Will our sect be all right? Yanhai asked. Because of this kid, we have transcendent luck, Kiyun commented. So, we'll be all right? No, without a true transcendent. Luck is illusory, Wang Wei added. He's right. We need our own transcendence as soon as possible, Kiyun nodded. And how are we supposed to do that? Yanhai asked. The answer is Methria and this kid. Me? Yes. As long as you become a primal and she gives you her method, I'm willing to bet my life you can perfect it. You're putting too much faith in me, Wang Wei said with a wry smile. Maybe, Kiyun said calmly. And in Methria, Wang Wei added. That's my main worry, Kiyun revealed. She must be the final victor in their fight, and we can only hope she becomes our protector in this transitioning era. Are things really that bad? Yanhai asked. Don't forget other chaos worlds also have transcendence, Kiyun reminded. At this point, I can confidently say that the Eternal Ascension world will become the destiny center of the universe. However, our world might not belong to us if all these people invade and take residence here. In other words, we're about to become a delicious piece of meat, and Methria will be the only one who can protect us until we grow up, Yanhai said. I couldn't say it in a better way, Kiyun nodded. Chapter 1398, Two True Transcendence. What do you think the catastrophe will be? Wang Wei asked. His ancestor was wise and insightful, so he wanted to see if he could get some information or inspiration from him. I know it's related to the River of Time, but I can't deduce what form it will take. My theory is it will be similar to the ultimate taboo, Kiyun stated. Past, present, and future, all condensed into one place. The Eternal Ascension world. We will have to face powerhouses from past ages like the Essence Age, Lost Age, and maybe as far as the Genesis Age. You can't be serious, Yanhai stated. Such an event would fundamentally alter the primordial timeline. Grandao would never allow this. I agree, Wang Wei added. Not if the Eternal Ascension world is isolated into a time bubble, Kiyun stated. By then, whatever happens in this world will have a limited effect on the primordial timeline, just like we isolate time marks to erase someone from the past. This still seems far-fetched, Yanhai stated. I also agree. Where did this come from? Wang Wei asked. He knew what terrifying creatures existed in these ages. According to his theory, Panga might be the reason the prehistoric world is protected, and he most likely existed in one of these ages. You remember how I predicted that many of these ancient and powerful creatures did not completely die and were waiting for an opportunity to return to the world? Kiyun asked, Are you saying this catastrophe is their chance? Yanhai asked, It's one thing if only a few of them wish to return. But if they want a grand event with everyone returning, they'll need a world that is the destiny center of the universe as an anchor. So, they were behind the scenes of the Second Origin War. Wang Wei caught on to what Kiyun was insinuating. Yes, he nodded. Grandao never wanted these flawed methods to become common. So, why did it succeed in the end? These people paid a lot to ensure Grandao compromised. So, all the flawed or incomplete methods in the ultimate taboo might have been from these creatures, Wang Wei commented. That also implies that there were many half-step transcendent powerhouses and creatures in the old ages. Wang Wei was slightly shocked by this revelation. He knew some people successfully walked the transcendent paths before the ultimate taboo, but he did not think they were so common. However, as he looked at his ancestors' response, he realized they knew this truth already. It's not new information, Kiyun said as he saw Wang Wei's look. We even know the chaos universe produced two true transcendents. Two of them? Wang Wei asked with shining eyes. Can you tell me more? No problem, Kiyun replied. We know the first one appeared in the Genesis Age, and it was a strange and unknown creature. According to my analysis, it was relatively easy to become half-step transcendents, as you called it, and some creatures were probably even born with talents or skills on that level. Then, the first true transcendent appeared, and Grand Tao saw the benefit of cultivating such a cultivator. It began to encourage all lives to grow and reach that stage. Unfortunately, the creatures in that era were born too powerful and had no motivation to improve. Grand Tao eliminated them and started over. The primordial Chaos Age was the era of chaos demon gods. Powerful creatures were born with great talent and bloodline, but they still had to work hard to improve themselves. Things did not come too easy for them. The chaos demon gods did something terrible, leading to the Lost Age. Whatever happened in that age made Grand Tao realize that not all transcendent paths were good for the universe, and started putting restrictions. No wonder everything is so strict now. Our predecessors screwed us, Wang Wei smiled wryly. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell too much on this. The next age should be the Essence Age, right? What happened at that time? That's when the second true transcendence appeared, Qiyuan stated. We know he was human and a body refiner. However, his ascension did not benefit the chaos universe as much as the first. Apparently, his flesh absorbed too much energy from the chaos universe for his final sublimation, and the return did not please Grand Tao as much as the first time. So, that's why the Essence Age ended and more restrictions were placed on body refiners. Wang Wei nodded. That's right, Qiyuan nodded before continuing. The next age is the Soul Age, but wait, not the Paragon Age? Let me finish. He has this bad habit of cutting people off, Yin Hai complained, making Wang Wei smile in embarrassment. The Soul Age was too short, so most people do not know about it or consider it part of the early parts of the Paragon Age. Qiyuan stated. Wang Wei nodded before listening intently. A genius quickly rose in that age, reaching the level of becoming a true transcendent. However, they failed, and the backlash is why many Chaos worlds have lost their Tier 10 soul path. Wang Wei's eyes shone as these words solved a major puzzle he wished to know. Do we know what happened to the soul transcendent? Why do they fail? There are many theories, but the one I believe in is that Grand Tao eliminated them, Qiyuan said. You think their method would also bring danger to the Chaos universe. So Grand Tao eliminated the danger before it became a problem? Yes, Qiyuan nodded. Anyone who does not follow a proper and beneficial transcendent path will feel its wrath. So conform and follow the rules or die, Wang Wei sneered. That's an apt way to put it, Qiyuan nodded. They looked at each other, but did not continue this topic. Essence Soul, what about Qi? Wang Wei asked. Based on this story, it's easy to deduce that Grand Tao was learning from their mistake, creating each era to better understand how to cultivate true transcendence. The goal has always been the Emperor or Paragon path that combined essence, Qi, and spirit, Qiyuan replied. For some unknown reason, Grand Tao turned the pure Qi age into the Paragon age. I did hear rumors that a pure Qi cultivator attempted true transcendence in the middle stages of the Paragon age. But the sources of these rumors were not too reliable. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Back to our original topic. Do you really think these ancient powerhouses will return during the upcoming catastrophe? It still doesn't make sense to me, Yin Hai said. Logically speaking, shouldn't these people return at the height of the transcendent era or age instead of now? Grand Tao can then force us to fight each other to facilitate growth through war. That's exactly what I think will happen, Qiyuan said. But you seem to think when I say they will return. They will be in their peak form and immediately take over, Qiyuan said. He understood how his sister's mind thought, so he knew what mistakes she made. Do you think they could survive perfectly intact after Grand Tao eliminated them? No, they're just remnants, even echoes of their former self. The catastrophe conflict will be their attempt to take over this world and use the resources to return to their peak. The animosity between us and them will be established in the catastrophe before completely breaking out during the Transcendent Age when we finally have the power to confront them. I see. Zanhai note that? Of course, that was the original script, Qiyuan chuckled. The two looked at him, not hiding their bafflement. Because now there's a wild card, you. Me? Wang Wei asked. What does it have to do with me? The All-Haven fate calamity is approaching. The strings of fate envelop primordial chaos. And the mad emperor, in his path to control his fate, will do anything to reach detachment. That's the all-seeing temple's prophecy on the next major catastrophe of the chaos universe. Yanhai said. Are you saying it's about him? Think about it carefully, Qiyuan said with a smile. His Tao is fate. His pursuit is to be free and unfettered, and we know how capable he is. How far do you think this kill will go to achieve his goal? Do you think he will play by Grand Daos rules? Now that you mention it, Yanhai said, looking Wang Wei up and down. She then turned to her big brother. So, what's our plan while this kid makes all this trouble? As the saying goes, once someone becomes enlightened, even chickens and dogs will benefit, Qiyuan replied. We only need to support him, and we will also transcend. Or perish with me, Wang Wei added. It's worth the risk, Qiyuan replied calmly. Is it? The ultimate taboo showed me my limits, Qiyuan said. I can probably come close to transcendence, but never truly achieve it. And in the process, I may lose everything I hold dear. Qiyuan sighed. However, it's different when I look at you. In you, I not only see an opportunity for true transcendence for myself, but also a future in which many people, and even the sect, also transcend this universe. Ancestor, aren't you putting too much faith in me? Wang Wei smiled wryly. Maybe I am, Qiyuan smiled, but I think you can take it. What do you think? Third sister? Since you trust him and I trust your judgment, then I believe he can do it, Yanhai replied calmly. Chapter 1399 on the precipitous Wang Wei was in deep thought. Recent events with Mithria taught him that his family and sect may not be reliable in his future transcendent path, and he may have to rely on his wife, Wu Hong. However, Qiyuan's words made him realize he may have learned the wrong lesson in that experiment. The sex support may not be good for me, Wang Wei thought. The sex effect has always accompanied him throughout his cultivation journey, either providing him with resources and protection or serving as a safety net in case he failed. During his transcendent path, the role might be reversed, but if he plays his cards correctly, it may still make his life easier. I'm glad to have your thorough support, Wang Wei nodded. Can you tell me more about the all-seeing temple's prophecy? How many people know, and how far has it spread? He was not surprised by this prophecy, since Wang Wei had long deduced his transcendent path would terrorize the entire chaos universe. Hence the confrontation between himself and Grand Dao. Are you worried that others would realize the prophecy is about you? Qiyuan asked. Since you can figure out, others might also be able to, or at the very least, have their suspicions, Wang Wei said. No need to worry too much about that, Qiyuan said. Did you do something? Yanhai asked. After knowing about the prophecy, I knew I needed to divert the trouble from us. So, when these two first left the world to fight in primordial chaos, I took the risk to contact our people in other chaos worlds, Qiyuan explained. By now, a few people should also meet this description. Everyone knows the Eternal Ascension world will play a significant role in the All-Haven fate calamity. Still, it doesn't necessarily have to be the one who created the Mad Emperor. However, when the time comes, these fakes must come to the Eternal Ascension world to play their role better. That's a great approach, Wang Wei said while also feeling his ancestors' care and meticulous mind. But it would be better if we could get a trusted individual to spread another prophecy that fits and contradicts this one. I had the same thought, but I realized we would need someone on Mithria's level to fool these foreign transcendents, Qiyuan said. True, Wang Wei sighed. Regardless, thank you, ancestors. Wang Wei did not know how effective Qiyuan's method would be, but it was enough that it bought him more time to grow and develop. Like I said, you are our future, Qiyuan patted him on the shoulder, and Wang Wei nodded. So, what should we do with Time Eater? Do we ignore him since we know it's inevitable? No, he's still a dangerous individual, Qiyuan stated. If we allow him to develop until the next era, he could become a major problem. So, when necessary, we must kill or weaken him as much as possible. Good, but as I said when this conversation started, I'm too busy dealing with that Taoist traitor and the lock, so someone needs to monitor and deal with him, Wang Wei added. They'll keep an eye out on him, Qiyuan nodded before looking in the distance. Now that we are invisible under his eyes, it's time for us to start acting. Great. The three chatted for a few more seconds before dispersing. Wang Wei returned to his hiding dimension. As he sat on a calming mat, he reviewed every word his ancestors said. He would not just accept their words and check before coming to his own conclusion. I'm afraid Qiyuan's theory might be correct, Wang Wei summarized. I always wondered where Lin Fan's destiny with the Chaos Demon Gods originated, and now I have an answer. Then there is Sun Junyao. Everybody else, and I have always thought her perfection originated from Grand Tao, but she might also be the pawn of some creature from the Genesis Age. Wang Wei was still more inclined to believe it was from Grand Tao, but he could not rule out that possibility. Everyone is a pawn of someone else, Wang Wei sighed. This world truly sucks. He shook his head before he suddenly stopped. Wait, I'm fate and Grand Tao's pawn. My three ancestors seem to be that venerable Trinity's pawn. But what about my future wife? Whose pawn is she? I don't believe such a talented person never caught the eyes of someone else. Besides the time Heavenly Tao manipulated her to create the Hong protection system, it did not appear anyone was manipulating her from the shadows. I don't believe not a single person was interested, so either she has already escaped such a fate, or the person is hiding deep and hasn't shown up yet. This wife of mine seems to have many secrets she hasn't revealed yet. Wang Wei shook his head and decided to have this conversation with her in the future. Now that he was done dealing with all these theories and larger-than-life enemies, it was time for him to return down to Earth and deal with the problem in front of him. He waved his hand to summon Red Mask. Lord, she saluted respectfully despite communicating through an image array. Spread a rumor that I will establish a sage council in 100 years to gather all the world's sages to create a solution for the plague curse. Lord, do you want to lure Sage Pure Flame into action? Yes, but I also want to establish the council. I know for a fact that these top lineages must have hidden a few first and maybe even second-level sages. If they could accept my invitation, it may indeed solve the current problem. I understand, Red Mask nodded. Anything else? That's it for now. Wang Wei ended the conversation, remaining alone with his thoughts. If I were in Supreme Unity's shoes, what would I do next? His mind went into deduction mode. Assuming he's the one manipulating Sage Pure Flame, and he co-opted my plague idea, the next thing I would do is to make the blood of mortals a cure for the plague. No, not just a cure, but a temporary one. With this move, the immortals will now have a reason to target mortals. More importantly, they are desperate. If mortal blood is the only way to save their lives, these immortal sovereigns and Tao rulers will become ruthless to save their life. And if the plague mutates to affect mortals, then the mortals will have no hope. I can't let him slowly plan in the shadows. I need to force him to activate his plans before he's fully prepared. Wang Wei did not waste time and immediately accessed the Void Illusion Realm. He modified the core program before putting his plan into action. Then, Wang Wei used it to send a message as wide as possible, with the password, Immortal Dream. Any cultivator can receive a technique from the Void Illusion Realm called Longevity Rune Body, which can increase everyone's lifespan between 12,600 years to 1.26 million years. Additionally, this technique has other benefits similar to the Source Rune Physique for professionals and a minor increase in talent for other cultivators. Wang Wei knew cultivators' greatest motivation has always been benefit. But in the post-lock era, the benefits have changed from an increase in strength to an increase in lifespan. Next to Shu Run, Wang Wei closed his eyes, focusing on Shu Shu. The woman was the pinnacle of his understanding of perfection and existence. He was extra careful when creating her, and to ensure the plan's success. He never once checked on her after the creation. However, now that he sensed someone else had connected their existence to her, it was time to check on her. The first thing he did was check her memories. Well, Wang Wei was slightly traumatized by some of them, but all was worth it for the sake of this plan. That modest Shu Ren does love her, but he was also cautious in not revealing much of his secrets to her, Wang Wei commented. However, after experiencing life and death, they should become closer, and I may find something to use on him. The Earth Emperor was the last straw of the Seven Moon era since Seven Cauldron's existence should have been overridden by Supreme Unity's rough use of her as a vessel. As long as Shu Ren dies, the shackles of the world's luck and destiny will finally return to its former owners. As for Seven Cauldron, she probably won't leave long, even if Supreme Unity is not dealt with. Whoever is planning to deal with Shu Ren, what is taking so long? Wang Wei complained before closing his eyes, waiting for the result of his chess moves. More than 10 years passed, and besides communicating with Sage Lin Qin and Emperor Kong about the council, Wang Wei remained in place, waiting for the result. Then, Red Mask contacted him. Chapter 1400 Civilization War. Democracy Unedited. Chapter Your facial expression tells me you're bringing bad news, Wang Wei calmly stated. Not all bad news, Red Mask replied, slightly embarrassed. There's a silver of good news. Start with the bad, Wang Wei sighed. The other lineages have sent news that there are signs of the plague in other territories. Wang Wei sighed deeper. Did someone break through our blockade? All the lineages worked together to ensure the plague only remained in Five Feathers and Undead Phoenix's territory. So far, there are no signs of that. So, someone else with the source of the plague spread it elsewhere, Wang Wei commented before sneering. He looked at the sky, the sun specifically. So, this is your doing after all? This mad Taoist has reached the point where he will do anything to kill all life in this world and take complete control over true heavenly Tao. What is the good news you mentioned? Sage Pure Flame has shown up, Red Mask reported. Did you capture him? Wang Wei quickly asked. No, since he seems extra careful, but he has shown up twice now in the past 3 weeks, and each time seems close to a group of cursed individuals, Red Mask reported. Keep a close tab on his whereabouts, and capture him no matter the price we must pay, understand? Yes, Lord. Wang Wei nodded. Has there been any signs that mortal blood is the cure for the plague? Nothing as of yet. Maybe we still have some time, Wang Wei muttered. They discussed a few matters before he dismissed Red Mask. Wang Wei's next destination was to check on the mortal civilization. In the past 10 years, he did 2 things. Understanding Methria's analysis of the lock and casting a luck spell to accelerate the development of the mortal civilization. Wang Wei quietly arrived at Du Tsung's base, which was testing a new generation of domain armor. He watched as the armor released 5 floating scales surrounding it to form a circle with a radius of 40 meters. Then, the scales started resonating with each other before activating their power of law. It's indeed a domain, Wang Wei thought. However, this thing was extremely frail, and there was no way it could beat the weakest saint without using countless armor. However, Wang Wei still nodded in satisfaction. The first version of this technology required the mortals to build 5 enormous law pillars to establish the domain. But now, in just a short few years, they have already miniaturized the technology. They still can eliminate Tier 8 cultivators whose power systems do not involve the law, Wang Wei thought. Now that he was satisfied with this group's progress, Wang Wei thought of checking on the others. However, he sensed his communication talisman vibrating, so he checked it. His brow immediately furrowed after seeing the content. So, it finally started. Wang Wei did not waste time sending the information to his allies. A few seconds later, he was at a conference with many representatives from the Overlord factions and other top lineages. They discussed the next battle plan before dispersing this meeting. Wang Wei then summoned all the leaders of the mortal civilization through the void illusion realm. Time is precious, so let's get to it, Wang Wei said as soon as he showed up with Jia Ping and the other guardians. He showed them a recording one of his creations sent him. All these leaders then watched in horror as this cultivator with purple pus on their bodies and red eyes massacred a dynasty of more than 50 million people and drank their blood. Then, the madness in his eyes faded, and even a few small pus sacs faded away. Whoever recorded this image took the time to ensure it was as detailed as possible. Heaven has truly forsaken us, said one of the mortal leaders. First, everyone wanted their blood for longevity, and now it appeared to be the cure for the terrible cursed disease spreading in the outside world. This is not the work of heaven, but the result of man's greed, someone else countered. This leader knew more and understood the core of their people's suffering. Guardian, what should we do now? Dukoneskid. He felt the atmosphere might suddenly shift to that of depression and nihilism. So he decided to ask a question with a more hopeful tone. The next course of action is for you to decide. Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to condense a map with countless dots, many of whom were disappearing. Over the years, with the help of his soul network ability and access to the void illusion realm, he created an excellent map of large and middle areas occupied by mortals. The map was not perfect since he categorized any area with a population of less than 500 million as small, but he will do it for now. You have two choices. Continue developing until your civilization is fully prepared for this war, or reveal yourself now to rescue as many of your fellow compatriots as possible. Wang Wei paused, leaving his words to simmer. I want to decide for you in this matter. From now on, all major decisions involving the fate of your civilization will be decided by you. We must save our people, Sun Longwei immediately yelled. He remembered what the Guardian said. He levied for his people. As such, he would not accept waiting as their fellow compatriot are slaughtered and everyone else gets to live a peaceful and sheltered life. Don't get excited too quickly, said another leader. If we can become a Tier 9 civilization before leaving our base, think of how many people we'll be able to save. Yes, that's right. This is a matter that can affect our entire civilization, so taking a careful approach is best. If you fear for your life, say so, Dude Song countered. You people saw how powerful the law armors were, and by our calculations, cultivators are even more powerful. Can you imagine how many of our people they will kill if we don't help? By the time we reach a Tier 9 civilization, how many will be left alive? We must fight. War is the best way to motivate technological innovation, said a leader with a more militaristic style. That's right. All our achievements and data on fighting cultivators have been curated and well controlled. We have no idea whether these puppets, armors, poisons, etc. will even work in a war with ever-changing scenarios. But what if our bases are discovered? All our people will die, and all our progress will be destroyed. That's right. The people in the bases have been enlightened, so we should prioritize their safety before considering helping the outsiders. Do you hear the nonsense coming out of your mouth? A few hundred years of safety is all it took for you to develop a sense of superiority. Already forgotten, you were also once ignorant? That's not what I mean. Don't twist my words. Then what did you mean? I was merely concerned with preserving our rune technology and all other advancements we've made so far. And the bases are the key to that preservation. The people are the key, argued someone else. We can preserve the knowledge in the void illusion realm. That way, even if the base falls, someone else can rebuild it. We started ignorantly and built such wonders. Since we can do it, they can too. No, they can do it better since they will be standing on the shoulders of giants. The argument continued while intensifying with each passing second. Wang Wei calmly watched them argue for more than 5 hours without stating his opinion. Sir, these people are not ready to be independent. Jia Ping sent him a message. Maybe so, but there's not enough time to slowly let go of the wheel. Wang Wei replied. He finally used his power to silence everyone. Many of the leaders, like Dude Song, hoped Wang Wei would make a decision and remove this burden from their shoulders. We will put it to a vote, and the majority wins, Wang Wei said. Under his control, 3 choices appeared before these leaders. Intervene, don't intervene, and abstain from voting. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Wang Wei announced the result. 1.3 million votes for no interference, 200,000 for abstention, and 1.5 million for interfering. The choice has been made. Everyone leaves to prepare for this war of civilization. The leaders looked at each other before nodding and leaving to execute this order. Is something on your mind? Wang Wei asked. Sir, is it really necessary to relinquish power to them? They don't seem ready for the task, Jia Ping asked. Our existence will become a shackle to them. Wang Wei explained. If we want their civilization to develop truly, this is a necessary step. But even so, it seems you've grown attached to them. I can't deny that. Well, don't be too attached, Wang Wei warned. In the current political climate, attachment is a weakness, and the last thing we need is someone to use it against you. I understand. If you want to one day rebuild your dynasty, I have no issue, Wang Wei continued. You can even integrate the mortal civilization into your rule. But like I said, don't get too attached to these mortals specifically. As you wish, Xia Ping replied with more light in his eyes. Chapter 14:01 Civilization War. True battle. Du Tsong returned home, feeling restless. He always knew this day would come, but he suddenly felt overwhelmed when it did. Air entered and exited his body as this kind of controlled breathing soothed his rampaging thought. Summon the War Council, Du Tsong ordered, and in less than 10 minutes, all the best military minds of his base gathered in one room. Du Tsong explained the situation to them, and everybody prepared for war. The council mobilized all their troops while waiting for Wang Wei's map. A few days later, they saw an area of the map rapidly disappearing, and everyone's breathing rapidly increased. Report the threat level, Du Tsong asked. Energy level indicates a cultivator between tier 4 and 5. Du Tsong frowned, wondering whether it was a coincidence that their first opponent was so weak. However, he decided that it did not matter. This is the path their civilization must take. What do you think we should do? He asked his generals. I suggest we deploy one 5B squad. A squad? Shouldn't one 5B armor be enough? This is war, and we cannot take the risk. That makes sense. Soon, everybody agreed on a safe approach, and Du Tsong made the final decision. Under his order, one of the best 5B squad, the White Wolf Squad, was deployed. This civilization has mastered space travel, and unlike the ones from the lower dimension, Wang Wei did not have to create a separate subspace from them. Their space-traveling technology involved combining light and space runes to navigate through the complex spatial structure of the upper dimension. Captain, are you excited? Asked a young man wearing blue armor with the head of a white wolf drawn on his back. He looked excitedly at a middle-aged man with white hair, a scar over his right eye, and the eyes of a ferocious animal. Lu Zhen, this is war. Take it seriously, said a woman with similar armor. She and Lu Zhen were both Tier 4 pilots of the White Wolf Squad, making them the 4 vice-captains of the squad. Blue Flower, you're too serious, Lu Zhen said. How many times have we trained in the Void Illusion Realm? This battle will be swift, and once we're done, our squad can be raised to 6B and even the legendary 7A squad. All three had a brief light of desire flashing in their eyes. No armor pilots did not desire to become a 7A squad. Sadly, there were few of these armors, and the requirements were more than stringent. Blue Flower is correct. This is war, so don't play around, White Wolf said seriously, albeit his tone did not hide his confidence. On your command, Captain. The other members soon arrived, which included 2 other 4B vice captains pilots and 103-3C pilots for a total of 108. All squads usually have between 72 to 360 members, and the composition could be real pilots with puppets. White Wolf was not fond of puppets, so he always used real pilots. Additionally, his reputation was enough to build a crew with only 3C pilots. Let's go, White Wolf ordered after everyone had suited up before leading them to a towering gate. Everyone gazed at this door with wonder and longing. Only hunting squads had the right to leave the base to capture cultivators for training or research purposes. However, most of the time, a guardian would do the job, so even the hunting squad did not have much opportunity to leave, let alone them. White Wolf took a deep breath before walking through the gate. He felt he had turned into a white light and was traveling at an unreasonable speed. The squad felt an eternity had passed traveling in that void, while simultaneously feeling it was an instant. White Wolf opened his mouth to check on his team when a terrible smell assaulted his senses. This terrible smell, a mixture of blood, urine, fecal matter, vomit, and more importantly, intense fear, sent a great shock to his system. One of the requirements for being a pilot was a great vision, but White Wolf regretted having such a good vision. He saw limbs scattered everywhere, followed by bodies of men, women, and children, the despair before their death still on their faces. White Wolf's face paled as he saw a pregnant woman lying on the ground with a big hole in her head. His reaction was not for her death, but because his armor detected the womb in her stomach still had signs of life. Countless sounds of retching echoed behind White Wolf. Usually, he would reprimand his men, but he did not have the strength. A part of their training was called the cruelty of war, and they saw even worse sights like this in the void illusion realm. However, everyone could compartmentalize these experiences as an illusion and not real. But the one before them was real. All these people are real people, and they have genuinely died horribly. "Captain, what should we do?" Blue Flower asked, her face pale under her mask. "Should we start rescuing operations? Our training said cultivators are destructive, so we must eliminate them before focusing on rescuing survivors. Otherwise, even more lives will be lost," said Vice Captain Li Shun. "But," Blue Flower said, looking at the child, missing his right leg and struggling to survive. "Lu Shun is right," White Wolf said, finally regaining his bearing. His wolf-shaped mask looked in the distance while his body released a terrifying killing intent. "Deploy." The squad flew toward the high-energy response the armor detected. "A child?" asked Lu Xun. The enemy was a child with long white hair, black clothes, and red eyes like an animal. A close look revealed purple pus sacs on its arms and neck. "Not a child. It should be a cultivation technique that made him look like this," Vice Captain Grindax replied. "I was hoping the enemy was from the demon race," Lu Xun commented. "Don't have any unnecessary dreams. Although we are both humans, cultivators do not see us as the same species," Grindax sneered, his words impacting the team more than he understood. They were all smart people and understood the truth. The great Guardian Wang Wei and Guardian Jia Ping treated their kind respectfully, but any discerning person could tell how they did not want to associate too closely with them. These pilots understood. Although now mortals can live up to 10,000 years, allowing them to have long friendships with cultivators. However, 10,000 years was not even a nap for these immortal powerhouses. And that's not to mention that if they did not control their emotions properly and accidentally release their aura, they could annihilate every life in their bases. With such a vast difference, it's understandable why they did not want to associate with regular humans. Of course, understanding is just that, understanding. Just because these mortals understood the reason did not mean they could accept it emotionally. Ultimately, unless Heavenly Tao accepts mortal civilization as a viable cultivation path that can become immortal and higher, mortals will always feel inferior to cultivators. "Enough talking," White Wolf ordered. "Get in formation." All 3C pilots surrounded this devil child, and their armor linked together. They raised their hands to fire projectiles and spells at their opponents. The 4 vice captains teamed up, leaving White Wolf as the primary vanguard. The captain launched at this devil child, trying to claw him into two. The child, whose mind was lost due to the plague and acting out of instinct, finally noticed these people when his life was in danger. Small earth spears manifested behind before rushing toward White Wolf with extreme speed. The vice captains suddenly appeared in front and worked together to block these spears. White Wolf's momentum did not decrease due to his teammates' utility help, so he continued forward. The child was about to attack a second time, but the 3C pilots started their barrages of energy attacks, forcing him to create energy shields to protect himself. White Wolf finally arrived and released a barrage of attacks. His claws were made of the best materials capable of shredding most divine body cultivators' shields. Additionally, he asked for his claws to be boosted by metal runes. So adding his White Wolf martial arts, the captain was confident in tearing that damn cultivator apart. However, the shield calmly created earth shields around him, blocking all of White Wolf's attacks. The enemy is suspected of being an Earth Tao cultivator, Grindax said in their interlinked communication system. "Firing squad, changed to fire-based attacks. More than 20 members of the 3C squads had fire rune base armor, and then they became the primary link of the formation. Using their runes as resonance, everyone else could now attack with fire spells. The squad opened their palms, preparing to release fireballs. White Wolf cooperated with the team. He did not allow his anger to dictate his actions. He moved out of the way to make more space for the firing squad. Chapter 1402 Civilization War. Cultivator's Horror, unedited chapter, and I made a mistake in the previous chapter. The Devil Child cultivated Metal Dao, since fire balances out metal in the 5-element chart. I've already fixed it. The Devil Child shield blocked this barrage of attacks, but it still showed signs of melting. The vice captains took this opportunity to rush in for an attack. Each had their specialty, but their attack now was to ensure maximum damage. Boom! The Devil Child's defense could not hold on and flew to the ground, but White Wolf was already waiting for him with his claw. The child's body instinctively moved, so White Wolf attack only scratched his back instead of cleaving him in two. White Wolf immediately disappeared from his spot, and the next thing that came was another barrage of fire attacks. The Devil Child surrounded itself with a double-layer shield, one of pure energy on top, followed by a metal shield in the second layer. Such quick thinking displayed this cultivator's extreme battle experience even after losing his mind. However, the mortals were not bad too. The Void Illusion Realm allowed them to experience many kinds of opponents. The bombardment destroyed the shield's layer, leaving the second layer with some melting spots. However, before the child could breathe, Vice Captain Lu Zhan appeared before him with a flame shield and cut his defense like a knife passing through butter. Blue Flower followed with a trident composed of lightning and thunder, and she threw it with enormous force. The Devil Child screamed in agony as the lightning ravaged his body, but this was far from enough. Vice Captain Li Shun produced tree rots that directly embedded themselves into the Devil Child's arms and legs, not only injuring him, but rendering him immobile. Now Li Shun yelled, and Grindax was already prepared to use his specialty, Soul Attack. Grindax was one of the few enlightened humans who chose a military martial path instead of research. As such, his armor was designed with spiritual runes, allowing him to use techniques like mind or soul attacks. The Devil Child felt danger and immediately tried to teleport from his predicament. However, all squads knew that the minimum level for any cultivation system to access space technique was Tier 4, so they considered this. The 3C Pilots formation was not just to link their minds and energy reserves, but also a space blockade in the area they had surrounded. The Devil Child screamed in agony as the world spun around him. This attack looked devastating, but Vice Captain Grindax was not feeling too well. Ultimate. A mortal's soul cannot compare to a Tier 5 cultivator. The armor boosted his spiritual power and protected him from the backlash, but its power was also limited. The Devil Child's aura drastically dropped, and White Wolf finally acted. He appeared before the culprit, piercing the latter's chest with his mighty claw. He destroyed all the devil's internal organs before ripping his heart out. Disgusting thing, White Wolf sneered. Even your heart is black. He looked at the disgusting thing in his hand and threw it away. The team watched as the Devil Child slowly lost gravity and crashed into the ruin of this mortal dynasty. I told you this would be easy, Lu Zhan said as his mask automatically disappeared. We only won because of our teamwork, Blue Flower replied. But we still won. Now is not the time to celebrate, Grindax added. This is just one cultivator among countless. Our work has just started. Grindax is right. White Wolf nodded. Enough chit-chat, and immediately start the rescue mission. Captain, Lu Zhan smiled. Now, they can finally focus on rescuing as many people as possible. Although this battle was intense and showed the result of their years of training, what is truly important is to save their compatriot. I must thank you, suddenly said an eerie voice that sounded like the combination of 3 or more people. The pilots watched in horror as the Devil Child got up and looked at them calmly. If not for you almost killing me, I would have never awakened my consciousness, the devil child said, buying himself enough time to use his metal Tao to build metal hearts and other organs. The devil child slowly floated in the air, standing before the team. A group of mortals? Is the source of your strength those armors? Interesting. He smirked before his expression suddenly changed to cruelty and horror. However, you, ants, actually dare to steal the power of Cultivator? We did not steal anything. This is the power we build with our own 2 hands. Lu Xun snapped back. Don't argue with him, White Wolf ordered. Prepare for battle. So, you're their leader? The devil child looked at him. You don't look too impressive. Since we killed you once, we could do it again, White Wolf said calmly. The greatest sin ants can make is not realizing they are ants, the devil child said with a sneer. His injury had reached the point where he could fight at his peak again, meaning he had no more words for these ants. Supreme Sword Strike, the devil child waved his hand to manifest an enormous black sword above the team's head that rang alarm bells in everyone's mind. Use the 5-point array, White Wolf swiftly ordered. The team immediately got into position behind him to resonate all their energy, mind, soul, and runes. They generated a 5-color shield above them, which appeared to have excellent defensive capabilities. However, the devil child only sneered. His gaze shifted to the pilots surrounding him. A white light enveloped the sky in the shape of a perfect circle, followed by countless explosions. It was as if this was a festival, and these explosions were the fireworks. However, those were not fireworks. The devil child eliminated all these pilots with 1 sword attack, and after barely blocking that sword, the team realized what had happened. Now it's your turn, ants. The devil child rushed toward the team. Vice Captain Li Shun acted the fastest by using his wood rune. Numeracy roots tried to intercept the devil child. Would Dao with the specialty of controlling the opponent? He may also be the team's healer, the devil child analyzed as he cut down the roots. After this analysis, the devil child suddenly changed his target from the strongest, White Wolf, to Vice Captain Blue Flower. The female pilot used the time Li Shun bought her to summon a potent lightning bolt and attack. Unfortunately for her, the devil child had some understanding of the relationship between the elements. He calmly condensed a sword and used it to absorb her lightning bolt. Then, he reversed the lightning and boosted it before returning the attack to Blue Flower. He perfectly countered her attack. The powerful electrical currents temporarily short-circuited Blue Flower's armor, rendering her helpless. The team's face became horrified as they realized she was wide open, and they immediately tried their best to support and protect her. Swish! The devil cultivator disappeared. He teleported directly behind Li Shun and cut off his head with 1 swift motion. Everyone was still focused on Blue Flower and did not react to what just happened. However, that would not stop the devil child. His next target was Grindax. After the last spiritual attack, this person was moving sluggishly, and the devil child recognized such behavior as the backlash from spirit injuries. Grindax did his best by mobilizing all the energy in his suit for 1 desperate block. Sadly for him, the devil child's sword was not a physical attack. The sword directly invaded his sea of consciousness and obliterated his soul. No, Lu Xun screamed. His armor combusted as he removed all the limits and burned all the energy and runes, turning him into a humanoid elemental flame spirit. He flew toward the devil child with 1 intention: kill him at all cost. However, the latter calmly responded to his action by encasing him into a metal ball and adding dozens of layers to ensure he could not burn through it. "One idiot," the devil child commented. The only fate left for Lu Xun was to burn himself inside that ball. Run away. What? Blue Flower. This is a direct order. Live and run away, White Wolf said. They'll buy you enough time, so run away. The base cannot use spatial technology to teleport them back until their tasks have been accomplished or they are in an isolated area without any enemies in sight. White Wolf knew that only by finding a safe space could Blue Flower have a chance at surviving. Want to run away? The devil child sneered. He could not hear these twos link communication, but their aura revealed much of their intents, even if they wore armor. He opened his mouth to spit a mouthful of blood that rapidly condensed into another devil child. "He knows," White Wolf said with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth before rushing to his opponent. He still wanted to fight both these creatures to buy his teammate a chance at surviving. Chapter 14:03 Civilization War. Cruel Truth. White Wolf rushed forward, trying to hold both devils for as long as possible. However, before reaching his destination, the clone disappeared. White Wolf wanted to turn around to protect Blue Flower, but it was too late. The devil appeared before him and stroked him repeatedly with potent sword attacks. "Your claws are quite sharp. They should make for some decent material," the devil child uttered. "It'll kill you, bastard." White Wolf scoffed as a sense of urgency drowned his senses. He increased his attack tempo, trying to eliminate this bastard as soon as possible to protect his ally. "Your mind and will are weak," the devil child taunted. "And that's just the surface of all the flaws you have. The cultivation world has existed for longer than your tiny mind could fathom. Did you really think you could rival us after creating this little armor? Shut up." Boom! White Wolf's body paused as his armor sensor detected that Blue Flower's life signs were completely gone. His mind reverted to their first meeting. "Captain, what if they don't like me?" "They don't need to like you." "You know what I mean?" Blue Flower added. "I've heard about many female pilots that are mistreated. That's why we formed the association to ensure we are on the same squad." "Then you should trust the association." "You recruited me through them?" "That's right," White Wolf nodded. "They've inspected and investigated our team before accepting my application." "I see. But Captain, why did you want a woman in your squad?" "I wanted a lightning user, but as you know, those are rare. So, I applied everywhere, hoping to get someone." "I see. We're here. Believe me, you'll love this team," Wolf said, noting that she was not too confident. "How about this? We'll have a mock battle as soon as we arrive. This way, we can better understand each other as a team, and the others can see how capable you are." "But that's not a good approach for a first meeting." "Maybe, but it's the most direct way." "All right. Team, come meet our new number." "Captain, where did you find this terrifying pilot?" Lucian asked. His armor was torn apart by lightning in the battle simulation. "So what do you guys think?" Wolf asked. "She's awesome," Lucian immediately said. "She will be a great addition to the team." Lucian nodded. "Grindax?" White Wolf asked. "I know you're not one to mince your words, so tell me honestly what you think." "Her control over her armor is superb, and the utilization of her Thunder Rune is one of the best I've seen," Grindax replied calmly. "But she's too slow for a Thunder user," Grindax added. White Wolf did not comment. Blue Flower, what do you think of this comment? "The Academy's instructor had the same evaluation," Blue Flower admitted. "She said I could become a 6B pilot if I fix this problem." Grindax here has a knack for training pilots. With him here, your chances at improving and becoming 6B will be much higher. "I will be in your care," Blue Flower bowed. "We are all teammates, so let's take care of each other," Grindax nodded. "Good. Now that everything is resolved, let's celebrate the arrival of our new member." Blue Flower had the most potential of our team. White Flower thought, maybe if we trained her harder, she could have become a 6B pilot without participating in this accursed mission. This thought haunted the White Wolf. However, he extricated himself after realizing Blue Flower would eventually have to participate in the war. Ultimately, it is the fault of these cultivators for treating us as resources and materials, White Wolf thought with gritted teeth. "Calm down, this is not the time for this. I need to make this bastard pay, even if I must die in the process." Swish! White Wolf saw two white lights flash on both sides of his body. He was puzzled by what was happening until his sensor reported the loss of his 4 limbs. White Wolf was still puzzled because he could not feel the pain since the armor immediately injected a medicinal solution into his body to remove all his pain. "Like I said, your mind and will are weak," the devil child said. "Your body instinctively paused after a great shock to your psyche. Did you think I couldn't exploit such a major flaw?" White Wolf looked at this man in his eyes, despairing and already overwhelming his mind. However, he did not let it consume him. Instead, He used his hatred to retain the last bit of his sanity and consciousness. Why didn't you kill me? What can I say? I like to play with my food. The devil child smiled cruelly. White Wolf stared at him. You want to search my soul and get information about our origin. Sadly for you, this is a futile effort. The devil child's face changed, and he immediately invaded this mortal's sea of consciousness to search for his soul. As expected, White Wolf's soul was already destroyed. The truth of the matter is this devil child was playing with fire, trying to get information from White Wolf's mind. The location and situation of these mortal bases were of the utmost priority, so the protection of their information was left to Wang Wei. What a waste! The devil child cursed before looking in the distance. He felt that someone had been watching him for a while and had been on guard. However, the sensation disappeared after this mortal's soul scattered. Whatever, he announced, his goal has been achieved since he confirmed that mortal blood could curb the spread of the curse. Additionally, he also got his hands on some decent material. So, the devil child collected the wreckage of all the pilots before killing the surviving mortals and taking their blood. Finally, he disappeared on the horizon. War Council. Du Tsong looked at the black screen, his eyes almost empty. The room was so quiet that even the sound of heavy breathing sounded like a shout. To say this battle was a wake-up call was an understatement. An ordinary cultivator. Everyone looked at the strategist who spoke. That devil child was an ordinary cultivator, not a genius, a heaven-chosen, or these monsters with a mortal foundation. He was just an ordinary cultivator with good battle experience. His words strengthened the somber atmosphere in the room. A few people wanted to rebut, but the truth had just slapped them in the face. What should we do? Someone else asked, but no one had an answer. Can we still track that bastard's location? Du comme soudainly asked. Oh yes, someone replied. He just killed our people. We can track the spiritual residual from his body. Good. Send 5-5B squads to eliminate him. Leader, is this wise? Just do it, Du Tsong ordered. If you want to kill him, at least send a 6B squad. No. We need to know how our troops fared against ordinary cultivators on the same level. Du Tsong replied, his expression and demeanor extremely calm, but also cold. Everyone looked at each other before sending the order. The war room then watched as the devil child decimated all 5 squads with a slight struggle. Send 20 squads, Du Tsong cruelly ordered. The war room finally witnessed the death of the devil child. However, at what cost? Only 3 pilots survived this encounter. On the verge of death, the devil child used a secret technique that reverted his body to look normal. It also pushed his strength very close to the primordial spirit realm. Luckily, one of the captains in this 20-squad small legion was a brilliant strategic mind. He forced the 3C pilots to use suicide attacks to injure and weaken the devil before everyone had a chance to kill him. About 25 squads, Du Tsong said, his eyes more focused than ever. That's about the number of people we need to sacrifice to kill one ordinary cultivator. He allowed his words to marinate. From the beginning, we never had a choice, Du Tsong continued. We must save our compatriots on the outside. Our only advantage over cultivators is that we outnumber them by 1 to a trillion. We must use this advantage and throw lives at them to kill as many as possible. The people's faces contorted after hearing these words. If that is true, the upcoming war will be a tragedy for them. How many of their kind will they sacrifice to win this war? Can they even win? How long will this war even last? Cultivators live a long life, and although that is true for mortals now as well, 10,000 years is nothing to the enemy. It's entirely possible for this war to go for 100,000 years, maybe millions. If this war ever ends, how many lives will they sacrifice? You better accept this reality as soon as possible, Du Tsong said before dismissing everyone. He needed to meet with the other leaders to discuss this cruel truth. Chapter 1404 Civilization War. Modern warfare, all the leaders appeared. But everyone had a somber look on their faces. With one look, everyone could guess what the others had experienced and gave a sympathizing look. Let's start by sharing data, one of the leaders said, and everyone agreed. The meeting immediately started with these leaders reviewing the battle experience of all the bases. Although there were a few outliers where one squad was enough for one cultivator, one pilot single-handed killed a cultivator, the overall result was the same for more than 2 million bases. Ducong was not the only one who decided to use numbers to eliminate the enemy, so all these leaders realized the bleak future awaiting them. Wang Wei trained them to be compassionate and look out for their fellow compatriots, but now they had the burden of sending these young people to their death. "There is some good news," said Leader Lang, she from Base 23456. "What did you find?" The others knew Lang, she was excellent at data analysis. "Have you noticed that the bases with primary research on puppetry suffered fewer casualties?" Lang Shi pointed out. "Of course, since they did not have to send their pilots." Someone sneered. "And what does that tell you?" Lang Shi said, rolling his eyes at this man's jealousy. "Doesn't he know we are all in this together?" "Our focus should be building puppets," Du Tsung said. "With more puppets, we can reduce the amount of pilots that die." "We can probably replace all 3C pilots with puppets," commented another user. 3C pilots are the group that suffered the most significant casualties. That sounds like a good approach. Don't forget that the price of building one puppet is more expensive than building a 3C armor and training a 3C pilot. We can always research ways to reduce the price. Our people's lives are more important. Fair, but what do we do with the 3C pilots and lower? We increase their resources to ensure they become 4B and higher pilots, someone suggested. Those who cannot be promoted can be turned into teachers if they have the talent. As of now, puppets cannot completely replace pilots for many reasons, including costs, cultural acceptance, and, more importantly, higher-level puppets require souls and cannot be easily manufactured. "Do we need to vote?" someone asked. "No need since we all agreed. Let's do it to make it more formal." "But who will supervise this election?" "The Great Guardian is not here. We should probably elect a representative to lead these meetings." "Do we do it now?" "If so, I want to be the leader." "Me too. I don't trust your judgment, so I want to be the leader." "What did you say?" "Don't think I don't remember how bad your grades were when we trained under the Great Guardian." That was the past." "Enough," someone yelled. "We can ask the Guardian to hold elections, but for now, we still are discussing important matters." "Yes, let's get back to the main topic." "Lang Shi, did you discover anything else from the data?" "There are a few more things," Lang Shi nodded. "The bases with the highest efficiency in hunting their cultivators are the ones that used poison-based armors and assassin-type armors. Those guys that play dirty? What do you mean by this?" "I didn't mean. That is the point I'm making." Lang Shi cut this argument. "We must use all means available to use to kill our enemy. That's how cultivators fight, and that's how we need to learn how to fight." "I guess that makes sense." "Pilots that include body refining into their training regimen are much higher caliber," Lang Shi continued. "Lastly, the best performance armors are the flesh armors created from the cultivators' bodies." Everyone was quiet. "What? Scared?" Dukong sneered. "Since they see us as commodities, we can do the same to them." "He has a point." "I know, but it's not easy to adapt to the cruel nature of this world. The Great Guardian's training warned us of this. You guys just didn't pay attention." This conversation was about to turn into another argument when everyone suddenly received an email. To be exact, it was two, all from Wang Wei. The first had this subject title: How to Incorporate Pilot and Puppet. Low-level puppets have a core that needs to be controlled by a puppeteer near it. If they need to be automatic, the puppeteers can program directions into the puppet, but its actions are still limited. Higher-level puppets need to have consciousness, meaning they must have a soul or some level of spiritual power. That's why they are so challenging to make or why they are so expensive. Wang Wei's suggestion was to use Earth's neural link technology. He suggested these mortals found a way to link a pilot's mind soul to a puppet to replace their individual soul. With this technology, pilots can control the puppets from afar, thus reducing their casualty. Of course, this approach does not mean there will be no casualty. The soul backlash is enough to kill many pilots, and this is a world where curses and karma techniques exist. I'm always in awe of the Great Guardian's wisdom. One leader praised before checking the second email. Everyone's eyes shrunk, as this one is about the new position of High Chancellor to lead this council. Wang Wei laid out rules for the election. However, the election won't happen for a while now. How these 3 million leaders respond to the upcoming catastrophe will help them in their election. Wang Wei calmly observed these leaders. Their failure was expected and could have been ever more severe. The rumor about the effects of mortal blood on the plague has spread, but Wang Wei and the other lineages have reacted swiftly, killing anyone who tried. Previously, they would only capture and seal anyone with the plague, hoping to wait until they had a cure to heal these people. However, as soon as the news spread, they changed their tactics. Wang Wei allowed some small fries to bypass their defensive lines as a test for these mortals. I just need to slowly increase the strength of these cultivators, Wang Wei analyzed. That also means it won't be long before the first confrontation between 7A pilots and law cultivators. Wang Wei waited 3 months until he allowed the first law cultivator to bypass their blockade. During this time, these mortals have fought countless cultivators and created many new tactics. Although more than 50 billion people died in just 3 months, they killed hundreds of cultivators, including many in the primordial spirit realm. Wang Wei calmly watched the battle. The mortals were suffering a devastating loss. The pilot can no longer bear it, Wang Wei commented. The Law Soul was responsible for building the 7A armor, but a pilot was still required. However, even if the armor was designed for mortals to use, not just anyone could control an armor with the power of law embedded in it. 7A pilots are the elite among elites. Their minds have been trained to bear the burden of the law. Unfortunately, their control over the law is subpar compared to a cultivator whose soul is countless times more powerful than theirs. Additionally, the armor designs were flawed as they failed to consider the environment. In the current battle, the repeated use of the law has created an area infested by, well, the power of law. It makes sense since the power of law could be considered the highest form of energy or power, so when one or more people use it in an area, its power will become concentrated. Such a change is nothing to a cultivator with a powerful soul, but the same cannot be said for those 7A pilots. Their frail mind and soul already had to bear such a burden with their armor's law, so this law zone became a nightmare for them. The result was that the squad composed of 20 of the best 7A pilots from all bases were massacred by this one cultivator. The leaders quickly gathered to find the source of the problem before coming up with solutions. They summoned their best rune engravers and armor makers to attend the meeting. Soon, many solutions were discussed, including better training for 7A pilots, linking their souls to bear the brunt of the power of law, and adding more souls into the armor to relieve the burden. These guys are thinking like cultivators when they should be thinking like scientists and engineers, Wang Wei muttered before sending them another message. He suggested these people stop focusing too much on armor after the law level. Instead, they should build 7A battleships that ordinary, enlightened humans can operate. Their tactics should change to a few 7A pilots holding the cultivator long enough for their fleets, which should be composed of countless 7A battleships, bombard the cultivators into oblivion with their cannon that contain the power of law. Cultivation civilization prioritized individual power, but the strength of your mortal civilization is community, Wang Wei uttered. Heavenly Tao has broken the rules and allows you to mass-produce weak artifacts, so use it wisely. Whether it's armor or battleships, they are at the bottom of the barrel compared to the things artifact refiners make. However, their advantage is that they are cheap and can be mass-produced. That's why Wang Wei suggested they change their ways of fighting to resemble modern warfare from Earth. Chapter 1405 Civilization war. Rapid escalation development. A monk dressed in a black robe with the character Pain engraved on his bald head. The monk held prayer beads on his hand, and he recited sutra, but anyone who saw him would not think he was some divine or enlightened monk. On the contrary, his Bodhis aura was cold, indifferent, and full of resentful souls. This man was an evil monk. People who claimed to be evil monks Meat-eating monks, flower-stealing monks, and others have always existed in the upper dimension. During Maitreya's reign, Buddhism prospered, and these people were labeled heretics. But it was hard to eliminate them until she became one of the sons. With her immense power, these blasphemous monks were hunted down like mad dogs. In fact, she did not even have to spend too much time on them. With one thought, she could take control of the word monk and eliminate anyone who dared sully it. This evil monk should have been long eradicated from this world. So why was he still alive? If there is one thing cultivators are great at, it's finding a way to survive. After Maitreya's sublimation as a son, and once she started eliminating these people, these evil monks ran to Taoism to find refuge. Supreme Unity knew these people could have some effect on Buddhism by ruining their reputation, so he provided them with asylum. Maitreya was not happy and wanted to retaliate. Sadly, Supreme Unity did not care as much as she did about Taoism's reputation. This decision was among the first signs of cracks between the two sons. The suffering monk waited in a dilapidated temple until two people appeared, a woman and a man. Their slightly red eyes and the fact they covered every part of their body were indications that they had the plague. "Donors, you're finally here." "Suffering monk, are you sure your news is true?" the woman asked with a grating voice. The man did not speak but intensely stared at the monk. "Donor, I'm sure you've heard of the rumors." These rumors also said nonsense like mortals now have the power to kill cultivators. The woman sneered. "That is also true," the suffering monk responded. "Let's go," the woman said to her partner. "I told you this was nonsense." "Donor, death is looming over you, but you don't seem to be in a hurry," the suffering monk said with a smile, showing his black teeth. "However, that's fine too. You can slowly wait for your demise as pain and suffering slowly take your mind and spirit. When the suffering is too much, maybe you will have a chance to break the shackles of your soul and achieve nirvana." The mad monk laughed out loud with a creepy and haunting voice. "Honey, we don't have anything to lose." The man finally said, "Why don't we try it?" He did not want to die, so even if he felt he was making a deal with the devil for his soul, he still wanted to try. "This monk doesn't look trustworthy," his wife said through divine sense. "I know this, but am confident we can kill him as long as we work together." All right. The plague was rapidly spreading through their bodies and souls, meaning they did not have long before they lost their minds or consciousness and died. "Lead the way," the man said. "Donor, you've made the right choice," the suffering monk said with a wide grin. "Now, follow me, and don't stray too far." The monk mobilized his law to tear open the void, and the couple followed. The three spent 2 weeks traveling before reaching their destination, a large area where more than 30 mortal dynasties lived, prospered, and competed against one another. Wang Wei had more than 1,000 screens before him, observing and analyzing. As soon as these three reached their destination, he was alerted and briefly glanced over them. He was about to ignore this group before he suddenly paused, looking at the monk. "Is this how they bypassed our blockade?" All the factions involved were serious about this blockage, and without Supreme Unity's direct interference, he could not understand how it happened. However, Wang Wei now had a theory. Some of these evil monks, with the proper technique, disguised themselves as true monks to bypass their blockade. This bastard truly knows how to best utilize all his pawns. Wang Wei complained and praised. Supreme Unity had many pawns, many of whom he knew, but he also labeled some useless. However, no pawn is useless if the chess player knows how to use them. Lesson learned, Wang Wei thought before focusing on the task at hand. It's been 5 years of constant training, so let's see how you guys do with this group. It's been 5 years since the base's first battle with cultivators, but 100 years have passed for them due to the time array. Wang Wei felt it was time for a new challenge. "We're here," said the suffering monk. "And you're sure their blood is enough to cure the plague?" the woman asked. "Not cure, but slow down its spread," the monk corrected. "That's enough for us," the man nodded. "They're also here," the monk suddenly said. "Who?" "The mortals." More than 1,000 lights descended from the sky, revealing this enormous ship surrounded by more than 20,000 smaller ships. "What are those?" the woman asked, looking at these strange-looking black ships. She did not have the words to describe them, but if she had, she would say they were sci-fi-like. Haven't I told you? The Mortals Defense Force. You're telling me they've built such artificer wonders? It probably wasn't them, the man said. These top lineages probably gave it to them as protection. That makes sense, but how did they control them? The man shrugged, not knowing the answer. Let's prepare for battle, the suffering monk said excitedly. Battles and wars are one of this world's primary sources of pain and suffering, so he enjoys them thoroughly. Inside the largest battleship, "Commander, what should we do?" Commander Shiping did not immediately answer. Instead, he glanced at the monk. His intuition was telling him something was off with that monk. "What is the level reading of these three?" Shiping asked. "Level 7. He frowned, and after a brief analysis, he relayed his orders. First, charge the Annihilation Cannon and activate the Guardian Shield. Everyone looked at him, not hiding their surprise. None of these orders were standard and seemed extreme for the situation. However, he was the commander, so they had to listen to him. Start the initial bombardment, Shiping nodded. But don't forget we are facing a monk, so activate the highest spiritual mind protection. Everyone in the command room or other battleships heard and executed his orders. These ships immediately started bombarding these three cultivators. At first, the couple did not take it seriously until they felt the slight power of law from these cannons. Their expressions twisted, and they hurriedly used their own laws. The woman released a tempest of flames while the man played with black winds. Only the monk remained calm as his body released a black aura that easily blocked these attacks. "Target these ships," the woman said, and everyone rushed forward. "Wind and flamed owl and a possible body refiner monk," Commander Shiping commented. The monk's situation was still iffy, but he remained Shiping's primary concern. "Target the woman with our water cannons and the other two with lightning." The battleships immediately changed tactics, using their element counter for these two. Such a quick decision made reaching the ships more challenging for these three. However, they still made slow progress until they arrived less than 3 kilometers. The suffering monk punched forward to manifest a towering black fist. The ships reacted swiftly by activating their shields, but this attack destroyed more than 20 ships, killing countless people. The Mortals' rune technology had significantly advanced, but the Soul Link technology Wang Wei proposed hadn't been developed to be used in all their ships, meaning these ships contained many humans helping control them. Commander Shiping remained calm. He had experienced countless expeditions in the past 5 years, and death has become one of his eternal companions. First, release the mist, followed by puppet legions, Shiping ordered. Command them to use Tactics 6Y4 for the woman, 9J8 for the man, and 13K9 for the monk. The battleships opened a few latches, releasing more than millions of puppets. Although most of them were 6B puppets, there were a few 7A as well. Without hesitation, these puppets rushed to their target. The couple glanced at each other before nodding simultaneously. They immediately used their famous combination attack, Wind Flame Tornado. An enormous spiral flame engulfed these enthusiastic puppets, eradicating hundreds of thousands of them. However, such an enormous casualty could not deter these mindless creatures. They had one objective and would not stop until they had accomplished their task. Chapter 1406 Civilization War. Rapid Escalation Development 2. These puppets seemed endless as no matter how many these three killed, more and more kept coming. "Something is wrong," the woman said. "They've killed so many puppets, but the number never disappears." "You're right," her husband agreed. "Monk, we are an illusion." "What?" "The first wave of the enemy were actual puppets, but afterward, most of them were illusions." "Damn it, why didn't you say anything? And rob you of an opportunity of enlightenment through pain? Donor, why would I do such a thing?" The suffering monk looked at him, genuinely puzzled why he asked such a stupid question. "Damn it, I forgot these evil monks are all psychopaths," the man said to his wife through divine sense. Now is not the time to argue with him. His wife placated him. "Let's deal with the illusion first, They each took out an artifact, a cauldron with sand, and an incense burner. The man put the incense burner into the sand, immediately releasing a strange aroma that filled the surroundings. Sunlight descended from the clouds as most of the puppets disappeared. Boom! Watch out! The man yelled as he condensed his black wind into the densest shield he could manifest. While the puppets distracted these people, the ships had enough time to power up their cannons for one massive and mighty attack. What's more, Commander Shiping used one of the most destructive elements, lightning. The result of this attack was a hole in the man's chest, and the woman was missing her left arm. Confirm injuries in 2 of the targets. What about the monk? Shiping asked. He appeared intact. The commander squinted. Despite the man's heart being obliterated, the commander knew this was not a severe injury. As law beings, Tier 7 cultivators do not have major weaknesses in their hearts and brains. Their souls are the crux of their survival. Of course, these cannons use the power of law, meaning they would still be injured and weakened. Prepare to deploy the law domain at a moment's notice, Shiping commanded. Sir, we're using a tremendous amount of power and energy, someone warned. Ultimately, their creations were not as perfect as artifacts, meaning they had limitations. The commander had already ordered the activation of the Annihilation Cannon and the Great Guardian Shield, which were the 2 other things that required the most energy. Now, he activated the 3rd, most consuming thing. At this rate, this ship won't last long. Just do it, Shiping said. He was one of the best commanders in all the bases, and the reason was due to his observation skills and intuition. He knew something was wrong with the monk, so he prepared early. As you wish. The woman regrew her arm, and the hole in the man's chest closed, but their expression was pale. However, the battle had just started. 15 7A puppets surrounded the team, with each allocated 5 puppets, and that's not mentioning the other pilots and puppets working with these 7A elites. The 6B and lower squads immediately suffered tremendous casualties at the hands of these 3, but with their sacrifices, the 7A puppets barely managed to hold against these people. I've had enough of these things, the woman suddenly yelled as she activated her Proving Tao artifact, a red necklace. The ability was ordinary, as it simply boosted her flame spells and techniques, but that was enough for her. Heavenly Flame Spear Rain, the woman conjured millions of flame spears and dropped them on the Legion. She wiped out countless puppets and even a few hundred ships with one attack. However, her action was her undoing. The 7A puppets resisted, but as soon as they died, the 5 of them exploded into a water barrier seal. The woman was caught off guard, and the barrier surrounded her, sealing her into a vast ocean of water, a counter to her flame Tao. No, her husband yelled as he rushed toward the seal. However, before he could touch it, an invisible puppet appeared behind him and plunged a dagger into his brain, directly killing him. All the puppets then focused on the calm monk while the surviving ships annihilated the water barrier seal alone with the woman. So, the mortals have developed to this level, the monk thought calmly. It was now evident that he was not taking his fight seriously. "Don't you care about your comrade's death?" said one of the puppets. "It's not this poor monk's fault they could not find enlightenment amidst their suffering." The monk replied while calmly looking at this puppet. "You must be the commander of that giant ship." "Monk, leave this place, and we will pretend nothing happened," Commander Shiping uttered. "Unfortunately, this poor monk hasn't seen your true limit yet." Commander Shiping immediately stopped communicating and ordered, "Launch the domain. Tell all other ships to activate the light rainbow maneuver, and everyone will have 30 seconds to evacuate." People were shocked, but considering the worry in the commander's voice, no one objected. The other ships were also surprised, but they followed orders. They activated the domain and the protocol for the maneuver before proceeding to an evacuation area that teleported them to Shiping's ships. Meanwhile, the suffering monk suddenly felt his surroundings becoming murky, making it hard to move and breathe. The law of pain embedded in his flesh had considerably weakened. A domain? They've come so far. He could see these ships were resonating their laws to change the environment into a domain that boosted their attacks. I guess that's good enough. The monk's aura suddenly increased. "Commander, the target's energy level is now 8. Everyone looked at him in shock. They did not expect the commander to predict the enemy was tier 8 instead of 7. "Fire," Shi Ping ordered, and the sky turned bright with all these cannons firing simultaneously. Such a devastating attack could annihilate any tier 7 cultivators except for these geniuses or people with higher artifacts. However, it was useless to the monk. He first rushed to the main ships where Commander Shi Ping resided, but the monk targeted the remaining vessels after realizing it would take some time to destroy the Great Guardian Shield. He turned into this black light, destroying one battleship after another. These ruined ships' protective shield was a joke to the monk. "How long has passed since my order?" Shi Ping asked. 5 seconds. Shi Ping clenched his hands before ordering. "Activate the light rainbow maneuver." "But sir, we still have 24 seconds of evacuation. We will all be dead in 24 seconds, replied with gritted teeth. The technicians were quiet before executing his orders. The surviving ships suddenly accelerate faster than the speed of light, heading directly to the monk. They crashed at unimaginable speed, and they exploded upon contact. The sight of so many speeds turning into golden lights and forming a rainbow was indeed beautiful, but none of the survivors would appreciate such a sight. Shi Ping calmly watched this unfold. He knew the weight of his decision, but he had to do it. He observed for the right moment and used his authority to fire the annihilation cannon. The monk was occupied by these suicide ships. Their destructive power was nothing for a body refiner like himself, but their speed was beyond his reaction time. Then his danger sense suddenly activated, and he wanted to move out of the way. Sadly, this attack was space-based and locked him. Boom! The annihilation cannon was the greatest accomplishment of mortal civilization in spatial technology. Wang Wei and many other guardians had to preach to them before they could develop it as a trump card. With one attack, the surrounding space will collapse, releasing terrifying, chaotic spatial energy that can slice through laws and domains. Shi Ping calmly watched as the monk's ruined body floated in the void, still showing signs of life. He was not surprised since the latter was a body refiner. He ordered the surviving ships to surround him and seal his body and soul. His capture should make up for some of our losses, Shi Ping thought. However, although this was logically true, he did not think so emotionally. They lost too many lives to kill this one man. Report our losses. We came with 12,600 ships. Now, only 123 remain operational. What about our loss of life? You know what? Don't tell me, Shi Ping said. Deploy the salvage team to recuperate as many resources as possible, followed by the transportation crew. They need to control these dynasties and evacuate our compatriots. Many lives were lost in this fight, but once they evacuated everyone from this area, their base would have new blood to train and develop. Shi Ping left for his quarters and immediately took a gourd of wine to drink. Was it a good thing they saved these people? It appeared so, but once they returned to the base, these mortals would be trained as soldiers before being sent to their deaths. Ultimately, the same fate awaited most of them. Let's not think about this, Shi Ping uttered before gulping his wine. Chapter 1407 North and South Unedited. Chapter Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction after seeing Commander Shi Ping's battle. The man made all the correct choices, so although this battle was tragic, he still won beautifully. Their civilization is already Tier 8, and they have almost cracked Tier 9 rune technology. The mortal civilization would not accept staying at Tier 8 and has been studying how to create puppets, armor, and even Tier 9 battleships. They couldn't recreate the Origin System's Dharma body, at least not yet, so Wang Wei suggested they go the path of domain evolution. In many cultivation systems, domains are the foundation for a world of law, and that's the path these mortals chose. Their idea is to follow the same method of law resonance between ships or puppets to create a domain. However, they will instead increase the number of ships, and if they arrange them using knowledge about arrays, they could build a world of law, allowing them to confront Tier 9 cultivators. They have made great strides in this technology, but Wang Wei also encouraged them to try alternate methods, for example, the path of pure energy. If these mortals can condense and control enough energy, they can injure Tier 9 cultivators. In other words, he encouraged them to learn from the pure Qi cultivation system. They were very receptive to this idea. The Eternal Ascension world is full of the incredible energy called Tao Qi. It's everywhere in the environment, and it is more versatile than Spirit Qi. With access to such a great energy source, why not use it? So, after the suggestion, these rune engravers immediately started. Unfortunately, they soon realized that controlling such vast energy was quite challenging once the level was high enough to hurt Tier 7. So, someone suggested turning all the Qi into pure physical matter for better control. This suggestion resulted in the design of a puppet bigger than the observable universe. Wang Wei was shocked once he saw the design. These mortals went and invented Gundams. Fate was an interesting thing. Wang Wei looked at the meeting of all the lords. Over 4 years ago, Du Tsung won the election and became the High Chancellor. Since then, he has reduced his presence before these mortals. Soon, I won't have to worry too much about you, Wang Wei thought, nodding in satisfaction. Did he understand that Grand Tao was playing him so he could use more ideas from Earth to develop these mortals? He knew, but that would not stop him from doing it. Grand Tao's move is a double-edged sword. These mortals can be of great help to Wang Wei in the future, especially since he knew he might be responsible for the All-Haven fate calamity. Grand Tao might use his ideas in other chaos worlds, but the mortal civilization in the Eternal Ascension world is the original version, and they will be one of Wang Wei's greatest aid weapons. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss most of the screens before him, leaving one map that showed how far this plague had spread. He sent the information about evil monks to Buddhism, hoping that would help. Sage Pure Flame, where are you? Wang Wei uttered. The crux of solving this matter is this bastard, but he is so slippery. He has shown up a few times in the past years, but no one has been able to catch him. Wang Wei raised his palm, summoning the Heaven's Secret Crystal. If everything fails, he'll have to use this crystal to find pure flame. But he felt it was a waste to use something so valuable on that bastard. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access his soul network and communicate with others while also monitoring the situation. The world continued to evolve, and 20 years passed. The mortals finally developed their nine, a humongous puppet, and made great strides in their world law. Their war of civilization with the cultivators continued and was reaching the point where Wang Wei and the others would only protect them from Tier 10 and above cultivators. Meanwhile, this plague curse continued to spread, sending the entire world into a panic state. There is no need to hesitate, Wang Wei said as he held the crystal. If there is any more hesitation, the situation will reach an irreversible state. However, just as he was about to activate it, he felt a slight change between heaven and earth. Wang Wei immediately observed, but found nothing. He tried a few calculations with the same result. What has happened? Whatever event has occurred or is occurring is enough to affect heaven and earth, meaning it's of great significance. However, it also seems the people involved have blocked the world's secrets to prevent others from spying. Wang Wei's communication talisman vibrated, and he activated it, showing an image of Red Mask. Did you get any news? A coup is happening in the Great Chu Divine Court. Oh, who is so brave? Is it the third prince? That's right. Interesting. I wonder where he got the confidence to fight against Xu Ren from. Did he know he was currently in a weakened state? Did you reveal the news? Yes, but you didn't tell me? Apologies, my lord. My original intention was to work with the third prince, and once everything was set up, I would bring it up. However, it seems he cut me off and found another partner. Wang Wei groaned. Red Mask has developed this bad habit of doing things before reporting. She probably thought she was taking loads from Wang Wei's shoulder and reducing his stress. But all he sees when she does this is that she's creating unknown variables that he may not be aware of. This is the last time I will say this. Don't act on your own again, Wang Wei warned. Any other time, I would appreciate your initiative, but not now, understand? Yes, Lord, Red Mask replied as she knelt on one knee. Anything else you didn't report? I made contact with Sher Ruolin. She is our inside contact in Great Chu. Her? Such a name brings back memories, Wang Wei commented. I thought she was a secret child. After she proved the Tao, the Earth Emperor brought her back to the palace, Red Mask explained. You probably want to monitor her better, Wang Wei sneered. What's her current strength? She's still a great emperor. As expected, he nodded. Can you get a visual on what is happening? I'll try my best. Wang Wei had to wait for half an hour, but soon he saw a projection of what was going on in Great Chu. The third prince, a suave young man with bright red hair and black clothes, led an army to attack his father's palace. The imperial guards tried their best to defend the palace and prevent the prince's entry, but they were outmatched military-wise, and that's not mentioning the people secretly supporting this coup. Wang Wei watched as the third prince slowly and methodically eradicated all of the palace's defenses before heading inside. How are you? Roared an indignant voice. Shiren finally showed up. The prince calmly looked at the hooded man next to him. He's indeed weakened, but he is still a paragon. It doesn't matter, the hooded man replied. My plan was never to kill him in a direct frontal confrontation. Well, they'll trust you again. The hooded man flew towards Shu Ren. Who are you? The Earth Emperor asked. Don't you remember me, Your Majesty? The hooded man revealed his appearance. Prime Minister, no. I should call you Paragon Jimin. There's no need to be so cold, Jimin said casually. After all, I've served you for many years. Shu Ren looked at his son and snorted coldly. That's your confidence? A newborn paragon that has fallen down from his realm? However, the third prince simply smiled at him. He had this demeanor that everything was under control. All right, enough chit-chat, Paragon Jimin said. Over the years, he was able to return to the peak of the Empyrean realm. The lock did not affect him since he was not cultivating but regaining his strength. However, although his cultivation was low, he could still sublimate himself and return to his peak for a short period. Jimin's aura increased, and he immediately fought with Shu Ren. Their battle lasted for an hour, and despite his weakened state, Shu Ren had the advantage during most of the battle. However, it appeared that Jimin's goal was to hold him off for as long as possible. Once that was done, he evacuated along with the prince. That's it, Wang Wei thought, feeling there was more to this than meets the eye, and he was right. A few minutes later, a terrifying vision enveloped Shu Ren's territory, followed by the third prince's voice echoing between heaven and earth. Emperor Shu Ren is cold, cruel, and heartless. Instead of focusing on the prosperity of his people, he abused his right to rule, doing everything possible to keep his power. He did not even spare his children. Heaven and earth above, Third Prince Shern Yinzu, see his nature and cannot accept the decline of Great Chu, so I decide to take things into my own hands. I will build the Southern Chu dynasty, hoping to free my people from suffering. As he uttered these words, the Key Luck Dragon of Great Chu suddenly roared in pain before being divided into two. Chapter 14:08 Battle for Control. Shu Nianzu floated from the hair, his hand holding the luck-condensing artifact of the former Great Chu Divine Dynasty. A gentle smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he watched the newly formed Key Luck Dragon of his Southern Chu Dynasty. Your Majesty, please fulfill your end of the bargain. A voice suddenly echoed beside him, almost ruining Shu Nianzu's happiness. Don't worry, Prime Minister, I'm a man of my word. Shu Nianzu nodded as he handed the dragon seal to him, while looking him in the eyes. Don't forget you're part of the agreement. I want. Paragon Jimin took the artifact and immediately absorbed much of this dynasty's luck. He first focused on the residual luck from a Northern Chu dynasty before continuing to the south when someone stopped him. His aura rose exponentially, and in a matter of seconds, he healed the previous backlash for forcefully sublimating, and he returned to his original cultivation state. He's here, Jimin said. How could Shu Ren allow his dynasty to be divided into two? He could have accepted the previous rebellion if his rebellious son had just taken a few of his subordinates and left the dynasty. But the bastard stole his luck-condensing artifact and divided his luck into two. Are you sure you can kill him? Shu Nianzu asked. Alone, not all, but with this. Jimin summoned a golden sword. A sword of destiny? The era of the 7 moons is coming to an end, and destiny is against them. Paragon Jimin sneered before rushing toward Shu Ren. The Earth Emperor was already weakened after trying to save Shu Shu. His situation worsened after his first fight with Jimin, and now, the latter had a sword that countered. After 10 minutes of fighting, Shu Ren tried to run away, but Jimin was prepared and blocked the area. Then, after another 20 minutes of desperate fighting, the Earth Emperor lost 1 life. Jimin took much of the latter's destiny, but did not absorb everything. According to his agreement with the 3rd prince, he returned some of it to make up for the luck he absorbed from the Southern Shu dynasty. Our agreement is finished, Paragon Jimin said. Thank you, Shu Nianzu said as he received the dragon seal. Are you sure you don't want to stay? The position of prime minister can still be yours. I'm honored by your offer, but it'll have to decline, Paragon Jimin stated before disappearing, making Shu Nianzu shake his head. His mother approached him a few seconds later. He left. The Empress asked, Yes. Then, how will we protect the dynasty without a paragon in charge? We'll have to rely on destiny, Shu Nianzu replied as he looked at the sky. The Empress knew her song had some alternative plan, but since he didn't want to mention it, she wouldn't ask. Wang Wei calmly experienced Shu Ren's death, and he squinted his eyes. It's time to put the final nail in the coffin. He summoned 2 people, Monk and Jia Ping. Monk was still in the barbarian race and would take some time, but Jia Ping soon arrived. Your opportunity has arrived, Wang Wei declared before pointing at him to condense a future Buddha self, except it looked like Jia Ping instead of him. This technique will allow you to acquire the strength of your future self for a short period, but to ensure the backlash is not too severe. The strength can only go to 90. You'll also have to team up with Monk. I understand. Wang Wei dismissed him before closing his eyes. Shu Ren returned to his secret hideout. After losing a life, he only had 1 left, and he debated whether it was wise to use it on Shu Shu, especially since it may not even save her. As he was hesitating, he sensed something and rushed over. Shu Shu had opened her eyes. Your Majesty? Where am I? Why are you so pale? Shu Shu asked in a soft voice. Shu Ren opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Did something happen to me? Shu Shu said. My creator did say I couldn't leave the seal. I always knew this day would come. Shu-er, don't worry, you'll be fine, Shu Ren said, holding her hand. She smiled gently at him. My greatest joy was meeting you. Your Majesty, Shu Shu said as she raised her weak arm to caress his face. My biggest regret is also meeting you. I would not want to experience the pain of separation in 1,000 lifetimes. Please don't say such inauspicious words. Shu Ren realized Shu Shu's body was rapidly disappearing. He gritted his teeth and immediately used the technique again, linking their existence. Your Majesty, please don't, Shu Shu said with tears streaming down her angelic cheek. It is too late for me, so don't put yourself at risk for my sake. I said you will be fine, then you'll be fine. Shu Ren no longer had any more hesitation and thoroughly used that technique. He sacrificed 1 more life to extend her time. However, Shu Shu's words were correct. The collapse of her existence was too far along the process. Shu Ren watched as the rate of her body disappearing drastically reduced, but it was still disappearing nonetheless. What should I do? Shu Ren thought, trying not to panic. But as he looked into her eyes and saw her life force rapidly disappearing, his heart beat uncontrollably. Suddenly, as if by divine intervention, Shu Ren had a brilliant idea. Her existence contained a flawed perfection, and my 33 nether hell is also flawed. If I link her existence to the nether hell, could I use her perfection to perfect the nether hell? And in return, the nether hell will also complete her imperfection? This idea was bold and out of the box, but it may be the only way to save Shu Shu. Better yet, Shu Ren will kill 2 birds with 1 stone by completing the nether hell and becoming a true Earth Emperor. Shu Ren no longer hesitated and immediately teleported Shu Shu away. He used his control of the nether hell to link the two together. It worked? Shuren thought, not entirely too sure. He closed his eyes to sense the change in this dimension. Yes, the rules are being perfected, and Shushu's existence has stopped collapsing. No, she's slowly getting better. Shuren had a brilliant smile on his face. However, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky before he could celebrate for long. A man wearing Black Emperor clothes with dragon designs looked at Shu Ren furiously. You idiot! Ingzheng, Shu Ren Yith. He was in such a hurry that he forgot his traitorous third son had gained some control of his nether hell by aligning himself with the Great Qin dynasty. Ingzheng ignored this idiot and pointed at Shu Shu. However, before he could succeed, 3 people showed up and blocked him. A man with 4 arms, Jia Ping, and Monk, Your Majesty, the human emperor. It's an honor to meet you finally, said the 4-armed creature. Brat from the Dao opening sect, Ingzheng said coldly. This matter does not concern you, doesn't it? I've spent much effort ensuring he can complete this nether hell perfectly. Wang Wei, Shu Ren said with gritted teeth. The latter might be using another body, but he would not forget that detestable soul aura. So, Shu Shu was all you're doing? Shu Ren asked, his hands clenched tighter than a dragon's jaw. However, Wang Wei did not even glance at him. Shu Ren was nothing but a pawn. Now, he was no longer helpful. This is my last warning, Ingzheng said coldly. Your threat means nothing to me, Wang Wei said as he started his work. He used his control of Shu Shu to accelerate the completion of this nether hell while taking control. Ingzheng's face turned ugly as he fought back. He had been secretly infiltrating this place for too long, meaning he had more power than Wang Wei. However, the 33 nether hell had an instinct to be completed, and Wang Wei used that instinct to take more power rapidly. You bastards! Shu Ren screamed before flying toward Wang Wei. Shu Wei, Monk said as he blocked his way. When you forced me to run away from my clan, I swore an oath that I would rip your head from your body. Today, I'm here to keep that promise. The barbarian king teamed up with Jia Ping to kill the final moon of this era. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was deep in his competition against the human emperor. Although initially behind, he rapidly gained momentum and soon took control of 40 of this place, while Ingzheng had 60. The human emperor looked at him coldly before a decisive light flashed in his eyes. Earth Sword, he uttered as a black sword with the power of samsara materialized in his hand. He struck down, cutting the nether hell into 2, with his 60 control and Wang Wei's 40. He'll remember you, Ingzheng said as he left with his part of the nether hell. Chapter 1409, the end of the 7 moon era. Wang Wei looked at this piece of the nether hell, thinking what to do with it. I should be able to complete it easily if I ask Senjunyo's help. Then, maybe I can use it to create a body and return to my peak. However, he immediately shook his head. It would be a waste to use this thing to make a body. Additionally, a body made from the nether hell would be too unbalanced toward his samsara Dao, which was not conducive to his future. Shu Ren probably wanted to sacrifice this thing to the underworld to receive the title of Earth Emperor, Wang Wei thought. Ingzheng probably has the same idea, but he's dreaming. If the Yama Kings despised me and almost rejected my application, I doubt they would take too kindly to someone as cunning and famously cruel as Ingzheng. Wang Wei played with the nether hell that he had shrunk into a small cube. I don't care for the Earth Emperor position, but it would be funny for me to achieve Ingzheng's path of transcendence after he spent countless yuan epochs scheming. Wang Wei has no plan to achieve transcendence through the human, Earth, Heaven Emperor method. However, he did not mind doing it after achieving transcendence in another manner, as it should boost him in the transcendent realm. Then it's decided. He'll just follow their plan, Wang Wei decided before his body suddenly paused. What if there is a better way? He was inspired as he remembered a unique creature called Deva. He once read a theory in Wu Hong's library about the early development of samsara. Once any creatures died, they were reborn according to the 6 paths of samsara. Deva, gods, Asura, demigods, humans, animals, hungry ghosts, and hell denizens. Over time, the 6 paths of samsara no longer served as a way to determine how someone did in their previous life, but as racial identities. For example, if humans lived incredible lives doing good, they would no longer be reincarnated as Deva or Asura, but as humans blessed with immense luck and good fortune. The animal path is no longer a punishment, but a way for the demonic race to reincarnate. However, this original system is not totally abolished, Wang Wei thought. Once someone dies and has great merit, they will have a chance to reincarnate as their former race or as a Deva. Heaven and earth bless the Deva race. They are born immortal, and until adulthood, which takes around 2 to 3 million years, no tier 10 or below power can harm them, including great emperors. Additionally, the Deva race is the original holder of the emperor bone physiques, as heaven and earth will lower a heaven will for them after they become quasi-emperors. The only difference is that their heaven will has no blessing to increase their chances of becoming eternal emperors. Few people reincarnate as Devas because of how high the requirements are and due to strong racial identities, Wang Wei thought. However, this does not matter. What if people with good karma and merit had another option, the Western heaven? Yes, Wang Wei's idea is to turn the 33 nether hells into the Western heaven and sacrifice it to the underworld. That way, when people die, they have another choice instead of constant reincarnation. They can live in a paradise where they are constantly happy and life is easy. This is a great idea. The Yama King should not only reward me with a true Earth Emperor position, but Heavenly Tao should also reward me with a ton of merit. Wang Wei thought before his lips started to twitch. Although this was a great idea and contribution to the world, doing so also meant he was playing into Grand Tao's hands. Forget it. It's better that I do it knowing I'm being manipulated than being blind, Wang Wei reassured himself with this clumsy excuse. His focus shifted to the battle before him. Jia Ping was already out, but it was apparent from his expression that he had successfully passed his trial to sublimate his double pupil. Why is he being so extreme? Wang Wei asked as he observed Monk's situation. The bastard was burning his existence to increase his strength, ensuring he had the power to kill Shu Run. At this rate, even if he killed him, his cultivation will also fall to Emperor Realm and maybe less. Wang Wei frowned, considering whether he should intervene. He did not care for Shu Ren's luck and destiny since heaven and earth granted him the achievement of killing him once he used the life extension method to save Shu Shu. Forget it. This seems personal, Wang Wei thought. You're mad, Shu Run yelled as Monk pummeled him with punch after punch. He tried to resist using his body and countless spells, but the young barbarian king's fist destroyed anything that came at it, as it had only one mission: pummel this man to death. Mel? Monk said with cold eyes. The barbarian clan is a proud warrior race, and we consider it a great shame to run from battle or death. The day you pressured our clan, I was prepared for my death. Bang! Monk kicked in the face. Do you know why I abandoned everything I believe in and ran away? Monk asked rhetorically. I saw my father, the indomitable man with an unbreakable spirit who raised me since my mother's death, knelt before me, begging that I run away. The tribe's priest, a woman who is the embodiment of wisdom and leadership, knelt before me, asking that I abandon my pride and run. My wife, my other half, the woman who is my anchor, the woman who is braver than me, crying and asking me not to be stubborn and to think about the clan's future instead of my pride. Do you have any idea the gut-wrenching pain I felt that day? Monk slapped him on his face, breaking a few teeth. He looked at Shu Ren with gritted teeth. You know the worst part about all of this? You were such a disappointment. I spent years thinking of the day I would be able to kill you myself, building you up as my ultimate target. But then I came to find out you were nothing but a pawn that was manipulated and discarded. Shu Ren's body visibly paused after hearing these words. Monk took this opportunity to rip his arms off and inject his willpower manifestation to prevent his regeneration. If you were a true warrior, then killing you would have been worth all my pain and suffering. But you were a disappointment until the end of your miserable life. Shu Ren's eyes lost some luster as he reminisced about his life. He was once at the top of the world, but was that true? The people of the world despised and cursed his existence every day, and more importantly, he went from being Ying Zheng's pawn to Time Eater to Supreme Unity and, in the end, even Wang Weiss. He lived for so long and amassed immense wealth and power. But what did he do with them? Absolutely nothing that the world will remember fondly, and that is if they remember him at all. The only time I was truly happy was when I was with Shu, but even those moments were not real. Shu Ren smiled wryly. Monk looked at him coldly before ripping his head off and destroying his soul. He looked at the head with cold eyes, preparing to turn it into a trophy to wash the greatest shame of his life. The era of the 7 moons is over, Wang Wei muttered as he looked at the sky. The roar of a dying dragon echoed between heaven and earth, followed by golden, auspicious visions. Then, 13 dragons manifested in the sky in different corners of the world, symbolizing the return of the destiny of the 13 overlords. Interesting, Wang Wei commented as he realized the dragon for Buddhism and Taoism was so much grander than the others. This vast difference should bring enough pressure to these overlords in the upcoming catastrophe. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the lock. If not for that thing, this period would be when all these people in limbo started reviving themselves. Now, no one is brave enough to try to resurrect, assuming the lock did not block all resurrection. These people can only use their limited interference from limbo to make their moves on the chessboard. They'll be returning to the clan to heal, Monk said. Take care, Wang Wei nodded. Thank you for giving me a chance at revenge. I promised you, didn't I? You can contact me if you need anything, Monk said finally before disappearing. Wang Wei took Jia Ping away to the Dao burial ground since he couldn't move to retreat before returning to his hideout. He discarded the 4-armed flesh puppet he was using as his soul returned to his body. However, before he could even breathe, he received an emergency communication. Chapter 1410 Invader Hurry! Someone had broken through the barrier of base 147. 5837 Wang Wei frowned after hearing these words. He knew the existence of the bases could not be hidden forever, but according to his calculations, it should have taken a lot longer. He no longer hesitated and sent a projection. A handsome man with luscious black hair and golden eyes floated above the sky, observing the base with amusement, interest, and hidden greed. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, his aura suddenly changed to become arrogant and noble. "Are you the owner of these mortals?" asked the golden-eye man. "Hand them over, and how you cultivate them to be so wise, and I'll offer you a decent price." Wang Wei looked up and down at this man. A god? "Oh, it seems you have a good eye. Are you from the divine, faith heaven?" Wang Wei continued. "Also knowledgeable," the god said with a frown, realizing he was not dealing with an ordinary person. "Who are you?" "Wang Wei, Dao opening sect." The god paused. It was apparent the wheels were moving around his mind. "You know it's taboo to lie about being part of the overlords? Now that our destiny is back, there are consequences." Wang Wei did not say anything else as a marking with 4 stars appeared on his forehead. The god looked at it, trying to control his emotions. "Fellow Taoist, my name is Divine Zhu, and it's an honor to meet you," he said before saluting. "Our 2 factions have been in cooperation for many years." Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. The relationship between their faction was neutral. The divine faith heaven's primary source of confrontation is competing with great kin for mortals in Buddhism and Taoism due to their use of faith. "I know what you want, but the answer is no," Wang Wei said directly. "Leave this area at once." Divine Zhu's pleasant expression became stiff. "Fellow Taoist, it's only a few mortals. We can negotiate a fair price." "You heard what I said." Wang Wei understood why this bastard desperately wanted the mortal civilization development method. These mortals have longer lifespans and happier lives, and the enlightened ones have high spirit powers. If they become believers, the amount of faith incense would be so high and pure that no god could resist. Divine Zhu became cold. "Do you want to ruin our faction's relationship over these ants?" Wang Wei looked him in the eyes and released his killing intent. Leave while you still have your dignity and limbs. Divine Zhu's soul and body felt chill, and he almost trembled. However, his pride as a god forbade him from revealing fear before an enemy. So, Divine Zhu took one last look at him and these mortals before teleporting away. Wang Wei calmly watched him fly away. The tree has bore fruit, and now is the time to harvest, he sneered. Now, that mortal civilization was cultivated to Tier 9. It was time for Grand Dao to spread the result, and the first attempt was made by this bastard god. Wang Wei knew, in fact, that the spread was inevitable. He shared the method of cultivating a Tier 4 mortal civilization with many people in the lower dimension, so these people could start from this aspect. He was never worried because he knew he would always have the advantage for a multitude of reasons. The first is culture. The cultivation world is exceptionally conservative, not liking changes to the status quo. Their immortal lives and godlike strength ensured they kept society similar for trillions of years and more. Cultivators like benefits, so they will adapt to a certain extent when needed, but unless they fully commit, their mortal civilization will only be a shell of the one Wang Wei cultivated. He has already predicted what will happen once this information is leaked. The constant worship will mean that the civilization that the gods cultivate will lack any innovative spirit. Why create new runes when you can pray for answers? Their god doesn't give them an answer? That's fine. Anyways, their lives are already filled with gods in their minds, so why is there a need to innovate? There's also the fact that these enlightened humans, who are the core for developing civilization, are wise creatures, meaning their faith in gods is not the best since they understand gods are just powerful cultivators. The mortal civilization created by dynasties and empires will have another issue. They are too self-reliant. If the mortals do not need their ruling dynasty for anything, then they become a liability. How can a dynasty use them to control the rise and fall of their key luck? Not to mention, weak dynasties without any immortal powerhouses could not build a mortal civilization since the mortals now had the power to overthrow them. As for other factions, Wang Wei was not worried about them. Their innate disdain for mortals would not allow them to cultivate a proper civilization. Wang Wei predicted top paragon lineages and many other overlords would develop the most basic of civilization simply because the civilization is a high pool of talent for their faction to discover geniuses. In Wang Wei's mind, he had only a few competitors in the training of mortal civilization. The first one is his wife. She's wise and a visionary, meaning she can see far ahead the benefit of genuinely cultivating these mortals. And as the person with ultimate power in the Origin Seal continent, she can do what she pleases with no one objecting. The second opponent is Methreya. She's wise enough to see the benefits and, like Wu Hong, has ultimate power over Buddhism. Methreya is the true enemy, given how influential Buddhism is. Wang Wei also added Taoism to the list as a maybe. After supreme unity is gone, Taoism will return to its original track, and Wang Wei feared they might cultivate a proper civilization just for the sake of keeping appearance against their competitor, Buddhism. Finally, the last opponent is Emperor Kong. His main goal is to enlighten all sentient beings, meaning he will have a key mindset to train a proper mortal civilization. Show the mortals respect for their craft and achievement. The Academy is the best environment to nurture the academic minds of enlightened humans. Of course, despite calling these people competitors, Wang Wei would not take them seriously. The crux of this civilization is the idea from Earth, and he's the only source. With such an overwhelming advantage, how could these people compete with him? If I remember correctly, the first primal of the divine faith heaven is from the Deva race that I was just thinking about. Is this a coincidence, or am I being paranoid? He contemplated this question from every angle, and it seemed to be a coincidence, but he kept his suspicions. Wang Wei started overseeing the relocation of not just this base, but all 3 million of them. He did not want to take the risk. He oversaw everything and increased the protection he previously provided to them. Although he knew this would only delay the time the information leaked, he would accept any advantage. "I can no longer hesitate," Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes in his hideout. He summoned the Heaven's secret crystal and sighed deeply before activating it. It was now a priority to find sage pure flame and end this plague curse. Wang Wei did not know what to expect since this was the first time he was using the crystal. He found himself floating in this endless void with stars shining around them. After a brief observation, his expressions show a look of understanding. Are those stars physical embodiments of truths? Interesting. He focused his mind on indicating the truth he wished to acquire, the location of sage pure flame. Wang Wei expected the crystal to lead him to one of the stars that contained the answer he wanted. However, he was wrong. The thing brought him to a specific area of this endless dimension. Wang Wei was puzzled, so he approached a random star, and as soon as he got close, it turned red. He chose a few more, and the result was the same. So, the truth around sage pure flame is hidden by someone with a myriad of falsehoods. And if I want to find him, I must search for the correct star, Wang Wei summarized before smiling wryly. The good news is he now had concrete proof that Supreme Unity was manipulating fate and the secrets of heaven and earth. If he did not enter paranoid mode and did not rely on these things, he would have been long dead. The bad news is it'll probably take a while before I find the right star, Wang Wei sighed. The situation outside was volatile, and time was not on their side. Who knows what might happen if he takes too long searching for sage pure flame. He disconnected from the crystal to leave some preparation in the outside world, like a clone, to keep an eye on the overall situation. Only then did he return to track down that bastard. Chapter 14:11 Pig teammate Wang Wei opened his eyes and immediately checked how long had passed. 300 years is not as bad as I thought. He synced with his clone and had a quick update on the major events. The mortals built their Gundam and the Law World, officially becoming a Tier 9 civilization. However, they haven't given up and have been studying the power of immortal venerables and the Tao source of Tao ancestors. Wang Wei did not comment on this endeavor. Whether they succeed or not is entirely up to Grand Tao. However, one day, once he is powerful enough to confront the latter, he might be able to remove all the obstacles blocking their way forward. The plague has spread a little too fast, hasn't it? Wang Wei thought as he reviewed the memories. He analyzed everything and soon had a reason. The spread did accelerate. But the primary reason it was so exaggerated was that these overlords were too busy dealing with the aftermath of the Return of Destiny, and thus did not allocate as much time or effort as before. Are they trying to find ways to revive their ancestors while still under the suppression of the lock? These people always run to their ancestors every time things get serious. What a bunch of fools, he cursed. The priority should be the curse, as the lock will not allow these ancestors to return. Unfortunately, these people do not like the uncertainty or lack of security in dealing with world-ending events with the protection and guidance of their ancestors. These fools might not be able to see the situation, but these people in limbo are not stupid. So, why didn't they say anything? They're silent? According to the info Wang Wei had, these people desperately contacted their ancestors in limbo, but almost no one received an answer. They must be plotting something. I hope it's useful, Wang Wei sighed before focusing on the last major news. And he finally smiled. At least there is one good news. The sage counsel he used to lure pure flame did proceed, as usual, with his clone participating. As Wang Wei expected, there were quite a few level 1 and even level 2 sages hidden in these ancient sections. After everyone pooled their knowledge and experience, they devised a solution, an evolving, purifying power. No matter how terrifying the plague is, this purifying power can analyze it and evolve to counter it. The Council released this power, curing the plague for cultivators below Tier 10. Soon after, there were rumors that this cure was a way for the overlords to control people, but this approach did not have much effect. The overlords did not care about these loose cultivators and would capture them to cure them. Sadly, as previously stated, they did not focus too much on giving the cure, thus aggravating the situation. Of course, Supreme Unity would not accept defeat so easily. Countless new strands of the plague appeared, but it was useless until a brand capable of affecting immortals appeared. The thing spread like wildfire, and in less than 25 years, it affected Tao ancestors. Truly a bunch of pig teammates. Wang Wei cursed, and that included his sect. Ancestor Yanhai also mysteriously disappeared, making the Tao opening sect freak out, and these idiots started acting like the other factions. Wang Wei's clone urged them repeatedly, but his words had little to no effect. Luckily, Buddhism and the demon race still have some smart people. Otherwise, the situation would have been worse. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. The situation was not looking good. The Sage Council was confident they could make Tier 10 and higher cures. But the rate at which they could create the cures was not comparable to the rate at which this plague was mutating. Luckily, I found Sage Pure Flame, Wang Wei sighed. There were a few minor events, so he focused on them to ensure he did not miss anything special. What a persistent bastard, Wang Wei thought. Divine Zhu sent an envoy to the Tao opening sect, trying to get his hands on the mortal civilization through diplomacy. Once that approach failed, the Fate Shadow Guard soon discovered they had the method as someone from the lower dimension sold it. However, these bastards were not satisfied with this and started kidnapping the pilots, puppets, and legions sent from those bases when they were on a mission. Divine Faith Heaven, if your faction still exists in the Transcendent Era, then my name will no longer be Wang Wei. Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. He was already in a bad mood. Unfortunately, these bastards became the last straw. He controlled his emotions as he needed to be calm for his upcoming action. Capturing Pure Flame is a must, but he will not just rush into it without any preparations. Wang Wei will not wholly trust the Heaven's secret crystal and prepare for many possibilities. The process took him 3 days. Limbo, a handsome man with luscious black hair adorned in golden robes, opened his eyes. They had no pupils but glowed like stars. This man was the first primal of the divine Faith Haven. Supreme God Tian. Father, is something wrong? Asked a young boy about 12 years old beside him. I sense a warning, Tian said with a frown. Something must have happened to heaven. The young boy frowned after hearing this. He knew his father was a deva, meaning he was extremely loved by heaven and earth, thus granting him extreme senses. So, if he sensed something, there must be a reason. He'll go check it out. Father, you can't. Remember? We already signed the contract. Tian paused. If he returned to the world of the living, he might indeed ruin the plan. However, he only accepts out of the interest of his faction. So what will be the point if the plan succeeds and his faction is no longer? He'll go talk to Kyuan and the others to see if they can compromise. Although Tian said this, he was not too hopeful. Everyone understood what kind of opponent they were facing, and no one would want to jeopardize this plan because of his sudden whim. The worst part is ensuring success. The price engraved in their signed contract was horrifying, and no one could accept it. Wang Wei looked at this tiny mountain located at what could be considered the fringes of this world. His eyes barado the hidden dimension and spied on the people inside. Is that a Tier 12 creation life? No one could catch him, Wang Wei thought. His gaze turned to Pure Flame, who was purifying countless cultivators with a look of anger and madness. Wang Wei sneered. The status of sage does not have a morality restraint, at least not from heavenly Tao. If someone meets the merit requirements, they can condense the golden body of merit and the status will not be revoked. Wang Wei loves his freedom, meaning he would have never accepted the restriction of morality for the golden body. Despite what Pure Flame did, he was still a sage. However, Heavenly Tao was unhappy with his shady move of helping Supreme Unity and locked his golden body at level 1. He might really be mad, Wang Wei said as he observed. Pure Flame behaves like his golden body should have improved as long as he purified these captures. However, that's not how it works. It's all about merit, and he should know this. Something is definitely wrong, Wang Wei thought, feeling he may have overlooked something significant. If Supreme Unity wanted the source of the virus that made Pure Flame into a sage, he already has it. So why is he still alive? That virus is the last piece of five feathers plague formula. Anyone with some wisdom will understand how necessary that knowledge is. So why does Supreme Unity keep anyone with the information alive? Is he trying to lure me here? Possible, but without direct intervention, the chances of him killing me are low, Wang Wei thought as he raised his alert to the highest level. He observed Pure Flame's every move while trying to hide his presence from the Tao ruler. Something is wrong with that dimension. The entire layout is a strange formation, Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. No, not a formation, a ceremony. To be precise, a sacrifice. Wang Wei had dabbled in ceremony magic in the lower dimension, and he had read much in his future wife's library, so he swiftly put the pieces together. The madness of a sage, symbolizing the transition from glory to decadence, from light to darkness. In other words, yin-yang transition. There's a second core that seems to be self-sacrifice. That's obvious. Pure Flame is about to kill himself in his madness. Once these two requirements are met, this ceremony will release a devastating power. But what is the target? Why can't I figure it out? Damn it, regardless, I can't allow this bastard to die. Chapter 1412, is this checkmate? No. It's not. As soon as Wang Wei barged in, his mind quickly detected new aspects of this ceremony that he couldn't see from the outside. He saw a significant part involving destiny and a second aspect made for him. The act of trying to stop this ceremony and failing will convert into the power of regret that further boosted its strength. Damn it, he cursed before using a sure-kill technique he had recently developed, the Transcendent Sword Slash. Wang Wei took the fundamental essence of his transcendent luck and his perfection, allowing him to access the power of Transcendent. Of course, this power of Transcendence is not even 1/1,000,000th of the true power of Half-Step Transcendent, but it is a devastating attack for anyone in the Paragon realm. Wang Wei swung his sword, and with that one strike, he should have annihilated this dimension alone with this ceremony. However, things didn't go as he wanted. The Tao ruler protecting Pure Flame reacted to his attack by summoning a Paragon artifact, the 10,000-layer pagoda. So, the result of that devastating blow only did one thing: destroy the body Wang Wei was occupying and kill the Tao ruler. Wang Weisoul looked at the pagoda that remained intact from his attack. I could never destroy the ceremony in the first place, Wang Wei thought with a grave expression. The pagoda contained even more power of transcendence than his attack. No, the comparison was like a river and a tiny mosquito, meaning this thing was created by Supreme Unity's vessel. It's you, Pure Flame yelled with a twisted expression. It's all your fault. Everything is all your fault. Wang Wei glanced at him. It was impossible to get to him with this damn pagoda, and this bastard mind was too far gone for any effective communication. My next step is containment, Wang Wei thought, feeling a sense of urgency. His intuition had risen to the highest level, telling him not to allow this ceremony to continue. Wang Wei disappeared from the dimension. Get back here, Pure Flame yelled. You bastard, don't you dare ignore me? Wang Wei had already isolated this area before coming. That's the most basic cautionary measure. Now he was going to use that idea to the extreme. He did not hesitate to remove the limit on his soul to access his hidden soul power from his time in the void and use that energy to engrave sealing formations. Pure Flame had about 2 to 3 minutes before he succumbed to his madness. And this was enough time for Wang Wei's Paragon soul to engrave billions of these seals. Boom! The dimension finally collapsed, turning into 33 red magic circles stacked on each other to form a funnel. However, before the circles could be fully deployed, a white shield composed of countless smaller sealing arrays formed a barrier to isolate their effects. Was it a success? Well, Wang Wei wasn't celebrating yet. His eyes remained closed, focusing on building more and more sealing arrays. His reaction was proved correct as the 33 magic circles started to fight back, creating cracks in the barrier. But as soon as a tiny flaw, countless new arrays would appear to make it up. Time was on Wang Wei's side, since the longer this confrontation lasted, the more sealing arrays he would have built. But would the person who designed such a brilliant ceremony let his work be destroyed so easily? Tao Beginning Palace. A red mist suddenly surrounded the entire place, followed by an order for all Taoists to return. It did not matter whether they were still fighting against Buddhism or had permission for a special retreat, they had to return. Although confused, these people had no choice but to follow. Who made their boss one of the two sons? People were intrigued by this sudden move. Ever since Xu Ren's death, corrupted Taoism had practically lost the war and was forced to guide a few areas. Neo-Taoism, who followed Mithriya, now controlled most of the former territories. After the corrupt priest returned to the Tao Beginning Palace, an intense bloodlight rushed into the sky, entering a spatial portal that everyone wanted to know led to where. However, before anyone had a chance to move, another vision appeared between heaven and earth. Taoism Key Luck Dragon manifested in the air and roared in agony before its body shrunk to the same size as the other overlords. Everyone was shocked, wondering what the meaning of those two visions was. Wang Wei opened his eyes with an ugly expression and appeared a few kilometers to his right. He released the best protective shield he knew. A terrifying red light burst in that exact spot, instantly annihilating his shield. The red light headed toward him, and Wang Wei's expression immediately changed. He was currently in soul form, meaning it was easier to get contaminated by something. So, he distanced himself from this thing. Unfortunately for him, the red light seemed to have expected this outcome and immediately headed for his barrier. Wang Wei realized his mistake and rushed over, but it was too late. The red light freed the magic circles before fusing with them. Then, the world saw a third worldwide vision. 33 blood-red magic circles fused into one before dissipating. Wang Wei looked at the sky. To say he was gloomy was an understatement. Currently, his intuition was screaming, "It's game over, we have lost." He exhaled deeply, waiting for whatever this thing was, and he was not the only one. However, a few minutes later, nothing seemed to have changed. Am I overthinking? Wang Wei thought, but he hadn't finished his thought when he received an emergency call from Chancellor Du Song. So he accessed the Void Illusion Realm. "Great Guardian, please save us," Du Song yelled, tears streaming down his eyes like a baby. The prideful and confident High Chancellor was panicking beyond words could explain. What happened? They are dying. More than 100 trillion every second, Du Song said with a choked voice. Wang Wei's face became ugly as he immediately teleported to the bases. I should have thought about this. His original target has always been the mortals, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. He was so focused on the fact that Supreme Unity wanted cultivators to kill the mortals as that would deal the greatest blow to Heavenly Tao that he ignored that Supreme Unity's ultimate goal is to wipe out all life, and how achieved it is just a bonus point. It's not like he's a perfectionist and must do things in specific ways. The curse had reached the mortals, and this version was cruel. As soon as someone caught it, they would die in seconds. Wang Wei summoned his golden body of merit to release a blessing throughout the base. Death is extended to 20 seconds. He thought with a grave expression. His attempt was essentially useless. He activated a technique called Death Senses, and he soon saw it. The curse was already worldwide, and mortals died in the trillions every second. At this rate, we have less than 5 years before all mortals disappear from the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei was not angry, discouraged, despaired, or felt any desire to curse or vent. Instead, he felt remarkably calm. Red Mask contacted, so he answered. I know about the mortals, so there is no need to report that part. Wang Wei said directly. Use divine sense for the fastest communication speed. Yes. All the survival members from the corrupt Taoism side have been sacrificed in the Tao Beginning Palace, and Taoism no longer has the destiny of a Sunday. Oh, Red Mask showed him a recording of the vision. So that's how it is. Wang Wei muttered. He understood how far this bastard went to release this incurable plague to the world. The good news is he is now technically no longer the leader of Taoism and has no access to their luck and resources. His access to the world has been cut off beside the lock. Of course, once all the mortals die, the blow it will deal to heavenly Tao is enough for him to wrestle more power and allow for his return, Wang Wei sneered. Although it seems he made great sacrifices for the mortal plague, it was not as much when you consider how he will recuperate them later and even make more profit. Anything else? Everyone is panicking about the situation of the mortals, and the sect has ordered that you return home at once to take control, Red Mask reported. Wang Wei nodded before dismissing her. Returning to the sect is pointless unless there is a solution there. The current situation screamed checkmate. But Wang Weiss doesn't. There is still a way. There must be. Brother, things are getting out of hand, Yanhai said. Don't worry about them. They signed a contract and must abide by it. But that was before. Nothing has changed, Qiyuan replied calmly. Are you really leaving everything to that kid Wang Wei? It's obvious that he failed. No, I agree with Big Brother, Battle Maniac added. Look at his eyes. This is not the eyes of someone that has admitted defeat. No, this is the eyes of a beast that has been cornered for the first time and is about to tear apart his opponent. Third Brother is right, Qiyuan said. This kid has never met his match intellectually until now. In a technical sense, this is his first time being cornered in an intellectual battle, and it seems to have sublimated him. That's why I insist we wait and continue with the original plan. Chapter 1413, The Awakening Mind. Wang Wei calmly looked at all these mortals dying. The surviving one gazed at him in the sky with fear and hope. I opened Pandora's boxy by suggesting the plague curse to 5 feathers. An intense flood of regret rushed into his mind, but Wang Wei's mind, who was already in an extreme mode of dealing with the solution, automatically cut off these negative emotions as they were useless in coming up with a solution. Wang Wei's senses locked into a dying young man. This young pilot should have died long ago, but the blessing from the golden body extended his life. Wang Wei's mind immediately caught into something. The main cause of this disaster is a sage, and a sage should end it. He immediately extrapolated a new solution from this idea. Wang Wei disappeared, first contacting Sage Lin Qi. They rapidly through divine sense, try not to waste any time at all. I apologize, but this is the only method I can think of. No need. Am glad to help. And something told me this would be my destiny. Lin Qi said, Is there anything you need? Wang Wei continued. Just keep your promise. Don't worry, as long as the Tao opening sect exists, your life work will also exist. That's all I want to hear. Wang Wei bowed deeply to him before leaving. However, just as he was about to disappear, Sage Lin Qi asked, After this is over, after you destroy the lock, is it possible? I'm sorry, but no. I figured as much, Lin Qi sighed. But I couldn't help asking. Thank you for the mortal civilization. Nothing brought me more joy than seeing them develop and grow to the point of being self-independent. No problem, Wang Wei said before disappearing. He had to call a meeting of the highest order from the Sage Council, followed by asking for help from the overlords, and lastly, track down Jimin. This is the plan, Wang Wei stated to the Sage Council. Anything to add? I can improve your formation by 10 to 15, Emperor Kong added. Good. Do we all have... This is a small price we will pay compared to Sage Lin Qi. Wang Wei cut him off before finishing. No, since no one has anything else to say, let's have it in writing before proceeding with the ceremony. Once everyone wrote their names, Wang Wei and Emperor Kong headed to Light City Domain, a small area in the Myriad Clan Union's territory. This place is also where Sage Lin Qi was born. Establishing the ceremony at a place of origin can increase its potency. They found a small mountain range and rearranged the mountains to form the core array of the ceremony. Wang Wei twisted countless tier 12 metals into a small altar that he placed on top of the hill at the center. Everything was finished an hour later, and they immediately started the ceremony. Sage Lin Qi took his place at the center, while the remaining 22 sages each stood on an individual mountain. All bow to the Sage of Virtue, Wang Wei said, and all the sages, including himself, bowed 180 degrees to Lin Qi. Their actions started the ceremony as an intense power condensed in this area with this simple bow. A bow from the chosen of destiny. After uttering these words, Wang Wei flew in the air, ensuring he was exactly 33 meters from his spot, and bowed a second time before descending. A bow from the one who seeks to enlighten all sentient beings. Emperor Kong followed his exact steps, and Wang Wei proceeded to call the remaining Level 2 golden bodies. Now, for the honorary guests, Wang Wei continued. The one who started the end of this era. A projection of Sun Junyao appeared 33 meters above the sky and bowed politely to Sage Lin Qi before dissipating. The one who put the last nail on this era. Monk's projection appeared, and he saluted. By now, the amount of power condensed by these acts had turned into his golden ocean circulating around the central mountain. A salute from the Paragon of Hope, Wang Wei continued. Paragon Jimin's projection appeared and saluted Sage Lin Qi. Respect from destiny, Wang Wei continued. All 13 key luck dragons from the overlords manifested 33,000 meters above the sky, circling Lin Kiss Mountain while singing the most beautiful song between heaven and earth. Next is the power of vengeance, Wang Wei stated as the dragons disappeared. A Taoist priest appeared 33 meters below the mountains and threw what seemed to be a broken piece from a luck-condensing artifact. His action immediately condensed a newfound power to add to the overall vast reserve. The priest did not stay long as there were more acts of grievance. Wang Wei did not have to do much for this part of the ceremony, since the world had too many grievances, including cultivators and mortals. The sage's sacrifice, Wang Wei uttered with squinted eyes. This was the most important aspect of the ceremony, and the part that will truly determine whether Lin Qi can save the mortals. Wang Wei and all the other sages' golden body manifested 33 meters above the sky before dissipating into golden sand particles. Lin Qi's golden body appeared at the center and immediately absorbed the particles. Then, in a matter of seconds, it grew to level 3. Everyone calmly watched this happen. While some did not hide the pain of losing their golden body, no one hesitated. Finally, it's the ultimate sacrifice from a sage of virtue. Wang Wei said softly. Lin Qi asked him whether there was hope for his revival or possible return, and Wang Wei told him no. But in fact, he did not know whether that was true. However, he knew that only a true act of sacrifice would make this ceremony possible. So it would be detrimental to the process if Lin Qi had any kind of hope when he did it. Everything started with the mad sage pure flame, but it will end with the sage of virtue, Lin Qi, Wang Wei thought. Among all the sages, Lin Qi is the only one who can bear the title of virtue. He never became a sage out of any desire for power or merit. No, his golden body was only the product of doing what he wanted in life, protecting people. The third-tier golden body started absorbing all the condensed power from the ceremony before fusing into Lin Qi, turning his demeanor nobler and gentler. Then, Lin Qi flew into the sky, far away from the ceremony. Heaven and earth above. His voice, which still contained an inherent kindness, bombed between heaven and earth. The world is in turmoil, with all sentient beings tormented by a sea of suffering. All my life, I have lived by the creed that you must help as long as you can. I was helpless before, but now I know what must be done. I hope this humble life of mine can become a beacon of hope for the world. As Lin Qi uttered his last words, he took one last look at the world before turning into this mass of golden light that spread in all directions. Wang Wei and everyone paying attention to this ceremony followed the light to see whether this thing was successful. And it was. Any mortal or cultivator touched by the golden light will be instantly cured. There was zero resistance for the entire process. It was as if this golden light wave was the embodiment of all that was holy and pure. The golden light washed every corner of this vast world, not leaving a single diseased individual without a cure. Then, it became a golden sword attacking this invisible, humanoid-shaped red ghost. This thing was the source of the pure flame ceremony, and the golden sword extinguished it with only a few slashes. However, to everyone's surprise, the golden sword did not dissipate, but rushed into the sky directly toward the lock. Many people immediately hoped, thinking, could this be how they attain their freedom? Sadly, they were soon disappointed. The golden sword tried its best, but did not even leave a mark on the lock. The world heard a deep sigh of regret as the sword dissipated. Wang Wei calmly watched all of this. He was not surprised by the sword's outcome against the lock. However, just as he was about to leave to proceed to the next step, something unexpected occurred. "You can summon me once. Sage Linki." "Remember, one more time." "I understand," Wang Wei nodded. It seems Sage Lin Qi did not immediately disappear, but Heavenly Tao turned him into a powerful force between heaven and earth. "That's good to hear, since he'll be needing all the help I need," Wang Wei thought before leaving with everybody else. He needed to check on his mortal civilization to see how many people survived. Chapter 1414 Return Home Unedited chapter of the 3 million bases. Only 333 remained, meaning the number of mortals that died is simply incalculable. As Area 0 of this plague, Wang Wei was expecting this outcome, and even worse. "You're alive," Wang Wei stated as he gazed at Du Kong. "Unfortunately," Du Tsong replied in a hoarse voice with clothes splattered in blood, listless eyes, and unkempt hair. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up. He rushed toward Wang Wei and knelt on the ground. "Great Guardian, you're a mighty cultivator with godly power. You must be able to do it, right? After all, we are mortals, so it should be easy to bring them back, right?" "I can't," Wang Wei said, shaking his head. Du Tsong's body paused before he asked in gritted teeth, "Can't or won't?" "Can't," Wang Wei replied truthfully. "The person who killed them is much more powerful than me. And that's not to mention Samsara is currently isolated, so I couldn't even find their souls if I wanted to." Du Tsong let go of his clothes before sitting loathingly on the floor. His last hope was gone, and the truth punched harder than the power armor their civilization had built. Du Tsong could no longer help it and started bailing on the ground like a baby. Wang Wei was waiting for him to finish, and he had the intention to wait a few hours. However, he sensed despair, overwhelming Du Tsong with each passing second. "Survivor guilt, huh?" he thought before finally speaking. "Do you intend to continue your job?" Du Tsong's crying abated slowly until he was silent, but he did not look at Wang Wei or move from his crying position. "I'm about to move the survivors," Wang Wei continued. "Your new location will have countless members of your species. I need someone to continue leading them and finish what this place started. So, I need to know whether I can count on you or if I need to find someone else." Du Tsong looked at the sky for a few seconds before standing up and fixing up his attire. He bowed politely to Wang Wei before walking to his post. It's better to be taciturn than give up in despair, Wang Wei thought before helping. He spent 3 days reassuring the survivors, but the primary reason it took so long was because he held the grandest funeral for all the departed. Wang Wei even built a monument that contained all the names of the fallen, both in the final plague or the previous civilization wars. Finally, once that was dealt with, he put the remaining base in his personal dimension before returning to the Dao burial ground, taking away all his people. Central Origin Realm. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in that area, he activated a token that teleported him to another dimension. The first thing he experienced was chains of mountains and islands floating in the air, forming a ring. The beautiful and familiar sight brought Wang Wei a sense of peace and calmness he hadn't felt since ascending. "They should have kept the massive chains," Wang Wei commented. The main difference between this place and the lower dimension was not the vastness, but the lack of chains connecting the different mountains. They were there long ago, but became a liability at one point and were removed, said an elderly woman with a bright smile. "You are?" Wang Wei asked the woman leading the delegation. "I'm Grand Elder Yin Shui," she said before introducing the man next to her. "This is this generation's sect master, Yukai." Wang Wei cupped his hands and bowed to them. "It's an honor. The honor is all ours," Yukai said with a smile, and he meant those words. Although he hadn't met Wang Wei, he knew of the latter's achievements outside and how capable he was through their communication that often used Red Mask as a medium. We've recreated your transcending fate mountain from the news we gathered about you. I hope you don't mind. No, it's fine. I think I need something familiar about now. Wang Wei nodded. That's good to hear. This is your official token, Yukai said as he handed him a purple token with a character seed. This is? Your official title is the Sex Primal Seed, but we can change it to something else if you need. No, but I'm curious about the different divisions. Why don't I explain why we fly to our destination? Yukai suggested, and this small group flew toward transcending Fate Mountain. All mortal disciples are divided into regular and sacred sons. Iukai etlai. Although there are other divisions like outer and inner disciples, they are only used to measure their training speed. What truly matters is whether they can become of the 3,000 sacred sons. Sacred son. This word brought memories, Wang Wei commented. The role of all sacred sons is to become, at minimum, a pseudo-eternal. Those who succeed will become true disciples and continue to receive unlimited support from the sect to become everlasting Empyreans. Those who failed will become outer deacon elders. Afterward, true disciples will become legacy disciples if they become everlasting, and peak seeds if they become boundless. Peak seeds? They have the potential to become peak paragons, Yukai explained. Peak seeds, like legacy disciples, do not have to participate in the sex management and have priorities over most resources. So, the two ascending paths of power in the sect are the disciple and elder way. That's correct, Yukai nodded. Non-everlasting Empyreans become inner deacon elders, and paragons become great elders. Are peak paragons supreme elders? That's right. Then, what about the other path cultivators? Wang Wei asked. All these statuses and labels seemed only to mention the Emperor path. They are also outer and inner deacon elders, except with worse status and power, and can only become elders at Tier 12 unless they prove themselves as true insurgents. I can already tell how much these Emperor Path people would complain, Wang Wei commented, and Yukai gave him the look of someone who understood his pain. These rules have existed for a long time, but every sect master must handle these people's non-stop complaints. What about the sect master position? How is that chosen? Wang Wei asked. From the legacy disciples, Yukai explained. The luck from the position greatly increases the possibility of passing the paragon in measurable tribulation. So many legacy disciples who are not too confident will compete for the position. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. I guess there are no longer any rules about the shadow being able to replace the sect master. That rule still exists for the mortal disciples. As long as their shadows show more promise than their master, they can take the sacred son position away. Wang Wei was surprised. This rule was not something Qiyuan or Yan Hai created, so he thought it would not have applied to the upper dimension. Shadow Ruler must have added it after his ascension. The team arrived, and Wang Wei observed his new home. It looked exactly the same, except this mountain was towering compared to the one at home. As he glanced at his small manor, a look of nostalgia flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. Maybe it was the wrong choice not to involve the sect in all this confrontation. He's been feeling like this, hence why he decided to return to the sect now. Of course, it's also because he had an outline of a plan in his mind and needed all the resources possible. Wang Wei walked through his manor, his mind full of memories of his parents, Li Jun, Yin Liling, and Wu Hong. He touched the walls, looking at every corner. I didn't realize how lonely I was until I saw this place. Wang Wei sighed. Now is not the time to reminisce, so he summoned the people outside. Thank you, Wang Wei said to Yukai. The credit is not mine, but Grand Elders Yin Shui, he swiftly explained. Wang Wei looked at her and thanked her sincerely. I'm old, so I've experienced the ascension of a few of the Supreme Elders. One thing they have in common is they usually grow nostalgic for their time in the lower dimension and find any way to keep the memory of that time alive. I figured you would be the same. No matter how powerful we are ultimately, we are humans and creatures of habits, Wang Wei sighed. All right, let's get back to business. Why don't you introduce some of these people to me? Yu Kai and Yin Shui were accompanied by a small group, but these people didn't say anything during the entire journey. Oh yes, Yu Kai said. Let's start with the 9 patriarchs, beginning with the Wang clan patriarch. A fat man with a bulging belly and the aura of a peak everlasting stood up and bowed to Wang Wei. And Patriarch Wang Si, please take care of me. Chapter 14:15 The counterattack. Starts will be in your care. Wang Wei nodded politely. We need to find a date for your patriarch ceremony, Wang Si added. I just returned, so there is no need to be talking about the transfer of power, Wang Wei said. No, these are the rules, Wang Si insisted. The patriarch position will be beneficial to your Paragon tribulation, and all your achievements or accomplishments will further nourish the Wang clan's luck and destiny. In that case, wait until I'm about to pass the tribulation. As you wish, Wang Si nodded. One last thing, you can choose a few of the human fiend gods to serve you. Most of them worshipped you and would love to work for you again. I will, Wang Wei nodded. All the human fiend gods originated from the lower dimension and knew Wang Wei, so it might be a good idea to transfer them to his transcending fate mountain to serve under him. Let's continue. Sect Master Yu Kai continued. This is Matriarch Li Yang and Patriarch Yin Dui. Li Yang was a beautiful woman with extraordinary red lips and naturally charming eyes. Yin Dui was an emo man. His hair, clothes, eyes, and jewelry were all black, and even his aura was dark and depressing. Wang Wei bowed to them, and Li Yang immediately asked, when is the Eternal from our clan ascending? We understand their unique situation, but could you elaborate in more detail? No problem, Wang Wei said before explaining Li Jun and Yin Liling's situation to them. So it will take a while, Li Yang said in disappointment. The sect may have too many Eternals to count, but it was different for Eternals from the lower dimension. Destiny is in the lower dimension, meaning it was easier to give birth to great talents. From the information Li Yang and Yin Dui have gathered, Li Jun and Yin Liling have already shown signs of being peak seeds, hence their excitement for their possible rise. Thank you for preserving the unity between our clans, Matriarch Li Yang said to Wang Wei. She understood the overwhelming power he had in the lower dimension, and if he wanted, he could have turned the lower dimension sect into the puppet of the Wang clan. Wang Wei nodded to her, and Yu Kai introduced the other families. This is Patriarch Long, Matriarch Xie, Patriarch Tang, Matriarch Su, Patriarch Yin, and Patriarch Zhou. The 6 of them stood before Wang Wei and bowed politely. He returned the salute before looking at Matriarch Xie, a small woman with green clothes and intense eyes. If I remember correctly, the Supreme Elder Shadow Ruler took the name Xie. He is our ancestor, she replied succinctly. Wang Wei nodded and did not ask anymore. Yu Kai took over the conversation again. Those are the elders taking care of different aspects of the sect. Let's start with the disciplinary hall elder. For the next hour, Wang Wei met all the upper echelons and had a basic understanding of the upper dimension sect's operation and rules. Finally, he signaled that only the Grand Elder and Sect Master stayed for an important meeting. First thing first, I need you guys to perfectly replicate this thing before its owner comes asking for it, Wang Wei said, sitting cross-legged with a small golden tablet floating above his palm. The tablet released an intense Dao rhyme, forcing Yu Kai and Yin Shui to squint. Is that the Skill Dao Association's Dao Path tablet? Elder Yin Shui asked. That's right, Wang Wei nodded. He split all the resources from the Northern Shu dynasty with Monk after killing Shu Ran, and this tablet was one of the prizes they shared. Elder Yin Shui played with the tablet in her hands. We currently have only one person who can refine Tier 12 products while still in Tier 11, but he's a pill refiner. The best we can do is a false product. The Overlord's destiny has returned, so it won't be long before the association asks for their treasure back, Yu Kai stated. In that case, we need to delay for as long as possible so we can buy time to copy it, Wang Wei decided. In the meantime, we can start the preparation. That's not an issue, Yu Kai nodded. I promised the barbarian race they could copy our copies. Don't forget that, Wang Wei added. One of the primary reasons this thing was in his hands, even though Monk was the one who killed Shu Run, is that the barbarian race could not bear the pressure from the Skill Dao Association, but the Dao opening sect could. If you say so, Yukai nodded. The primal seed has a lot of powers in the sect, especially regarding the utilization of resources. Besides a few things that may require the ancestors to sign up, there are almost no limits to their resources. Of course, the criteria needed to get this position are also insane. Throughout the sect's history, there have only been 3 prior primal seeds, and only one, Ancient Desolate, lived to that name. About the second matter, Wang Wei continued. I need to comprehend something, but it is extremely challenging and will take me too long on my own. Is there a way for me to comprehend it in less than a yuan epic? Elder Yin Shui frowned. He knew how talented this young man was, and he was saying someone of his caliber was about to comprehend something challenging. What level is such a thing? She suddenly thought of something, and a look of realization flashed in her eyes. You could use the experience pill, which would allow you to experience the point of view of whoever created whatever you wish to comprehend, even if it was heaven and earth, Elder Yin Shui suggested. No, he can't, Yukai said. Don't you remember? We used the last experience pill trying to summon the mortalhood trial. Oh, that's right. Elder Yin Shui nodded before frowning as she could not think of another suggestion. The only option left is the mind dilation pill, but, Yukai said, the side effects are too severe. Elder Yin Shui disagreed. No, let's do it, Wang Wei said. He knew of the mind dilation pill, a paragon-ranked pill that can dilute time between the mind and the outside. In some extreme cases, 1 second inside a person's mind might equal 10,000 yuan epics outside. However, the faster the time dilation, the greater the burden on the soul. All right, I forgot you already have a paragon soul. Yin Shui nodded. Regardless, you should give him some soul protection pills. No problem, Yukai said as he stood up. Anything else? No, that's it for now. Good. Although he didn't have to. Yukai went to gather the resources personally. I know you'll be busy, but I'll leave you on your own device. Don't hesitate to call me if you need something, Elder Yin Shui uttered before also leaving. What do you think? Wang Wei asked the empty room. Swish. Red mask appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. The Wang, Li, and Yin clan are excited for your return, but the other 6, not so much. Wang Wei nodded before motioning her to continue. Your presence will further consolidate the 3 main clans' power, especially if you can become the 5th primal ancestor, Red Mask explained. Most of the 6 clans appeared neutral of your presence, except for the Su and Zhou clan. Their leaders tried to hide their emotions, but I could still detect it. Wang Wei nodded as he looked at his token. The fact that they already had a status for him showed they had prepared long ago. Most likely due to ancestor Yin Heist orders. Anything else? The great elder and matriarch Xie detected my presence. Oh, Wang Wei was not surprised Elder Yin Shui discovered her, since he detected her essence was once that of a paragon. But it was something else for matriarch Xie. She's probably in the shadow business like myself, Red Mask continued. And she's exceptional at her job. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered. During my retreat, I need you to establish yourself in the sect. Use the opportunity that these clans do not have the protection of their powerful ancestors to infiltrate their ranks. I want to be able to know what kind of underwear their patriarch is wearing. Do you understand? No problem, but do I have a bottom line? Play by the rules as long as they do the same. Wang Wei instructed. I want to be informed, not break the foundation and unity of the sect. He needed to start preparing for the future, and that's one of the reasons he returned to the sect now. The 7 Moon era was gone, leaving only 7 Cauldron and Time Eater. 7 Cauldron is a walking skeleton, as her body will definitely collapse once she is no longer a vessel, leaving Time Eater as the last remnants of the previous era. Wang Wei's plan might involve Time Eater's death, meaning he was also living on borrowed time. Now was the time to return to the sect and prepare for the future. Chapter 14:16, Asking Grand Dao. After receiving the resources, the first thing Wang Wei did was to reinstall the formation on the transcending Fate Mountain. Although he trusted the sect, it was not to this level. Once that was done, He released Wang Qi and the others and provided them with a proper identity to allow them access to certain things in the sect. Only after dealing with these mundane tasks did Wang Wei finally enter his retreat. "Let's get this over with," Wang Wei muttered. His first task was not to understand the lock. Instead, he used his ability acquired for his achievement as an immeasurable emperor, which allowed him to communicate with Grand Tao. Wang Wei's spirit left his body before founding himself in this infinitely white space with one towering eyeball glancing at him. He immediately felt an immense pressure on his soul. Regular people cannot directly face Grand Tao's presence without any repercussions. "What is your request?" Cold and indifferent words entered Wang Wei's mind. There was no source of sound or any fluctuation. These words just appeared in his mind as if they were a natural part of his memories. Wang Wei frowned before returning to normal. "My request is simple. I need a karma-free cultivation technique that allows me to see my existence blueprint. The technique cannot be directly implanted in my mind, nor use an information talisman. It must be written in books in the common Tao language of the chaos universe. And it has to be a technique that my current self can cultivate." Wang Wei has been thinking about his fate seed status for a while and concluded instead of asking Grand Tao for help, it would be better to rely on himself. So, he asked for a way to detect his status as a fate seed, so he could devise a way to erase it himself. Grand Tao looked at him briefly before disappearing, leaving a world of books. Wang Wei checked, and the number of books could fill the entire observable universe. That's how many they were. He then immediately checked the content. "Everything is labeled accordingly," Wang Wei commented. He could have been more specific, but left many loopholes just to see whether Grand Tao would play with his request. And based on how it reacted, Wang Wei could deduce how trustworthy this request was. "So far, there doesn't seem to be any problem," Wang Wei muttered. He will have his wife and many other people check this technique, but there doesn't seem to be an issue as of now. He put the books away before continuing his retreat. He did not hesitate to take the mind dilation pill and the other soul nourishment pills. He stretched his mind dilation to the limit, achieving a level of 1 second outside equal to 10,000 yuan epochs in his mind. Then, he started comprehending the essence of the lock. Over the years, he tried to learn it and had some success, but the nature of the information inside reached the level of transcendence, meaning it required a lot of talent and time to understand truly. Time felt endless, and if not for the fact he was focusing on a task, Wang Wei had a feeling he might have gone mad after experiencing so long in such a short period. It did not help that his soul started hurting after 50 years had passed on the outside. Regardless of the pain he was experiencing, Wang Wei pushed himself to understand the nature of the lock and found a way to break it. Once that was done, he took some time to plan out his next moves before finally focusing on Grand Tao's technique. Wang Wei ensured he knew this technique from front to back. In fact, during his long cultivation journey, he has never spent so much time on one method. The amount of time he spent understanding that thing was longer than he had been cultivating up until now. "Everything makes up our blueprint," Wang Wei thought as he looked up at the white space with dots, lines, and shapes. "Our memories, actions, achievements, past life, luck, and even information we absorb from the environment will affect our existence in one way or another." The blueprint has elevated Wang Wei's understanding of existence to a higher level. His move, and he soon found what he wanted, the part of his existence influenced by fate. Wang Wei had to comb through much information and even experimented on himself before he found a few line groups that did not belong. "I should have done this sooner," Wang Wei thought as he had just learned the higher his cultivation realm, the harder it is to remove the influence of these things from his life. Moreover, will it be that easy to remove this seed title? I doubt it. He shook his head, not focusing on the difficulty of the task. Now that he had identified the problem, it was time to solve it. So, Wang Wei did not immediately end this retreat, but spent a little more time redefining his plan before he finally left his exit. The first thing he did was to swallow a few pills to heal and soothe his soul. The effects were immediate, But Wang Wei soon noticed his soul was growing. The constant pressure from this pill and the act of healing actually increased his soul's quality and quantity. He reacted swiftly by sealing the growth of his soul, ensuring he could use it for later. That was closed, Wang Wei muttered. He was still living under the lock's effect. So this growth could have cost him his life. While healing, Wang Wei summoned Red Mask. I know only 300 years have passed, but how are things proceeding? Better than I expected, Red Mask responded. The Xie clan has been helping us integrate. They have even handed us countless resources. Oh, they are responsible for the entire sect's spy network, Red Mask added. So, their help has been more than valuable, but I just wonder why they are doing it. It's probably an order from Shadow Ruler, Wang Wei responded. Qin was already preparing to hand over the reign, so it made sense for the others to do the same. Did you discover why these two families are hostile to me? The Zhou clan had a legacy disciple that wanted the primal seed position, Red Mask explained. Sadly, he embarrassed himself during the seed trial. They are not happy you received the position without passing the trial. If that's their only problem, they will be easy to pacify, Wang Wei nodded. Qiyuan has already hinted to him that the unity of the sect must be preserved to ensure their prosperity in the upcoming transcendent era. So Wang Wei's goal is to make these families submit willingly under his command. What's the Su clan's problem? Their issue stems from the 12th Fiend God Revolution body, Red Mask replied. They are dissatisfied that only the three main clans have a human fiend god bloodline. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. In fact, all the other clans and Yu Kai from the sectarian faction are also dissatisfied. However, they understood this issue required all the ancestors to decide, so they kept quiet. The Su matriarch is a hothead, so she did not keep quiet and complain nonstop about this issue. I can't believe I've been causing trouble before even ascending, Wang Wei chuckled. Lord, what are you going to do? The other clan's approach is right. This is a matter that needs the ancestors' authority, Wang Wei replied. He had no problem with the technique being spread. Still, there needed to be rules and restrictions to prevent other people from stealing his idea and to prevent the sect from turning into a bloodline faction that relied entirely on their blood for progress. His current strength and prestige were insufficient to make these rules, so he had to wait for the ancestors' return and discuss this issue. What should we do about these families? Red Mask asked. Leave the Su clan alone, since they are only talking, Wang Wei replied. As for the Zhou clan, they'll take the test in a while to shut them up. As you wish, Red Mask nodded. Do you have any other instructions? No, you can continue your work. Wang Wei dismissed her before contacting Sect Master Yu Kai and Great Elder Yin Shui. You lasted 300 years. Such willpower, Yu Kai said as he shook his head to show his envy. The world seems peaceful and quiet now. But all know this is just the surface, Wang Wei replied. What can we do for you? Yin Shui asked. The elderly woman understood they were now at a tipping point in history and their actions would have severe consequences. I need you to do 3 things for me, Wang Wei said. The first of which is simple. I only want to take the primal seed trial. Yu Kai and Yin Shui looked at each other and understood, so they nodded without saying another word. The second thing is about Chapter 1417, The Path to Paragon for the second request. I need you guys to summon the Mortalhood Trial, Wang Wei stated. The world is locked, so how are we supposed to do that? Yu Kai asked with a frown. For a moment, he thought Wang Wei was purposely asking them to do something impossible. You don't need to summon it to our world, but to our branch of the River of Time, Wang Wei explained. The lock does not influence that place. And currently, his power is at an all-time weakness, making this the perfect time. For his plan to succeed, he needs to become a paragon, and this trial is the only way he could think that would allow him to increase his cultivation realm in the current state of the Eternal Ascension world. That approach might work. Great Elder, Yin Shui said. We might need to tweak the ceremony a little, but it's doable. The Mortalhood Trial will not only allow people to become paragon, but it could also be the only way for people like her to return to their former peak. Let's not get too excited too quickly, Yu Kai added. The ceremony requires the luck of most of the world's geniuses and heaven chosens. meaning we will need the cooperation of the other overlords and top paragon lineages to proceed. The desire for these people to increase their strength is as high as us, so there should be no problem with the suggestion. Yin Shui stated, I know this, but I just want to reiterate that the process will not be as easy as stated, and I will need a little bit of time to negotiate with these people. Yukai explained. The return of the Overlord's destiny will embolden these people, and many will try to bargain with you about this ceremony. Try and take a lead role, Wang Wei stated. Don't play to their nonsense. We will set a date of 300 years, and your attitude when conversing with them is that they can participate if they want to. Is that a little too short? Plus, we really do need them for the ceremony. They don't know that, or they're not sure, Wang Wei stated. So, we will act as if they are not that important. When they realize we might be training paragons in this cage era, they will immediately accept our offer and may even bring gifts to ensure they have a spot. We don't need to be soft when negotiating with these people. Elder Yin Shui nodded. I know what to do, Yukai nodded. Good, Wang Wei nodded. The third request is that I need a lot of existence healing pills. How much are we talking about? Yukai asked with a frown, and Wang Wei handed him a paper with a number. This is too much, Yukai immediately rejected. Before the ultimate taboo, we created a bunch for reserves, and the ancestors never had the opportunity to use them, Yin Shui added. So, we have a lot of reserves, but even so your demands are too high. Is there a reason you need so much? I need them for my Paragon tribulation, Wang Wei explained, but his words did not alleviate their concerns. However, he did not further elaborate. I can access the Origin Seal Continent's treasury, but Wu Hong already used most of her reserves. In that case, we need to change things. The price for participating in the Mortalhood trial will be at least 5 pills per individual. Isn't that a little too much? Not all, Wang Wei replied calmly. Just like us, they must have prepared these pills for their ancestors, but never had a chance to use them. Additionally, we need to limit the number of paragons born in this era, which is an excellent restriction method. Not to mention the loose cultivators, Elder Yin Shui added. They will hear the news and complain. Setting up a restriction is a great way to shut them up and limit their number as well. You two make excellent points, but I'm worried your approach will backfire, Yukai explained. If you're not up to the task, you can leave it to me, Wang Wei suddenly said. No, I can do it. Good. You patted Yukai's shoulder. I know I could count on you. Yukai was immediately flattered. Wang Wei might not know it, but his reputation in the world was loud and prestigious. After all, he single-handedly engineered the destruction of the Seven Moon Era, and he's the reason this world hasn't headed to the abyss yet because of supreme unity. So, despite his lack of presence, people, especially the top lineages and overlords, know him very well. Yukai left the room with great confidence. However, after this old fox was alone, he realized Wang Wei's little trick and could only shake his head and praise the man's charisma. What do you think of him? Elder Yin Shui asked after Yukai left. He's talented, but insecure about his position, Wang Wei commented. Plus, he doesn't seem to grasp what it means to be the sect master of the Tao opening sect. You can't blame him, Yin Shui said. He lived in an era in which the sect's pride and prestige was at its lowest, for most of his reign. All he knew was bowing and cowering to ensure its survival. The time he had to experience the pride of an overlord was short, to say the least. Wang Wei nodded in understanding. He did not care for Yu Kai's emotional state as long as the latter was capable of doing his job. So, he changed the subject. Where do I go for the Primal Seed trial? You haven't used your token, have you? Yin Shui replied. Put your divine sense into it, and you'll have access to all the information you want. I see. Wang Wei thanked him, and they chatted briefly before the Great Elder left. Wang Wei did not immediately use his token, but summoned the Flame Blacksmith instead. The Overlord's destiny has returned. Do you plan to return to the Skill Tao Association? Wang Wei asked directly. No, I owe you quite the karma, and you'll return only after I repay my debt, the Flame Blacksmith replied truthfully. He was not an ingrate, so he would not just abandon Wang Wei now that he could return to his faction. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. The people from the Skill Tao Association will arrive soon, and you can introduce yourself to them if you wish. It's not a bad idea to start laying out a deeper connection or alliance with our two factions. I understand. And if they ask you about the Tao Path tablet, your answer is you don't know. Understand? Flame Blacksmith hesitated briefly. I understand. Good. They are our future allies. And such a thing must be returned, but there is a time and a place. Wouldn't you say so? After all, the Tao opening sect went to a lot of trouble to recuperate it from the hands of these villains. What you say makes sense. Flame Blacksmith nodded while sighing. Wang Wei dismissed him before teleporting to check on the Ma clan. I was right, Ma Liqiu did do something to her clan's existence, Wang Wei thought. He suspected Ma Liqiu was planning on using the paragon he cultivated to revive herself, but he never had any proof. However, today, he peeped at this clan's existence blueprint and found a loophole to help her revive. Her method is indeed sophisticated, but I could still temper with them if I please, Wang Wei analyzed. However, he had already designated Ma Liqiu as an ally, so there was no point in messing up a revival. I can start training the Ma clan, but there is no need to allow them to participate in the current mortalhood trial. Ma Liqiu's revival cannot be this early, and even if Wang Wei wanted to give them a spot, none of their members were Empyreans, so it was too late for them. Wang Wei secretly left their dimension and finally used his token. Huh? Does the sect have their own internal version of the Void Illusion Realm? This token connected him to this Tao Connection Realm, which was basically the sect's version of the Void Illusion Realm for all disciples and elders to communicate and learn. Wang Wei even saw a version of the simulation his dream world had, which allowed disciples and elders to simulate techniques and pill refining in the Tao Connection Realm before learning in the real world. How modern, Wang Wei commented. The way the upper dimension sects operated was indeed more modern or advanced than the lower dimension. For a brief moment, Wang Wei had an absurd feeling that he was back in the modern world. He shook his head to remove those feelings before registering an account, followed by watching a few recordings explaining his rights and power, navigating the Tao Connection Realm, and finally, the basic sect rules. Chapter 14-18 Reunions. By using his token, Wang Wei directly teleported to the Primal Seed trial, and with the first test, he understood why few people could get this position. His first task was to defeat a Paragon projection with 90 strength. In other words, the minimum requirement for this test was to enter the Taboo Realm in the Empyrean Realm. This test was not an issue for Wang Wei, and he passed without much effort. The second part of the trial tested his soul. The second requirement for the position was a Paragon soul while in the peak of the Empyrean Realm, and the soul has to be at least 92. The third test was for willpower. The trial had a way to quantify willpower based on a Paragon's cultivation, and the minimum requirement for this test was also 92 willpower. The fourth trial tested the Tao Foundation, and the minimum requirement is a Tao reestablishment that achieves 1 root strength. The final test of this trial involved accomplishment. The owner of the Primal Seed token must have something remarkable, for example, acquiring the Paragon Slayer title. Although Wang Wei did not get the title, he has done countless remarkable things, including ending the Seven Moon era and saving the world from Supreme Unity's evil machinations. The news immediately spread through the Tao communication realm after Wang Wei passed the trial with passing colors. He did not hide his trial, so anyone could use their tokens to watch the process. Not long after his triumph, the Zhou Patriarch visited Wang Wei and brought gifts. Although the Patriarch did not say anything about his previous animosity, he displayed his attitude with the gift, so Wang Wei accepted it. The other clans came to congratulate him, but did not bring gifts like the Zhou clan. However, they showed more respect than they did during the first visit. Yan Hai left the position for him, but it was different when he showed that he could acquire the position on his own. Overall, Wang Wei's position in the sect was strengthened after this trial. Time passed, and less than 5 years after releasing the news, the first guest arrived in the Tao opening sect, and they were Wang Wei's acquaintances. In fact, they directly visited him. "Lady Sun, it's a pleasure to see you." Wang Wei said as he motioned for her to sit down. You know I'm here too, Xiao Tiandi complained. Wang Wei ignored him, serving tea to him, Lady Sun, and the last visitor, Chen Shu. You're the extraordinary chef, right? Wang Wei said. Yes, Chen Shu nodded. Thank you for saving my disciple. The little girl that abandoned me after meeting his master? Wang Wei said casually. Ever since he sent that little girl to her master, she never returned, meaning he lost a talented chef from his team. She did not abandon you. I'm a little protective of her now, so I didn't allow her to stay outside. Chen Shu swiftly explained. But I promise to repay you for what you did for my disciple. That's good to hear. Wang Wei nodded before focusing on his primary guest. So, Lady Sun, have you been well lately? Life would have been better if I wasn't poor, Sun Junyao replied, making Wang Wei speechless. If you have something to say, you can be direct. Good, she nodded. That's what she wanted. I've successfully gathered the ticket for me and my apprentice, but am short of one for Chen Shu. I would like for you to do me a favor and allow me to pay for another spot using anything else than those damn pills. Sun Junyao had plenty of resources, but did not have many existence-healing pills. She used her connection to get 10 pills, but she needed an extra 5 for her trusted chef. That's a small issue, Wang Wei agreed. What do you want as payment? Xiao Tiandi asked. He did not want to owe this bastard anything. Wang Wei raised his hand to display a projection of a world. This is a small clan called the Hui family, which focuses on the Tao of cooking. I need Chen Shu to accept one of their members as his disciple and teach them all his skills. The development of the Hui clan involved whether Wang Wei could one day make his future wife admit his cooking is better than hers, so he hasn't forgotten about them. Sun Junyao did not agree on Chen Shu's behalf. Instead, she looked at him to make a decision. It may not appear so, but my techniques require high talent, Chen Shu said. It's okay. You can take your time to find someone talented enough, or even artificially create such a talent. In that case, I don't have any issue. Wang Wei nodded, and in front of all of them, he sent a message to Yu Kai asking for a ticket for Chen Shu. Once the latter confirmed the process, their deal was officially concluded. Thank you, Sun Junyao said, and Wang Wei accepted her gratitude. He was then prepared to chit-chat with these people before sending them away, but it seems that all their objectives were not accomplished. One more thing, Xiao Tiandi said. If you want to ask me about the mortalhood trial, I know as much as you do, Wang Wei said. No, that's not what we wanted to know, Xiao Tiandi replied. He took a moment to recognize his thoughts. The 7-moon era has ended, and all signs indicate your next target should be the lock next. Wang Wei frowned, but did not interrupt. We wanted to ask you for advice on the upcoming era, Xiao Tiandi asked. Wang Wei mulled it over, thinking how much to reveal or whether to say anything at all. Well, we've been allies for a while, and I can trust you guys to a certain extent. He raised his hand to hide the secrets of heaven and earth in the surroundings. His cautions raised the others' guards to the highest level. The world will face another major catastrophe once the lock is gone. What? Shouldn't we be entering the era of transcendence? Xiao Tiandi asked. It seems you know a lot. Wang Wei uttered. What catastrophe? The board needs to be reshuffled before the transcendence era, Wang Wei said. So a catastrophe targeting the overlords, Sun Junyao summarized. That's right, Wang Wei nodded. However, as you can imagine, no catastrophe is simple. If things go wrong, foreigners will occupy the eternal ascension world, and the transcendence era will have nothing to do with us, the natives. The room became silent as these three processed this news. Can you stop this catastrophe? Xiao Tiandi asked. There are too many players involved, and I'm powerless to stop it. Wang Wei replied truthfully. Such simple words have revealed much information to the three of them. What do you suggest we do to survive the upcoming chaos? Xiao Tiandi asked directly. Find a backer, Wang Wei replied. Many transcendent powerhouses will be involved, and by then, Sun Junyo's perfection essence will be greatly sought after by people who seek the transcendence path or transcendents who want to return to their peak. Are you suggesting we join Buddhism? That's an option. However, we will have a home advantage in this catastrophe. So you can expect more transcendence appearing amongst the overlords and top lineages. You can choose one of them as your backer. Chen Shu was quiet while the pair of master and disciples were deep in thought. They glanced at each other and communicated with their eyes. Although Wang Wei didn't know what they said, he could tell they must have come to an initial agreement. "Thank you for this information," Sun Junyao declared, preparing to leave. "No problem," Wang Wei said. "But I should warn you, you will be instrumental in destroying the lock, so you should prepare early." Sun Junyao suddenly paused, and Xiao Tianyi quickly asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Obviously. In that case, the world's destiny is not mine alone to bear." Wang Wei cut him off. "Everyone must contribute if we want a chance at escaping that disgusting cage." "I understand," Sun Junyao said. "He'll be prepared." Wang Wei nodded before escorting them out of his mansion. "Her perfection is indeed different from mine. My perfection focuses more on my cultivation foundation, while hers is the core of her entire being. She can probably achieve half-step transcendence as long as she can spread that perfection to her body and soul. However, once her soul becomes perfect, she'll become like a machine as all her emotions and desires evaporate, just like Grand Tao." Wang Wei knew the technique would bring him countless benefits, but he did not expect it to this extent. Seeing someone's blueprint is the best way to see their innermost essence. It's like having a key to the universe's deepest secrets. "The path of imperfect perfection is indeed the best way forward for Sun Junyao," he commented. "Although this path is not suitable to me, the idea of a perfect fleshly body to achieve transcendence is worth exploring." Chapter 1419 Reunions 2. Isn't nothingness be considered perfect? Wang Wei asked himself. If there is nothing present, no matter, time, space, or concept, there is no flaw to have, so it could be argued that nothingness is also a perfect existence. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. Now that he has established a connection between the main power of his flesh and Sun Junyao's, he can learn from her. One of the steps for the flesh to be sanctified is one immortal characteristic. I chose the power of nothingness, and I've been cultivating that characteristic since then. What if that characteristic is also the key for the body to achieve transcendence? If I can spread that characteristic through a decent part of my existence, similar to Sun Junyo's perfection, I can eventually sublimate my body to a higher level. The highest level of nothingness is true nothingness. And once my body has this characteristic, it will officially sublimate to the realm of transcendence. A light of wisdom flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. No, what I'm talking about is the transformation process, not a true method itself. If Wang Wei's body ever achieved transcendence, then his existence would change based on his thoughts. However, he still hasn't considered a method to achieve said transformation. A direct manipulation of my existence is not as simple as stated, especially when it involves transforming or evolving into a higher being. Sun Junyo's perfection is innate, making it easier for her to manipulate, but even someone like her cannot just increase the perfection of her body and slowly evolve into a transcendent being. I need a concrete method, a step-by-step idea, Wang Wei thought. Let's see. The body has 3 gates, and opening each one grants exceptional powers. The third gate, the gate of flesh, allows a cultivator to be on par with a paragon. So, what if there were a 4th gate? No, it doesn't matter whether the body has a 3rd gate. The path of transcendence is about self-reliance, meaning I could still build a 4th gate, even if there isn't one. Wang Wei immediately entered a state of epiphany. What I need to build the 4th gate, the gate of transcendence. First, I would need to push my flesh to the absolute limit of the 3rd gate. Second, I would need to deeply understand the concept of essence, so I know how the gates are created and why they represent the potential of the human flesh. Finally, I would combine my understanding of essence with the power of nothingness as the foundation to build the 4th gate. Wang Wei woke up from his enlightenment and felt this idea was feasible for his transcendent path. However, he also realized he was missing many necessary things to make it possible. Mithraia's technique. I need to see a true method of transcendence before I can make my own. Wang Wei had some minor understanding of the transcendent path due to his key luck dragon, comprehending the lock's secrets, and, more importantly, learning the blueprint existence technique. All these have granted him some advantages for when he becomes half-step transcendence. But he felt they were not nearly enough. I hope she shares that technique once the lock is dealt with, Wang Wei thought. Methria, or even Supreme Unity's technique, would significantly accelerate his transcendent path. Still, he was confident he could do it without them, especially now that he had a concrete idea that he could follow. Without their technique, it would only take longer, and Wang Wei might have to take the risk to try and observe their existence with his new technique. What a good day, Wang Wei thought as he returned to his retreat. Now that he had a way forward on his transcendent path, he was in the best mood he had been in a while. Time passed, and Wang Wei had to open his eyes after a few decades. Finally, back to the Empyrean realm, Wang Wei thought. Being able to see his blueprint had many advantages, one of which was he knew the best way to heal his existence injury and return to his former cultivation realm. I should return to my peak before the 300 years are up, Wang Wei muttered with a grin. He walked out of the room. What's the urgency? Lady Shishangyan wanted to see you, Wang Qi replied. She was very insistent. Oh, let her in. Wang Wei prepared the tea, table, and dessert, and a beautiful woman in yellow with star-like eyes walked into the room. He situated her before him and served tea. How have you been? As good as anyone can be in these trying times, she replied. True, Wang Wei nodded. But something seems on your mind. Shishangyan sipped her tea. As you already know, the lock has stranded the celestial race in the source key space, leaving a few of us. Shishangyan paused as she blushed a little. The mortalhood trial is an important event, an opportunity one cannot pass down. However, without access to the clan, I cannot pay for those 5 pills. No need to worry, Wang Wei immediately reassured her. The Celestial Clan is one of the first groups to believe and invest in me, so this is the least I can do. I promise to repay you as soon as I can contact the clan, Shishangyan promised. Wang Wei wanted to refuse but realized this girl was thin-skinned, and his refusal might make her even more embarrassed. No problem, Wang Wei agreed calmly. I can give 2 additional spots, if you wish. No, 1 is fine, Shishangyan swiftly denied. If you say so, Wang Wei nodded. The 2 chatted briefly before Shishangyan left for her accommodation in the sect. Many people should come to visit, so don't go into a deep retreat, Wang Qi warned, and Wang Wei waved him off. The latter was correct, as another visitor came by soon. Su Shi, your eyes scream of your tiredness and loneliness. Well, hello to you too, Wang Wei said, trying hard not to roll his eyes. Who said these things are their greetings? Do you want me to play you a song? Su Shi suggested. I doubt your music can do anything for me, Wang Wei replied truthfully. There are a handful of people who can soothe his loneliness, and these people are either in the lower dimension, have disappeared, or are sealed in the dark truth. So it's that bad, huh? Don't mention this, Wang Wei said. What brought you here? Su Shi glanced at him before saying, Your tickets are too expensive. How many pills did you gather? That's way more than I anticipated, Wang Wei acknowledged. The academy was only an Empyrean lineage, so it was rare that Emperor Kong gathered enough pills for 2 tickets. How many did you need? 2 extra tickets, Su Shi revealed. We are willing to pay something of equal value. That's not an issue, Wang Wei agreed and directly contacted Yu Kai to facilitate this deal. Afterward, the 2 chatted for a few hours, and, at Su Shi's insistence, she played him a song. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was correct when he said only a few people could genuinely help him. As he watched Su Shi leave, he was deep in thought. The Chaos Demon Gods definitely had members of their kind that achieved half-step transcendence through the flesh. If I can get their bloodline, the chances of condensing the 4th gate would drastically increase. Wang Wei was already scheming. In the upcoming catastrophe, Lin Fan will definitely play a significant role as a pawn of the Chaos Demon God. So, if he played his role correctly, Wang Wei might be able to get his hands on their bloodline through him. Let's wait and see, Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. His next guest was someone unexpected. "You're the only one participating in this trial?" Wang Wei asked. "No, the others will arrive later," Ao Shun calmly replied. "That's good to hear." Wang Wei nodded as he served wine instead of tea. "While you're here, they'll take this opportunity to thank you again for the ceremony." Ao Shun was one of the 22 sages who participated in the ceremony, meaning he also sacrificed his level 1 golden body of merit. "The world was in danger, and it was my duty to help," Ao Shun said. "Plus, I understand the possible benefits later on once the lock is dealt with." Regardless, Wang Wei nodded. "So, what brings you here?" "I doubt the demon race would need any aid to gather the ticket price." "Not at all," Ao Shun replied. "The Star Sage sent me to give you a message." "Oh." "She said it was all right if you did not take the demon side. She only asked for your neutrality." "Interesting. Are the innate demon gods about to make a move?" Wang Wei thought. "Tell her I will take this in mind." Ao Shun did not stay long, and Wang Wei's guest arrived less than a year later. His guess was soon proved correct, as the guest was an old acquaintance, the primordial dragon, Ao Tianyi. Chapter 1420 Reunions 3. "I haven't seen you in a long time," Wang Wei commented as he served Ao Tianyi the tea. "Yes, it has been a while." The dragon nodded as he accepted the tea and sipped it. "You look different," Wang Wei added. "How so?" "Your aura doesn't have the former arrogance that you were the most important thing between heaven and earth." Ao Tianyi almost choked after hearing these words. "No, it's even more extreme than that. It's almost as if all your pride and arrogance are gone," Wang Wei continued. "Well," Ao Tianyi sighed, "my father gave me a wake-up call and showed me the world's truth." "Sounds like a good father," Wang Wei praised. He only took a small sip of his tea as he was tired of drinking tea. Although these meetings were a dozen or even years apart, he still felt they were too frequent, which is why he did not desire any tea or wine. "Maybe," Ao Tianyi replied. He was happy his father woke him up from his stupor of arrogance and pride, but a part of him was resentful that he did it in such a rough manner. That terrible trial broke Ao Tianyi's spirit and rebuilt it step by step, and he was not happy with the experience. "So what brought you to see me?" Wang Wei asked directly. "I'm here for two things," Ao Tianyi replied. "Firstly, it's about our clan's ancestral talisman." "Ancestral talisman? What does that have to do with me?" "Nothing directly," Ao Tianyi replied. "We believed it was in Sun Junyo's hands after she killed Blood Dragon. The temple has been trying to recover it, but she is hard to find. Our information network indicated you had a close association with her, so we hoped you could help us regain the talisman." "Then, you'll be disappointed," Wang Wei replied. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse yet," Ao Tianyi said. "We are willing to offer you an additional 20 pills. "That's an interesting offer, but that won't change my mind." "How about 30 pills? Wang Wei frowned. "Since when is your temple so wealthy? We are probably the oldest faction, so why are you surprised by our wealth?" "No, you should have already wasted most of that wealth," Wang Wei countered. Ao Tianyi coughed in embarrassment. "Anyway, only need to know we are very wealthy regarding existence-healing pills." "Is that so?" Wang Wei muttered. "So, what do you say? I can't help you get the talisman back. If..." "Wait until I'm finished." Wang Wei raised his hand to stop him. "For the same price, I can help you communicate with her to come to an agreement." "So, you make no promise of success?" "My relationship with her is that of close acquaintances, so I couldn't guarantee success even if I wanted to," Wang Wei replied. "However, I can promise to persuade her, but if she refuses, I won't use any force or any kind of coercion to help your temple." Ao Tianyi mulled it over and accepted this offer. "All right, but if the negotiation fails, I hope you don't intervene in our effort to retake the talisman during the mortalhood trial." "That's fine by me," Wang Wei responded before contacting Sun Junyao. Their negotiation was swift and the opposite of challenging. Sun Junyao is a remarkable woman, so she understood the danger of having a target on her back by one of the overlords. So, she agreed to return to the dragon talisman, and what she wanted in exchange was a few void-breaking talismans created by peak paragons. These talismans were not as good as the dragon talismans, but they made up in value with the number she asked for. Ao Tianyi wanted to refuse, but under Wang Wei's guarantee and protection, Sun Junyao finally got her asking price. I am one step closer to breaking the fate line between us. Wang Wei contemplated calmly. Was there a need to go to this length to protect her? Ao Tianyi complained. I always treat my friends well. I thought she was only an acquaintance, Ao Tianyi rebutted, and Wang Wei smiled, showing all his perfectly neat and white teeth. Let's move on to your second problem. I have a feeling that's the primary reason you visited me. Ao Tianyi became serious. Our temple has predicted that your sect did ask for these pills simply to limit the number of people participating. There's a high chance you were in grave demand for some reason. Wang Wei frowned. So what? He knew he wouldn't be able to hide the truth once the mortalhood trial started, and he started using these pills. Additionally, his tactic was an open one, meaning it was useless even if someone guessed his objective. Here, take a look at this. Wang Wei took the gourd and opened it. An intense medicinal smell enveloped the room, and he immediately felt his injury improving. So potent? He asked before swallowing one drop. Is that holy dragon water? That's right, Ao Tianyi said proudly. The holy medicine of curing existence injuries. We can provide you with an entire pool. Holy dragon water can only be created in the tombs of tier 12 dragons and other innate demon gods. So it is understandable why the pre-March Origin Temple has such a vast quantity. It also explained why they had so many healing pills, since the diluted water can also be used to make existence healing pills. And what do you want in exchange? Wang Wei asked, even though he already had an idea. We only ask that you ban the demon race from participating in the mortalhood trial, Ao Tianyi said seriously. Wang Wei muttered, taking a moment to think it over. I can't do that. Why not? Ao Tian asked with a frown. I believe our offer is more than satisfactory. There are many reasons, but the primary one is that my desire for this holy water is personal, and I cannot use it to interfere in the matter between the demon and innate demon gods. Ao Tianyi understood his meaning. The battle between these two factions was a political event that all overlords must be careful about. The Tao opening sect has always remained neutral, at least openly, regarding this conflict, and if Wang Wei accepted their deal, that would change their sect's entire public stance on the matter. How about we double the price, and in return, you only need to limit the number of demon participants, Ao Tianyi stated. You can find an excuse that can keep your public neutral stance. The answer is still no. Many publicly neutral overlords have done secret deals with us and the demon race. So why can't you do it? Ao Tianyi argued. Don't tell it's about principles. You have overestimated the power I have, Wang Wei replied truthfully. What do you mean? Such a decision with such repercussions is something that the four ancestors must decide, Wang Wei revealed. I may have a lot of power, but if I try to decide on this matter, I guarantee that all the other clans and factions would stop me. I forgot about this. Ao Tianyi grunted, and Wang Wei shrugged. He was telling the truth. This is not something he could decide with his current political power in the sect. I heard you were great at convincing people. Can't you just convince them? Let's say I convince them. What will happen afterward? Wang Wei asked. What do you mean? Do you think the ancestors will be happy I made such a major decision without them? Wang Wei continued. How will they see me? Wang Wei was not talking nonsense. Qiyuan and his brothers might not say anything to support him, but it was something else for the desolate emperor. From what Wang Wei knows about the latter, he was extremely vocal and not afraid to contradict the other three. There is no point in ruining my future potential for this deal, Wang Wei said. Anyway, there is no point in trying to stop the demon race. With this holy water, you could buy twice, no, thrice their number of spots. And your sect would allow that? Ao Tianyi asked. I can make an exception to get the holy dragon water, Wang Wei nodded. However, don't forget the contract you signed that said we are not responsible for what happened to your people inside the trial. Ao Tianyi looked at him, wondering what game he was playing. Additionally, we could buy the water from you with different resources, Wang Wei continued. It's not for sale, Ao Tianyi said directly, obviously showing his dissatisfaction with the failed agreement. Are you sure about that? I am. One of our supreme elders has this unknown relationship with the demon race's star sage, meaning he's been biased regarding all decisions the sect made regarding your two factions, Wang Wei said with a strange look. Now is your chance to cultivate a better relationship with me and balance his bias, and you're refusing? Ao Tiany's lips twitched due to how speechless he was. Not to mention your temple owes me karma for bringing back the innate demon gods in the lower dimension. Wang Wei continued. Are you sure you want to refuse? I'll contact my father before making a decision. Ao Tiany finally relented. Chapter 1421 Reunions. 4. Are you sure about this? Yukai asked. They are asking for more than 25 spots, even more than us. The Dao opening sect planned to send 11 candidates. Wang Wei and one member from the 9 clans and one from the sectarian faction. Wang Wei calmly looked at the projection before him. It's okay. These people from the temple haven't realized that a large number means they will have a target on their backs. The demon race probably wants stay and watch as their enemies cultivate 25 new paragons. Yukai nodded. Not just the demon race. The other overlords won't stand for it too, Wang Wei added. We have the second largest number and are responsible for the ceremony, so we will also be a target. Be prepared. Won't you be there? I'll do my best to protect everyone, but I have my own plans, and something tells me this trial will not be simple, Wang Wei acknowledged. In that case, we should prepare ways to protect our investment, Yukai nodded. All the people chosen are talents, meaning it's one thing to lose them if they fail the Paragon Tribulation, but something else if they die before even having a chance at the Tribulation. By the way, how much of the Holy Dragon Water do you want me to buy? Buy as much as possible until the temple tries to take advantage of us, Wang Wei replied before further elaborating. Take things slow in the initial discussion to avoid appearing too desperate. Then, after we've bought a large quantity, they'll try to raise the price to an absurd level. You can stop then. All right, I understand. Wang Wei nodded. I know you're wise, and I shouldn't have to tell you, but I decided to do so just in case. Don't get involved in the dispute between the demons and the innate demon gods. No, you don't have to worry about me, Yukai replied. This kind of decision is a hot dragon long. He would not touch it with a foot-long pole. His greatest desire is to do a good enough job as sect master. Then he can use the sect's luck to become a paragon. That's good to hear. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Are you entering the trial? No, my foundation is not deep enough. So I'll wait until the lock is gone, and I'm more prepared before attacking the Paragon realm, Yukai replied. It's a good choice to be cautious. If the situation didn't call for it, I would also like to take more time, Wang Wei admitted. They soon ended their conversation since Yukai was busy, and Wang Wei had a feeling more of his old friends would come a visit. However, the next visitor was quite unexpected. You're Hua Shui, right? The demon-suppressing emperor's wife? Wang Wei asked. That's right. Weren't you captured with her? No. She hit me before they took her away, Hua Shui replied. Have you been hiding ever since? That's right. You're either quite lucky or quite capable, Wang Wei commented. He sipped his tea. And you're here for? I received a letter from Where. She asked me to ask you for help. The chances of Hong Hua sending that letter undetected is almost zero, meaning the Qin dynasty allowed her to send the news. Are they trying to lure me into saving her, turning the incident into a contradiction between the two overlords? Wang Wei calmly analyzed. You don't need to worry about her, Wang Wei said. In the future, the Qin dynasty will have no choice but to negotiate with me, and I'll ask for her return as part of the deal. She'll probably lose her human and heavenly emperor position by then, but she'll be alive. Hua Shui opened her mouth and closed it as she did not know what to say. Before then, you can stay in this sect and wait for her return. Hua Shui mustered the courage. How long will that take? This is a waiting game. So we're talking thousands of yuan epochs, if not more. But what if something happens to her beforehand? Then that's her fate, Wang Wei replied calmly but coldly. The fact I'm even willing to help is a testament to my good nature, Wang Wei said. Most people would not even offer you asylum. But you're a smart woman, Wang Wei cut her off. So you should understand the complexity of confrontation between two overlords. Do you think my friendship with your wife is enough to fight the Qin dynasty for her? Hua Shui was silent. The fact I'm even willing to help is a testament to my good nature, Wang Wei said. Most people would not even offer you asylum. I understand. Wang Wei summoned Wang Qi to settle this woman while he was left to his thoughts. If she were an emperor, I would have given her a chance at the trial, and in the unlikely chance she could become a paragon, she could have attacked the Qin dynasty and caused them trouble. Without their ancestors, Qin would have suffered from the attack of a paragon. Sadly, Hua Shui was just a Dao ancestor. After losing her human and heavenly emperor position, Hong was potential will be drastically reduced and probably not worth any investment, Wang Wei analyzed. However, isn't this an interesting story? After having her talent forcefully taken, she grew rapidly and avenged the people who made her suffer. Wang Wei smirked. Normally, a faction such as the Qin dynasty is too powerful for such a story to occur, but the upcoming catastrophe will reshuffle the board. And Great Qin is not immune to this reshuffling. So, maybe there's a chance for Honghua after all. All Wang Wei needs to do is save Honghua and invest a little in her startup, and she may contribute enormously to the downfall of one of his competitors. She is still worth investing in. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon someone. The sealed wrath. He looked her in the eyes. I have an opportunity for you to save your master's descendants. Do you want to hear it? What opportunity? Wang Wei explained the mortalhood trial to her, along with the danger. He'll take it, Wrath said without hesitation. Although she was only an emperor and her chances of becoming a paragon on that trial were slim, she still wanted to try. After all, she was close to the Empyrean realm. Hence, it was not completely impossible. Excellent choice. Wang Wei nodded before calling someone to situate her. After dealing with Wrath and Hua Shui, he had the urge to recruit some talents from the lower dimension. So, he used his talisman to contact two people, Xiao Songxi and Yang Wei. You look terrible, Wang Wei said as he looked at the disheveled Yang Wei. And you look tired, he added to Xiao Songxi. Did you contact us just to mock us? Yang Guowei asked. I'm not that bored, Wang Wei replied. I came with an offer. You want to recruit us? Xiao Songxi asked. That's why I like talking to smart people, Wang Wei said. For you, Yang Wei, I offer you two choices. Be somewhat free and become a guest elder of the Dao opening sect, or offer your service to me and become an official member with all the perks. Can you save my mother? Yang Wei asked immediately. What's wrong with her? She handed her soul to the undead phoenix, and once he died, the backlash almost killed her. I tried my best to save her, but her soul was severely damaged, and only Paragon tier resources can save her. I would have to see her to say for sure, but it doesn't appear to be something that a few pills cannot heal, Wang Wei nodded. So you'll help me? Depends. Wang Wei replied. If you choose the first option, they'll provide you with a platform to get the pills you need. If you choose to serve me, I can get the pills from my resource reserve and lend them to you. I choose the second one, Yang Wei said. Although his pride hurt to serve as someone who was once his equal and competitor, none of that mattered in the face of saving his mother. Additionally, Wang Wei has long become a legend that has far outpaced everyone in his generation. Good, come to the sect, and we will sign the contract, Wang Wei nodded. Whether it is Yang Wei or Xiao Songxi, both have the potential to become peak paragons if cultivated correctly, so it was worth investing in them. Wang Wei ended the conversation with Yang Wei and focused on the former ruler of the Baishi clan. Something tells me you have something else in mind for me. Xiao Songxi said, why didn't you join the sea or demon race? Wang Wei asked. The sea race is divided into one top lineage, with one primal, and the rest who choose to join the demon or the innate demon gods. I've had close experience with how the sea race sees foreigners like myself, Xiao Songxi sneered. His former experience is why he would rather suffer as a loose immortal than cozy up to either of these factions. Understandable, Wang Wei nodded. Do you remember how you asked if you could get a second chance at becoming an eternal if you made a big enough sacrifice? Xiao Songxi's eyes squinted. I do. Well, I have a way to test this out, and I want your cooperation for this experiment, Wang Wei revealed. He wanted to know if he could use his new mastery of the existence blueprint to give people a second chance at walking the eternal path, and his experiment would start with Xiao Songshi. You told me this process would require the sacrifice of a paragon, Xiao Songshi replied. Yes, and am prepared to pay all the costs for the experiment, Wang Wei nodded. I can agree, but I have a few requirements, Xiao Songshi replied after a brief contemplation. I'm all ears. My request is simple. It's about my family, Xiao Songshi added. Whether this experiment is a success or not, I want you to care for my family. That could be arranged. Both my family must be emperors, Xiao Songshi continued. It's fine if my mother is an ordinary emperor, but my sister must receive the best training. You must do your best to train her into an eternal. Wang Wei groaned softly. I can do my best, but you should understand that such a thing is not guaranteed. I just want in writing that you will try your best, Xiao Songshi added. That's fine by me. Wang Wei nodded. Eternal emperors were not as difficult to cultivate as in the lower dimension due to the vast and varied resources available in the upper dimension. So, he can use his authority to give Xiao Songshi's sister the best resources, inducing rare things that can change her talents. Good. They'll come sign a contract to make it official. Chapter 1422 Reunions v. Xiao Songshi nodded in satisfaction with the contract's content and signed it without hesitation. It'll be in your care from now on, Lord Wang Wei. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. Go and prepare for the trial. You want to enter with the Dao opening sect, but with a group of loose cultivators lucky enough to raise the ticket price. The Dao opening sect had many people, and Wang Wei did not want others to put a target on them, meaning he wouldn't bring Xiao Songshi or Yang Wei directly with him. He also reckoned that other factions would do the same. No problem, but can I ask you for a small favor? Depends on what it is. It's nothing major, Xiao Songshi said. I just want to know if it was possible for you to allow me to see my family in the lower dimension. Wang Wei immediately shook his head. Before the lock is gone and that person is dealt with, direct communication from the upper dimension to the lower is impossible. Is that so? Xiao Songshi felt it was a shame, but this was not something he or anyone else could change. Wang Wei had someone take care of him while he waited for his next guest, which was Monk, Dolgun, and 3 other barbarians. You don't look too good. Is the injury still an issue? Wang Wei asked. I may have gone a little overboard during that fight. Monk smiled wryly, and Dolgun snorted coldly at him. I may be able to help, Wang Wei said. Hold on. He pinched a few hundred acupoints in Monk's body, and suddenly, all the healing pills he previously took started to take effect, and his aura grew at a steady pace. Everyone was shocked except for Wang Wei. He did not just hit random acupoints, but directly affected Monk's existence to enhance the effect of all the existence healing pills he previously took. Such divine application was made easy with his newfound ability to see people's blueprints. There is still time, Wang Wei said. If you use the best time acceleration array, you may be able to return to your peak before the trial. Monk sighed deeply. I guess he'll add this to the list of the things I owe you. Wang Wei just smiled. Let's get back on topic, Monk continued. I came for the trial, especially to know whether it will be effective for pure body refiners like myself. The records we have said it worked for body refiners, but it's not the primary target. I guess whatever resources this trial has are mostly for key practitioners, and a tiny percentage are for body refiners. So, it won't be a waste of my time? Probably not. And even if there are no resources, it's still a place where you can cultivate normally. That's true, Monk nodded. He was on the fence about this trial, primarily due to his injuries. Now, he only saw the benefits with no disadvantages. The barbarian clan paid in full without using their connection with Wang Wei to ask for a discount. Monk quickly returned to the clan to heal before promising Wang Wei they would reunite at the trial. The next person who visited Wang Wei was Hong Meiling, or his future wife's future disciple. She came to complain that someone had looted the Origin Seal continent's treasury of all its existence healing pills. Wang Wei promised her and the continent as many places as they wanted, but ultimately decided on up to 5 members. Wang Wei had a few decades of peace before his next guest. allowing him to improve his injury. What a strange combination, Wang Wei thought when he saw Tong Ruobing, Mu Lei, and Yin Jin together. However, a quick reminder of their factions, and he knew why they were together. Wang Wei was about to welcome them with a smile when he noticed something. Don't you have to explain yourself? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Tong Ruobing sighed before raising her hand to release a golden light. She had a first-level golden body of merit. It made sense since she was the heavenly queen in the lower dimension and had significantly developed talisman Dao for the entire lower dimension. So, it was only a matter of time before she could condense this body, and with the help of her faction, this time could be accelerated. I didn't know, Tong Ruobing explained. I was enthralled by a project, and the association purposely did not tell me about the ceremony. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes, and it seemed she was telling the truth. Regardless, he still said, even if I am the chosen one, the responsibility of saving the world falls on everyone's shoulders. I will not sacrifice my life or happiness while you lot sit and watch. Understand? I understand. Tong Ruobing nodded, feeling uncomfortable that she was spoken to like a child who had made a mistake. Regardless, she understood the situation and kept quiet. Good. Now that you are, there's a way for you to do your part. Wang Wei continued. Where's the blood from that abyss creature? Is something wrong? I've handed it to the association, Tong Ruobing responded. Wang Wei looked at her, having figured out a few things with this brief exchange. That blood is one of the keys to our liberation, so tell your association to prepare to sacrifice it. Don't worry, we understand when to consider the overall situation. That's good. Well, for what purpose do I owe this visit? I'll tell you in advance that I will not be giving any discounts. I know very well how cheap you are, Tong Ruobing sneered. I'm here about our Dao Path tablet. Is it in your hands? If you're talking about the copy I got from Blood Dragon, then yes, it's in my hands. Wang Wei nodded. The copy? That's right. Tong Ruobing glanced at him, unable to decipher whether he was telling the truth. What about the original? Where is it? Probably in the hands of the Southern Chu dynasty, Wang Wei responded. By the time the barbarian race and I raided Shu Ren's treasury, they had already plundered a lot. And you expect me to believe that you, of all people, allowed them to take your treasure without fighting back? Tong Ruobing asked. I didn't have a choice, did I? Wang Wei countered. They have the new Paragon, Jimin, as their backers, and more importantly, these bastards seem to have some connection with Great Kin. I was planning to deal with them later, but they were not exactly at the top of my priority list. Tong Ruobing frowned at this news. It revealed much, but could also be a trap, since it came from this unreliable bastard. Well, thank you for telling us this news. She decided the association needed more extreme means to locate their treasure. Ultimately, it would not matter whether it was in the hands of the Dao opening sect or the Great Kin Saint Court. Their association was prepared to wage war to get it back. I'm glad I could help, Wang Wei said with a smile. Is that all you wanted to inquire about? That's it. He nodded before focusing on the two quiet body refiners. Long time no see, guys. Yes, it's been a while, Mu Lei replied, but the taciturn Yin Jin only nodded. More than 10,000 yuan epoch, Wang Wei reminisced. Well, we can talk later. Let's focus on business first. Are you guys representing the true essence lineage? That's right. Wang Wei muttered. The true essence lineage was created by the body ancestor from the myriad emperor world. During the Golden Year, they were on track to become one of the overlords, but they made a powerful enemy on the verge of annihilating them. The body ancestor, a peak paragon at the time, made the ultimate sacrifice to protect his lineage by allowing them to turn his potent fleshly body into a primal tier puppet. With the puppet, the lineage survived their catastrophe. However, the body ancestor's soul entered reincarnation, and to this day, they have never found him. Since that event, the true essence lineage's luck seemed to have depleted, and they never became one of the overlords. What brings you to see me? The elders sent us to check whether this trial has any effects on pure body refiners, Mu Lei stated. You're the second person who asked me this question, Wang Wei replied before telling them the same thing he had told Monk. If what you said is true, It may not be worth investing too much in this trial, Muley commented. That's for you to decide, Wang Wei shrugged. However, if you want, I can allow you to exchange the ticket with your famous concentrated essence dew. Muley glanced at him. Concentrated essence dew was the best resource to help body refiners open the gate of flesh, so he understood why Wang Wei would want access to it. I can relay this news to the elders and let them decide, Muley said. Chapter 1423 Reunions 6. Is the true essence lineage about to rise? Wang Wei contemplated. With two talents like Muley and Yin Jin, it's not out of the ordinary to say their faction is about to flourish. It seems that Grand Tao has curved the development of pure body refiners after the second true transcended, so it's not guaranteed they will rise. Hopefully, Grand Tao will be less strict with them. Otherwise, their fate will be the same. If Grand Tao doesn't relent, the best that will happen to the true essence lineage is that their faction will come close to a transcendent faction, but fail to reach that level truly, just like they did in the Golden Era. If I want to understand enough about essence to build the fourth gate, the knowledge of the sect might not be enough. So, I should start investing in the true essence lineage Wang Wei planned. The most direct way to what I want would be to find out where the body ancestor's soul was reincarnated. His disappearance could be an accident during the reincarnation process or the secret machination of the Yama King or someone else. Once I become a true Earth Emperor, I may be able to find out and exchange that information for all their knowledge. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. He knew how to treat their lineage in the upcoming catastrophe. He waved his hand to send a talisman to Yu Kai about acquiring the concentrated essence dew. This thing could be essential for his next plan. I'm tired of drinking tea and wine, so let's change the meeting location. Wang Wei thought before walking out of his room. There was a small pond in his backyard, and he decided to fish. The pond only looked small on the surface, but had an entire dimension full of different creatures. In just a few hours, Wang Wei caught a few rare sea and demon races. This is too easy and not as fun as I thought, Wang Wei complained. In that case, let's make it interesting. He pointed at the pond, and his Tao of fate and luck enveloped it. With a grin on his face, Wang Wei threw his fishing rod into the pond. The thin line disappeared from the pond and appeared in the blue dress universe in the Limitless Exchange Hall's territory. No one saw this thin rod line as it bravado the defense of the best Empyrean lineage of that area and hooked itself into a scroll. Caught something? Wang Wei yanked the rod to pull out the scroll. A sword technique? It's quite decent for an Empyrean technique. Although this thing was useless to him, it was better than nothing. Wang Wei cast his rod a second time, but his luck was not so good, and he only caught a bottle of Emperor pills. Now, this is how fishing should be done, Wang Wei nodded. He deactivated his luck to ensure his catch would indeed be random. Time passed, and soon his next guest arrived. The famous Infinite Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang. Wang Wei said without looking back. No, Sword Empyrean, I'm surprised. Jian Wushuang did not acquire much merit in the lower dimension and only proved the Tao by working for the rebellion. So, the fact he could become an Empyrean in just 10,000 yuan epoch was somewhat of an anomaly. Who dare call themselves famous before you? Jian Wushuang said with a smile before sitting beside him. Wang Wei glanced at him and knew why his cultivation was so fast. The destiny of the ultimate sword path. Even though his father was the chosen one, this bastard has been doing his best to tap into that destiny, trying to become the chosen one. Although he failed, he still benefited immensely in the process. Who is this beautiful lady? Wang Wei asked, glancing at the woman accompanying him. That's Lady Su Li. She's the most talented descendant of the seven-strike sword sage, Jian Wushuang introduced. It's an honor, Wang Wei saluted. I've heard countless praises about the sword sage from my ancestor. I very much doubt that, Su Li replied rudely. The Sword Path League has 3 primals, also known as the 3 sword sages, but the entire league has a bad relationship with the Tao opening sect because Yin Hai holds the title of the greatest swordsman in the world and the sword Grand Tao source position. I can see you're not very good at political speech, Wang Wei commented, and Zhao Wushuang smiled wryly. Imzas divekt, Suli replied. I guess there is nothing wrong with that. Here, check your luck. Wang Wei handed them each a rod. Although they were confused, they accepted his offer. Wang Wei caught a healing paste that worked only in Tier 3 and below. However, his two guests were quite lucky. Jian Wushuang caught a sword talisman with a strike close to a paragon, while Suli caught an Empyrean artifact that was once a paragon artifact. Compared to me, you're quite lucky, Wang Wei nodded. This is? Jian Wushuang asked, trying to control the shock in his voice. Think of it as a meeting gift, Wang Wei smiled. Let's get to business. Did you guys just come here to say hello? No, we have official business, Jian Wushuang said. However, he did not follow up with his words. In fact, his expression became subtler, as if he was trying to tiptoe around whatever subject he was about to bring up. Well, Wang Wei asked, it's like this. Our league noticed the destiny for the ultimate sword path changed owner. A hint of worry and anger flashed in Wang Wei's eyes, but disappeared at the same speed they appeared. That's right. Jian Wushuang noticed the brief change in his atmosphere and chose his words carefully. The Sword Emperor is now the holder, correct? Get to the point, Wang Wei said. Our league is wondering how much is she attached to that destiny? Wang Wei stopped handling the rod and looked at him. You want to exchange that destiny with the Sword Emperor? That's right, Jian Wushuang admitted. Why would you want to do that? Isn't that obvious? Sulibat Didin. The destiny of the ultimate sword path could be the key that raises our league to the next level, Jian Wushuang added. You have a point, Wang Wei nodded. However, his intuition told him something fishy was going on. The Sword Path League did not want that destiny only for the sake of their faction's rise. Wang Wei felt there was some kind of secret behind all of this. But why are you telling me this? Shouldn't you wait for the ancestor's return and discuss it with her? Well, you know how bad our two factions' relationship is, Jian Wushuang added. So, I was wondering whether you could be a mediator. Because of our friendship, the best I can do for you is to pass on the message. As for being a mediator, forget it. There was nothing to gain in this transaction, and Wang Wei guessed his ancestor would not accept this trade. So what was the point in getting too involved? We will compensate you, Suli said. I'm not a swordsman, so I doubt most of the things you can offer will entice me. Suli was about to say something, but Jian Wushuang raised his hand to stop her. If I may ask, is your father alive? Wang Wei's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. What's it to you? If he's alive, we may be able to track him down. Jian Wushuang quickly replied. Oh, our league holds the destiny of Sword Dao. With the right price, we can track anyone who has ever called themselves a swordsman and is a citizen of the Eternal Ascension world. A twinkle flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. How effective is your search? We may need your help. But as long as he is alive, we could track him down even in other chaos worlds. That is quite the effect, Wang Wei muttered. This was an offer worth thinking over. As much as I want to find my father, I also don't want to appear as if I have sold my ancestor for my own benefit. So, you need to come up with something truly exceptional for me to become your mediator. This is what we are prepared to exchange for that destiny, Jian Wushuang replied before transmitting the information directly into Wang Wei's mind. That is an offer that could tempt her, Wang Wei nodded. I agree to your conditions, but beware that I do not guarantee success. We understand this, Jian Wushuang nodded. The League knows of their terrible relationship with Yan Hai, so they were more than satisfied with someone of this level of influence and power acting as the mediator. Otherwise, their only option would be to fight the Dao opening sect to get what they want. Good. The next step was to sign a binding contract to finalize this deal. Wang Wei then arranged accommodations for those two and the other swordsmen from the League that were coming at a later date. Chapter 1424 Reunions 7. Wang Wei glanced at the departed swordsman. Interesting, Wang Wei thought. Who would have thought this little trial would have become the key for the members of my generation to reach the top of the Eternal Ascension world and take power? This trial will create countless paragons from his generation. Once they have the power, it's only a matter of time before they start leading their respective faction, especially since the upcoming catastrophe will force them to grow at an exponential rate. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. Wang Wei thought, The people in his generation are too young, meaning their foundations are not deep enough. Wang Wei could foresee a few of them dying in the upcoming Paragon Tribulation. This trial has become a destiny tipping point of this world, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the sky. This is a sign that heavenly Tao has recuperated enough power and is preparing for the catastrophe. However, isn't celebrating a little too early? Supreme Unity has just lost a great deal of power, meaning they had time to plan their next move. But Wang Wei did not believe for a second he would give up after planning for so long. I may not have as much time as I anticipated, Wang Wei concluded before returning to his fishing. Sword Path League's accommodating mountain. Jian Wushuang thanked the elder who brought him here and immediately stepped up his own formation. He contacted the League and reported the situation. All these negotiations and planning are too tedious, Su Li commented. We are swordsmen. If we want something, we should use our swords to take it. Are you suggesting we fight the Tao opening sect? Jian Wushuang asked speechlessly. Why not? Su Li debated. We have already designated them as the greatest threat in the upcoming calamity, so why not ally with others to eliminate them? Jian Wushuang looked at her incredulously. This is why the League Master didn't pass the position to you. He's just afraid of my direct and efficient operating mode, Su Li countered. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Did I say something wrong? The Destiny Sword Monarch sacrificed his life to peek at the future. And this is the plan you could devise based on the information he provided? What's wrong with my plan? According to him, Wang Wei's former actions will turn into the power of destiny that will protect the Tao opening sect in the upcoming catastrophe, meaning of all of us. They are indeed the most significant threat, but they are also the ones most likely to survive. Hence, why must we eliminate them? Do you remember what the prophecy said about the Origin Seal continent? Jian Wushuang asked instead of explaining. Without Empress Wu, the Origin Seal continent will be the first to be destroyed, Su Li replied. What else? There's a 90% chance that the Empress will be the next transcendent of the world, Su Li said with a frown. What does this have to do with the Tao opening sect? Damn it. Are swords and killing the only thing in this woman's head? Jian Wushuang complained. What else? The Origin Seal continent has a deep karmic bond with the Tao opening sect. There is a 70% chance that the bond is a marriage bond. However, this should be nonsense since everyone knows the Empress will not fancy anyone. Jian Wushuang's lips twitched. Had you paid attention in the meeting, you would have remembered someone mention Empress who had a love fate line, adding the fact that Wang Wei's wife is a perfect copy of her. It's not easy to put two and two together. Su Li was silent. The Origin Seal continent is weak, but as long as the Tao opening sect or Buddhism protects them, it should be enough for Empress Wu to grow to her full potential and return the favor. And if we attack the Tao opening sect, the Origin Seal continent will not stand by, meaning we would have to face 6 primal paragons, one of which is Empress Wu, who everybody knows to bet on one-on-one fight, and Sword Empress with the highest attack potency. Tell me, in what world is this a good strategy? Su Li's face was calm and stoic before she responded. Ultimately, all of these nonsense plans and schemes are because we are too weak. You have never said truer words, Jian Wushuang nodded. However, before you grow to the level where you can dominate everything with your strength alone, don't repeat these stupid and naive things. Su Li stared at him and snorted coldly before walking to one of the rooms. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang massages his temple, demonstrating his frustration. After returning to the sect and league, his talent, ambition, and the fact that he technically survived the outlaw trial garnered him a great deal of attention, resources, and power. However, Jian Wushuang was plagued by the legacy of his ancestor, the founder of the sword-casting villa. According to the record, the sword-casting emperor had a smooth-sailing life for most of his cultivation journey, but everything changed after his rematch with the battle-maniac emperor. Since that defeat, all his luck seemed to have run out, and he suffered tribulations after tribulations, drastically changing his personality. The sword-casting emperor eventually became the sword-casting paragon, but he seemed to have reached the limit of his talent and destiny. As a last-ditch effort, he started focusing on his title, casting swords. His talent was subpar for the profession of weapon refining. Still, the sword-casting emperor somehow defied his fate as a last act of defiance and became one of the greatest weapon refiners of his era. It's with this ability that he established the Sword-Casting Pavilion as one of the core factions of the Sword Path League despite not having a primal or peak paragon. Unfortunately, the Sword-Casting Emperor's personality was genuinely shit, leaving his descendants in a terrible situation during the Seven Moon Era. So, when Jin Wushuang was trying to rise to power in the League, he suffered much resistance due to his ancestors' legacy. As a last result, his faction suggested he used a marriage alliance to close the gap with the other factions. Jin Wushuang vehemently denied this request. After what happened with Daiji, he forsaken women and love entirely. Unfortunately, some things are beyond his control. His elders talked to the League Master, and without his consent, Jin Wushuang was suddenly stuck with Su Li. Most of the time, the girl is easy to get along with. She's a proud and powerful swordswoman, and using this commonality, the two can spend years discussing and training with each other. Jin Wushuang's problem is when they talk about different topics. Su Li's personality is one-dimensional. She only cares about swordsmanship and strength. This personality blends into every aspect of her life, making conversation with her unbearable when it concerns anything other than swordsmanship or cultivation. At this rate, I will start drinking, Jin Wushuang complained. He now understood why so many swordsmen love to drink. Many troubles that cannot be solved with the sword can be cured with a bottle. If only I could have an easy life like Ji Lanfang. Jin Wushuang and Ji Lanfang are known as the kill-ins of the Sword Path League. Technically, there is a third, but the Golden Sword Emperor is considered an outcast in his own faction. Back to the topic. While Jin Wushuang pursued political power and was more ambitious, Ji Lanfang was more of a pure swordsman, focusing more on his skills and pursuit of the Tao. So, when the League suggested marrying him to a more powerful faction or something along these lines, Ji Lanfang directly rejected them. No point in complaining since this is the path I've chosen, Jin Wushuang sighed. He really didn't know what to do with Su Li. On one hand, he truly needed her help to establish himself, but on the other hand, he could not stand her unless they were talking about swordsmanship. Would things be different after I became a paragon? Jin Wushuang contemplated. This was unlikely since Su Li's ancestor was a sword sage, meaning that this marriage would hang over his head until Jin Wushuang could also become a primal. Maybe I could choose another partner? He groaned after thinking about this. Firstly, he wanted no partner, and secondly, choosing another partner might cause trouble in the League and ruin his opportunities instead of increasing them. I may have to suck it up, Jin Wushuang thought as he walked to a mediation room. Maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe I can learn to love her. Better yet, maybe I can change her. He shook his head and sighed. Let's not think about this now. He summoned his sword and started to meditate. He could not increase his cultivation, but there was still room for his strength to improve, starting with increasing his synchronization with his Tao-proving artifact. Although Jin Wushuang chose the path of political power, that did not mean he had abandoned his sword Tao. On the contrary, he understood the necessity for strength even more. Chapter 1425 Reunions 8. Wang Wei raised his head to look in the direction of the Tianwei Peak or the sect master's personal mountain. Normally, when I contact him, he answers immediately. Did something happen? He sent a talisman to Yu Kai after the League people left, but never received any response. I guess I'll wait. Wang Wei focused on this newfound hobby. During his long life, he has tried many hobbies, including drinking tea and wine, cooking, playing chess, wood carving, and a few others, but he never truly kept them. He's hoping fishing will stick. While this is fun, I feel the view is not up to par, Wang Wei thought. He was a man of action, so after finding a problem, he dealt with it. He contacted Wang Qi with a screen floating next to him. Are you busy? A little, but what do you need? Wang Qi asked. I need someone to rebuild my garden from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Wang Wei said. He loved that garden and spent much time there, especially when receiving guests. That's not a problem. Wang Qi nodded. Do you want only the garden built or the palace as well? Just the garden. While the palace was beautiful and a symbol of power and luxury, he preferred the calm and simplicity of his transcending Fate Mountain. Noted. Do you want an exact replica? Or would you mind making some improvements? Wang Wei contemplated. Show me your improvement design first. If I like it, I'll approve it. As you wish. Wang Wei had to wait more than a year before he met Yu Kai, and during this time, he had already approved Wang Qi's new design, and his garden was 10% done. Did something happen? Wang Wei asked as he pulled an Emperor artifact from his pool. There are a few matters that may require you to decide. Yu Kai replied truthfully. However, we can deal with your matter first. Wang Wei glanced at him. Based on his being so supportive and caring, it appeared Yu Kai was about to throw a hot potato that was his responsibility to him. All right, Wang Wei nodded. After the first defeat of the 7 moons, Heavenly Tao purposely opened the secrets of heaven and earth to the world. Did our sect take that opportunity? We did, Yu Kai nodded. The people from the Observing Destiny Hall would not miss such a chance. Wang Wei glanced at a mountain in the distance, surrounded by an ethereal mist of fate and truth. What did they see? He asked. They saw you, Yu Kai replied. Me? Yes. They saw the prosperity and possible downfall of the sect all leads to you. That would explain why you guys gave me so much power and barely no one resisted, Wang Wei commented. Yu Kai smiled wryly, but did not add anything to this conversation. If the other factions were not stupid, they should have taken that opportunity, Wang Wei continued. Is there a way for us to find what they detected? That's a tricky question, Yu Kai replied. We have a few key spies in their midst, and if we sacrifice them, we might be able to get some information. The question is whether it's worth sacrificing them for this news. That is indeed the question, Wang Wei agreed. He was interested in whatever secrets the Sword Path League hid, but hesitated whether it was worth sacrificing such key assets. These spies might serve a better role later in the catastrophe. So sacrificing them now might not be worth it. Let's take things slowly for now, Wang Wei decided. The League's secret might be useful, or it might be something only significant to them. So, Wang Wei chose to wait, and maybe there will be a better chance to discover the truth later on. All right, what trouble have you encountered? Wang Wei asked. As you know, all the clans have a main branch and countless side branches, Yu Kai said. Unfortunately, I've encountered some trouble with the Yin clan. I don't know if you know this, but one of their branches, the Sword Branch, has enormous power in the clan because they have inherited part of the ancestors' sword talent and were even trained by them. The only reason they haven't become the main branch is their lack of numbers. I've heard about them, Wang Wei nodded. Red Mask has been lazing in the past few years. What seems to be the problem? It's regarding the spot for trial, Yu Kai explained. The main branch has chosen their candidate, but the Sword Branch vehemently denies the choice and wants someone from their branch. Isn't our sect's motto about meritocracy? Have their candidates battle out, and the most powerful one will have the spot, Wang Wei responded casually. They did that, and the Sword Branch won, Yu Kai said, his voice containing a hint of carefulness. However, Patriarch Yin Dui has used some clan and sect rules to ensure his branch received the spot and denied the battle's result. Now, the Sword Branch has been pressuring me to decide on this matter, and I don't know what to do. What did the Great Elder say? She said she was too close to this problem and allowed me to handle it. She probably knew you would come to me and wanted to see how I would deal with this situation. Yu Kai smiled wryly after hearing this. He thought the same, but he couldn't exactly say anything to the Great Elder. So what do you think I should do? Did Yin Dui break any rules? Wang Wei asked. His actions, while shameless, were within the rules, Yu Kai replied. That's one of the reasons he couldn't do anything. Since that's the case, the spot will stay with him. Then, what about the Sword Branch? Tell them that their candidate can disguise as one of the loose cultivators to enter, Wang Wei said. Now that I think about it, I might need someone to do some dirty jobs for me. Although I have Yang Wu Wei and Xiao Songxi, I worry about their strength. Tell the Sword Branch that if their candidate agrees to work for me, they'll compensate them. He'll relay the message, Yu Kai said excitedly. This issue was resolved, and even the sword branch disagreed with this decision. The trouble was no longer his to bear. If they agree, provide them with the best disguise method, including the best method to hide from divination and such. He'll need you to provide the same for my 2 men. No problem, Yukai said without hesitation. As the sect master, his greatest power was controlling the sect's resources, so it was easy for him to achieve. Not to mention, the laws said that primal seeds have almost unlimited access to the sect's resources. You said you had issues you wanted me to deal with. Where are the others? Wang Wei asked. It's about the divine faith heaven, Yukai said. They are not happy that we banned them from the trial, and they have sent a delegate to discuss this matter. Oh, well, do you want to see them? Yes, send them in, Wang Wei nodded calmly, and Yukai basically ran away to notify the guests. Soon, an elderly man with long gray hair and a white beard that reached his knees, gold eyes, and divine aura approached Wang Wei, followed by divine Zhu behind him. Salutation, Prime Seed Wang Wei. My name is Divine Lei, and it's an honor to meet you. You are the most polite god I've ever seen in my life, Wang Wei said without turning to face his guest or inviting them to fish with him. I understand my young apprentice here was rude to you before, and we came with gifts and apologies. Divine Lei motioned to Divine Zhu, and he flew forward, cupped his hands, and bowed. I apologize for the way I acted on our first meeting. I was too excited and acted out of character. Do you think this is because I got my feelings hurt because you were rude? Wang Wei asked. You're a god, and I expect some level of arrogance and rudeness when dealing with you lots. The tension immediately intensified. The issue is you stole from me, Wang Wei added. Young Primal. There's no need to deny it. I know you did it, Wang Wei said calmly, and Divine Lei sighed. We understand how you feel, but you should also understand what that civilization means for us gods, Divine Lei said softly. Then why not build your own? Wang Wei argued. The moment you saw them, you had access to my idea. You could have built your own civilization, but you still captured my people and stole every aspect of my idea. Divine Lei's Lipistvichit. Who would want to go through all that trouble when there was a more straightforward approach? Again, we apologize and will compensate you for your loss. The mortal civilization will affect the world in ways you brainwashed gods cannot fathom, so I doubt your compensation is with much in hindsight. Both Divine Lei and Zhu's complexion turned ugly. I will accept your compensation since I don't spit out things that are in my stomach, Wang Wei continued. But this is far from over. Divine Lei relaxed his gritted teeth and took a deep breath to calm down. What do you want? What do we do to gain access to the trial? I understand the greater implications of blocking you from attending this trial, so I won't do that, Wang Wei uttered, making these 2 breathe in relief. Sadly, their relief was brief. The ticket price for your faction will be 3 times that of everybody else. What? That's outrageous. Incense, despite its flaws, is incredible power when you purify it to the limit. It does wonders for healing existence. So, I doubt you lack the resources, Wang Wei said blandly. So, take the offer or leave. You, Divine Zhu said, while taking 1 step forward. Divine Lei stopped him by putting his arm before him. We will buy it. Happy to do business with you. Divine Lei looked at Wang Wei's back. I hope you don't regret today's decision. However, Wang Wei did not answer him. It was as if he was nothing but air. Divine Lei snorted coldly before flying away with his apprentice. The divine faith heaven. Huh, Wang Wei muttered. He was not targeting these guys because of what happened with the mortal civilization. Although Wang Wei holds grudges, he knows when to put his personal feelings aside for the greater good of the sect. He targeted them for entirely different reasons, which involved his future wife. According to his calculations, he theorized that the Origin Seal Continent would be the first faction to bear the brunt of the upcoming faction. That's because Wu Hong has the greatest potential and must be tested first, and her faction has the weakest foundation. Wang Wei doesn't want anything to happen to his future wife or her faction, so he decided to nudge destiny to target the weaker overlords. The decision was between the limitless exchange hall and the divine faith heaven, and unfortunately, the latter had offended him. So he chose it. It's unfortunate for you. But who made you weak and offended me? Wang Wei muttered. He was already thinking about how he would feed on the carcass of the divine faith heaven, and how he should share the spoils with his future wife to increase her faction's foundation. I should control myself. Wang Wei warned himself. No matter what, the divine faith heaven is an overlord, meaning their destruction will not be a simple thing. In other words, celebrating prematurely was not a wise move. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Most of the overlords have contacted me, leaving Buddhism, Taoism, the Myriad Clan Union, and the Limitless Exchange Hall. I don't have any connection to the hall, so I wonder whether they will try to contact me. Chapter 1426 Reunions 9. Yin Dui slowly approached with what he called his patriarch smile. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was approachable, and those who knew him could tell by his smile that he was in business mode. Come test your luck, Wang Wei said. Yin Dui was perplexed by this strange request, but he still followed. He threw the rod into the pool, and a few seconds later, he detected something and pulled. A samsara talisman that can temper the mind. It seems fate is telling you something, Wang Wei commented. Is the young master dissatisfied with my actions? Yin Dui asked. Not particularly. It also helped you not break the rules, Wang Wei said casually. Yin Dui used his patriarch's supreme power to make the decision, and the rules stated that no one could override that power, even the sect master. He also paid many sect merit points to guarantee his lineage's spot. Do you think I shouldn't have done it? Yin Dui said. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked instead of answering. I came to thank you for preserving the rules. Don't beat around the bush and say what you truly mean. Yin Dui was briefly quiet. I heard you were wise and wanted your counsel. Oh, what's on your mind? Wang Wei did not care whether Yin Dui was telling the truth or whether he was here to test him. However, he did not mind playing these political games to ensure his power within the sect. I know what I did was correct, but everyone else is saying or insinuating that I did something wrong. And I cannot understand why, Yin Dui explained. You do understand why. You just don't want to admit it. What do you mean? Wang Wei put the rubbish catch inside his space ring before continuing. Let me ask you, do you think Ancestor Yin Hai wishes to turn the Yin clan into a sword clan? It has been her dream for many years. We have many records of her saying she wants to do so, not only for herself, but to show off to the Sword Path League. Unfortunately, fate seems to have denied her wish. True, Wang Wei nodded. Instead of inheriting the Yin clan's swordsmanship talent, the Yin clan, at least the branch in the upper dimension, have inherited miscellaneous talent for professions. After seeing Yin clan's development, Wang Wei now understood that Yin Liling was not an anomaly, just a manifestation of the upper dimension Yin clan's talent. But do you think that will remain the same forever? Wang Wei asked. What do you mean? Yin Dui questioned with a frown. The human fiend god bloodline has opened a crevice on whatever blockade fate has placed on the ancestor's dream, Wang Wei explained calmly. Although she chose origin as the core of the bloodline to ensure the other branches have endless possibilities, the human fiend god bloodline will exponentially increase the number of people with swordsmanship talent. Once that is established, it is only a matter of time before the sword branch becomes the Yin clan's main branch. You're fighting a losing battle, and you know it. Wang Wei glanced at him and saw the unwilling look on his face, and secretly shook his head. The human fiend god bloodline is only the first part of this process. Once Yin Hai becomes a half-step transcended, it's a foregone conclusion that the Yin clan will become a Sword Dao clan. Think it's unfair? Wang Wei asked. I wouldn't say such naive words, Yin Dui replied. Then, you're wiser than I gave you credit for, Wang Wei nodded. Thank you for your guidance. But I won't stay long. Yin Dui bowed politely and swiftly left. He had many things to think about. Wang Wei did not stop him, as he knew another guest would appear soon. As expected, an elderly man with gray hair, a long white beard, pure black robes, a sword tattoo above his left eye, and a force and sharp aura soon arrived. You're Yin Shi, right? Come and see if your luck is better than your patriarch. Yin Shi was a quiet man, so he followed Wang Wei's instructions without much of a word. A bag of glittering metal sand? If I remember correctly, This is a great material to use for your Proving Tao artifact. When it's transforming into a Paragon artifact, it seems you're a lucky individual. Primal Seed. I need to know what kind of mission our branch's Kylan Sun will face if he accepts your proposal. There are too many people participating in this trial, many of whom are our enemies, Wang Wei replied truthfully. Although I'm confident the Paragon Tribulation will root out most of them, I can't leave it to chance regarding certain targets. That's where your Kylan Sun comes in. Yin Shi contemplated the pros and cons of accepting this mission. Are you aware of all the protective measures Yukai will provide him? Yes. Then, why are you hesitating? Yin Jie is a peak seed that we spend a great deal of effort cultivating. We can't send in a suicide mission. Wang Wei looked at him. Are you sure you're cultivating a future peak paragon? What are you insinuating? How many true life and death battles has Yin Jie experienced? I'm not talking about trials that guarantee his rescue once he's truly in danger. I'm talking about a true battle with no safety net and one wrong move, and he's dead. Yin Shi had no rebuttal. The Tao opening sect closed its mountain throughout this entire seven-moon era, meaning its talented disciples only trained with trials perfectly curated inside the sect. Additionally, these disciples were cuddled more due to the era's political climate, since the sect could not afford to lose many geniuses. So, although he did not want to admit it, Wang Wei was correct. Yin Jie was only a false peak seed without having experienced true life and death battles with no safety net. I know what to do, Yin Qi said. He realized Yin Jie needed to partake in this trial and do an excellent job with the Primal Seed's task. And this is not just for his future, but also to prevent Yin Di from attacking his peak status because of his lack of experience. Yin Qi has already seen the lengths that Yin Di is willing to go to preserve the main branch, so he won't give the latter any more ammunition to suppress their sword branch. Wang Wei calmly watched Yin Qi leave. Besides my future wife faction with only one voice and the kin court, the Tao opening sect is considered one of the most united factions of all the overlords. If that's considered united, how complex is the political situation in those other factions? Especially the Grand Sect Alliance. Its structure is so bloated that I'm baffled how they haven't imploded from the inside yet. Wang Wei shook his head, deciding not to focus too much on that. He took a break from fishing and helped with building the garden. Once the construction finished, he enjoyed his peaceful life in this marvelous garden until his next guest arrived. Your garden is more beautiful than it used to be, said an ethereal voice. Who is this if it isn't the lovely and angelic Shirkian? Wang Wei smiled. It's been a while. How are your parents? They're doing well, showing a little too much affection for my liking, but overall, they are happier than before, Shirkian replied. Wang Wei did not invite her to fish, but to a small pavilion in the garden where he served tea. I didn't think I would see you, Wang Wei said. The light race is doing all right for itself, as their clan had a few paragons, but they were nothing extraordinary and cannot be considered peak lineages. Once they hear the news, they might send a candidate, but Wang Wei did not think it would be Shirkian, even if they were familiar. I'm not here to represent the light race, Shirkian said, having understood the implications of his words. Oh, the Limitless Exchange Hall, she explained. Interesting. I was just wondering about you guys, thinking how I didn't have any acquaintances connected to them, Wang Wei smiled. Shirkian sighed. In the hall, she is not mediocre, but also not excellent. After reuniting with her parents, she was satisfied with life, and cultivation became less of a priority. If not for the constant danger of the cultivation world, Shirkian might have retired from the world and lived in isolation with her parents. I am indeed here because I know you, she admitted. On what business exactly? The hall wants to know if you would lower the price, Shirkian stated. As you know, we have a lot of people, but resources are scarce. Many of our members want this opportunity, and we are spreading ourselves thin trying to buy tickets. To be honest, I made the price so high because of your large numbers, Wang Wei admitted. You should understand, we cannot allow you to train so many paragons. Shirkian said, I knew this would happen, and I told them that. She shook her head. Is there any way we could come up with a deal of some sort? Chapter 1427 Reunions X. You guys have no rare resources, and your only advantage is your vast number, and that has nothing to do with me, Wang Wei commented. However, because of our friendship, I can allow their hall to exchange the tickets with things of equal value. That's good enough for me, Shirkian said excitedly. The existence healing pill is rare enough, so it will benefit the limitless exchange hall immensely if they can replace them with things of equal value. Don't get ahead of yourself, Wang Wei added. The deal is only for your hall's inner members. That's still all right, Shirkian said after a brief hesitation. Any cultivators not associated with a faction can be considered part of the limitless exchange hall, as they can come and receive missions and rewards. However, the hall has internal members that they cultivate at a young age, similar to other sects or families. Those are the inner members. Of course, outer members with enough talent can also become inner members, but they will forever bind themselves to the hall. I'm glad we could come to an understanding. Wang Wei smiled. The two chatted for a few hours before Shirkian left. With this deal, she secured a spot for the trial and increased her status in the hall, so she left with happiness in her stride. Is there a way for me to turn the limitless exchange hall into the sex cannon fodder for the upcoming catastrophe? Wang Wei was greedy, so he did not want to just survive the catastrophe, but to do it with as little loss as possible. And if he could turn the hall into his own personal mercenary group, such a thing would be possible. This idea is a long shot, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, Wang Wei contemplated. The greatest value of the limitless exchange hall is the trust of all loose cultivators. The overlords have tried to limit the hall's power by establishing similar groups catering to loose cultivators. With their abundant resources, the overlords should have run the hall out of business. But unfortunately, loose cultivators have one thing in common: a distrust and hatred for sects or clans. So, this approach had little impact and was ultimately considered a failure. If I can eliminate one of both of their primals and install a puppet of my own, it's possible to use that trust to access the loose cultivator base. Then, I can slowly turn them into cannon fodders with the lure of strength, power, and resources. Wang Wei frowned. This plan sounds feasible except for the part about training a primal as a puppet. Wang Wei is confident of one day being a primal, but he also understands this is a process that will take time. Furthermore, becoming a primal and cultivating another primal are two entirely different things. I still have a second spot for the revised Lord Shadow technique. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The technique the Shadow Ruler gave him allowed the cultivation of two shadows. I was keeping it for when I reunite with Wang Ju, but I have a feeling she may not need it. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Shirkian was a good investment for the puppet, given their former relationship, but Wang Wei had already detected her lack of ambition or even the desire to improve. He'll observe her for a while, but it's probably best to choose another candidate. Wang Wei continued his peaceful life. He enjoyed his beautiful garden, fished, and healed his injuries. His next guest was a beautiful woman in a red dress with phoenix designs and a handsome young man with a third eye marking on his forehead and a confrontational aura. Even the woman had an air about her, as if she came to fight. "You're as noble as I remember," Wang Wei praised. "And your mouth is as sweet as ever," Huafeng Wang replied. "I'm just telling it as it is," Wang Wei rebutted. "Look, my garden is brighter just because of your presence. Tone it down. Don't forget you're a married man." "Haha, who knew you had a sense of humor?" Wang Wei laughed. "Come, have a seat." "And who is this young man staring at me with daggering eyes?" "That's Wang Fushuan," Huafeng Wang introduced. "Oh, a distant relative." "I'm not your relative," Wang Fushuan said coldly. "Quite the animosity, isn't it?" Wang Wei said calmly. "He's the most talented genius of the Wang clan in this generation, and his pride does not accept your fame and prestige has surpassed his," Huafeng Wang said casually. "You, best talent, you say? Let's see." Wang Wei glanced at him up and down. "Peak everlasting Empyrean, 10th heaven of the adult fiend god realm, limit indestructibility, 5-root Tao foundation, Emperor taboo battle realm, but a failure of the Empyrean taboo battle realm despite coming close." A soul compared to 92 Paragon and a Paragon tier willpower. He's not bad indeed. Wang Fushuan looked at him with clenched hands. As soon as Wang Wei started speaking, he tried to hide all his information, but it was pointless. Those calm gray eyes seemed to be able to see all his secrets, and that idea chilled his back. I warned you that you weren't comparable to him, but you didn't believe me, Huafeng Wang said. Wang Fushuan glanced at her and immediately calmed down, entering a peaceful state, not perturbed by his emotions. It's almost as if his previous reaction was on purpose. Not bad, although still inexperienced. He has potential, Wang Wei praised. Wang Fuxuan's age was probably 100 times his, but it was true that the latter's experience paled compared to Wang Wei's measly 10,000 yuan epics. So, what brought you here? Wang Wei asked. I came here for 2 reasons. One personal and one official, Huafeng Wang said. Let's start with the official. Our union would like to make a deal with you. I'm listening. One of our people once attended the mortalhood trial, and so we would like to trade our information for an increase in quota and a price decrease, Huafeng Wang stated directly. You caught my attention, Wang Wei said. Is this information detailed enough? Or are you selling the most basic information I can probably deduce myself? Although we will keep a few secrets to keep an edge, the information is detailed enough. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. How many spots do you want, and how much are you willing to pay? The same as the demon race, 25 spots. And we will pay 2 pills per ticket. It seems the union's information network has its means, Wang Wei stated as he gave her a knowing glance. The contents of his deal with the demon race should have remained secrets, but there appeared to be a leak somewhere. We have our methods, Huafeng Wang replied calmly. Wang Wei did not dwell on this news for now. I have no issue with the 25 spots, but the price has to be 4 pills. Let's agree to 3 pills and not waste time. Wang Wei chuckled. I like your directness. Well, fine by me. The two then created a contract and overviewed the fine print before each signed it, with their respective lineages, luck as a guarantee. So, what was the personal objective you mentioned? I want to fight you, Huafeng Wang said seriously, catching Wang Wei slightly off guard. Why do you want to fight me? I know I'm not your match, but that doesn't matter, Huafeng Wang admitted directly. I made a promise in the lower dimension to follow your footsteps all my life, even if you leave me far behind. I want to fight you to see the gap between us. Interesting, Wang Wei commented before looking at her genuinely. Huh, even more interesting. What did you see? Huafeng Wang asked. She has always been proud of her heavenly eye as she had pushed that technique to new heights. However, when she looked at Wang Wei, all she saw was a gray fog. She could not read any information whatsoever, so she wanted to know if he could read her. Although your cultivation is only 71, and you have just barely opened the gate of power and achieved limit indestructibility, your battle realm seems to have reached 9-fold. More importantly, you've already found your path to the taboo battle realm. You can even see this? It's quite an ingenious approach. By fusing your 5 bloodlines to create a brand new creature, a brand new bloodline. Your original bloodline will not only sublimate, but in the process, a new characteristic will be added to your existence, allowing you to tap into higher power. How did you think of this? Huafeng Wang was briefly quiet before she sighed deeply. It came to me while I was playing with my Grand Mist Wheel. I created 5 species with my bloodline, and in the process, I thought of truly fusing them into a new and better life form. It seems fate has smiled upon you. Wang Wei nodded. I have to say, I didn't expect that out of all the others from the lower dimension, you would become the one with the highest prospect. Oh, those words may not mean much to someone else, but Huafeng Wang knew Wang Wei was not the kind of person to praise others for nothing. Well, unless he's trying to con you. All of them seem blinded by this trial's opportunity to turn them into paragons as swiftly as possible that they neglect to establish a solid foundation. Wang Wei shook his head. The taboo battle realm cannot be achieved after missing the cultivation realm. At least, Wang Wei hasn't learned of a way to make up for it. Many of the people in his generation are incredible talents, and if you give time to learn about the battle taboo realm and spend many years researching, a few should succeed. You can't blame them, Huafeng Wang said. They live in the end of this era where they feel powerless while also realizing the importance of becoming a paragon. It also did not help that you, of the same generation, were leagues ahead. Cultivation was never a race, but a journey with the same destination, Wang Wei said wisely. If they haven't figured that out, maybe I overinflated their potential. It's easy for you to say since you're ahead of everybody and setting up impossible to achieve standards, Huafeng Wang sighed. I never knew you thought so highly of me, Wang Wei said with a smile. Don't start with your cheekiness. Huafeng Wang rebutted. Are we going to fight or not? Why not? Excellent, she uttered. And don't hold back. I want to see the gap. No problem. Chapter 1428 Reunions 11. The battle lasted a few hours, meaning Wang Wei did not use his full power until the end. He used his tenfold strength and taught Huafeng Wang a few things in the process. In the last attack, she showed her the taboo battle realm. After this battle, Huafeng Wang left with a changed mindset. A small part of her was also in a hurry to become a paragon, but after that battle, she was prepared to leave that trial without success. She understood the importance of foundation, so her priority had been to reach that level of power before becoming a paragon. Wang Wei was satisfied with Huafeng Wang's mindset to the point of personally escorting her out of the sect when she heard she was not staying. As for Wang Fushuan, Wang Wei did not care much. The upcoming era will make primal paragons more common, meaning Wang Fushuan has a higher chance of achieving that level. However, it won't matter unless he can catch up to the older generation and start his transcendence journey simultaneously with everyone. Wang Wei slowly flew back to his mountain, saluting a few disciples and elders who recognized him in the process. As soon as he sat on his pavilion, he took out the information talisman from the Myriad Clan Union and received the information. Wang Wei thought as he focused on two valuable pieces of information. The first was one of the most valuable things of the Mortalhood trial, their entrance token. The token is rare, but allows anyone to participate in the trial, even if it's not summoned. Wang Wei could foresee how many people and factions will compete for these tokens. After all, they're basically a guarantee to train a paragon at the fastest speed possible. The second valuable piece of information was a small sentence stating that there had been circumstances where anomalies occurred in the trial, forcing them to operate differently than normal. With my luck, there is an 80 chance that this anomaly will appear during this trial. Wang Wei groaned to himself. He massaged his temple, feeling a headache coming. Forget it. As long as I accomplish my objective, I can leave. After learning about the all-heaven fate calamity prophecy, he has already decided to be more low-key and start acting from the shadows. Whatever shenanigans destined to happen in the trial will have nothing to do with him, as he will not show himself much publicly. His priority is currently the lock, so in the worst-case scenario, he'll abandon everything and return home. Red Mask, Wang Wei called out, and about 10 seconds later, a shadow knelt before him. Do you have any orders? Our deal with the innate demon god was leaked. Check if it's from our side or theirs, Wang Wei stated. As you wish. Is there something? Wang Wei asked, wondering why she was still here after dismissing her. This may be out of line, but I would like to congratulate the Lord for improving his mood and becoming less depressed. Is it that obvious? Wang Wei smiled. Huafeng Huang's visit was an unexpected pleasure. Although he never mentioned it, Wang Wei feared that he would one day outpace everybody that he knew. And the first sign of that was how much ahead he was compared to people of his generation. This fear is one of the reasons he grew even more attached to Wu Hong, as he knew she could not only keep up with him, but also push him to pursue her. Huafeng Huang's current state showed him that some of his generation could follow him far into his cultivation journey, and maybe until the end, and that fact brought him a great deal of dopamine. I appreciate the well wishes, Wang Wei nodded, and in response, Red Mask bowed before dissipating into the shadow. This is a great time to fish. Maybe my luck has improved, he muttered before flying to his little pond. As he was surrounded by all the wonderful flowers of his pond and the beautiful artificially created starry skies above his head, Wang Wei felt peaceful and forgot the worries of his life. Finally, back to my peak, Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the sense of power and control he had lost for a while. Now, what should I do with the previous meat puppets? Well, they are an excellent way to commit crimes without leaving traces. No, some people might recognize them as people who were once prisoners of the sect. If Wang Wei wanted to use these meat puppets, he'd need to change their appearances first, or they may be traced back to the sect and eventually to him. Now that's decided. Let's meet our guests, Wang Wei muttered. He was in deep meditation since he was close to recuperating, so his guests had to wait until he was available. Let's start with Buddhism. A strange-looking monk flew over to meet him. He's described as strange because his head is that of a child, but his body is that of a muscular man. No matter what angle someone looked at him, he looked strange. Some kind of rejuvenation technique. Wang Wei commented. Not just that. It seems to be a technique derived from the past, present, and future Buddha scroll that uses time Tao to achieve rejuvenation. One interesting technique. Donor. Saluted monk pure child. To what do I owe this meeting? Wang Wei was curious since he thought Buddhism had no reason to see him. He had already decreased their ticket price to 3 pills, and if the latter only wanted to pay his respect, he didn't have to wait and could have just sent a note. Donor. I have 2 messages from the Mother Buddha. Wang Wei immediately became serious and listened attentively. First, she said a few nexuses of destiny are approaching, and she wanted to warn you in case you haven't detected them. Wang Wei nodded as he felt this way. Many major events were about to happen, and he was in the center of a few, if not all of them. He was aware and prepared for the worst. Second, she said you don't need to be in a rush since you have plenty of time. Not you on epics, but plenty of time nonetheless, Monk Pure Child said. I see. Is that all? That's all, Donor. Well, thank you for delivering the message. Pure Child bowed before leaving. Plenty of time, huh? That's good to hear. One of his fears is that Supreme Unity's comeback was sooner than expected. However, the latter's strength appeared to be at an all-time low in the Eternal Ascension world. This was good news for Wang Wei, since now it was less likely for Supreme Unity to do something to the world while he was participating in the trial and unavailable. The only worry left is Time Eater, Wang Wei thought. He asked King Lin to watch over the latter, but he didn't know how reliable this ancestor of his is. All signs indicate he was pretty reliable, but he operated under the same assumption as Methreya and paid with his life. Ancestor, don't blame me. Blame my trauma, Wang Wei said before sending a talisman to Tong Ruobing, asking her to leave her golden body to supervise Time Eater's seal. He also granted the golden body the power to summon Sage Lin Kiss Spirit if necessary. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered, feeling more at ease. Let's meet the next guest. A woman with an eye patch on her right eye flew over, and her aura was immediately off. She had the peaceful and nature-like aura of all Taoist priests, but there was also an underlying blood aura that hadn't been thoroughly washed off. Additionally, her right eye had its own dark and creepy aura. I thought you would have died in that civil war, Wang Wei said. I thought the same too, Zhen Bai replied. However, here I am, alive and better than ever. Alive, yes, but better than ever? Wang Wei looked at her eye patch. He could feel a terrifying curse in that thing. A small price to pay to survive that war, she responded. The Civil War and Buddhism-Taoism War were brutal, but there were many payoffs, including the fact that Zhen Biyu was now one of the core members of the surviving Taoism factions. Now, she only needs to become a paragon to solidify her position, and once the ancestors return, she will be immensely rewarded for her services. The reward should pave the way for her path to a peak paragon at the minimum or a primal at the best. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Come, sit. Wang Wei served her tea, and as soon as she sipped it, she felt it became easier to contain the curse in her eyes. Thank you, Zhen Biyu said sincerely. No problem, but you should be more careful of that curse, or it will corrode your other personality. Zhen Biyu frowned. Her other personality was the primary source of her cultivation talent, so she could not let anything happen to it. We'll be more careful from now on. Wang Wei nodded. I'm guessing you're here to represent Taoism. What do they want? I'm here simply to check whether our previous leader's actions will not affect our relationship with the Tao opening sect. The fact I didn't ban you or charge you more than the others showed her feelings. Wang Wei replied calmly. That's all we hope to hear. Chapter 1429 Reunions 12. As Wang Wei watched Xinbiyu depart, he suddenly remembered he hadn't implanted Tao seeds into his chosen Taoist and Buddhist avatars. A few of his future plans require a deep understanding of these two religious spiritual beliefs. But he does not want to spend millions of yuan epics studying them, so the Tao seed is his best approach. I can choose one of their participants from the trial, but the issue is Buddhism, Wang Wei thought. He did not believe his method could be hidden from Ethreya, even after improving it by including his knowledge of existence blueprint. Maybe be above board about the truth, and she might understand and allow it, Wang Wei thought. He ultimately decides to do it, and allows Methriya to choose how to respond once she discovers it. How she responds will also reveal much about her personality. Methriya is currently on their side, but a part of Wang Wei still remained vigilant that everything was a facade. He checked his message talisman and knew he still had 2 more guests, and he was slightly surprised by the second group. Interesting. I wonder why the Grand Sect Alliance wishes to see me. Despite his curiosity, Wang Wei still saw the Great Qin Court as a small power move. So, 2 people flew into his mountain. The first person looked slightly similar, but Wang Wei could not place where he knew him. Well, I know a small and weak Tao ancestor. More importantly, why is the Qin Court using him as a guide to meet me? This person must have some connection with him, but he couldn't immediately recognize him. Wang Wei did not dwell on it too much as he looked at the person behind, who was probably the true representative of this meeting. This man was the embodiment of a scholar with his clothes, feather fan, and official hat. The Qin's prime minister, Wang Wei thought. Red Mask has already handed him all the essential information he needed about all the overlords and their current leader and political structure. So, he knew much about Prime Minister Zhu Chenghuang, including the fact he was married to a Qin princess who was a direct descendant of Yingzheng. Lord Wang Wei, I wonder if you remember me, said the little Tao ancestor. Who are you? Wang Wei asked. I am Ji Honghu from Great Zhou. Oh, the traitor, Wang Wei suddenly remembered. During his supreme outlaw trial, the Great Zhou dynasty's crown prince wanted revenge for his brother, Ji Song. So he schemed with one of the ancestors to destroy the dynasty. Ji Honghu was at the core of that rebellion and successfully ascended once freed from his burden as a guardian. Wang Wei didn't remember him because his mind was occupied during the trial, and he did not pay much attention to what happened to Great Zhou since it did not affect him much. Ji Honghu was embarrassed, but was also thick-skinned and would not let such words affect him. Yes, that's me. How did you get entangled with the Great Qin dynasty? I have rebuilt Great Zhou, and we are an affiliated dynasty of Qin, Ji Honghu explained. Never thought of you as the ambitious kind, but I guess I didn't know you well enough to make such an assumption. Wang Wei nodded. I reckon you're here for the court. He looked at the prime minister. Yes, this prime minister, Zhu Chenghuang. He's here to represent Great Qin. After saying these words, Ji Honghu stepped aside and moved behind the prime minister. Young Master Wang Wei, it's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is all mine, Wang Wei replied calmly. But I need to stop you here. I can tell you act like a scholar, meaning you will speak in circles before you get to the point. I don't have time to waste here, so let's be as straightforward as possible. You're, just as the report stated, Zhu Chenghuang smiled. Very well. I'm here to alleviate the tension between our 2 factions. Then you can start by releasing Honghua. Young master, you're wise enough to know that's impossible, Zhu Chenghuang calmly replied, and Wang Wei just looked at him. Ms. Honghua is our great guest, and we're even granting her one of the spots for this trial. Oh, Wang Wei muttered before a look of realization flashed in his eyes. So, the minor Heavenly Emperor title is not enough. So you want to raise her into a paragon and have her take all the risk of raising the title to a higher level. That's not a bad plan, but aren't you afraid of losing your asset? We are not. Wang Wei glanced at him. Your calm demeanor tells me that Yingzheng has realized he can no longer hide what his transcendent path is to the world, so he decided to be more upfront, direct, and aggressive. Dong Tian did not do justice to the pressure of conversing with this man. Zhu Chenghuang contemplated quietly, but his facial expression remained the same. We are powerful and have been preparing for a long time, so it makes sense to be more confident and aggressive. True. So, you can understand how important she is to us, the Prime Minister continued. All right, since you don't want to release her, what else can you do to alleviate the tension between us? The fact you charge us 7 pills per ticket and limit our numbers to 5 is unfair. So, no talking in circles. Ah yes, we will offer you a Life Dragon Protection Talisman in exchange for being treated fairly. Oh, Wang Wei was immediately interesting. This particular talisman was a unique resource of the Great Qin Saint Court, created using their deep understanding of Luck Dao. Upon activation, the talisman will release protection around a person's existence, and for an extended period, no damage can affect the existence. It's the perfect talisman for the Paragon Immeasurable Tribulation. Are you sure about this? Wang Wei asked. The value of that talisman was numerous times that of what the Qin Court would have to pay for the trial's participants, even if they had a 20-place quota. Like I said, we're trying to build bridges. Su Chengvang stated. I have to say, I'm surprised, Wang Wei said as he leaned back on his chair to get a better look at the man before him. I thought your dynasty's approach toward me would be less friendly. It seems you may have some misunderstanding about us, or our emperor, Zhu Chenghuang replied calmly. Maybe you're right. Wang Wei had to admit he had some hidden animosity toward Yingzheng, because he's also from Earth and the prehistoric world. He always felt this man had invaded his territory despite the fact the latter was here before him. Well, I have no reason to object to this deal, Wang Wei agreed. However, he'll say beforehand, don't give me a shoddy product or one of those talismans that have an extremely short duration. That would contradict our intention to make peace, wouldn't it? I just want to be clear, Wang Wei stated. And I have one more requirement. Zhu Chenghuang frowned. Go ahead, but please do not go too far. It's nothing that important. I just want you to establish a meeting between Hong Hua and her wife. You could be in charge of the entire operation, and I won't interfere, but make sure nothing happens to Hua Shui. That can be arranged. Zhu Chenghuang agreed without an issue. They need to give Hong Hua enough hope so she does not compromise their plans, and this meeting can help immensely. Excellent. Let's get everything in writing. Wang Wei nodded before proceeding with the next step of signing a binding contract. Once everything was established, he did not escort them out, but calmly watched them depart. That bastard Ji Honghu is truly unfortunate, Wang Wei thought while shaking his head. After hearing some of Qin's greatest secrets, this guy will not live for long. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Chenghuang might be merciful and only erase his memory. But sadly, the information he learned involved Yingzheng's path of transcendence. Although Qin has decided to be bolder, that does not mean a little Dao ancestor ant can spy on their secrets. Forget him, Wang Wei thought as his mind shifted to something more substantial. I forgot about the Yama Kings. These bastards despise me, so I doubt they would feel any less about Yingzheng. So, unless he plans to make an enemy out of them, it's futile for him to pursue the Earth Emperor position. However, it's another story if he uses Hong Hua as a proxy. If Hong Hua is this valuable to Great Qin, it might be impossible to save her and turn her against them. There's also the fact that she was the perfect experiment subject to test whether his transcendent path was feasible. Hong Hua already has 3 of the positions, so Yingzheng only needs to grant her the 3rd using Shu Ren's Nether Hell and experiment on her to deduce a feasible transcendent cultivation technique. Yingzheng has become a greater threat in the race for transcendence, Wang Wei summarized with squinted eyes. Chapter 1430 Reunions 13. Wang Wei invited his next guest, and the leading person was an old acquaintance. It would be better to describe him as an old opponent, one of the few worthy ones he had in the lower dimension. Wang Wei slowly watched as the two flew over to his small pavilion, and he glanced at the introducer. You're weak, Wang Wei said. Indeed, Chu Luo sighed deeply. In the lower dimension, they were once the two most powerful geniuses of that era, but slowly he had to watch as Wang Wei surpassed and reached heights he could never fathom. Wang Wei looked at him. Chu Luo's cultivation was only 63, not even an Empyrean. However, with a single look, Wang Wei could guess the reason such a genius could not even reach the peak of the Emperor realm. Do you regret your decision to ascend early? Wang Wei asked. Not all, Chu Luo replied firmly. After ascending, he discovered his parents were undercover agents for the Grand Sect Alliance, serving in the rebellion. Things went horribly wrong in one mission, and they were severely injured. Chu Luo's cultivation is so low because he had no merit and world source from the lower dimension since he ascended early, and because he had to support his parents' healing and cultivation. The Grand Sect Alliance is the biggest faction, meaning they have the most elite members of all overlords and the second highest number of people after the Limitless Exchange Hall. Chu Luo's creation, Dao, brought him much benefit in the Alliance, but it did not help that he was not a Dao overlord. As such, he was treated decently, but not enough to develop his potential fully. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. It appeared Chu Luo's filial piety was still a core of his personality. Wang Wei condensed a fishing rod and said, "Go fish on that pond. Consider what you catch as a gift from an old opponent." Chu Luo was confused but still politely accepted the gift. Meanwhile, Wang Wei focused on the second guest. "You're a member of the Crystal Eye clan?" he asked when he saw this man had no eyeballs but two pure blue gems in his sockets. "That's right. I thought your kind was extinct," Wang Wei commented. The crystal in this race's eyes had a variety of functions, including weapon refining, soul tempering, and even acquiring divine abilities upon absorption. So, cultivators did what cultivators do. They hunted this race to extinction for their eyes. "We surrendered to the Alliance to preserve our race," the man replied. Although his voice did not change, Wang Wei could swear he saw a hint of anger and hatred flashed in these deep blue gems. He motioned the latter person to sit beside him as he served tea. "And who are you exactly?" Wang Wei asked. "Vice-Alliance leader Le Shi." "You're the Invisible One." Wang Wei realized. The Alliance is ruled, on the surface, by a council composed of the Alliance leader and 7 vice leaders. In this generation, one of the vice leader rarely showed his face, making many people curious. Now, he understood why the latter remained invisible. "That's me." Lei Shi nodded calmly. "So, why are you here? I don't think I have any reasons to associate with your alliance." These meetings were never about paying respects to him, so he was baffled by what they wanted since Wang Wei did not place any restrictions on the alliance despite the rocky relationship between the two factions. "There is a delicate matter we would like to negotiate with you," Lei Shi said carefully. "You have captured one of our wanted fugitives, and we would like to discuss the possibility of you returning him to us." "Your fugitive?" Wang Wei was genuinely baffled. "Empyrean Blackheart. Him? Since when was he your prisoner?" Wang Wei asked strangely. "He stole something crucial from us, and you know how pride and face are the most important of factions on our level," Lei Shi stated. "So, we buried the news while trying to capture him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he was slippery and always evaded our efforts." "Is that so?" Wang Wei commented. Lei Shi looked at him, trying to glean any information from his facial expression, but to no avail. Regardless, he continued with his objective. "We understand you're the one who captured him, so we're prepared to reward you for handing him over." Wang Wei sipped his tea. He did not believe a single word out of this man's mouth. The previous Grand Sect Alliance might have been able to hide such a significant event, but that was simply impossible in the Seven Moon era. Furthermore, as soon as this man named Empyrean Blackheart, Wang Wei had an inkling of what they were after the Desire Heart Palace. The question is whether the Grand Sect Alliance has any connection to the Desire Heart Palace or wanted Blackheart, because they are desperate for a transcendent path and thought they could peek at the palace's secrets through him. Wang Wei leaned more toward the latter since all the information he knew about their leader, Dugabatian, he did not seem like the kind of person who would submit to anyone. No, he would not serve under anyone. After all, this was a man whose name can be translated literally as the lone white heaven. Such pride, arrogance, and ambition will not submit to anyone. It's not impossible for me to trade with you, Wang Wei said, and he meant it. After acquiring his blueprint technique, he checked Blackheart's situation, and the resolve scared him a little. His intuition told him something was there, but he saw nothing, no matter how carefully he looked. Ultimately, he concluded the power used by the Heart Desire Palace was not something his current self could peek at. This also meant Blackheart was now a hot potato, and Wang Wei wanted to throw it to someone else. "I'm glad to hear this," Lei Shi stated, not hiding his excitement. "Our alliance has prepared a handsome reward for your cooperation." "Slow down your excitement." Wang Wei raised his hand. "I'm willing to exchange, but it cannot be now." "What do you mean?" Lei Shi asked, his demeanor suddenly changing. "It's just like I said, I still need him for something, so I cannot hand him over now," Wang Wei reiterated. He still wanted to recheck Blackheart after becoming a paragon. More importantly, if he traded him now, the Grand Sect Alliance would only treat him as an Empyrean, and their reward wouldn't be much. However, once Wang Wei reveals his status as a member of the Heart Desire Palace and the fact they need him for their transcending path, he can get a higher price. "Young Master Wang Wei, why make this harder than it has to be? Blackheart has no value in your hands, so why not exchange it for some rare resources?" Lei Shi said calmly, but his voice contained a slight coldness. "Are you worried about your lost treasure?" Wang Wei replied calmly. "You can tell what it is, and he'll fetch it for you. This involves our alliance secret, so we cannot do that. Aren't you guys worried he'll take the treasure after you reveal its existence? Well, you don't have to, since I'm willing to hand it over directly now to facilitate a better relationship for our future trade." Lei Shi's lips twitched. "It would be in our best interest to take Blackheart back and retrieve our treasure ourselves." "It seems this treasure is more valuable than I thought," Wang Wei commented. "How about this? Although a bit invasive, I'm willing to sign the highest binding contract to erase my memories of all knowledge about this treasure. This should satisfy you, correct?" This, Lei Shi was momentarily speechless, but Wang Wei only smiled. "Have you realized your eagerness has revealed too much information?" he stated. Lei Shi took a deep breath, calming himself down. He seems to be contemplating or weighing something. "Don't even try to use your eye ability that can twist people's will," Wang Wei warned. "Otherwise, your fate will be the same as your clan brethren." Lei Shi felt a chill down his spine, followed by a tinge of pain in his eyes. "What do you want?" he asked directly. "Like I said, I'm not opposed to selling him, but you have to wait after the trial and pay something that truly reflects his value." Wang Wei has already calculated Blackheart's value to the Alliance was comparable to a few rare Paragon resources, and if he pushed it, maybe even some valuable information about Transcendence. However, he also had to sell it before the catastrophe, since his value would deteriorate with more Transcendent-related things appearing. "Are you sure you want to do this? Is this supposed to be some kind of threat?" Wang Wei laughed. "Very well," Lei Shi said as he took a deep breath. "I will relay your requirements, and we will contact you in the future." Lei Shi stood up and left with Chu Luo, who did not forget to thank Wang Wei for the gift. He fished out a pill that was excellent at breaking the Empyrean realm bottleneck. With this pill and the reward for introducing the alliance to Wang Wei, Chu Luo had enough resources to reach the Empyrean peak. Unfortunately, Hell missed the trial, meaning Hell still be behind his peers. "It may not be such a bad thing that you're currently behind," Wang Wei thought as he watched them fly away. Chapter 1431 Reunions, Finale. I now understand why the upcoming catastrophe targets the overlords. After ruling the world for so long, all of them have become arrogant, prideful, and corrupt, Wang Wei thought. Why do loose cultivators hate clans and sects? It's not just because they hoard all the wealth, but also because dealing with their members is a nightmare due to their overinflated pride and ego. I bet the decadence of the Golden Era started before the ultimate taboo. Better yet, the taboo should have been the solution to this problem, Wang Wei analyzed. Sadly, the taboo failed, and the subsequent era became an opportunity to suppress these overlords' arrogance and pride. Sadly, they did not respect any of the moon's rules, So they just buried that pride until things returned to normal. Wang Wei reckoned that even if Time Eater were not present, Heavenly Tao would have weeded out the overlords before the start of the Transcendent Era. It seems class solidification is bad for development in any world. Wang Wei shook his head before returning to his peaceful life. Now that he had met all the overlords, he had no more meetings and could focus on enjoying the few hundred years. Wang Wei was glad he recreated his garden or started fishing again, as the peaceful environment did soothe his loneliness somehow. However, he was wrong, as he had a few more unexpected guests. "I didn't expect to see you until the trial," Wang Wei said as he stood up from his fishing spot. "I wanted to come sooner, but I was finishing some last-minute training," Jilanfang said. He summoned 2 gourds, and Wang Wei noticed that both his arms were slightly brown. Wang Wei was even more surprised after checking his existence. "This wine is called Sword Strike. Try it." Wang Wei caught the battle and took a sip. He immediately felt the effect. His spirit entered an empty space and started battling countless swordsmen. For a moment, Wang Wei experienced the pride and heroism that his father and all swordsmen often boast about, and he understood why these men loved their weapons more than their wives. He still thought it was stupid, but he understood. "Great wine," he commented. "If he were a swordsman and of lower cultivation, this would be a supreme wine for training and improving his strength." "It is, isn't it?" Jilanfang smiled as he sat down next to him. "Your father, he's fine, right?" "All I know is he's alive," Wang Wei sighed. "After ascending, I've met countless great swordsmen, but none can click with me as your father," Jilanfang complained. "It would be terrible to lose such a friend." "I understand that sentiment," Wang Wei nodded. He and Li Jun just clicked after that fateful meeting when they were children. The only person he had felt this way toward was Su Shi. Still, their different factions made it impossible for their relationship to develop genuinely. Since they were not as pure as those swordsmen, their conversation usually had too many underlying things, especially after ascending. The two chatted for a few minutes, reminiscing about their experience with Wang Tian. Wang Wei even learned some things about his father that he previously did not know, realizing that while he had his own adventure, his father had a life outside of being his father. Wang Wei, after allowing himself to get a little tipsy, asked, "Are you here for the power of nothingness?" "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Not as I was trying in the first place." Jilanfang nodded as he showed his 2 arms, which were bronze-colored compared to his fair skin on the other parts. "My sword has only one purpose: absolute speed. However, if I want to achieve that, I cannot have any resistance when I slash." Jilanfang stabbed his finger in the air, and he was so fast most people would not notice he had moved in the first place. "I've conquered resistance, inertia, matter resistance, space-time resistance, and even countless other conceptual resistance, leaving only nothingness. Only when my sword can move in an area of absolute nothingness can I reach the speed I want. But nothingness is a bitch, and every time you swing your sword, you lose your arm," Wang Wei commented. "Exactly," Jilanfang nodded. "I was inspired by you and changed my body refining method to adapt slowly to the power of nothingness. Surprisingly, it allowed me to enter the Emperor Taboo battle realm, so I figure I could do the same in the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, I underestimated that power when I tried, almost killing myself." "That's understandable," Wang Wei replied as he raised his hand to condense a talisman with his knowledge about nothingness. "Thank you," Jilanfang nodded as he carefully put it away. "I have prepared a great gift for your father, and if you ever need help tracking him down, don't hesitate to call." "No problem." Jilanfang eventually left, but Wang Wei had a smile on the corner of his mouth. "I thought Wafeng Wang had the most potential, but it seems I was wrong. I wonder who would win between them." This was hard to determine. Although Jilanfang's foundation is deeper since he entered the taboo in the Emperor realm, the actual value of the battle realm will only manifest in the transcendent realm. It's a kind of foundation or preparation for that stage. Jilanfang's attack potency is higher, but Wafeng Wang has versatility with all 5 unique bloodlines. However, Jilanfang now follows the ultimate sword path. meaning he no longer has the flaw of a weak body. Meanwhile, Hua Fenghuang's cultivation is one higher than his, and given how close their other attributes or stats are, it's enough to make a difference in this scenario. On paper, a battle between these two looked 50-50, but if Wang Wei had a bet, he would bet on Hua Fenghuang, and that's because of their battle experience. He could tell from his battle with her that she had pushed herself in her training, experiencing countless battles, even life and death, in the past 10,000 yuan epics. Meanwhile, Jilan Fang's aura tells me his battles were mostly learning experiences. He has probably fought countless swordsmen, but only to absorb the essence of their sword Dao to complement his. So, in a life-and-death battle, Wang Wei would put his money on Hua Fenghuang. Everything can happen, so they might fight during the catastrophe. Wang Wei smiled as he continued his rest. However, a little over 5 years later, he received a request from another unexpected guest. Is he trying to ask for compensation? Wang Wei's lips twitched before accepting the request. Old Ma, how have you been? Wang Wei asked while checking the latter's bloodline to see if he was related to the Ma clan. Sadly, they only had the same name. It's a shame. I could have claimed Ma Likius' reward immediately after the trial. I'm not here for your sweet words. Old Ma said directly without even sitting down. You gutted our rebellion, leaving nothing but crumbs. The Lord sent me to get recuperation. All right, we're old friends, so why are you saying things to ruin that? Wang Wei said as he poured out the tea. However, Old Ma refused to sit down or drink. You should be here for the trial, right? They'll offer you 3 free spots. Only 3? What do you mean only 3? Wang Wei argued. That's 3 future paragons. That's 3 spots that your broke lord cannot afford. Old Ma's face turned red. He wanted to argue and yell, but he was telling the truth. Paragon Jimin was new, which also means he was broke. He came so late because they were trying to accumulate the wealth for the tickets, but they failed. Luckily, Old Ma's face was thick, so he quickly recovered. After everything you've done, you only give us 3 spots? Aren't you ashamed? What have I done? Wang Wei asked with pure and innocent eyes. Those men I took wanted to follow me since your leader was absent. You can't blame me for that. Old Ma never thought he would meet someone more shameless than him. What about what you did to our leader? You mean saving his life? You bastard. Don't play innocent. You could have saved him instead of forcing him to cast that curse. The situation was complex, and I realized the only way for him to escape was death. I just ensured he was a normal death instead of a true death. Wang Wei argued. In fact, he should thank me since I made his death worth something. Didn't he receive some luck for assisting in eliminating one of 5 Feathers' lives? You have an answer for everything, don't you? Old Ma said with gritted teeth. I don't lie, so I usually have an answer for everything. Wang Wei boldly lied. Old Ma almost exploded. 3 is not enough, he nearly yelled. 3 is quite generous, Wang Wei countered. And tell Jimin that he owes me for saving his life. Wang Wei did not previously use any karmic threat after saving Jimin, since he did feel a little bad, but now he blatantly used it in front of Old Ma. You, trying to take advantage of me? You're 1,000 yuan epic too young, Wang Wei thought. All right, you have overstayed your welcome. Tell Jimin to choose his candidates wisely, since he should understand how terrifying the Paragon Tribulation is. Old Ma's demeanor suddenly changed as he bowed to Wang Wei. As you wish. Life is truly like a play, and the best actors are the winners, Wang Wei murmured as he watched Old Ma fly away. Chapter 1432, The Trial's Entry. Is it already time? Wang Wei thought as he slowly opened his eyes from his quick meditation. He stood up and stretched his body for a few seconds before leaving the room to see Red Mask waiting for him. Ready? He asked. Everything is settled. Good. Wang Wei walked away, and Red Mask turned into a shadow and blended with Wang Weiss. Wonky was already waiting outside. He'll leave everything else to you. Patriarch, you know I'm reliable. During the remaining rest time, Wang Wei took the opportunity to officially become the Wang clan's sect master. He did everything quietly and covertly, and only a few people knew of this sudden change in power. Wang Wei has already started executing his low-key motto, So he will only meet all the upper echelons of the Wang clan after becoming a paragon. For now, the position will increase his chances of passing the immeasurable tribulation. I know, Wang Wei nodded before flying out of his mountain range, where 10 people were awaiting his presence. He did not interfere with these clan selection process, so this was the first time he met these people. Only 2 of them can be described as exceptional by my standards, Wang Wei thought. All these people were peak Empyreans, and some were double refiners with body refining achievements. However, only 2 of them had something unique about them. The first one is the heir of the Su clan, Su Dandan. Besides the Wang clan and the sectarian faction, who are hotspots of all kinds of talents, all the other clans have their own niche or expertise. The Su clan is a family of body refiners, and Su Dandan inherited her clan's legacy. She was slightly muscular, distinguishing her aesthetics from the general norm for women in the cultivation world. However, her muscular frame brought a different kind of beauty, the kind that appreciated the female form in all its glory, especially since she wore blue tight-fitting martial clothes. Her hair was shoulder length, and her body naturally released heat and excessive yang energy. Such a terrifying blood energy, Wang Wei thought. Wang Wei found her cultivation technique fascinating. The simplest way to explain it was that she infinitely stacked her blood ki. A better way to describe it is that she used a cultivation technique that trained blood ki with only 10 levels and cultivated it to level 10 billion and above. It was simple, crude, but highly effective. In some ways, her cultivation approach is the purest form of body refining, Wang Wei commented. No body refiners can escape tempering their blood ki in their cultivation's early or middle journey. However, blood ki will eventually be changed to something else or evolve to a higher power, but it is still the essence. Wang Wei shifted his gaze to the second person with potential, Xie Xiaoli. The Xie family's expertise is assassination and espionage powered by Shadow Dao. Xie Xiaoli did not forget that as he forged his own path. The unique thing about him is that he used his grand mist to create a large world with only shadow energy and creatures. He then connected that world to the source key space, allowing him an infinite amount of shadow energy to boost his techniques and divine abilities. He has basically abandoned using his grand mist world to cultivate any subordinates, as all the shadow lives exist only to absorb or sacrifice when he needs a boost in battle, Wang Wei analyzed. He must admit that this Xie Xiaoli was dedicated to the way of assassin and the way of shadow. He glanced at the others, but did not catch anything unexpected. I know your elders have already warned you, but I will do it again to demonstrate the importance of this warning. Be careful with the Paragon Tribulation, because if you die, no peak Paragon will waste their time rebuilding your existence. Dying in the Tribulation is an event close to achieving true death. The only way to revive someone who failed their Paragon Tribulation is for a peak Paragon to spend at least 1,000,000 yuan epochs rebuilding their existence. No Paragon wants to waste their time, especially when people who have been revived will have 100 times harder passing the tribulation a second time. So, unless they are family or loved, few people will put the effort into reviving those who fail in their tribulation. It seems you understand. Good, in that case, let's go. Wang Wei flew into the trial's designated mountain. He passed through a dimensional barrier that isolated the ample internal space of this mountain. The group found themselves in a green plain with countless magical circles floating above their heads. Everyone had already arrived, and their presence garnered much attention. Wang Wei looked around, and most of the people he expected to come were here, with a few surprises. Chu Luo was not there, but Shirkian came. Furthermore, he saw the Golden Sword Emperor amongst the Sword Path League people. He also saw the current ruler of the Southern Chu dynasty, also known as the Third Prince. The latter wanted to see Wang Wei, but he declined. Since everyone is here, we can now begin, said a deep, coarse voice. Remember, do not resist what is going to happen. The magic circles in the air activated, followed by a dragon roar. All the participants' key luck manifested, including Wang Wei, who had hidden its unique qualities. The key luck dragons rushed into the sky, forming a beautiful sight of thousands of multicolored dragons swimming between heaven and earth. Then, the dragons released chains that embedded themselves into the void. The dragon roared as they pulled something from the unknown. Everyone felt a slight tremor, but saw nothing change in the sky until a bright silver gate hung above everybody's head. "The operation has been successful," the deep voice stated. "Be mindful that the surrounding area of the River of Time is turbulent, so it may be best to protect your great emperors in case something goes wrong." The great emperors were immediately embarrassed, but it couldn't help that they were at the bottom of this team. However, no one flew to the gate despite the voice's words. Instead, countless eyes secretly looked at the Tao opening sex team. Wang Wei understood these people's mentality, so he did not comment and just flew with his team toward the gate. He sensed a subtle void fluctuation before the team found themselves in this infinite white space with nothing in sight, including a single speck of matter. Wang Wei and everyone else was confused before a spirit about an arm's length in height materialized before everyone. "Here, can everyone hear me?" the spirit said, his voice audible to all the participants. "I am Sir Lu, the spirit controlling this trial. Due to unexpected events, your world forcefully summoned us, making everything chaotic." He let his words simmer for a few seconds. "We were in the process of landing in a chosen world, and we will continue doing so, meaning you have to wait before the other participants arrive to begin the mortalhood trial." After saying these words, Sir Lu did not wait for anyone and disappeared from this place. "I knew it," Wang Wei thought. "However, this will complicate things. The presence of other chaos worlds will have countless implications, many of which were the last thing he wanted. Let's take precautions. All eyes on me," Wang Wei said before raising his hand to separate them into an isolated dimension away from any prying eyes. The presence of other chaos worlds can be devastating to the Eternal Ascension world, so we must take some precautions. Wang Wei did not let them process his words as he started his action. He used his Time Tao to summon a projection of the River of Time. Then, from the river, he condensed a yellow rope of time energy, and with a thought, a lock attached itself. He waved his hand, and the rope flew before every participant, followed by a lock. Many people wanted to resist this strange spell or technique, but as soon as they tried something, they felt a chill down their spine as an intense killing intent locked them. "This is not enough," Wang Wei muttered before summoning the River of Fate and intertwining strings to the rope. The next step was to invoke a paragon artifact to bless the lock on the rope. This rope symbolizes our world's information and history. Your information and history. Those of you who are aware of what's going on should understand what length these foreign chaos worlds will go to get news on the current situation of the Eternal Ascension world. The faces of the people who haven't figured out what Wang Wei meant changed drastically. They understand what kind of danger they may face in this trial. The only people who remained clueless were the loose cultivators who did not know anything outside of their home world. "If you have a paragon artifact, bless the lock to ensure our information is secure," Wang Wei ordered. A few people hesitated, but the ones who understood the bigger picture did not hesitate. Chapter 1433. The trial begins. These geniuses, powerhouses, no longer hesitated as they summoned their paragon artifact to bless this history timeline lock, ensuring their privacy had the highest level of protection. You, Wang Wei said, pointing at 12 people. "I know you have an artifact. Don't waste people's time." The people chosen had an ugly expression, wondering how this bastard knew such information. One of them, an ordinarily dressed scholar, who remained calm after Wang Wei's accusation, smiled before saying, "Lord Wang Wei, not all of us are lucky to be from a powerful faction. Possessing a paragon artifact is a luxury that many cannot afford." Wang Wei glanced at him and immediately knew this was a two-faced scholar. Although he appeared kind and approachable, the hidden stink of blood on his body could not be hidden from his senses. Wang Wei did not say another word. He did not mention that just by coming in contact with a paragon artifact, These people's existence had some lasting traces, even if the artifact's aura had long been erased. The two-faced scholar felt a terrifying pressure weighing on him. He felt his intestines and his soul were being squeezed together. What's the meaning of this? He yelled, trying to rally more attention toward him. However, instead of backing off, Wang Wei became more blatant as his killing intent manifested to suppress him. The scholar opened his mouth to say something, but the pressure was too much. He had a feeling that if he pushed his luck, he would die. "Me, sigh," he uttered with difficulty, and Wang Wei decreased the pressure. The scholar did hesitate to summon his greatest trump card, a hairpin with a few broken spots. With gritted teeth, the scholar blessed the timeline. The other 11 learned from his mistake and did not try their luck. So the process soon ended. "It's still not enough," Wang Wei muttered before pointing at the floor to manifest a magical circle and a small altar. His key luck dragon materialized before shrinking to a size small enough to rest on the altar. Wang Wei clasped his hand and bowed 90 degrees, heaven and earth above. "I would not contact you if the fate of our world were not on a line. I besiege you to manifest in this humble dimension." All the participants felt a terrifying will descend on this place, and they knew who it was, Heavenly Tao. Luckily, it did not fully materialize in one-eye shape, or many couldn't bear the pressure. Wang Wei was an anomaly. That's why he had so many encounters with Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao. For most of these cultivators, the closest they've come to Heavenly Tao is when facing tribulations. Some don't even know Heavenly Tao's true form of one eye. "Please, protect our information from being leaked," Wang Wei stated. The powerful will checked Wang Wei's spell, and a few seconds later, a golden chain materialized in this place, wrapping itself around the rope and locks. "Now it's enough," Wang Wei nodded. "With Heavenly Tao's blessing. Only if another powerful half-step transcendent decides to show up will they have a chance at getting their information. Before that, no other methods would work, including soul search, divination, time rewind, calculations, and countless others. Thank you for your help." Wang Wei bowed as Heavenly Tao's presence dissipated, and a few other participants also saluted. Wang Wei was about to dissipate the isolating dimension when he noticed an anomaly amongst the loose cultivators. The emotional aura their bodies released indicated they were unhappy about this lock. Were these guys planning to sell the information for a good price? Wang Wei analyzed. No, this is not just about loose cultivators gathering resources. The foreign chaos worlds should have spies left in the eternal ascension world, and my action has prevented these spies from reporting to their superiors. I should watch out for them. Everyone calmly waited for the trial to continue, and luckily, it was only for 5 years. A portal appeared opposite their group, teleporting countless people with terrifying auras. The eternal ascension world people swiftly noticed the number of people was at least 10 times theirs, which seemed a little too much. The way this group separates themselves and how their aura is radically different, Wang Wei observed. They are from different chaos worlds. As soon as he made this observation, he realized it made sense. The other chaos worlds did not isolate themselves like the eternal ascension world, meaning that news about the mortalhood trial should have spread. These foreign chaos worlds would not pass this opportunity to cultivate more paragons, so they should have negotiated. Even without the negotiation, some worlds would secretly sneak in to participate. There's also the fact that some worlds might be political, military, or economic allies, making sharing this trial something inevitable. Wang Wei observed everyone who arrived, analyzing them on a fundamental level. Then, he stopped as he noticed an anomaly. A man with white hair and blood-red skin was staring directly at him. The stare was laced with such an intense, killing intent that you would think Wang Wei had killed this guy's parents. However, this man's strange appearance and hostility were not the weirdest part of him. Something is blocking my technique, and this power is so familiar. What is it? Oh, right. It's the power of obsession. With this information, he had put 2 and 2 together, deducing the latter's identity and why he hated him so much. However, Wang Wei did not approach or pay more attention as he continued his observation. Then, he discovered a second anomaly when observing a handsome young man who screamed that cockiness and acting like a young master were his personality. Not only was Wang Wei unable to read his existence, he felt a terrifying sense of danger from this man. Although it was fleeting, the danger was present, and it was overwhelming, Wang Wei thought. No, it was too overwhelming to be coming from an Empyrean. Even if it was a paragon, I doubt it would be so intense. He squinted his eyes, trying to think of this person's identity. Wang Wei moved his eyes to stop at a blind, old woman dressed in pure black. He immediately detected the power of fate around her and decided her identity from this, the all-seeing temple. I did the right thing to hide my information. The few anomalies have proven this trial will be an annoyance, and their presence further reinforced Wang Wei's decision to remain low-key and act from the shadows. Wang Wei observed and analyzed. For a moment, he thought there would be no more surprise until the last person passed through the portal. A man more handsome than words could describe slowly flew from the gate. His pure white clothes, a symbol of his etherealness and purity, floated with the hair, along with his long, luscious, black hair. Dao rhymes followed him, and upon observation, everyone could tell this was not a show, but the laws of heaven and earth simply loved this man to such an extent. All eyes were on this man, including Wang Wei, but he stared for an entirely different reason. The moment he laid eyes on this bastard, he sensed a natural repulsion, followed by a thread of fate he never discovered connecting them. Wang Wei immediately knew their life was destined to intertwine whether he wanted to or not. My destined enemy, the son of Grand Dao, Wang Wei figured out. What the hell is going on? However, he immediately had an answer after asking himself. Grand Dao was trying to stop his rise before he reached the level of becoming a genuine problem. In other words, I'm once again fucked by my future self. Wang Wei groaned internally. He wanted to curse, but since this was not the first time, he was calmer this time. Sir Lu had appeared, meaning it was time for this trial to begin officially. Can everyone hear me? Good. Sir Lu nodded. We have amassed a tremendous amount of destiny, so we decided to raise the stake of the trial. There it is, Wang Wei complained. However, before we begin, I should give anyone who so wishes a chance to decline their participation, Sir Lu continued. Once you enter, the only way to leave is to become a paragon or meet stringent requirements that you would probably die before accomplishing. He let his words simmer while giving the participants their last chance to save their lives. However, everyone present was the elites among elites, so they knew the risk of coming here and would not cower now in the face of danger. Even if someone wishes to, they can't back down now in the presence of their peers. This is not the time to let pride rule your decision, Sir Lu warned, but his words had no effect. Well, it's your choice. He snapped his finger, and everyone teleported to another location. Chapter 1434, The Trial's Rules. As soon as they arrived at the destination, no one had the time to look around as they sensed their bodies experiencing a tremendous change. Many people immediately sat down cross-legged to check this change, Wang Wei included. Most people failed to detect anything. If they did, it was only surface level. But Wang Wei saw everything. He saw how an unknown power directly suppressed all the characteristics in his existence that granted him his eternal lifespan before squeezing these characteristics for an unknown pure energy that is divested into the ground. Is this trial some kind of secret plot to steal people's power? Wang Wei thought. Such thoughts stopped him from enjoying the superb application of existence that this trial just exerted. It doesn't make sense. Only a powerful half-step transcendent could make such a trial, and the power from these Empyreans should be nothing to them, even if it has been storing it for ages. Wang Wei kept his skepticism, but he did not make any conclusions. He continued observing the process, trying to record and learn from it as much as possible. I have 10 million years of lifespan left, Wang Wei thought as he opened his eyes to observe everyone. It appeared he was the highest, if you don't count the people he could not read, and the smallest amount he detected was 1,200 years. The process was not random, but based on the individual's foundation and how developed their existence is. He doesn't look too happy. It seems his lifespan is not much. Although he could not read any information from the cocky young master, the latter did a terrible job of hiding his emotions. "How is everyone doing?" Sir Lou said with a smile as his voice spread to every corner. However, no one was in the mood to share his jovial enthusiasm. "Now that you have acclimated to the environment, let me introduce the rules," Sir Lou continued. "You are now in the residential area, and it's also the safe zone. No fighting and killing is allowed here." Everyone looked around, and nothing was nearby besides a few enormous towers in the distance. It appeared they needed to build their own accommodations. "Outside that barrier is the hunting area, divided into 2 levels," Sir Lou continued. The hunting area contained a creature unique to our trial called the Bestowal Monster. Level 1 hunting area contained Empyrean tier creatures, and Level 2 for Paragons. Everyone listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. "Hunting creatures is everything in this trial," Sir Lou smirked. "You want to cultivate? Hunt monsters. You want to increase your lifespan? Hunt monsters. You want a token to allow other members of your faction to enter the trial without being summoned? Hunt monsters." Many people frowned, as this was not what they expected from this trial. However, Sir Lou was not about to explain or alleviate their concerns. There are a few rules when hunting. You cannot summon your elders or power beyond your capabilities unless it is to save yourself. However, be warned, we can exile you from this trial if you go too far. You can use artifacts higher than your realm, but puppets are not allowed, unless you refine them yourselves. Sir Lou did not care about these people's complaints. He waved his hand, and a token appeared in everybody's hands. Every monster killed will reward a certain amount of points based on their individual strength, and the token will record your current and accumulated points, both important, Sir Lou continued. Points will be used in the towers over there. Everyone looked at the towers. There are 8 towers. The Dao Tower will make understanding the Grand Dao source easier and help break bottlenecks. You're allowed to use the resources you brought for additional boosts. The Soul Tower will make it easier to build a Paragon Soul. The Heart Tower will allow you to experience samsara to cultivate your mind and willpower. You can also stimulate the time erasing tribulation and read about the experience of former trial takers. The Luck Tower will help you achieve White Key Luck Dragon. The Tribulation Tower is where you underwent your transformation. The tower can accelerate the time of your tribulations while minimizing the backlash. A Paragon Tribulation can be as fast as a few million years to a few yuan epochs, so the participants understood the need for this tower. The Essence Tower is for all the indestructible Empyreans. This tower has everything you need to reach higher levels, including cultivation techniques and the experience of former participants. The Life Tower is where you heal your injuries after hunting or after the tribulation. Of course, like everything else, it's accelerated. Lastly, it's the Battle Tower. This is where you fight for honor or wager your trial points. The top 100 will receive rewards in the form of points, and I will tell you a little secret. The Battle Tower is the only place besides hunting where you can receive other rewards like a life increase or trial token. However, to do so, you must have an unbeatable fighting record or stay at the top spot for an extended period. These participants' eyes shone brighter than the sun. They're the darling of their worlds, always competing to be the best. Now, they can prove they are better than people in other chaos worlds. There is also the fact that winning a battle is the best way to take people's destiny and increase theirs. In other words, the Battle Tower can replace the Luck Tower, saving them points. I'm glad you're excited. But there is more, Sir Lou chuckled. He snapped his finger, and 2 scrolls appeared above the towers, one of them explicitly located above the Battle Tower. Remember when I said your accumulated points mattered? Sir Lou asked. The first list will keep records of the top 100 participants with the most points. These 100 seeded individuals will be granted a first selection pass, meaning they can use any of the towers whenever they desire. Everyone squinted at this revelation as they processed the implications. Yes, That means seeded participants can kick non-seed out of the tower to use it, and the higher the rank, the higher the power, Sir Lu chuckled. He'll tell you another secret. The rooms at the top of the tower are exponentially better than the others, and there is such thing as the best room. The eyes of these participants glowed with the unbridled power of ambition. They wanted one thing and one thing only, to be the number one and have the best of all the towers. The ranking in the battle tower will be based on your fighting records. I think that's it for all the rules. I don't think I missed something, Sir Lu stated contemplatively. Well, any questions? I have a question. Someone raised their hands. Go ahead. Can we hunt in a team? Yes, that is allowed, but the distribution of points will left to you, since the token will only register the person with the final kill. Sir Lu's words were simplified. Still, they also revealed information that intrigued certain grifters who planned to steal monsters. What about killing? Is that allowed? Someone else asked. It's allowed as long as you don't do it in the safety zone, and you will receive 3/4 of the dead participant's points. Sir Lu nodded calmly. That's good to hear. Can I sell longevity pills? Someone asked. You can, but I can tell you it's useless here. This was terrible news for the people who thought they could use their deep background and resources to compensate for their lack of lifespan. What if I exchange my lifespan for points? Someone asked. That is allowed, Sir Lu nodded. You mentioned stringent requirements to leave this trial early. Were they? Hunt 10 Paragon Bestall monster or have 5,000 undefeated streaks? Sir Lu responded calmly, making countless people shake their heads. More people continued asking questions, trying to understand the rules better. Then, out of nowhere, Yang Wei, who had hidden his identity and blended with the loose cultivator crowd, raised his hand. Some of us like anonymity, so is it possible to hide our names in the seeded list? Confident, aren't we? But that is to be expected, Sir Lu joked. Your name can be hidden, or you can use another identity. However, your homeworld origin cannot be hidden. The questions continued for a few more minutes before everything ended. Now that these questions have ended, it's time for the last section of this introduction, Sir Lu said with a smile. Remember when I said this particular trial had amassed a great deal of destiny, so things would be more interesting? Now it's time for me to give you a great surprise. Sir Lu coughed lightly to clear his throat. Usually, a participant must exit this trial after becoming a paragon. However, for this trial, we have extended the staying limit to the Paragon Realm's 5th heaven, or 95 realm, as you call it. Sir Lu, are you saying? That's right. You can continue using our facilities until you reach a cultivation of 95. People were immediately salivating after hearing this. Such news meant they could reach the middle level of the Paragon Realm at a record time. Don't get too excited since there are more rewards and more rules, Sir Lu continued. Chapter 1435 on Move the rules are only one person can cultivate to the 5th heaven, and once that happens, there will be no more. Sir Lu continued. These participants became more excited. This trial brought back the feeling of the heaven will battle, the feeling of competing with all their peers for a single spot of glory. Please let me continue, Sir Lu stated to quiet down the murmurs. 2 people will be allowed to cultivate to the 4th heaven, 4 to the 3rd heaven, 8 to the 2nd heaven, and 16 to the 1st heaven. As you all know, even one can make a difference when cultivating in the Paragon Realm, so don't miss this opportunity. Even the 16 first heaven spots. Sir Lu was correct. Cultivation in the Paragon Realm was challenging, and a difference of 1 can make a significant difference. Additionally, these participants have sensed a wind of change. Another round of chaos is about to cover the chaos universe, so the faster they grow, the higher their chances of survival. And if they grow fast enough, they might use the chaos to reach higher heights. Do you think that was all? Sir Lu smiled. I got more for you. The first person to reach 5th heaven will receive 5 entrance tokens. The 2 4th heavens will receive 2 tokens each. And the 3rd heaven will receive 1 token as a reward. So, hurry up and cultivate as fast as you can. Wang Wei calmly looked at the people around, secretly shaking his head. This trial took the concept of raising goo to the limit as it dangled rewards before these geniuses to subtly encourage them to fight, compete, and kill one another. The interesting part is it does not matter whether you realize this. Anyone with ambitions or pride in their heart will rise to the challenge. All right, this is everything for now, Sir Lu stated. If there are any new developments, we will contact you through your trial token. As soon as he finished, countless people flew to the tower or directly to the hunting ground, leaving only a few level-headed individuals. Follow me, Wang Wei said to the Dao opening sect people before flying to a corner of the safety zone. With a thought, he recreated his transcending fate mountain, including the small manor and garden. Of course, the garden only looked the same and did not contain all the precious flowers the genuine thing had. Wang Wei calmly looked at his residence. Although the mountain looked the same, anyone who had been there could tell it was not. The genuine transcending fate mountain oozed the power of fate, but this one had a heavy yin-yang aura. Additionally, the plague that called this place Transcending Fate Mountain now had the characters for Plum Blossom Mountain. Without hesitation, Wang Wei started engraving formations on the mountains while everyone else waited. Although this trial forbade fighting in this area, he would not place his safety on someone else. It took Wang Wei a few hours to finish, but he did not hurry. Look at you. The word impatient might as well be engraved in your faces, Wang Wei said as he walked inside the manor to his team. He sat on the main cushion, looking at this group. I must remind you your primary objective is to become paragons, not compete with others. You can compete with others after overcoming the immeasurable tribulation. Wang Wei let his words simmer, but it seems only a few of them heed his warnings. He frowned but did not say anything else. For the beginning of the test, you must move in a group. Hunt the monsters in the first level from the weakest to the strongest. This should give you an idea of how strong they are for when you start solo hunting. Young master, is this really Nises? The person hadn't finished his words when he felt a terrifying pressure weighing on him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Su Dandan will be the team leader, followed by Xie Xiaoli as the vice leader, Wang Wei continued. Remember, your task is to allow your team to measure these monsters' strength and know how to hunt alone. Understand, Su Dandan replied briefly, and Xie Xiaoli only nodded. I don't think I need to help you with properly dividing the spoils, Wang Wei asked. No need, Su Dandan replied. Good, you can leave. Wang Wei calmly watched them exit the premises, and once they were far gone, he uttered, You can come out. The void in the room parted due to a terrifying sword will, revealing an ordinary man in blue with extraordinary eyes. Yin Jie, right? The man nodded, but Wang Wei frowned. The way you hide your original sword will is full of flaws. He pointed at him, and the tip of his hands released a blue light. Yin Jie's body instinctively operated in a strange manner, and his disguise drastically improved. Even if his master was here, he might not be able to identify Yin Jie's sword aura and will. Thank you, Yin Jie said with a flash of surprise in his eyes. It seems you're as quiet as your teacher, Wang Wei commented. Anyway, your target is the Myriad Clan Union, the Premarch Origin Temple, and the Limitless Exchange Hall. These three have the highest number of participants, and we can't allow that. Start by killing the weakest members and work your way up. As long as you reduce their number, you don't have to fight their elites unless you wish to. I understand. One more thing, Wang Wei added as he released a light into Yin Jie's body. I have a few loose cultivators under my wind, and I have left a way for you to detect them. If you can encounter them, you can choose to work together. Very well. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss this boring guy. His next focus is on the anomalies he noticed during the entrance. No need to worry about them, since they will be easier to deal with once I'm a paragon. In that case, let's focus on domestic trouble. His shadow morphed into Red Mask. Lord, what's your order? There should be a few spies amongst the loose cultivators. They'll transmit a list of suspicious individuals, and you can start from there. What's my objective? Killing? Apprehension? Or information gathering? Red Mask asked. Your primary objective is to gather information. From there, you can decide what to do next. It will be done, Red Mask declared before dissipating from the shadows. Wang Wei took his token and received the information inside, which was primarily about the prices and rules of the towers. The lowest service was 1,000 points. The best usually went for 100,000. The first spot has too many powers, so I must take it, Wang Wei thought. As soon as he knew the first spot could use the Tribulation and Life Tower simultaneously, he knew he had to have this spot since the immeasurable tribulation was crucial for his plan. Let's pick a name first, Wang Wei muttered before indicating to the token that his chosen name was the Yin-Yang Plum Taoist. Then, he no longer hesitated before flying to the first hunting area. Far in the distance, a man with red skin locked his gaze on Wang Wei's mountain. As soon as he flew out, the red-skinned man almost lost control of his killing intent. "Are you finally out, coward? Good, I can finally have my revenge." He flew after Wang Wei, but mid his fight, he started talking to himself. "What do you mean to wait? He's right here. Are you doubting my strength? Don't worry, I've been planning those for too long, and with your help, I cannot lose. We will skin this bastard alive and use his bones to make soup. You say you don't doubt me, but your words say otherwise. But he's so close. I only need a few minutes, and we'll be free from our torment. I'm not being stubborn, it's just, all right, you're right as always. It will indeed be more satisfying to crush him with absolute force after becoming a paragon. We might even see him beg for mercy. Don't worry, I'm not mad. Anyway, I've waited so long and can bear a few more years." The red-skinned man changed his destination and no longer followed Wang Wei. However, the determination to kill has not abated in the slightest. On the contrary, it has grown deeper, like a root with an abundance of nutrients. "He's no longer following me?" Wang Wei thought. Interesting. I didn't think he could control his killing intent. He did not pay attention to this man and continued his journey. He noticed one more eye on him, and it was Grand Dao's son. It appeared the latter was also starting his hunt. Oddly, though, the man only briefly glanced at Wang Wei before continuing what he was doing. Things are getting even more interesting, Wang Wei thought. Chapter 1436. The top 3. Wang Wei entered the first level. He did not immediately rush to the higher hunting ground. He observed these bestowed monsters. Most resembled the demon race, with a few humanoids. I thought the special rewards were deeply hidden inside these creatures, but it seemed I was wrong. He had observed countless of these creatures, but he saw no entrance token or life-increasing opportunities. Wang Wei locked to a monkey creature with flaming hands and slapped him into non-existence before checking his token. The weakest Empyrean only gives 0.1 points? Isn't this a little too ruthless? The minimum cost to use any tower is 100 points, which means each participant must defeat 10,000 Empyreans for the lowest access level. However, if they're not a seeded player, they may not even have the opportunity to use them. Wang Wei locked into a peak Empyrean monster that resembled a blue fox with 11 tails. He annihilated with a glance, and his token increased by 1 point. Truly pitiful. Wang Wei shook his head before directly heading to the second level. He observed briefly, trying to see if he could detect any creatures with hidden rewards. So, it's a different reward mechanism, probably not something related to luck, Wang Wei analyzed. Everyone here could be called a darling of heaven and earth with ample luck and destiny. The trial would lose a tremendous amount of resources if they used luck as their reward mechanism. Wang Wei locked onto a blue humanoid creature with enormous bat wings. He attacked it, killing it in 10 moves. 1,000 points? Are they trying to encourage participants to hunt above their realm? These geniuses can hunt Paragon monsters with a base 90 realm using Paragon artifacts and talismans. However, the success rate is not high unless they partner up. Additionally, overused and prolonged use of Paragon artifacts will corrode their Dao. People from powerful factions will have Supreme Chaos artifacts with lower risks, neutral Paragon artifacts with less corrosion, or specially tailored artifacts with similar effects. Regardless, using these artifacts will have side effects that can be detrimental to the Paragon tribulation, not to mention how draining they are to the soul. Luckily, Wang Wei did not have these issues. He looked around, searching for his next target. His taboo battle realm strength was previously 94, with a temporary 95 in desperate mode. But after acquiring that technique, he has perfected his application of all his techniques after studying them on a micro level. He now could display 95 strength normally and reach 96 point in a desperate situation. Let's compare how many points each monster will give and the time it takes to defeat them, Wang Wei planned. It took him a few hours, but he had the data, which indicated that hunting creatures between the second and third heaven was better since it took too long to defeat fifth and sixth heaven creatures. Let the hunt begin, Wang Wei muttered before starting a massacre. He did not stop for 5 straight years before checking on his points and ranking. I'm only ranked second? At the very top of the list were the bold characters. First, Tian Xian, True Origin World points. Tian Xian? Chosen by heaven? The name is a little on the nose, but I wonder whether it's his real name or the title he chose, Wang Wei thought. That didn't really matter, so he didn't pay too much attention to the name. He's only a few thousand points ahead, so if I speed up, I should surpass him. However, as long as I leave this area, he'll soon overtake me. I can't have that. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a dozen bodies from his meat puppet pools. He injected them with his spirit particles before granting each of them Paragon artifacts. Go and hunt, he ordered, with a disposal team under his command. The speed at which Wang Wei racked up points drastically increased. Tian Xian immediately noticed this change and increased his pace, too. Unfortunately, whatever method he used was not as effective as Wang Wei's meat puppets. After 15 years of hunting, Wang Wei felt he had enough of a lead to head to the towers. Wang Wei paid the 100,000 points to use the first room, followed by his authority to kick whoever was in there. He also spent an additional 1 million points to guarantee his rights for the next 100 years. In other words, even if Tian Xian surpassed him in the list, he cannot disturb Wang Wei's usage of the first room for the next 100 years. The room's interior was a void with a floating cushion. He observed everything, and a look of realization dawned on him. The energy absorbed from the participants' existence was not used for nefarious purposes, at least not all of them. Its primary purpose was to power the towers and possibly the entire trial. That's one mystery solved, Wang Wei thought, and with a thought. The void turned into a luscious prairie with the cushion lying under a tree. He summoned his Bodhi tree and immortal peach tree to bless his comprehension, placing them around the cushion before sitting down. This is so easy. Even too easy, Wang Wei instantly thought. The complex process of understanding the Tao was reduced to a process as complex as multiplication and division. His cultivation reached 87 in just 5 years, and he immediately retrieved a pill. It almost feels like a waste to use it now, Wang Wei thought as he swallowed it. His spirit elevated to a higher level, and in mere seconds, his cultivation reached 89.999. Next is the bottleneck. He could easily break the bottleneck by removing the seals in his sea of consciousness that contained his previous epiphanies or knowledge nourishment, but it would be a terrible waste to use them now. The energy released from the cushion transformed as it nourished Wang Wei's body and soul, making the comprehension of the grand Tao source easier than addition and subtraction. Time flowed like a river, and on Wang Wei's 97th year, staying in the Tao Tower, he heard a breaking sound, followed by a drastic increase in aura. His understanding had reached 90. He opened his eyes and immediately controlled the joy he felt. He was not a paragon yet. This was just a great turn in that direction. It's almost time to leave, so let's check how many points I have left, Wang Wei thought. And he immediately wanted to curse. These vampires, he uttered with gritted teeth. These towers did not only require an entrance fee. Every minute spent inside burned points like crazy. Wang Wei only stayed for 97 years, and 3/4 of the points he had were gone. This is just daylight robbery, he complained. Now that he understood this place's cost, he wouldn't waste a second. 3 years wasn't enough to make any meaningful improvement, so Wang Wei chose to study the unique power of this trial. He observed how it influenced his existence, hoping he could recreate it. No, he would be satisfied with a copy with 1/4 of the effect. Time flies when you focus intensely on a task. As soon as the 100th mark arrived, he received notifications he was no longer the number one and had to vacate the first room. Wang Wei chose to leave the tower, meaning he did not bump into Tian Xian. The first thing he did outside was send more meat puppets to hunt since the previous batch had already collapsed. He hadn't received any reports from Red Mask or Yin Jie, so he flew directly into the Essence Tower and took the first room. Damn it to hell. I've been hunting for over 100 years, and am still ranked third. Ji Changming cursed as he waved his hand to annihilate the mountain range before him. However, such destruction could not quell his wrath, so he attacked more ferociously. Unfortunately for him, the trial greatly limited the destructive capabilities of even peak boundless paragons. Let alone him. Don't these bastards know who I am? He yelled as he continued his path of destruction. Ji Changming was already on edge when he realized he might fail his mission to get information about the Eternal Ascension world due to a stupid lock on these people's bodies and souls. But now, he was humiliated by ranking third. How can he explain this failure to the Palace Master? How much jeering will he receive from his clan members and competitors? He could not accept this. No, he refused to accept, as he floated in the void with his face red out of anger. Ji Changming suddenly opened his palm to receive a talisman. The Plum Taoist entered the Essence Tower? Damn it. I told these idiots to keep an eye out when he enters the hunting area. Why are they sending me such useless news? He crushed the talisman, deepening the red veins on his neck in the process. I can't allow this humiliation, Ji Changming said through gritted teeth. He flew directly to the battle tower. The only way to wash away this shame is to claim the top spot in the tower and challenge those two. If possible, it would be best for them to agree to a life-and-death battle, so he can kill them. Chapter 1437, Opening the Gate of Flesh. And I forgot to add the rules that body refiners will not count in the trial, meaning pure body refiners cannot take the fifth heaven positions and below or the rewards. Additionally, I made a mistake about Wang Wei's strength in the previous chapter, so I fixed it. You can check it out. Wang Wei checked who was the first person in the Essence Tower, fearing it would be Monk. However, it was someone else. Is it he still hunting? Probably trying to amass enough points to stay in the tower for a long period. Monk didn't have to worry about using other towers, so it made sense that he planned to stay in this tower for as long as possible, pushing his cultivation to the peak. Since the person in the first room was not an acquaintance, Wang Wei kicked him out and paid the protection fee for the first room. Although Tian Xian should not need this room, he must be careful since the latter might do it out of spite. Additionally, he still had to watch out for the third spot candidate. This room was customizable, like the Dao Tower, so he chose a regular room. As Wang Wei sat down, he immediately started his work. The process of opening the Gate of Flesh had 3 steps. 2 tribulations in the opening process. He did not immediately start the first tribulation, but cultivated it. Wang Wei's goal was to perfect his will-body fusion. With his immense new observation, he could not perfect the fusion on a fundamental level, achieving true perfection in that area. There are other flaws in my body, Wang Wei thought. During the process, he noticed a few minor, almost undetectable flaws in his body and soul. Over the years, Wang Wei has pushed his mind and spirit to the limit as a means to temper his willpower. He thought he had healed all these injuries, but today's inspection revealed a few flaws that never truly healed. Let's see if there are other flaws, Wang Wei thought as he continued his training. He realized the pure essence released from the tower was an excellent resource for training or modifying his existence. Wang Wei fixed all the flaws in his body, but not his entire existence. He did not want to be put on Grand Daos watch list and cause more trouble for himself. Once he becomes half-step transcendent, he'll have plenty of opportunity to explore the concept of perfection. So there is no point in causing himself unnecessary trouble. After a few dozen years of training, Wang Wei finally achieved a true flawless body, so he summoned the first tribulation. Wang Wei found himself in a dark space with an exact clone standing opposite him. The clone observed intently before showing a look of puzzlement. Wang Wei was not surprised by this. The first tribulation to open the gate of flesh is called the flaw detection tribulation. The avatar before him is supposed to find the minute flaws in his will-body fusion and attach them, forcing the tribulation taker to correct them. As someone who achieved limit indestructibility, Wang Wei is allowed to build a flawless body, meaning his body will not have a single flaw that can be exploited as an inextinguishable paragon. However, his existence blueprint has allowed him to go beyond normal flawless body, hence why the avatar was perplexed as it could not find a single flaw in Wang Wei's body. After staring for a few minutes, the tribulation clone nodded to him before dissipating. The next step started without pause. A golden magic circle appeared above Wang Wei, slowly descending from his head to his toe. The circle acted as a detector, trying to find flaws in his body and attack it. If Wang Wei did not achieve limit indestructibility, and he only opened the gate of power with a bare minimum of 1267 tribulations, his body would have a minimum of 12 flaws. In this test, he would have to defend them to show his worthiness. Wang Wei passed this tribulation with flying colors, so he proceeded to the final step. Opening the gate of flesh was not a simple matter. Wang Wei first swallowed a mouthful of concentrated essence due as an aid. Then he condensed the essence of his body refining achievements into a point before attacking the gate. The combination of this essence, the dew, and the power from the essence tower was wonderful. Cracks soon spread throughout the door, a sign of impending success. However, things are not simple. Wang Wei spent years attacking that door, but it could not fully open, so he added his willpower manifestation to the mix. A massive chunk of the door was instantly destroyed, and Wang Wei saw hope. But that did not last long, as he noticed his spirit had drastically weakened, meaning he could not stay in a state of deep concentration for too long. This door is not supposed to be this challenging to open, Wang Wei thought, as he realized there were some consequences to achieving true flawless body. However, he would not regret his mission. He was not supposed to open the door before the Paragon Tribulation in the first place, but he had to for his plans. So, the more powerful his body refining tribulation is, the higher his chance of success will be. As he removed more and more chunks of the door, Wang Wei started sweating, but he remained steadfast, ignoring how tired and sleepy he felt. He was so close to the finish line that he focused all his attention on finishing the task. Bang! The gate's last obstacle crumbled, and a terrifying power rushed deep from Wang Wei's body. He felt as if he had broken certain limits, and the very essence of his life was dramatically elevated. At an existence level, the characteristic of will immortality was perfected, followed by the designs for his physical strength becoming more complex. Once these two processes ended, the characteristics of the power of nothingness changed, embedding themselves deeper in this existence. This was good news for Wang Wei, since it meant his body could not bear more of this power, but that is something for later. At an atomic and cellular level, his body transformed into a higher form. Every part of his body, including cells, tissues, blood drops, organs, bones, and muscles, became an unfathomable source of power. Even his hair follicle ascended to a higher level of existence. What is this? Wang Wei thought as he noticed a resonance between the gate of ascension, gate of power, and gate of flesh. It was so subtle that Wang Wei only noticed it because he observed it, because he directly saw his existence. The fourth gate does not appear randomly, but through the resonance of the previous three gates. That's why Grand Dao removed it to cut off Body Refiner's transcendent path, Wang Wei realized. The three gates represent the ultimate potential of the flesh, and only by combining them can the fourth one be created, allowing the flesh to transcend all rules, power, and limitations. That's good news, Wang Wei smiled. With this information, he now had a clearer path forward. The transformation took some time, but with the aid of the Essence Tower, the process was drastically accelerated. After only 200 years, everything ended. Wang Wei stood up from his sitting position and clenched his fist. He punched forward, generating countless shockwaves. Elder Fiend God Realm, First Heaven. which also equals 91. It was a little low for Wang Wei's liking. If he had more time, he might have polished his foundation to reach the third heaven. Luckily, he had a flawless body, meaning cultivating in the Elder Fiend God realm would not require him to eliminate his flaws. He only needs to increase his willpower and strength. I'm not an inextinguishable paragon, meaning I'm slowly approaching the limit of cultivation of the old era, Wang Wei thought with a wide grin. His breakthrough had many significance, including getting one step closer to closing the gap between his wife. Additionally, becoming a paragon is also a significant step in his cultivation journey. It's been a long way to get here, but we also have a long way ahead of us. Wang Wei gave himself a pep talk. He then restrained his aura before leaving the tower. His first act was to check the current situation outside. He was now third on the list. Yiheng Mink? That arrogant guy? So, he's probably from the Desire Heart Palace. It made sense that the Ji clan or the palace would be interested in the situation of Eternal Ascension World. However, why did they send such a useless candidate? Ji Qingming was a person who was easy to read. Maybe this is a person he's putting on, or the Ji clan are too sure of themselves. Wang Wei shook his head as he paid that bastard no mind. He looked at the Tribulation Tower and checked the record of who was using it. As expected, he muttered, "If nothing unexpected happens, Tian Xian will be this trial's first paragon." Wang Wei was not in a hurry since he still had plenty of chances, so he flew to his residence. "Lord," Red Mask stated as she slowly floated from a shadow in the room's corner. "What did you find?" "It's as you expected. Many were secretly spies," Red Mask responded before handing him a list of the spies and the world they've contacted. No one contacted Tian Xian's world, but a few contacted the Ji clan. Wang Wei noticed the most important aspect. It says here that there's a group you failed to gather information from. That's right. Were you careless? Not at all. And I was using your full power to ensure success. Red Mask reported truthfully, but I was still discovered. It seems many underlying secrets and machinations are going on in this trial, Wang Wei commented. And our world may not be their primary target. It appears so, Red Mask nodded. Sir, what do you want me to do? Do I try again? No. Wang Wei looked in the distance, surprise flashing in his eyes. How unexpected. Chapter 1438, Boundless Paragon. Unedited chapter. A terrifying sound emanated from the Tribulation Tower, followed by a vision of golden, auspicious clouds and heavenly music. Anyone who saw these visions would know they were celebration for the birth of a new paragon, albeit the most rudimentary vision due to the trial's location. All the participants had their eyes on this tower as the visions symbolized the birth of the first paragon, the first boundless entity. However, the Eternal Ascension World's participants were shocked because many recognized the person's aura, Emperor Kong. I didn't expect he would be the first, Wang Wei thought. He, along with many, thought Tian Xian would have this honor, but it seems fate had other plans. Wang Wei and everyone else waited, and after a few hours, Emperor Kong, no, Paragon Kong, appeared outside the tower. Wang Wei immediately squinted after seeing Kong. He's severely injured. He must have pushed his tribulation to the limit to ensure he was the first. Did he want the destiny for the first position? It's hard to say whether the risk is worth it. Wang Wei's detection was proven to be correct when Kong called Lin Fan to touch their token, presumably to exchange points. Then, he rushed into the Life Tower with the utmost haste. An anomaly has just occurred in this trial, Wang Wei thought. Does this mean something? Is it useless? Or the signs that many more unexpected things are expected of this trial? Interesting. Let's see what happens next. Wang Wei returned his focus to Red Mask. Where were we? Oh yes. You don't need to pay more attention to these people. They will eventually reveal themselves, and then we will decide whether to intervene in their plans or be a bystander. As you wish, Red Mask nodded. Your next task is to help me hunt, Wang Wei continued. I don't want to be disturbed during my tribulation, and I must use 2 towers simultaneously. I'm ready, sir, but there is another minor matter you might want to address. Did Yin Jie come by? Wang Wei asked. No, the last I heard, he was still fulfilling his task. Oh, he's not in a hurry to compete. He seems to have taken your comment to mind and wishes to truly temper his sword between life and death. Not bad, Wang Wei commented. So, what minor problem were you talking about? The second rank, Ji Qingming, publicly challenged you and Tian Xian. He said some nasty stuff about you two to lure you into fighting him. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered, not surprised Ji Qingming would do such a thing. However, it's still hard to determine whether this is his genuine personality or persona. If nothing unexpected occurs, Tian Xian will be the second paragon and Tian Xian will be the third. Their ego and pride should be at their peak after the breakthrough, and they will need a way to test their current strength. I just need to stay out of it, and they'll fight each other. Your task will be to record their battles since I may not be responsive, Wang Wei ordered. Wait, don't just record them. Use this. He raised his hand to condense a golden eye. With this thing, Wang Wei hoped he could peek at these two's existence since it was easier to do during battles due to energy leaks or mistakes in concealing their information. No problem, Red Mask responded, and the two flew to the second hunting area to start one of the largest massacres of the bestowal monsters. Wang Wei did hold back as he also used his meat puppets. If not for the rules that he could not use his creation lives to hunt, he would have released another massacre in the first level area. In 130 years, Wang Wei not only returned to the first spot, but his accumulated points were 5 times that of Tian Xian. Swish! Red Mask appeared out of nowhere to cut a little assassin into million pieces, and Wang Wei calmly observed. No matter how much I look, I still find it fascinating. In his eyes, this man had died, including the collapse of all his avatars and the existence of his vault. This trial was not a joke, since the suppression of these participants' eternal characteristics meant they truly died. This should be the power of transcendence, being able to influence existence directly, Wang Wei analyzed. He was so glad he asked Grand Dao for that specific reward since this technique benefited him too much. Sir, there's an entrance token, Red Mask stated. Finally, he's been hunting for so long, but only received an additional 5,000 years of lifespan. If I get first place, they'll have 6 tokens. Not bad. These tokens will be extremely valuable, whether he traded with the sect or others. Wang Wei suddenly sensed something and looked in the distance. Finally, he uttered, he's been waiting so long, and Tian Xian finally finished his transition. Now, he can use the first room. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wei wouldn't mind lowering his requirements a little and using the second room. But Ji Qingming had taken that room, and Wang Wei wanted a potent tribulation for his plan to work, so he could not accept using the third room. Let's go, Wang Wei said before returning to the safety zone. Tian Xian's aura immediately locked on him. Such obvious hostility? Did he become confident after his breakthrough? Wang Wei thought while ignoring this poor provocation. Despite Tian Xian's great background, he doubted the latter would dare break the rules and attack in this safety zone. So, Wang Wei went about his business by entering the tribulation and using his authority and points to get the first room. The tribulation tower had no customization ability since everything would be destroyed in the tribulation, so there was only a cushion floating in the void. As he sat down and had the intention to start his tribulation, a potent will descended in this room, checking his body. It first checked his comprehension, ensuring it had reached 90, followed by checking whether his soul and luck had reached the requirements. Then, Wang Wei's mind was taken to a room with golden pierces of lights. Infinite permanence, Wang Wei thought. These lights represented a new branch of the eternal path, eternal characteristic, which started by comprehending eternal, followed by true self, and now, infinite permanence. Infinite means without bounds, endless, or without limits. The mind must become infinite or capable of holding all things to evolve the true self to a higher level. Permanence means remaining unchanged indefinitely. With the power of these two, infinite will remain constant and unchanging for all eternity in my existence. With an infinite mind, I will have an infinite soul and an infinite body. I will be boundless. Wang Wei understood infinite permanence with record time due to his previous background and the help of the trial's energy. However, he was not happy. His intuition warned him that if he used that understanding to break through, the chances of becoming a boundless paragon would drastically decrease, and even if he succeeded, he wouldn't have much potential left. "I'm missing something," Wang Wei thought as he continued his comprehension. Time was clicking, but he was not in a hurry. He took time to find what he was missing. If it were that simple, people who cultivate infinity Tao would easily become boundless, Wang Wei analyzed. So, there's more to the infinite aspect. Just like when he first absorbed the heaven will, Grand Tao had to display the concept of infinite permanence before him to comprehend. So Wang Wei placed all his focus. The only constant and eternal thing between heaven and earth is change, Wang Wei comprehended. What I need is not merely the concept of infinity, but infinite change, infinite opportunities, infinite growth, and infinite potential. Once these things are engraved into my existence, bound to forever remain a part of me through permanence, then I can truly become boundless. Wang Wei felt something clicked in his mind, and followed by some kind of transformation. His eye technique allowed him to see new building blocks being added to his existence. However, there seems to be a lack of energy or power to complete the transformation. It's not that there is no energy, but something is blocking it, Wang Wei realized after close observation of his existence. And he did not have to think long to know who was responsible, Grand Tao. Of course, the latter was not suddenly attacking him. All participants must experience this process. Before they pass the other tests and prove to be worthy, they cannot transition into a higher life. Wang Wei took a deep breath to steady himself. He did not hesitate to activate the tower's ability to reduce the effect of the next tribulation. He only wanted the immeasurable tribulation to be as destructive as possible and was fine with any aid for the others. His spirit appeared in this darkly lit corridor, with a walking passage and no end in sight. This place reminded me of the road of heart from the void, shattering realm, he commented. He took a second deep breath before he started walking. Chapter 1439, Boundless Paragon 2. Time-washing tribulation. Wang Wei did not hesitate to walk on this endless path. The first thing he noticed was his vision was useless, and he was not only referring to his existence sight. All his normal and extraordinary senses were useless, as he only saw an endless darkness and a bit of light that was barely enough to show the path. Is time useless here? Wang Wei talked to himself. No, useless, but stretched out and distorted. A single second in this place might feel like billions of yuan epochs. Wang Wei walked forward, talking to himself to distract his mind, although he did not mind the solitude. This approach was an excellent way to ensure his mind remained sharp for the duration of this time-washing tribulation. However, Wang Wei soon noticed an anomaly. My memory is eroding, Wang Wei muttered. His memories were not disappearing but fading. In other words, their effects on his personality and being were slowly being stripped away. If I let it happen, my personality will forever change into heaven knows what. Now he knew the problem. Wang Wei set out to solve them. Instead of talking to himself, he started reviewing his memories from his time on Earth to his reincarnation. He did not miss a single memory, even indulging himself in the happier and more exciting ones. This method proved effective as Wang Wei quelled the fading, but that was only for a moment. The interesting thing about time is it can change anything. After indulging in his memories over and over, Wang Wei soon felt the process was meaningless. It did not matter how many times he relived his moments with his wife after replaying them more than 1,000,000 times. The process inevitably became boring and a chore. It's fine if it's a chore. I could just consider it like a job back on Earth, Wang Wei muttered. He repeated this tedious task over and over without an end. It did not matter whether billions, trillions, or quintillions of yuan epochs had passed. He reviewed his memories and preserved his personality, ambitions, love, and everything else he held dear. Before this test, Wang Wei could have proudly said his mind was harder than steel, and he had long conquered the negative emotions known as loneliness. He could even push himself, and said he did so with the pagoda trial. However, this tribulation showed an even more horrifying level: loneliness with boringness. It was difficult to describe the pain of repeating the same task without stopping for infinity. At many points, he felt he was just a robot whose sole purpose was to repeat these tasks. He almost believed his free will and agency were non-existent, and his sole purpose in this world was to do this task. Such a thought induced tremendous fear in a man who pursued absolute freedom. The good news is he survived and held on to his humanity. He preserved his memories, personality, and all his dreams and ambitions. Additionally, there was an additional benefit. He had learned a new form of torture. In the future, when he meets powerful, inextinguishable paragons who do an excellent job protecting their timeline, he'll torture them with his own version of this tribulation to break their willpower. Wang Wei continued walking forward. He had long lost hope of seeing the light at the end of this path. He could not distract himself from his task, and he had to prevent the task from consuming him. With all these things on his plate, he abandoned looking ahead to see if he was close to the exit. Luckily, he did, since this tribulation had just started. When time failed to erode his memories, it did not give up. Instead, it targeted something else: his emotions. One of Wang Wei's core personality is his love for his sect and all its people. He considered them his people and thus had some level of affection for everyone, including the lowest of maids. The tribulation started with these people. When reviewing his memories, Wang Wei had subtly become indifferent to these people, and he did not even notice it. In his mind, these people become nothing but aids, and their importance to him or the world in general was so small that it made them insignificant. He convinced himself it was more than enough that he remembered their faces and names. Once he became indifferent to these minor individuals, time became bolder and more potent, targeting the people he already hated or indifferent to, like his grandfather, Yu Yong. Then, without knowing it, Wang Wei no longer cared about his enemies that did not have a great impact on his life or that he respected. The next target was people he loved, but mostly respected because they were his elders. There's always been a seniority and power dynamic between him and these people, forming a barrier that prevented Wang Wei from forming deep bonds with them. These people included Origin One, Sword One, and his former Dao protector Yin Shun. Wang Wei's view on these people slowly changed to appreciation and care for their years of dedication to the sect and the protection they provided to his growth, to being indifferent to their presence. In his mind, they were people of different worlds. He would never meet these people again in his life. And even if they did, the difference between them would be so vast that it was impossible to have any meaningful relationship, so it was pointless to be attached to their existence. Wang Wei was in a weird situation. His eyes indicated he was reminiscing deeply about his past and everything he's experienced. Simultaneously, his eyes showed no affection for these memories. On the contrary, his eyes become colder with each passing moment. The next thing he lost was not his enemy's competitors, with whom he had a slight friendship developed out of respect. No, the next target were people whom he respected tremendously as elders and had a deep bond with. To be precise, he lost his feelings for Ancestor Wuqing. Wang Wei was walking aimlessly like a zombie, reviewing the time when Wuqing sacrificed his life to protect him. However, he felt nothing, except maybe Wuqing was doing his job as a Dao protector. His sacrifice guaranteed the sect an era of prosperity, unlike anything the lower dimension had ever seen. Wang Wei was about to move on when he paused. "Something is wrong," he said in a hoarse voice. He sounded as if he had spent too long not talking and no longer knew how. He reviewed the memory again, but he could tell what was wrong. He was far too gone and could not tell. However, Wang Wei did not give up and chose to listen to his intuition. Since Wuqing was the source of this anomaly, he chose to review all the memories associated with him. And out of pure logic, he realized what was wrong. "He is supposed to be my favorite ancestor, but I don't feel anything for him," Wang Wei muttered. Now that I think about it, I also don't feel much about the other ancestors. These people have been instrumental to my success, but how I feel about them seems ungrateful beyond words could describe. That's when it dawned on him. He was losing his emotions. Wang Wei did not hesitate to sit down and enter a deep meditative state, reviewing his memories for the umpteenth time, focusing on the emotions associated. He was immediately scared of how cold and indifferent he had become. The worst part was the loud voice in the back of his mind telling him it was all right if he remained like that. If I can lose my feelings for ancestor Wuqing, I can lose the ones for my mother, father, and even Wu Hong. Wang Wei thought to quiet the damn voice. Plus, how dare a mere tribulation dictate how I feel? How dare it try to mold me into something I'm not? Wang Wei's rebellious nature, derived from his obsession to be free, was instantly aroused, quieting all doubts or suggestive murmurs in his mind. He focuses intently, slowly regaining all his lost emotions and even intensifying some. Although Wang Wei did not cultivate 6 emotions, 7 desired Tao, he had the soul Tao, which also involved emotion manipulation. When Wang Wei opened his eyes, he immediately discovered the surroundings were brighter than before. Additionally, he saw an illusory door in the distance, presumably the exit. He calmly walked toward it while remaining on guard. He had read countless records about the time washing tribulation, and he knew much. Most people will face a similar tribulation to what he did, with minor variations. However, things will become different once the exit shows up. This part of the test has more room for variations, and it's when the unexpected could occur. I hope nothing too bad, Wang Wei thought. He had reached the point in his life where he must expect the unexpected. He expects things to go wrong. So, he can only hope whatever is coming is not too bad. Chapter 1440, Boundless Paragon 3. Unexpected visitor Wang Wei continued his walk. His mind was temporarily free from the mechanical task of preserving his emotions. So he looked around, thinking about this test. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind, but it was too quick, and he did not immediately catch up. Wang Wei was about to focus on realizing whatever inspiration was coming, but something unexpected occurred that required his attention. "It's you. Long time no see," said a young man with the same visage as Wang Wei, except with a natural smirk and evil aura surrounding him. "Aren't I too old to be having Heart Devil?" Wang Wei asked calmly. "I feel the same, but here I am," the Heart Devil sighed. Wang Wei looked at him before ignoring him. He continued walking, trying to catch the idea that eluded him. "Don't be like this," the Heart Devil said. "Since I'm here, I must do my job. No one is stopping you," Wang Wei replied calmly. The Heart Devil walked side by side with him. "There is no point in attacking your character, since you seem content with who you are, both the good and all the bad." Wang Wei said nothing. "Maybe start with your relationship," it continued. "You consider many of your peers a friend, but you have no hesitation manipulating them or hurting their factions. I guess you probably wouldn't hesitate to kill them if they get in your way. That's how friendships in the cultivation world are," Wang Wei said calmly. "Factions are placed above everything, including interpersonal relationships." "That's true," the Heart Devil nodded. "Let's take your ancestor, for example. Although she has a great relationship with Wu Hong, she would not hesitate to cut her down if it meant protecting the Tao opening sect." Wang Wei did not take the obvious bait of trying to get him riled up. He simply nodded. "But shouldn't you know better?" The Heart Devil continued after not eliciting any reaction. "You're not the same as these people. You have knowledge about another civilization with different values. So, shouldn't you be better than them? What can I say? I have been assimilated," Wang Wei shrugged. "So that's it? You just used this weak reasoning to justify who you become? Who you are? Isn't it normal for me to become like this?" Wang Wei responded. "If I grew up as a loose cultivator and had to struggle for everything in my life, I may have preserved more of my morality and values from Earth. I might even have tried to change the cultivation world. However, I was born with a golden spoon. The world and system were designed to give me all the best advantages. So, isn't it normal that one of the aspects of my assimilation is that I acquired the values and mortality of the cultivation world? No, no, no. You are speaking as if you have no free will, the heart devil countered. As a man who pursues being free and unfettered, shouldn't you resist this kind of assimilation? Shouldn't you be angry that such an aspect of your life has been slowly eroded over time? That's where you made the mistake. You assumed this was not a choice, Wang Wei stated. I knew long ago assimilation was inevitable and actively chose which part to allow. I know that trying to change the system and preserving more of myself from Earth would make my goal of freedom 100 times more challenging. So, I chose to integrate into the system and used it to my benefit. So you chose the easy way out. I chose the most efficient method, the one with the highest chance of success. But at what price? The heart devil countered. Even if you finally achieve your goal, the you then will not be the same you from Earth. Tell me, do you think I can achieve my goal without sacrificing anything? Wang Wei asked. It's possible. Be realistic. I stand by this statement. It's possible, albeit very challenging. All right, let me rephrase my points in another way, Wang Wei stated. Do you think I could perfectly preserve the person I was on Earth? The cultivation world's primary theme is power acquired through violence. It's a path destined to be full of death, meaning the moment I killed my first person, the innocent young man from Earth was gone. Wang Wei has never forgotten his first kill, although these prisoners were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. He still remembered their eyes vividly when the last light of life disappeared. That's different, the heart devil rebutted. You were just adapting to this world. I can use the same argument, Wang Wei countered. My decision was not to abandon my former self, but mold it to adapt to this world. The core of who I am is still there, just now in a new package that allows me to thrive in this world. The heart devil sighed. I can't argue with your golden tongue. However, his eyes shone with a cunningness that indicated he hadn't truly conceded yet. Since you value your sect or the system so much, what would you do if they turn on, let's say, your best friend, Li Jun? Would you support the sect or him? That answer is obvious. I would choose Li Jun. It's not to me, the heart devil responded. I thought you value the benefit of the system above everything, including your morality? That's not what I said. I said I chose it because it benefits me the most. But your choice contradicts that. At the end of the day, the sect is an institution, and if its safety and even prosperity is threatened, they will sacrifice anyone. Meanwhile, I know Li Jun, and he would not do anything to endanger the sect's safety or prosperity. I'm aware enough to understand I'm not yet above the institution, and since they can sacrifice Li Jun for their preservation, they can do the same to me. Meanwhile, I know Li Jun would give everything to me, including his life, love, and loyalty to the sect. The choice is obvious. The heart devil was briefly silent before chuckling. You were right. You have preserved the essence of your former self. Did you really need all this talking to understand that? What can I say? You're not as weak as the last time we met, so the information I can gather on you is no longer perfect. The heart devil shrugged. Plus, this is a tribulation, and I need a check. That would explain why I feel you're not as much of a threat as before. Your mind and Tao heart are not as they used to be, so cut me some slack, the heart devil added. But don't count me out yet. How are things going with Wu Hong? Good. Are you two together yet? We're still figuring out our situationship, but everything should be fine, Wang Wei answered nonchalantly. Not biting, huh? The heart devil uttered as he looked at him. All right, let's try something else. You're about to become a paragon. Do you know what that means? What? You can travel to the prehistoric world. You can return to Earth. And? Wang Wei asked calmly. Do you think your parents are alive? Do you even care? Unless the time difference between the two worlds is extremely vast, their chances of being alive are slim. Wang Wei replied, still calm. So, you no longer care? Wang Wei looked at him. You said it yourself. I'm a paragon. So, I can just travel to their time period and meet them. They are mortals, so the consequences of saving them should have minimal backlash, especially if I do it correctly. What about Hongjun? Do you think he'll let you do as you wish? How he responds to my actions will decide our relationship and how I will treat him. And in the worst-case scenario, we'll just have to wait until I'm more powerful than him before saving my parents. You have an answer for everything, don't you? I've figured out since childhood that a powerful cultivation was the key to returning Earth and ever seeing them alive. Your words almost made me believe you care, the heart devil sneered. What makes you think I don't? You have always been too logical about your Earth parents' affair. The heart devil explained. You spent most of your life not thinking about them because you convinced yourself with pure logic that you could see them one day once you were powerful enough. Were there never moments of doubt? Moments of hesitation? Moments of fear for their unknown fate? Moments of longing for the past? There were. Well, you could have fooled me or anyone who knows you. Wang Wei sighed. What do you think a child with an adult mind spends his time thinking after being reincarnated into a new world? The heart devil did not answer. At first, there was the excitement of this new and magical world. But then, none of that mattered when the loneliness of knowing you have left many people you love and care about behind. Can you understand the fear of realizing your life will never be the same again? Wang Wei shook his head. Reincarnation is a complex thing with many challenges. Wang Wei's early days were not only full of jovial stories about his loving parents and loyal friends. He had his demons to overcome, and since he feared the consequences of revealing his reincarnation, he had to deal with it alone. I had to develop a coping mechanism, or with the laws of that world, I would have developed a heart devil as a child, he explained. I had to preserve their memories for my deepest, intimate, and personal moments. I had to think about them logically, otherwise I would have been driven insane. Of course, it also helped that I eventually unconsciously repressed many of their memories. Wang Wei remembered the first time he lost the burden of his reincarnation. His family never publicly acknowledged his reincarnation except for one time when his grandmother, Yun Yaojun, had a conversation with him at the behest of his mother. That conversation not only lifted his burden, but was the key for him to fully integrate into the sect and accept his new parents as his parents. I want to believe you, but something tells me you're beautifying things. What makes you say that? Well, you didn't have the best relationship with them before your reincarnation, the heart devil continued. Now, I know you have had plenty of time to think about your relationship and understand your emotions. What are you getting at? Wang Wei asked with a raised eyebrow. I think you've abandoned these people. You no longer see them as your parents. When you see them again, you will all feel indifference. Maybe you'll repay their karma for raising you, but nothing more and nothing less. Maybe you're right. Oh, you may also be wrong, Wang Wei added. I don't know how I will respond when I see them again. That chapter of my life has yet to be written, and you are the last person who knows how it will go. I got it. What? The thought that eluded me. I finally caught it, Wang Wei said. Chapter 1441, Boundless Paragon 4. Immeasurable tribulation, the human mind is interesting. Isn't it? A mortal's mind can imagine anything. It can create gods and demons, create worlds, envision creation, death, and any concepts that govern reality. The difference between a mortal's mind and a cultivator is the former cannot manifest his mind into the real world, but the latter can. What are you getting at? The heart devil asked unwillingly. The key to becoming a paragon is an infinite mind with endless possibilities, but that is not enough, Wang Wei continued. This test is not just to prevent paragons from becoming bored and indifferent due to their infinite lifespan. No. This test is a means to teach them how to regulate their infinite minds by controlling their emotions. A paragon needs a sufficient mind state to control their boundless power, and this test's purpose is to achieve that mindset, Wang Wei said while looking at the heart devil. As for you, your purpose is to distract me under the guise of tempering my Tao heart. But the truth of the matter is the longer I spend talking to you, the less likely I will realize this truth, and the harder it will be for me to escape. The heart devil was quiet for a few seconds before smiling. It was nice seeing you again. His body immediately started to dissipate. You too, Wang Wei nodded. Just so, you know, it was not a guise. My existence is to temper you and misdirect your attention. That's good to hear, I guess, Wang Wei said as the last specks of the devil disappeared. An exit instantly manifested not far from within, and he entered it without hesitation. Wang Wei's mind became clearer than he had ever felt. Many of the previous emotions he was struggling with, like his loneliness, were now easier to manage. They were not gone, but more bearable. My Tao heart and mind are not in perfect harmony, Wang Wei thought. Once I pass the tribulation, I can finally experience the transition of my existence to a higher level. Wang Wei raised his head to see a purple cloud flashing with lightning and the booming sound of thunder. Wang Wei squinted as he swallowed a handful of existence-healing pills. Now is the time for the plan. The cloud had its own consciousness, so after realizing Wang Wei was an inextinguishable paragon, the clouds turned a shade darker. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and Wang Wei raised his right palm to block it. His entire right hand disappeared, but he remained calm. As expected, the attack potency has increased while still neglecting my will immortality. In other words, he will die like everyone else in the tribulation, and his willpower cannot provide him with immortality. However, this is far from enough, Wang Wei thought. He inhaled deeply before screaming. Grand Tao, is this the best you can do? How pathetic. The first rule of the immeasurable tribulation is never to antagonize the tribulation. Grand Tao will accept any provocation that the cultivator's state of mind has not met the standards to be a paragon and must be eradicated. Everyone knows that, and this thought has been deeply instilled in all the geniuses from top lineages. Yet, Wang Wei broke this rule. Could he be stupid? Or has he gone mad? Come on, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Well, I'm giving you the perfect excuse, Wang Wei continued, and with his words, the clouds swiftly turned dark red. Boom! A second bolt of lightning descended from the second, bringing the wrath of heaven. Divine punishment lightning is something that is common in the lower dimension, but heavenly Tao does not care much to use it in the upper dimension. However, it does not mean it does not exist. Wang Wei's tribulation is more than enough proof. His body and soul could not resist that single bolt as they were instantly annihilated. However, his disappearance did not leave his location devoid of any matter or signs of his existence. On the contrary, a scroll with countless dots, lines, and graffiti floated where Wang Wei previously stood. The first step is completed, Wang Wei thought. Although his body and soul were annihilated, his consciousness remained intact and functioning, an act that could be considered a minor miracle. Boom! 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 The heavens became enraged that the little worm was still alive, and it unleashed devastating blows after another, trying to eradicate him. However, Wang Wei was prepared. When the first bolt hit, he used the technique he had already prepared to direct all its destructive power to the section of his existence that dictated his status as a fate seed. Wang Wei knew his power was not enough to free himself, and the longer he waited, the harder the process would become. So, he took the risk to use Grand Tao's power to remove whatever shackles were placed on him. Lightnings after lightnings descended on Wang Wei, turning this room of the tower into quite a dreary atmosphere. Grand Tao hasn't decreased the strength of the tribulation nor stopped it. Meaning my bet is correct. It has to follow the rules. If Grand Tao was not a program with rules it must follow, it would have stopped Wang Wei from using its own power to free himself from restrictions that Grand Tao itself placed on him. However, this tribulation is far from enough, Wang Wei thought. His consciousness used a technique that condensed a projection of Wu Hong. What's more, this projection had her aura, and it was not the Wu Hong in the upper dimension, but the one who already married Wang Wei. As expected, as soon as the clouds sensed the aura, they turned utterly black before blasting hundreds of lightning bolts at Wang Wei at once. Another unbreakable rule of the immeasurable tribulation is no outside help is permitted. Wang Wei broke this rule, and he did it with someone considered an anomaly in the entire chaos universe. Damn it, I should have raised my thunder Tao to a higher level before I did this. Wang Wei cursed as he tried to direct the thunder to a specific area of his existence. Unfortunately, thunder, by nature, is an uncontrollable force. His attempts were mostly futile as a significant portion of the power began ravaging the other parts of his existence. Luckily, the pills kept healing and protecting him. Wang Wei focused his attention on breaking the shackle. He had no hope of completely eradicating it now, but he needed to break a decent chunk of it. But the process was more challenging than he anticipated, and time was running out for him. If he continued like this, it was only a matter of time before his existence was completely shattered and he died, for real. At this rate, he'll die before I make a single dent in this restriction, Wang Wei thought. He needed to do something else as Grandao had already reached the limit of how much it could be angered. What else can I do? Yes, the Tribulation Tower. The tower could accelerate the speed of tribulation by slightly increasing the difficulty. Wang Wei immediately ordered the tower for his tribulation to end in 5 years, which was a crazy number considering Tianxian took over 200 years and Kong took over 100 years. Participant Yinyang Bloom Blossom Daoist. We need to confirm again your desire to push your tribulation to such a limit. Are you another one of this trial spirit? Well, forget about that for now. Yes, I'm sure. Do you understand the cons? Just do it. As you wish. A large chunk of Wang Wei's points disappeared, and the tower released an unknown power. Then, the dark clouds started releasing hundreds of thousands of bolts simultaneously. Wang Wei had to funnel the remaining healing pills, the holy dragon water, and he connected to the life tower. The combination of these three prevented his instant demise. So he took this opportunity to finish his task. Damn it, why is this thing so hard to remove? Wang Wei cursed. It's been 4 years of constant bombardment, creating deep cracks in this shackle, but he knew he would not succeed in the remaining year. I need something else, but what? What about the special energy of the trial? It seems quite malleable. Wang Wei did not hesitate to use his points to extract the purest energy from this trial. He did not immediately fuse with it, but instead added his willpower to ensure no problems with this power and to make it perfectly in tune with his body and existence. It worked, Wang Wei thought as he saw the process accelerate. However, it seems I don't have enough points. With a quick calculation, he understood he did not have enough points for the remaining year of this tribulation. I guess that's the only thing I can do. Karma threads rushed out of the scroll, connecting to all the people in the trial with a deep connection to Wang Wei. I don't want to do this, Wang Wei said through the connection, but I'm in a precarious situation and I need help. All of you are people who owe karma, and I've come to ask for recompensation by borrowing points from you. Chapter 1442, Boundless Paragon V. The final desperate counterattack, no problem, Jilan Feng said immediately, with no hesitation. He sent his points before asking. If you need more, I can go hunting. No need, Wang Wei answered. Take all my points, but I want to see you, Honghua said quickly. Can you ditch the kin people watching you and meet privately? Wang Wei asked. I'll manage. Good. We got you, Monk and Dulgun said. This place is catered to key refiners, so most of my points are for the wife, and we have an excess. I know I could count on you too, Wang Wei replied after seeing how many points these two sent. However, considering Monk's strength, it was understandable, especially since he was ranked 6th on the leaderboard. Don't forget to pay me back. I'm poor, Hong Milan complained, and Wang Wei just nodded. I was helping my disciples hunt to return the borrowed points. I guess you can have them, Emperor Kong added. Thanks. No problem. Are you all right? Sushir asked. The aura of your tribulation has leaked from the tower, and it looks like punishment instead of a tribulation. I'll manage, Wang Wei replied succinctly, not explaining in detail what was happening to him. I've guarded Time Eater's seal, sacrificed my golden body of merit, and now I'll hand over my points without asking for return. Is that enough to repay my debt? I'll Xing ask it. Fine by me, Wang Wei answered. Was this a fair trade? Probably not. The prosperity of the demon race in the lower race, which Wang Wei is primarily responsible for, is more valuable than any other favors Ao Shun has done for Wang Wei. However, he would not lord over these favors over these people, or they would instead go to extreme lengths to cut off the karma between him. Met too. I want to pay my debt with these points, Yidashu added. Keep dreaming. Wang Wei burst his bubble. Forget it, but Wang Wei boy, "You owe me a good fight," the Monkey King said. "Come find me after you become a paragon. The other members of the Sword League path have also offered you their points," Jian Wushuang replied. "Appreciate it, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. No need to return them, but our karma ends here," the Golden Sword Emperor said. "No problem," Wang Wei agreed. His connection to the latter was not deep, and their karma was because Wang Wei was primarily responsible for his opportunity to prove the Tao and the prosperity of the lower dimension, which the Golden Emperor benefited from. Everyone involved provided their points, but many complained or tried to bargain to offset their karma. Wang Wei accepted some people, but others were refused since this was not nearly enough for all the things he had done for them. Finally, Wang Wei's point reached a terrifying level. Excellent, he thought before exchanging for more energy to pump into his Fate Seed characteristic. 6 months soon passed of the remaining year, and Wang Wei was on the verge of success. Unfortunately for him, Grand Tao thought this was the best time to up its effort to eradicate him through this tribulation. The dark clouds stopped bombarding him with lightning and condensed into a humanoid lightning entity with an aura of pure destruction. The terrifying creature did not hesitate before rushing toward the golden scroll to tear it apart with its hands. Wang Wei reacted swiftly by activating his awakening to summon his 11 Fate Palaces, placing them in a defensive formation. However, after one attack, he knew that this formation would not survive a second. Things are getting a little out of hand, Wang Wei thought before he summoned Red Mask to control the formation, ensuring he was no longer distracted and that she could bring out all its power. Wang Wei's Swift proved to be the correct one as it bought him a few more days. But Grand Tao also displayed its impatience by condensing 2 more humanoid lightning. "Damn this bastard," Wang Wei complained. He was so close, but this bastard seemed determined to kill him at all costs. Wang Wei opened his Grand Mist World, summoning all the creation life forms under his control. Red Mask arranged these people at their posts to boost the Fate Palace array. The 3 humanoid lightning bombarded the scroll with all kinds of attacks, but the 11 palaces stood between them and their target. Then, a 4th creature appeared. Wang Wei did not wait for the creature to fully condense before immediately sacrificing his Grand Mist World to boost the formation. His action brought him more time, but Wang Wei was not happy yet as he sensed a 5th creature brewing in the clouds. Something is wrong, Wang Wei analyzed. The time it took to create these creatures is too long, especially the 5th one. I thought this bastard was slowly giving me hope before annihilating me, but it seems something more is at play. He did not know what the bastard Grand Tao was planning, but he was already in the highest alert mode. Wang Wei also took this opportunity to accelerate his progress. His deduction soon proved to be correct. The tower's atmosphere drastically changed as soon as the 5th creature appeared. The others stopped attacking before getting into a formation with 1 creature in the front and 4 in the back. The lightning creatures in the back raised their hands to condense 4 characters: creation, destruction, chaos, and fate. The creature at the forefront of the formation then raised its hand to condense the last character, destruction. The other 4 characters turned into a bright light that fused with the destruction character, which in turn transformed into this black-red lightning bolt. "This motherf," Wang Wei cursed while simultaneously taking defensive measures. He summoned his nothingness wheel to form a 2nd layer of protection below the 11 Fate Palace array with the power of nothingness. He created a 3rd layer of protection with 13 Paragon artifacts that he changed into defensive artifacts with his purpose manipulation technique. The 4th layer was from the Origin Seal Continent. Wang Wei summoned the projection of the artificial river of fate, river of time, etc., that his wife created. No, this is not enough, Wang Wei thought as his senses still warned him of imminent death. He looked at his Fate Palaces, and with a thought, the 12 palaces condensed. Wang Wei was technically a pseudo-paragon, meaning the last one was only waiting for the final transformation. With the subtle manipulation of his existence, he forced his Tao body to evolve in advance by providing it with energy from the tower. The 11 Fate Palaces array turned into the 12 Fate Palaces array, bolstering the first layer defense. But Wang Wei still did not feel safe. In my name as the Wang clan's patriarch, I summon our clan's key luck dragon to protect me. A projection of a multicolored dragon materialized in this space. Forming the 5th layer of protection, 3 crowns appeared underneath the dragon, symbolizing Wang Wei's status as a 3-realm emperor. The crown drew power from the underworld, the laws that governed the eternal ascension's world lower dimension, and the prosperity of the people. Under normal circumstances, this 6th layer of protection should have been extremely weak. However, Wang Wei was banking on the fact his grandmother was a Yama king and would provide the power for the Earth Emperor crown. And since he was Heavenly Daos darling, it would provide the power for the other 2 crowns. His bet was correct. However, Wang Wei still did not feel safe, so he added a 7th layer. His future wife had her own energy vault located in the source key space, and she granted him access to it in an emergency. It was hard to access under the lock, but that was no longer an issue. So, an ocean of energy or key formed the last protective layer. Boom! The lightning bolt, which was the embodiment of the ultimate form of destruction, descended from the heavens, bringing with it Grand Daos' supreme wrath. It plowed through these defensive layers like a hot knife cutting through butter. The entire tower trembled, and in a secret location, countless spirits, including Sir Lu, worked tirelessly to prevent that attack from destroying it and affecting the rest of the trial. The light and destruction sound of thunder slowly abated, leaving this vast emptiness even more desolate. Everything seemed over. But was it the end? Is Wang Wei dead? Maybe he survived and had a chance at reincarnation? Is this the end of the journey or another start? Swish! A torn scroll releasing glowing golden lights appeared in the depth of this space. It suddenly turned into a figure with black blood flowing from all his orifices. In the victor, Wang Wei announced, "And I've taken one major step to my freedom." He not only survived, but used that powerful lightning bolt to destroy a big chunk from his Fate Seed status. The chunk was larger than predicted, which was great news for him. The bad news is my existence is beyond the simple description of injured, Wang Wei uttered as he wiped the blood from his nose, but that did not stop it. If he had not developed the prototype of an existence defensive armor while on the verge of death, he would have been nothing but ash for now. If it were any other time, even the life tower would not be able to heal me, Wang Wei analyzed. Fortunately, a great opportunity is ahead of me. The final step of his transformation is to absorb power from the Grand Dao source to become a genuine paragon. And that's the exact opportunity he needed to repair his existence. Chapter 1443, Boundless Paragon 6. Final Transformation Chapter 1443, Boundless Paragon 6. Final Transformation. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the 5 lightning creatures. Although their eyes constantly released small electrical pulses, he could sense a higher being observing him through them. So, the two stared at each other for a while before the creatures slowly disintegrated along with the clouds. Then, a river composed of chains and runes manifested before him. Wang Wei did not hesitate to swallow its power like a whale that was starving. With its power, he started existence reconstruction on himself. The destroyed scroll rapidly repaired itself, along with its content. However, Wang Wei was siphoning an ungodly amount of power from the source. Someone with his deep foundation was already destined to absorb significantly more energy for his transformation. But in his current situation, he was absorbing 10,000 times the normal amount, if not more. And it would have been more if Grand Dao did not warn Wang Wei when he tried to cheat and add more things that were not there to his existence. Another good news is Wang Wei almost completed his existence armor due to the detailed manipulation of his existence during the reconstruction process. He has classified existence armor as a pseudo-transcendent technique, just like the blueprint. He theorized manipulation and confrontation of existence are the essence of transcendent battles. As soon as the construction ended, Wang Wei removed the knowledge seal from his mind, and his cultivation rose to the second heaven or 92. Now was the best time to use it since baptism might not be enough to increase his cultivation by 1 if his realm is higher. But I can do better, Wang Wei muttered. He had just escaped a true death experience and broken from one of his shackles. All experiences that fit with his Tao or pursuit. So, Wang Wei closed his eyes and used that experience to enter a state of epiphany, increasing his cultivation by another 1. Then, there are the final transformations, Wang Wei muttered. He watched his Tao imprint change, followed by the manifestation of his 12 fate palaces. Huh, they are different from the fake one I summoned, Wang Wei immediately noticed. Most cultivators' Tao body and awakening will become useless by the Paragon realm. However, a few individuals with deep enough foundations and achievements can evolve great techniques or abilities based on them, and Wang Wei was one of them. He controlled the 12 palaces to resonate with each other, and to his surprises, they slowly turned into a river. A projection of the River of Fate? No, this is a prototype of the River of Fate, and in the source, not Grand Tao. A flash of enlightenment appeared in Wang Wei's eyes as he had an inkling of the way forward. His Tao body had evolved perfectly to suit his Tao and pursuit. Excellent, Wang Wei commented with a smile. The next step was to condense a new Grand Mist Wheel with a grander scale and boosted potential. Wang Wei did not focus too much on that as his body, soul, and spirit had completed the final transformation. His fleshly body reached the second heaven of cultivation, and his soul and willpower reached 98. I expected a larger improvement, especially for my body. The lightning was ravaging all the aspects and characteristics of his existence, and the pills would heal the damage, thus achieving a form of tempering. However, it seems Grand Tao was cunning and ensured these aspects were not affected too much to prevent Wang Wei from benefiting too much in the likely case he survived. How stingy! Wang Wei cursed before closing his eyes to prepare for the last transformation process. He disappeared from his location, appearing in this river, and was a small fish. He started swimming upward without hesitation, and his body began to grow in size. It did not take him long to become a colossal creature as he reached the river surface. However, a small voice in the back of his mind kept telling him to return as he was a fish and the top was dangerous. The voice insisted he was a fish and had no business on the surface. Wang Wei ignored the voice and jumped out of the water. He felt another shackle removed from his body, and, in response, his fish body turned into an enormous bird that roamed the sky. Wang Wei flew for a few seconds before turning into his human shape. The River of Time looked different from a paragon's perspective and the one I saw when I met my future self, he commented as he looked around. This river was not made of strings representing different timelines. Each drop was a super solid, both properties of liquid and solid, crystal that shone like glitters when glanced from a surface level. These crystals were the purest essence of time, and this river contained an endless amount of them. Have I broken free from the shackles of time? If the Empyrean realm is freeing the self from death and samsara, the Paragon realm's target is time, Wang Wei muttered. Wang Wei looked around as he experienced the difference in realm and life level. However, have we really completely freed ourselves? His gaze peered in the distance. He now could distinguish between the lower end of the river and the upper end. The lower end led to all past and present, and the upper end led to the future. However, the upper stream was blurry and chaotic to him. What about the infinite trichiliocosm? Wang Wei muttered, and his perspective changed. The river before him was surrounded by a golden hue, and countless other rivers or streams were flowing along with it. From another perspective, these rivers could be seen as endless small strings. But it was hard for someone of his level to truly see it that way. That golden hue should be the symbol and protection of the primordial timeline, Wang Wei realized. Should I take a look at the other timelines? It's a good place to hide my Tao mark. Boundless paragons have many ways to survive and revive. The most basic are the evolved true avatars and the 7 proxy avatars. The true avatars were no longer confined to one world, and they no longer needed to use the power of samsara to hide themselves. In other words, they did not need to remain mortals and could all cultivate. However, with the restrictions, they cannot be in the same realm as their creator. With all these clones scattered in different chaos worlds, killing a boundless paragon is already a nightmare, but this is not the end of their cockroach survival ability. Proxy avatars have the highest hiding abilities, are almost incorruptible, and their cultivation can be only one lower than their creators. Primal paragons can even have all proxy avatars with a peak cultivation of 100. But that's still not the end. Boundless paragons can move their down mark and hide them anywhere in the world. They could hide it in some random world in the chaos universe, the source key space, samsara, or even another timeline. Moreover, the mark also acquired a parasitic ability that allowed it to attach itself to a weaker creature's mark and blend with it as if it were one. Boundless paragons were once the pinnacle of the hierarchy, and their survivability was one of the key reasons. Forget it, Wang Wei ultimately decided. He would need to do so in the future, but now was not the best time. Wang Wei did not immediately leave, but glanced in the distance. Unlike before, he sensed countless terrifying auras, many of whom had similar auras as him, and a few who casually looked at him made his body instinctively tremble from sheer terror. Wang Wei realized that when he traveled to the past to kill 5 feathers, he was nothing but a small fish swimming among sharks. Although he had some bite, in the grand scheme of things, he was truly small and weak. No wonder only paragons dare navigate the river of time, he thought. Technically speaking, a great emperor could slowly navigate the river of time and even travel through time. They don't do it because of how much restraint Heavenly Tao placed on them. However, Wang Wei understood now these restraints were a protective measure for these emperors. He shook his head to remove these thoughts, focusing on what drew him in the first place. I can sense the location of the prehistoric world, Wang Wei thought. He frowned briefly before closing his eyes to sense the karmic thread connected to Earth. His mind traveled through the thread to a distant place, but midway through the journey, Wang Wei stopped. His intuition told him he could send a projection to the prehistoric world and immediately return home in this manner. However, he was not ready yet to meet or confront Hong Jun, so he stopped and canceled his action. Better safer than sorry, Wang Wei uttered as he opened his eyes. He did not stay long in this place as he returned to the tower. He used his best technique to reduce his aura to the first heaven. He wanted to hide even more, but remembered Su Shi's words. People will be suspicious if he survived such a terrifying tribulation, and his cultivation was the bare basics like everyone else. Furthermore, he had a perfect explanation for his terrifying tribulation. He forced it to end in just 5 years. Most people will think he is a madman who did something extreme to ensure he took first place in the trial, and should not look too deeply into his actions or behaviors. Chapter 1444, Humbling Experience, so soon? As he expected, many people were waiting outside the tower when he left. Wang Wei calmly observed these people, even taking a little walk into their sea of consciousness to peep at their thoughts. Most of them think the terrifying tribulation was due to the severe time increase, but that which from the all-seeing temple has some suspicions. No matter, she probably won't leave this place alive. He sensed many people looking at her with animosity, so eliminating her wouldn't immediately paint a target on his back. Wang Wei shifted his gaze, locking directly into Tianxian. Why has his animosity decreased so much? Interesting. Wang Wei did not stay long before he teleported to the battle tower. He had no interest in challenging others, but he needed to use the tower to stimulate opponents to test his strength. Let's slowly adapt, Wang Wei thought as he designed an opponent with 90 strength. He sealed his power and experienced the battle in that realm. After battling a few boundless and inextinguishable paragons, he increased his opponent's strength by 1%. He repeated the process until he had completely adapted to his new cultivation. Then, Wang Wei selected a fourth heaven opponent and started testing his battle realm. Wang Wei spent more than 5 years inside the tower, testing the limit of his power and improving his techniques. I do have a 10-fold strength, but I seem to be on the lower end of peak paragons categories. There could be a significant gap between peak paragons, especially between boundless and non-boundless. And this tower mad made Wang Wei realize the training he had done with Wu Hong before could only take him so far, and he still had much to learn and improve. As for taboo, well, Wang Wei smiled wryly. Entering the third taboo battle realm was the most challenging. First, Wang Wei needed to become a primal. Then, he needs to develop his skill and power to defeat primals while sealing his strength at 90. This is going to take a while, Wang Wei sighed. After observing his existence, he noticed the taboo battle realms had their own section and should experience a fundamental transformation at the transcendent realm. So no matter how terrible the upcoming world catastrophe is, Wang Wei will not rush to become half-step transcendent and ensure he has the best foundation. What should I train next? Wang Wei contemplated. I still have plenty of room to improve on skills and technique, so my focus should be survivability. Good, it's decided. He asked the tower for an opponent it considered the best regarding chrono-spirit battles and finding a person's time mark. Then, a humanoid creature manifested before Wang Wei. He could not see its face due to the tower's protective measures, but he noticed that his opponent had 2 horns. This should be interesting, Wang Wei commented, and he was more correct than he could ever dream. The battle lasted 30 minutes before his opponent found his time mark and killed him. Wang Wei looked at the result in shock. Impossible. He refused to accept this result and fought a second time. He lasted 27 minutes in this round. Well, this was a humbling experience. He exhaled before starting the third match. However, this time around, he controlled his ego to learn from his opponent, and Wang Wei immediately realized the vast difference in skill. Does such an entity truly exist? Wang Wei muttered after his death. When Wu Hong trained him, he knew there was a vast difference in their skills, but he still felt she was still in the realm of achievable skill. But his opponent seemed an unsurpassable wall. Tower spirit, come out, Wang Wei suddenly yelled. He felt these spirits were messing with him because of the previous tribulation. A small spirit wearing black armor with spikes from head to toe appeared before him. Honorable participant, what can I do for you? What's with him? Wang Wei asked directly. Is there an issue? The battle spirit asked. Why is he so skilled? You asked for the best, didn't you? Yes, and? Wang Wei asked. That's what we gave you. You're telling me such a skilled individual exists? Haven't you heard of the absolute killer? That explains your surprise. Wang Wei's lips twitched when the spirit did not explain further. Who is the absolute killer? He's a powerful cultivator that existed during the Soul Age. The battle spirit explained, said to be able to find a person's time mark with a glance. You're pretty capable for lasting 30 minutes despite having just entered this realm. Wang Wei squinted. And he's just a paragon? Of course. Is he alive? Wang Wei asked, slightly intrigued. You really don't know anything. Huh? The battle spirit looked at him strangely. Everyone knows the absolute killer created a reign of terror as he cut down countless boundless paragons and primals like they were meat on a cutting board. He almost killed the Ji clan ancestor in one of his most famous battles. Yi clan ancestor? As in, the founder of the Heart Desire Palace? The one and only, the battle spirit nodded. What happened next? The absolute killer was eventually acknowledged as the strongest paragon in the Chaos universe. The spirit responded before shaking his head. It seems his fate was ultimately quite dire. Hubris is one of the greatest flaws of men. No matter how powerful they are, the battle spirit sighed. The bastard was unsatisfied with being the strongest paragon and thought he was the strongest. So, he challenged the primeval body mansion. Wang Wei squinted. In the lower dimension, Wu Hong warned him of 2 factions, the Heart Desire Palace and the most powerful of them all, the primeval body mansion. She did not say much, just warning him to always be careful when dealing with them until he reached the true pinnacle of the Chaos universe. Recently, after he spoke with Qiyuan, Wang Wei decided the primeval body mansion was probably the lineage left over by the body, refining true transcendent that ended the Essence Age. So he's dead? No one can say for sure since he's still remembered, but that doesn't mean much for beings on that level, the battle spirit shrugged. However, he was never seen in the universe since that day. I see. Wang Wei nodded. Does anyone know why he was so capable? Not really. Some say he was a special time race. Others believe he had a unique treasure, but the majority believe he was that skilled. If he is that skilled, he might have acquired or developed a pseudo-transcendent technique like I did, Wang Wei analyzed. Well, thank you for answering my question. Wang Wei saluted politely. Now that he knew this was not a joke, this ultimate killer became someone he must overcome. No problem, but it's time for you to leave. What do you mean? You're running out of points. What? Wang Wei checked, and his face turned ugly. I thought the battle tower was free, under normal circumstances, but you asked for the best training partner, so we must charge you. Although his face was hidden, anyone could tell this battle spirit was putting on a fake expression of confusion. Wang Wei stared at him, knowing he had been scammed. However, he did not say anything else and left. Swish! Sir Lu appeared in the tower. Was this really wise? He's basically this trial's victor, so we can only do this if we want him to stay longer and use more points. The situation is already complicated as is. Do we really want to make more enemies? Sir Lu sighed. This cannot be considered making enemies. It is just a small confrontation that we can make up to him if necessary. The battle spirit responded. I hope we don't regret this decision, Sir Lu said before disappearing. An irresistible bait, huh? Wang Wei thought. He had to admit he could not stop using the battle tower. His pride, or the idea that someone was skilled enough to kill him in less than an honor, will not accept his current skill level. So no matter what, he must use the tower to improve. However, in the one who cons other people, not the other way around. A glint flashed in his eyes as he flew to his mountain. As soon as he arrived, the first thing he did was open a portal to another dimension with a black cocoon at the center. The cocoon was releasing an intense aura, but it kept fluctuating, a sign of someone undergoing a transformation. It should take a while before Red Mask is done, he thought. During the tribulation, he sent a small piece of her soul to the tower at the last minute. And now that he had become a paragon, she too would transition into one due to the Lord Shadow technique. However, she was severely injured and needed more time to heal and transform. It's a shame I've lost my hunting companion since I have such a massive debt, but it couldn't be helped, Wang Wei muttered. Chapter 1445, Why is the past so important? Wang Wei did not rush to start hunting. Instead, he took the time for a few small tasks that required his attention. First, he had to recreate the lives of his Grand Mist world and set up training for them to ensure they could pass the Tier 12 creation tribulation. Once that was dealt with, he recondensed his nothingness wheel. The thing was technically useless to him since he no longer needed it for the Empyrean Taboo battle realm. However, Wang Wei's body refining also required the power of nothingness, and this wheel would become applicable. The amount of nothingness power that my bloodline can absorb is no longer on par for my needs, Wang Wei analyzed. So it's probably best to fuse the wheel into my blood, turning it into an ability. Since he had a plan, Wang Wei did not hesitate and took action. The process was smooth, with no interruption or trouble. Now, that's better, Wang Wei thought as he sensed the optimization of his bloodline. However, I still need to start considering the 12th revolution of my bloodline. His human fiend god was technically only Tier 11. Wang Wei frowned as he thought about the direction of his bloodline. As long as he updates his previous abilities, which involve will tempering and strength increase, the bloodline should be enough to take him to the peak of the Elder Fiend God realm. But is this all a Fiend God bloodline can do? I would be disappointed if it were. Wang Wei shook his head. It was not time to be thinking about these things. He knew the sect had Fiend God blood in reserve, so he'll know the answer once he's home. Next, let's check my existence. He closed his eyes and reached the fundamental blueprint of his existence. Wang Wei focused on the fate seed aspect. The entire thing was not completely removed, After all, this was something that Grand Tao planted on him probably during his birth creation on Earth. So he did not expect to remove all of it when he was just a small and weak paragon. Regardless, this tribulation allowed him to take a major step toward his freedom. The fact that he could break such a good portion while in the Paragon realm meant subsequent removal would become 1,000 times easier. And not just because his cultivation would be higher. The question is, what immediate effect will this thing have on me? Wang Wei thought as he sensed the changes to his existence due to the Fate Seed status. My affinity with Fate Tao has decreased by at least 15. Wang Wei could say few people were as compatible with their Taos as him. He even created countless physiques and fused them to ensure maximum affinity. But now, this was no longer the case. That's not an issue, Wang Wei thought calmly. A maximum with a Tao has its perks, but also its downfall. Primarily that his affinity with other Taos was reduced. The previous maximum affinity meant I had a lower affinity with Taos involving free will, independence, or choice. Now that is no longer the case, I can make better improvements to my Freedom Tao. Wang Wei hasn't used his Freedom Tao much in combat since he took it from Jin Chao, but this situation could be the start. Let's see, what else? He observed and sensed the changes in his existence. My destiny is no longer full of ups and downs, Wang Wei thought excitedly. Trouble was drawn to him harder than magnets, and he had deduced two primary reasons that were interconnected. Fate wanted to mold him into the perfect inheritor to take the Fate Cardinal's place, so it threw challenge after challenge at him as a training method. Meanwhile, his future self was doing the same to ensure he grew up to be that version of the future and escape all the shackles on him. It's good that my life will have less trouble following it, Wang Wei mused. But something still bothers me. Why does my future self care so much about the past? Shouldn't someone in his life have already transcended the shackles of time and space? If someone has transcended time, then two things should become true. First, their past is locked and no one can change or affect it. Second, which is the most likely scenario, their past is irrelevant to them. They are beings whose past, present, or future events cannot influence them. So, even if someone traveled to the past and killed young Wang Wei, future Wang Wei would be completely fine and not affected in any manner. Could there be some rules in this chaos universe that limit transcendent on that level? Or is something like people on the same level can influence each other's past? Wang Wei frowned. These explanations made sense logically, but his intuition told him some unknown shenanigans he was unaware of were happening. I should put this on a list of things to investigate, he concluded before opening his eyes. Now that he knew his life would be more peaceful, he was more confident in his plan to be more low-key and move from the shadows. It's also about time I dealt with that thing, Wang Wei thought as he sensed the countless memories sealed in his mind, along with the horrifying amount of negative karma. Unfortunately, this task required time, so I'd have to wait until the lock was gone and he had more opportunities for leisure activities. All right, hunting time, Wang Wei said as he stood up, ready to repay his debt. However, he suddenly sensed something and waved his hand to manifest 3 crowns. Then, these symbols of powers trembled before condensing the projection of an elegant and dignified figure. Interesting. Using your human and heavenly emperor position to communicate with me secretly. That's quite ingenious. These Damkin people are stuck to me like leeches, Hong Hua cursed. She had a simple black robe on with dragon designs on her cuffs. Her attire was nothing compared to her former majestic emperor robes. But her demeanor still remained majestic. I had to find a way to contact you in secret. Well, adversity and stress is a good way to force creativity, Wang Wei commented. Cultivators are a group of people that are most dangerous when they are desperate. I'm guessing you're here for your rescue. That's right. Hong Hua, note that? You're the only person who can help me. Wang Wei pondered. When I negotiated with the Qin court, they were very confident you could not escape their grace. These people know my strength and what I'm capable of, but yet, they did not seem to fear that I would kill all your guards and take you away. What is the source of their confidence? They probably did something to me. Oh, not long ago, They knocked me out, but when I woke up, I couldn't detect anything wrong with my body or soul. Han Hua explained with gritted teeth. I see. In that case, let's check your body. Wang Wei nodded as he pointed his finger to her forehead. He found the karma thread between the projection and the real body and used it to spy on the real Han Hua. You're right. They did leave something in you. What did they do? She immediately asked. It's both a tracking mark and a potent void-breaking talisman that could probably ignore 99.999 of spatial restrictions in the world, Wang Wei said, and the only reason he did not say 100 was because he did not like to deal in absolutes. Can you take it out? Han Hua asked, almost pleading. The bad news is probably not, Wang Wei said seriously. What? This mark is placed on your existence, and more importantly, it involves the power of transcendence. Transcendence? Han Hua asked in confusion. The two suns? Exactly. Her face instantly paled. However, she immediately took a deep breath to calm down. You said bad news, implying there is some good news. Wang Wei secretly praised her for regaining her composure so soon. Yes, there's some good news. The people who put the mark were essentially controlling a power beyond their means or understanding, leaving many flaws that can be exploited. Han Hua found it, confused. Can you or can you not save me? I can't save you. Wang Wei shook his head. He could barely control his existence, let alone others. There's a reason he had to allow the tribulation to completely wipe out his body and soul, so that he could revert to that scroll state and control his existence. And honestly speaking, if not for his experience during the Perfect Foundation establishment, his plan would not have worked. Han Hua was about to be disappointed when he heard Wang Wei's following words. I can't help you, but you can help yourself. How? She immediately asked. Here is what you can do, Wang Wei uttered before explaining his plan. Isn't this too dangerous? Han Hua hesita. Your situation requires this level of risk. Fine, I'll do it. I thought you would think about it more, Wang Wei replied, not hiding his surprise. I can't stay in that damn place anymore, Han Hua said with gritted teeth. Chapter 1446 Ying Zheng's threat. Wang Wei looked at her strangely. They didn't, inhumanely torture you, did they? He had to ask due to how much hatred she displayed toward the kin people. Inhuman torture? Oh, thank heavens, no, Han Hua responded swiftly. They just restricted my freedom and tried to influence me to marry their stupid and ugly-looking prince. That's good to hear. But you should be careful nonetheless, Wang Wei answered before summoning a scroll and started writing using the Tao text. It took him a few minutes before handing it to her. This technique is the final key, Wang Wei explained. Although he couldn't directly help her control her existence, he could create a way for her to do so passively by subtly manipulating her acupoints, soul, and body. Thank you. Do you have a void-breaking talisman potent enough for the plan? No, Han Hua admitted in embarrassment. Wang Wei did not say anything else and granted her one. She sighed once again. Words cannot express the level of gratitude I am indebted to you. No problem, Wang Wei answered casually. Your wife is safe with me for now, and you can pick her up if you successfully gain your freedom. Before that, I wish you good fortune. Han Hua bowed politely before her projection dissipated, leaving Wang Wei in deep thought. How did Ying Zheng get his hands on transcendent power? Is it some kind of artifact or a source of power? More importantly, did he get it before or after the ultimate taboo? Wang Wei entered his state of deduction, trying to piece the puzzle from threads of information. Han Hua said they only recently placed a mark on her, meaning it's possible Ying Zheng shared this power with his court after our confrontation at the Great Chu Court. He couldn't possibly have done it before since he was hiding in limbo, and Supreme Unity had his eyes on him. However, after Mithriel blessed these people, they could remain invisible to Supreme Unity's eyes. However, is transcendent power so easily controlled? The time between the Great Chu event and the trial was too short for these people to have created a method to utilize the power of transcendence, unless they had someone whose talent was on par with mine and used an extreme method like the mind dilation pill. Wang Wei frowned. The possibility of that being the case was low, so he had to consider another possibility, Ying Zheng had it before the ultimate taboo. But if that's true, why did no one know about it before? Ying Zheng is capable enough to hide from his peers in the Golden Generation, but Supreme Unity and Mithriya would have sniffed it out. Mithriya may have been capable of protecting the Qin court for a while, but during the Locke era, where her performance was less than desired, Supreme Unity would have gotten his hands on the thing long ago. Unless the hypothetical artifact or source of power is of higher essence than these two and capable of hiding itself unless. Does such a thing exist? And where did Ying Zheng find it? As soon as Wang Wei asked that question, he had an answer. The prehistoric world, he thought. Although it's possible Ying Zheng acquired it from the first chaos world he reincarnated into, the most likely scenario is someone, most likely Hong Jun, handed it to him. But why? Wang Wei recalled various information as he slowly outlined the truth. I theorized that Hong Jun was reincarnating people for the future of the prehistoric world. Now that I think about it, it's possible he knew about the all-heaven fate calamity before the all-seeing temple and wanted to prepare in advance. Wang Wei's lips twitched. If that was true and his theory that the calamity was his creation, Hong Jun was essentially preparing for a catastrophe that he created. Wang Wei shook his head to focus. Such truth was even more reason he needed to hide the fact he might be the person from the prophecy. Chronologically speaking, Ying Zheng existed 2,000 years before my time, so he was most likely part of Hong Jun's early experiment at reincarnating people into other words, Wang Wei continued. Maybe Hong Jun needed an item as powerful as that to allow the people from Earth to reincarnate into other worlds. Or maybe he was more generous the first time around. Well, that doesn't matter too much. The key is the item. In all of the novels and myths written about Hong Jun, his most remarkable artifact is always the jade butterfly pendant. In most iterations, this thing contains the essence of all 3,800 Daos. Did he give it to Ying Zheng? Probably just a piece, but even so, he must have had great hope on him to do so. Wang Wei sneered. If that is true, I feel bad for Hong Jun. Ying Zheng's suspicious nature probably prevented him from using the pendant, especially after knowing its power. Otherwise, with such an item and an overwhelming advantage, he would have long entered the half-step transcendent realm. Well, I guess I can't blame him too much since I probably would have done the same, Wang Wei concluded. The last thing he would do is trust his transcendent path to Hong Jun or anyone else. He might have used the pendant to ensure he became a primal as swiftly as possible, but he would never use it on his transcendent path. However, it appears that Ying Zheng no longer has any hesitation, Wang Wei continued. During his talk with the Qin people, he noticed they started acting bolder and more aggressive, and now he understood why. I previously predicted that the future wife will be our world's first transcendent. While my thoughts haven't changed, now I know Ying Zheng is a viable contender. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Hong Hua cannot return to the Qin court. He must do whatever is necessary to delay Ying Zheng's path. Otherwise, if he is the first one to enter that realm, he will immediately conquer the Eternal Ascension world. And sadly, Mithriya's weak and unstable transcendent realm will not be able to stop him. The best move to make right now is not just to free Hong Hua, but to send her to other chaos worlds and further delay the Qin court, Wang Wei strategized. He looked in the distance before flying toward the hunting area. Who is this woman? As he flew to his destination, Wang Wei noticed a woman dressed in man's clothing. She had an all-red robe and flowing dark hair, but the tips were pink. I remember everyone in the trial, but she was not one of them. More importantly, she's just like Tian Xian and Ji Qingming. I can't see any information from her besides the surface level. Wang Wei decreased his flying speed slightly while observing. Her temperament reminded me of Suya. She probably has a similar physique and Dao. Is she also from the Heart Desire Palace? But why is she here and acting separately from Ji Qingming? Wang Wei continued flying. Wait, she's not the only one. He instantly realized there were numerous people he had never seen before or people he had someone passively ignored. Luckily, his senses had drastically improved after becoming a boundless paragon. I see. These foreign transcendent factions have sent their descendants to this trial, Wang Wei realized. But why are they all acting so suspicious? A better question is, do they even need the use of the trial? A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. They don't care about using the trial. They want complete control of it, Wang Wei analyzed. He was only thinking about analyzing and copying the trial's power. But these forces were already planning how to take it over. The power of this trial is indeed mystical, probably involving transcendent in one way or another. There are probably other secrets at play, Wang Wei deduced. They almost noticed me, Wang Wei thought. Two people almost noticed his spying. The woman dressed like a man and a tall, muscular man who was obviously a body refiner. Is he from the primeval body mansion? But why doesn't he give me the same vibe as that woman and Ji Qingming? Wang Wei felt great danger from these people, probably because some transcendent powerhouse left some protective means on them. However, he did not feel the same as that muscular man. It's either the power is too high for even me to sense he does not have it, or he's from the mansion, and they are proud and arrogant enough not to protect their heaven chosen, because no one dares mess with their people, Wang Wei thought. Regardless, this trial just got a lot more interesting, Wang Wei thought with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. He loves danger and chaos when he's not directly involved, since he can benefit from it from the shadow. So, he hoped he was right, and these factions were planning something big. I still need to prepare, Wang Wei concluded. He wanted to reach the fifth heaven as soon as possible, so he could leave this place at a moment's notice, and he wouldn't miss much. Chapter 1447, The Clash of Ego. As soon as Wang Wei reached the hunting area, he started killing the bestowal monster. He also used a Tier 12 puppet since he was now in the Paragon realm. However, Wang Wei's actions were merely a distraction. While his body was hunting, his mind used his soul ability for the first time in the current realm. Wang Wei immediately noticed the difference. First, he saw a small cluster on the map, which indicated the souls in this trial. Next to this map was a vast cluster that gave a sense of familiarity. That should be the Eternal Ascension world. He moved to the second large cluster. The entire map was black and inaccessible. Is this the prehistoric world? So, the Soul Network has expanded to a scale on par with the Chaos Universe, but focusing on the karma connected to me? Wang Wei was immediately excited by this promise and kept changing the following map. He saw an enormous map formed from numerous clusters combined. Is this a chaos world that combines numerous worlds? But what's my relationship with this place? An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Is this where Wang Ju reincarnated? Wang Wei immediately closed his eyes and tried to access the souls in these worlds. However, he didn't take a few seconds to give up. He could access these worlds, but reinforcing his connection to them would take a long time. Let's see if I can find my father, Wang Wei thought as he continued analyzing this map. Unfortunately for him, he discovered many worlds he had connections with, making it more than challenging to determine whether his parents were somehow teleported to another chaos world. These worlds should be the result of Wang Ju expanding the Fate Shadow Guard, and whatever my soul did in primordial chaos, Wang Wei groaned. After becoming a paragon, he noticed his ancestors placed a seal on his soul to hide his identity when he was a soul in primordial chaos. Although I don't have a concrete answer, this is a good start, Wang Wei thought. This ability should make it easier to find his parents, wherever they are. Back to my objective. Wang Wei focused on the trial's small cluster of souls. He noticed a few living souls he could not influence. This would not be surprising with how many transcended descendants are present in this place, but these souls were weak and had a connection to him. Additionally, these souls were attached to foreign powers. These souls are the Eternal Ascension world's people, and it seems they have been captured, Wang Wei analyzed. And as soon as he read the data, he understood what was happening. These foreign worlds realized they could not get any information from the Eternal Ascension world, so they captured these people to bring them back to their factions and see if they could break the lock. These souls must die, Wang Wei decided. However, he could not do it now as these people could just capture more. So, He has to wait until the end of the trial when most of the Eternal Ascension world participants leave to kill these captured individuals. Luckily, there is no power of transcendence protecting these souls. Wang Wei sighed in relief. These powerhouses did not care too much about these captured individuals, so the protection on them was not the best they could provide. Such a flaw was something Wang Wei could exploit. He continued his objective by pulling the souls of the Dao opening sect people and the participants he had a good relationship with into a hidden dimension for a minor assembly. "What's going on?" someone asked, scared of how sudden everything happened. "It's me," Wang Wei said, and everyone felt relieved. At least, it was not an unknown enemy. "Did something happen?" Emperor Kong asked. "Yes," Wang Wei nodded. "Some shenanigans are about to happen in this trial, and I decided to give you a warning. The people who came to this place without reaching the peak of the Empyrean realm, I implore you to leave as soon as you become a paragon. For the peak Emperors, take a deep look within and truthfully assess whether you have a chance at those top positions. If not, you better leave after becoming a paragon as well. Regardless, you all should be on the lookout." Everyone listened to him attentively with a frown. These words sounded too alarming, and some instinctively felt someone was fear-mongering out of nothing. But given the source, they had to control their initial jerk reaction and take it seriously. "What exactly do you mean by shenanigans?" Emperor Kong asked. I guess I can tell you," Wang Wei said before raising his hand to summon the history lock. "With this protection, the chances of news leaking were minimal. I've detected a few transcendent factions have secretly sent their people to infiltrate this place. If I guess correctly, their target should be to take control of this trial, so you can expect chaos at some point in the future." "Transcendent? I believe that's the realm of the two suns. Aren't we ants before these two? Even if we become boundless?" "We are." With this short conversation, everyone understood the severity of this situation. Only 2, 3 if you count Monk, have entered the Paragon realm, but even scarier people were already involved. "Are you sure about this?" Emperor Kong asked. He didn't want to question Wang Wei, but he hadn't noticed much and wanted some reassurance. "You're in my realm, and with a decent detection technique, you might not see the invisible ones, but you should be able to detect the ones who make you passively ignore them," Wang Wei replied. "But don't reveal yourself, or you'll be dead." I understand. Anyhow, I've warned you, and it's up to you whether you listen," Wang Wei continued. "And don't worry, I will still repay your points." Wang Wei did not wait for anyone else to speak and dismissed everyone. He only warned them to make up for the karma some of these people had already paid, and because the Eternal Ascension world needed these talents to survive the upcoming catastrophe. With that out of the way, Wang Wei focused on his hunting, but had to stop after only 1 year. A vision had appeared in the distance. Ji Qingming had become a boundless paragon. Based on aura alone, if I had to quantify his realm, it's probably 90.5, but Tianxian was 90.999, Wang Wei thought. Speaking of Tianxian, he's been blatantly observing me without taking any action. What is he planning? A technique has been observing him from afar, and from Wang Wei standards on how easy this thing was to notice, Tianxian was not hiding his purpose. Plum Blossom Taoist and Tianxian, you have 10 years of breathing remaining. Ji Qingming's voice boomed throughout the trial. Keep your neck clean for these 10 years. This guy has gone beyond the scope of arrogance. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He watched as Ji Qingming entered the battle tower, probably getting acclimated to his new power. Whatever, Wang Wei muttered before continuing hunting. The 10 years passed swiftly, and with his terrifying strength, Wang Wei repaid his debt and had enough points to use again. Were you two cowards? Ji Qingming screamed as soon as he exited the tower. Who dares to challenge me first? Wang Wei calmly looked at him from a distance, and Ji Qingming detected him, and they locked eyes. What? Are you scared? Wang Wei put his finger into his nose, controlled his body to create a booger, and picked it before flinging it into the rock near him. His disregard proved highly effective as veins popped on Ji Qingming's neck, and his eyes changed to red. So, he does cultivate emotion Dao, Wang Wei analyzed. Ji Qingming was about to rush toward Wang Wei's location when Tian Xian's potent aura flew from the Dao Tower. "Little ant, you want to challenge me?" Tian Xian asked casually, but his arrogance and disdain flew so effortlessly from his body that it felt natural. It was like it was a natural law of heaven and earth for this man to be arrogant like. It was his birthright to look down on all sentient beings. "Interesting," Ji Qingming said with a grin. The veins in his neck were gone, but the redness in his eyes intensified. Anyone who knew him understood his rage had reached such a level that it had transformed into this cold wrath. "Someone dares to be more arrogant than me," Ji Qingming said. "Do you dare fight in a life-and-death battle in the tower?" "I don't care if you want to experience your funeral so soon," Tian Xian calmly responded. "But I won't fight you for a stupid thing like pride, so wager all your points. And please don't tell me you're broke." The void around Ji Qingming twisted briefly before returning to calm. He waved his hand to send a talisman, and a few seconds later, he received a batch of points. "I will enjoy destroying that beautiful face of yours." "It's okay. You won't be the first ugly man who tried. Amused to your kind's jealousy," Tian Xian countered. "Damn," Wang Wei thought. Who knew he had a mouth on him? Chapter 1448 Tian Xian versus Ji Qingming. As soon as they entered the tower, Sir Lu appeared between them. "Do you guys understand the rules? You have chosen a life and death battle, meaning no outside interference until one person dies." "We know," Ji Qingming said coldly. "No, you don't understand. If someone loses, the tower will be responsible for annihilating the loser, whether they are a boundless paragon or not. That's what you were agreeing to." Tian Xian and Ji Qingming frowned as they understood the implications. Their kind was not easy to kill, so their current animosity might be resolved when they realized the difficulty of killing each other. But under the trial's rules, this was a true life-and-death battle. "That's fine by me," Tian Xian said first. "I am no coward," Ji Qingming replied, still prideful and confident.